expected for associations at this level. Associations that typically ran decisions through committees and review processes that added days to every significant communication. Both had responded within hours of receiving the packages. This told him the packages had been read immediately. Someone had been waiting for exactly this kind of communication. Sovereign Liang made that note in her field documentation. They've been watching Jinhua. They had the package opened before it could sit. They were looking for an opening, he noted. Their operations near their gate zones are further along than the initial response suggested, she said. They need the alliance as much as we do. The difference is they haven't had a guardian designation to build around. He revised the preparation accordingly. The meetings weren't going to be diplomatic courtesy exchanges. They were going to be two sets of people who needed each other and were assessing how much each could trust the other before committing to something that would be hard to walk back from. He prepared the intelligence packages with that dynamic in mind. Comprehensive enough to be genuinely useful, structured to demonstrate the quality of his analytical methodology as much as the information itself. The goal was not to impress. The goal was to establish that his assessments were reliable enough to build on. Reliability was the foundation that everything else in the next several months would need to stand on. The message Lin Shen drafted to each international association was revised 3 times before transmission. The first draft was functional but insufficiently precise. It established the facts without clearly establishing the analytical framework that made the facts meaningful. The second draft was more analytical but read as argumentative rather than evidentiary. The third draft presented the evidence with the specific organization that allowed the recipient to build the analytical framework themselves, arriving at the same conclusion through their own reasoning. The distinction was the same one he had applied in every significant external communication since year 1. The goal was not to persuade. The goal was to provide complete and accurate information to capable parties who would draw correct conclusions from complete information. Persuasion implied that the information needed supplementation from rhetorical technique. Evidence was self-sufficient when it was complete. Han Yujing reviewed the final draft. The Eastern Association will respond within 48 hours, she assessed. The Northern Association within 36. Their domestic situations are different. The Eastern Association has more institutional independence from the consortium's funding network, which means they'll want more time to verify independently. The Northern Association is under more pressure and needs the alliance more urgently. She was right on both counts, and the question was whether the consortium's reach in those associations ran deeper than she had believed, a question that only the meeting would answer. Chapter 63. The 2 allied associations sent their senior representatives through the gate boundary on the 12th day after Feng Ruiyu's arrival. Both were gold emblem rank, serious practitioners with genuine authority, not diplomatic courtesy envoys. The Eastern Association's representative was a woman named Assessor Jean Yerim, 44 years old, compact and direct, who had been managing her association's gate zone responses for 11 years. The Northern Association's representative was a man named Director Patel Aryan, 50 years old, who carried the specific air of a senior administrator who had spent a career making accurate assessments under institutional pressure and had learned to value accuracy over comfort. Lin Shen met them at the boundary checkpoint himself and walked them into the city without an entourage or a formal reception. They had asked for a working meeting, and a working meeting was what he provided. They were professionals who had seen significant gate environments in their careers. Jinhua Gate's organized functioning still stopped them momentarily as they moved through the outer district's morning operations. Assessor Jean registered the cultivation field workers' specific techniques and asked 3 concise technical questions in the first 10 minutes. Director Patel watched the security patrol rotation and made a single quiet observation about its coverage efficiency that indicated he understood gate environment security in more operational detail than his administrative title suggested. The meeting lasted 9 hours. Lin Shen provided the intelligence package he had prepared, the consortium's organizational structure as far as Sovereign Liang's network had mapped it, the documented connection between the consortium's network and the association's research institute funding, and the specific operational activities the consortium had conducted in Jinhua Gate over the preceding months. He presented all of it without editorial framing, organized as evidence rather than argument. Both representatives spent 2 hours reviewing the documentation with the focused attention of professionals building independent assessments from primary sources. They asked questions throughout, precise questions that revealed they had been conducting their own parallel investigations and were now cross-referencing their findings against his. The cross-referencing confirmed more than either of them had individually documented. The network's political influence inside the National Association's governing structure is more extensive than we mapped, Assessor Jean said, at hour 4. She was looking at a specific section of the consortium's financial documentation that connected to an association research committee she had been monitoring. It's more extensive than any single association can address independently, Linshan said, which is why the intelligence needs to be combined and the response needs to be coordinated. Director Patel had been quiet for some time, reviewing a different section. He looked up. You've been building toward this meeting for months, he said. It wasn't an accusation, an observation. Since the outside contact began, Linshan confirmed. The Domain Guardian Charter provides the legal foundation. The international relationships provide the institutional weight the legal foundation alone doesn't carry. You need us, Patel said. We need each other, he said it plainly. The consortium's network is a shared problem. My documentation is more complete for Jinhua specifically. Your documentation is more complete for the network's international structure. Combined, the picture supports formal action that neither of us can initiate independently. The discussion that followed was specific, technical, and productive. By hour 7, they had agreed on a framework for intelligence sharing. By hour 8, they had identified the specific documentation package that would be needed to trigger a formal international review of the consortium's activities through the Hunter Association's cross-border cooperation mechanism. By hour 9, they had assigned responsibilities. After the representatives left, Assessor Jinzaid spoke quietly to his colleague. He doesn't act like a city administrator. He acts like a sovereign. The aide's colleague considered this for a moment. No, he said. He acts like someone who has been managing a sovereign problem for 5 years and has simply internalized the skills it required. The observation was the most accurate assessment of Linshan that either of them had made, and neither of them was present when Linshan heard it secondhand through the awareness 2 days later. The 9-hour meeting with Assessor Jean and Director Patel was the most substantive alliance-building work Linshan had conducted since the sovereign domain ruling. The intelligence cross-referencing in hours 2 through 4 was the core of it. Linshan had prepared his documentation package with the assumption that the other associations had parallel but non-overlapping intelligence, that each party knew different parts of the same structure. What the actual comparison revealed was more significant than that assumption had suggested. The 3 intelligence sets overlapped in a specific pattern. The consortium's operational activities at each gate location were managed through the same organizational infrastructure, but with deliberate variation in the surface methods used at each location. The variation was designed to prevent any single observer from seeing the full pattern. An observer at Jinhua saw extraction probe operations and association infiltration through financial dependency. An observer in the Eastern Association's territory saw cultivation technique suppression and gate access manipulation through a different mechanism. An observer in the Northern Association's territory saw a different variation yet. The common factor in all 3 was the underlying objective and the organizational core that directed each surface operation. Seeing all 3 simultaneously revealed the architecture. They're using different approaches at different locations to prevent pattern recognition, Director Patel said, at hour 4. He had been quiet for 20 minutes before this, building the assessment. Any single-site observer sees an unusual but not unprecedented operation. The pattern only becomes visible when the sites are compared, which requires the kind of sharing we're doing right now, Linshan said, and which the consortium's organizational architecture is specifically designed to prevent, Assessor Jean said. She had reached the same conclusion slightly faster than Patel, from a different direction. The variation is intentional. They've thought through the information containment. The implication was significant. The consortium's 40 core members had a sophisticated understanding of how intelligence sharing between independent associations worked, and had structured their operations to exploit the gaps in that sharing. The exploitation required long-term planning and institutional knowledge. This wasn't an operation that had been developed in response to the Article 31 ruling. It had been running for years before anyone at Jinhua had reason to build a coalition. Linshan showed them the timeline evidence. The consortium's founding predated the first gate emergence at Jinhua by 3 years. They had not been formed in response to the gate. They had been waiting for gates like Jinhua to emerge, with the extraction and infiltration architecture pre-developed. The room went quiet for some time after this. How many gate cities are in their pipeline? Patel said. It was not quite a question. At least 6, based on the documentation I've obtained, Linshan said. Those are the ones Chao Mingji's intelligence trail references specifically. The actual number may be higher. The cross-border cooperation mechanism in the association's charter, Assessor Jean said. Article 18. Formal cross-jurisdictional review can be triggered if 3 or more associations jointly file a documentation package sufficient to demonstrate systemic harm to gate zone governance. I know the article, he confirmed. The documentation package threshold requires each association to provide independently verified evidence from their own jurisdiction, which we now have the framework to compile, she said. The compilation requires another 3 months of documentation work, Patel said, being precise. We need the documentation to be complete before we file. A failed filing under Article 18 gives the consortium an evidentiary victory. Agreed, Linshin said. 3 months to compile. 6 months after filing for the review process. A year to resolution. A year was a long time in a city that had been surviving 1 year at a time since the gate arrived. But it was the appropriate timeline, and the appropriate timeline was what the situation required. We'll work in parallel, Assessor Jean said. Each association documents their jurisdiction's evidence. Monthly sharing of what's been compiled. Lin Shin's team coordinates the overall documentation architecture since the Jinhua case is the most complete. Agreed, Director Patel said. Lin Shin agreed, and the framework was established, and the 9 hours had produced something more durable than an agreement. A genuine working partnership built on the mutual recognition that the problem was larger than any of them had individually mapped, and that mapping it completely was the only adequate response. And the map, as it now stood, was far more complete than any of them had walked in expecting. Chapter 64 Feng Ryu submitted his formal challenge request through the Hunter Association's standard evaluation framework on the 16th day of his liaison assignment. The request was procedurally correct. Under Article 15 of the Domain Guardian Operational Charter, a provision that Feng's legal team had clearly been reviewing since before he arrived, any Hunter Association field officer above Bronze Corps rank had the right to request a standardized capability assessment of a Domain Guardian within the Guardian's active domain, to be conducted within 30 days of the request. The assessment was designed as an accountability mechanism to prevent a Domain Guardian from inflating their certification beyond their actual capability. The request was also a trap. If Lin Shin refused, the refusal was itself evidence of the irregularity the consortium was building a case around. A Domain Guardian refusing standard accountability evaluation was exactly the kind of conduct the association's oversight structure was designed to flag. If he accepted on Feng's proposed terms, open field, outside standard evaluation parameters, gold emblem scoring rubrics, he would be fighting on terrain optimized for gold emblem conventional cultivation, where Feng's years of outside standard training gave him genuine technical advantages in specific technique categories. Lin Shun read the challenge request twice and then sent an acceptance with one modification. The assessment would be conducted in the gate's second layer, within the domain that the Domain Guardian designation defined as his primary operational jurisdiction. The modification was within the Charter's parameters. Article 15 specified that the assessment must be conducted within the Guardian's active domain, which included all layers of the gate. Lin Shin's counterproposal relocated the assessment to the environment where his gate-adapted cultivation operated at maximum effectiveness. Feng Ruoyu's acceptance of the modified venue came 4 hours later. The acceptance was immediate and without negotiation. He had anticipated the counterproposal and had prepared for it. Lin Shun noted the preparation. Feng's intelligence on his specific second-layer operational capabilities was either better than he had estimated, or Feng was confident enough in his gold emblem conventional technique to accept terrain disadvantage. The latter was possible for a cultivator with Feng's level of institutional training. Outside gold emblem techniques were designed to function in varied environments, and a truly skilled practitioner would have adapted already. The assessment was scheduled for 3 days from the acceptance date. Lin Shin spent the intervening time not in intensive cultivation. His capability was what it was, and 3 days of additional preparation wouldn't meaningfully advance what he could do in the second layer, but in reviewing the specific technical patterns that gold emblem outside standard techniques used for environmental adaptation. He wanted to know how Feng would modify his approach for the second layer's specific conditions and what that would tell him about Feng's tactical depth. Commander Zhao Lifan reviewed the scheduled assessment and made one quiet recommendation. Don't let it look too easy. I know, he said. Observer parties will include representatives from Feng's support staff, she said. Everything they document will be in the consortium's operational files within 48 hours. I know, he said again. The same documentation will also be in the International Association's files, she said. Assessor Jean and Director Patel's staffs are still in the city. He looked at her. Timing, she said simply. He considered this. The assessment's outcome needs to be clear enough to be useful to the allied associations, but not so detailed that it fully documents the bond path's current parameters for the consortium. Yes, she said. He returned to his preparation with this additional constraint in mind, and the assessment 3 days hence was going to be a performance as much as a fight. carefully calibrated for an audience with multiple different information needs. The 3 days between accepting the challenge modification and the assessment match were not idle preparation time. Lin Shun reviewed the gold emblem technique curriculum that the association's advanced training institutes used for their top practitioners. The full curriculum, not summaries. He had the curriculum through Sovereign Liang's research access, and he read it with the specific attention of someone building a comprehensive model of how Fang's training would have shaped his approach to the second layer's specific conditions. The gold emblem curriculum was not designed for gate environments. That was not a criticism, it was a design fact. The curriculum was designed for the full range of outside operational contexts, high-density monster zones, institutional assessment environments, large-scale coordination operations. Gate environments were included as a subcategory, covered in a 2-week module that treated gate interior operations as a specialized application of general outdoor combat techniques. 2 weeks of module coverage versus 5 years of continuous gate interior operation. But Fang was not a standard curriculum follower. The acceptance of the second layer venue without negotiation indicated preparation. Fang had studied everything publicly available about gate-adapted cultivation, had reviewed the assessment records from every outside party that had entered Jinhua's interior, and had spent the 3 weeks since his arrival building a more detailed operational picture of the second layer's specific ecology. He was going to show up prepared. The question was how well preparation translated to fluency in an environment that could only be learned through continuous experience. Commander Zhao watched Lin Shen's 3 days of preparation from her post in the administrative building's security section and made her own assessment. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, she came to him directly. "The match isn't just about the match," she said. "No. What's the objective?" He thought about how to frame it. 3 audiences with 3 different information needs. The international observers need to see capability sufficient to justify the domain charter's continuation. Not every capability, but enough. The consortium's monitoring team needs to see capability that makes the case against the classification look expensive. The city needs to see that the domain guardian they've been living under for 5 years is what they've believed him to be. And Fang's monitoring team specifically? They need to see enough to make the hearing case look like a high-risk proposition. Not enough to know what the bond path's current actual ceiling is. Zhao considered this. That's 3 different readings from the same performance. It's one performance that contains all 3 readings for the parties looking for them. She was quiet for a moment. "You've been thinking about this kind of calibrated presentation for a long time. The city has always been watched," he said. "Every assessment, every outside contact, every monitoring team. Every time the city was under observation, the question was the same. What does the observer need to see, and what does showing it cost?" She nodded slowly. "And the cost of this match? Fang will know more about the current following technique's parameters than I prefer. He won't know the seed's resonance signature range or the CSS stack's current multiplier count." He paused. "The trade is acceptable." Zhao went back to her preparation. Lin Shun returned to his. On the morning of the match, Xuepeng came to him with a question that wasn't about technique. "What if the match goes wrong?" Xuepeng said. He meant, what if Fang had a contingency that Lin Shun hadn't anticipated? Lin Shun looked at his student. "There's always that possibility. The response to it is the same as the response to everything else that's gone wrong in the past 5 years. Which is, adapt without showing the adaptation's cost, and keep building." He met Xuepeng's eyes. The city doesn't survive because every contingency is anticipated. It survives because the capacity to respond to unanticipated contingencies is built into the people who run it. Xuepeng thought about this. And if the domain guardian loses the match? Then the domain guardian loses the match, and we spend the next 3 months making the documentation case stronger than the match's outcome, and the classification survives through the legal process rather than through the demonstration. The answer seemed to settle Xuepeng's concern. He left for the observation position, and Lin Shen followed 10 minutes later, because the match was ready, and everything that could be prepared had been prepared, and the rest was execution against a practitioner who had also prepared for exactly this. Chapter 65. The assessment match drew observers from every significant faction in the city's current political landscape. Fang Riyu's support staff, positioned at the second layer's observation platform with technical monitoring equipment. Assessor Jean and Director Patel's liaison teams, who had extended their visits at Lin Shun's informal suggestion. Sovereign Liang and Master Chun, attending in their official evaluation capacities. Commander Zhao Lifan and Xuepeng, there because the match was a public proceeding and their presence was appropriate. A significant portion of the city's cultivator corps, who had heard about the assessment through the same informal networks that carried every significant development in Jinhua Gate. And the city's population, gathered at the second layer observation points and at the gate's outer layer viewing positions, because this was their city and its domain guardian was about to demonstrate his standing to the outside world, and they were not willing to leave that to others to witness. Feng Ryu entered the second layer with the specific poise of a gold emblem cultivator at peak conditioning, controlled, efficient, every movement indicating the institutional training that elite cultivation facilities produced. His chi signature was gold emblem as certified, clean, well-structured, the product of years of technically correct practice. He was genuinely skilled. Lin Shun had not underestimated that. Feng's gold emblem wasn't a floor certificate. It was a current expression of ability. The first exchange began with Feng's initiative. He came forward with a precision approach, 3 rapid strikes in a triangular pattern that was designed to establish the opponent's response priority and close off the obvious defensive angles simultaneously. It was a technique from the Gold Emblem standard curriculum that Lin Shun recognized from the outside training materials in the library Sovereign Liang had provided. Against a conventional Gold Emblem practitioner, the 3-strike opening established positional advantage in the first 20 seconds. Lin Shun stepped aside from the first strike. He stepped into the second. He redirected the third with a gate chi adjustment that used the second layer's ambient field rather than his personal chi output. 3 strikes. 1 connected. Lin Shun moved 2 steps back. Feng reset, assessed, and came forward again with a modified approach. Faster, the pattern adjusted for the response he had just received. The adjustment was technically correct. The second exchange was sharper than the first. For more strikes. 2 connected. Lin Shun moved back again. The observer's initial read was visible in the way the city's cultivator core went quiet. Feng was landing hits. The domain guardian was conceding ground. The gold emblem challenger appeared to be performing well. What the observers couldn't read, what Feng's technical monitors were struggling to read, was the chi expenditure differential. Each of Feng's strikes cost him 6 units of chi output. Each of Lin Shun's redirections cost him 2, because he was using the second layer's ambient field to supplement the redirecting force. Over the first 3 minutes, Feng had spent 18 times the chi he had spent, and he was visibly operating efficiently, not wastefully. The differential was in the environment. Feng's gold emblem techniques were designed for open field combat with standard ambient conditions. In the second layer, the ambient chi field was 30% denser than outside standard and moved in currents that had consistent directional patterns. A gate-adapted cultivator used those currents naturally. An outside standard cultivator worked against them slightly, every movement, without always knowing it. By the 4th minute, Feng was winded, not exhausted. He had significant cultivation reserve, but the pattern was established. Then Lin Shun stopped moving in a straight line. He began moving with the second layer's chi currents, not the straight-line retreats of the first 4 minutes, but the arcing, current-following movements that gate-adapted cultivation used instinctively. The same movement that hunting teams from Jinhua had been running for 3 years in exactly this layer. Feng's precision attacks started landing on empty air. The second layer received the assessment matches participants in the specific way it received everything that entered it, with the complete indifference of an ecology that had been generating and absorbing chi for longer than the city had been standing. The crystal formations registered the new presences and continued their usual light patterns. The ambient currents shifted fractionally around the 2 practitioners and resumed their established flows. The observation platforms on the second layer's elevated shelf formations held more than 300 people. This was not a small administrative proceeding. The assessment match was visible to everyone in the city who had a reason to care about the domain guardian's operational status, and Jinhua Gate's population had spent 5 years developing reasons to care about exactly that. The observation platforms were not technically open to general attendance. The match was an association proceeding, not a public event, but the city's cultivator core had official positions there, and the cultivator core was a significant fraction of the city's adult population. Lin Shun noted the size of the audience and adjusted his awareness accordingly. The performance calibration Zhao had identified needed to work for 300 people reading it directly, not just the 5 principal observers. Feng Ruiyu's entry into the second layer was professionally accomplished. His gold emblem technique was not performing for the audience. The gold emblem practitioner's specific composure was a product of genuine training, not demonstration, and Feng's was evident in the economic precision of each preliminary movement. He oriented to the second layer's chi currents with the systematic approach of a practitioner running the environmental adaptation protocol from his training. The adaptation protocol worked. That was important to understand. It wasn't perfect gate interior fluency, but it was competent environmental management. The difference between someone swimming in a familiar lane and someone swimming in a current pool for the first time. Feng was not floundering. He was compensating with methodology. The first exchange's dynamics were visible to anyone who understood what they were looking at. The three-strike opening was the gold emblem standard opening, and Lin Shun had expected it. The specific variant Fong used, the triangulated approach pattern rather than the linear, was from the advanced curriculum's third chapter, designed for opponents who had good reflexes and standard evasion priorities. Lin Shun's choice to let one strike connect was deliberate. He needed the contact to register in the observation records, a hit that demonstrated Fong's technique was functional and that the match was genuine competition, not a demonstration. The selected strike was the third of the three, which was the lowest force attack in the sequence, and it landed on his left shoulder with the dull impact that a well-controlled technique produced when it connected with the passive resistance of a cultivator who wasn't fully committing to the defensive response. The audience's quiet was immediate. They saw a hit. What they saw second was the domain guardian moving back without obvious distress, without the reactive chi expenditure that a full defensive response would have produced. To the cultivator core observers who had trained under the gate-adapted system and understood what chi cost looked like in the second layer, this was the more informative observation. To the outside observers who had conventional gold emblem calibration in their monitors, the hit registered as a significant event and the domain guardian's response registered as controlled retreat. Both readings were correct. They were describing different things. Fong's second approach was faster, which was expected. The first exchange had given him Lin Shun's reaction timing. He had adjusted the pattern precisely. The second exchange's 4 strikes were better positioned than the first 3. 2 connected. The audience went quieter. In the observation platform's forward section, one of Assessor Jin's liaison team was running a chi expenditure reading. The numbers she was getting from the domain guardian's output monitor were not matching what she expected from a cultivator taking hits in the second layer. She double-checked her equipment calibration. The equipment was calibrated correctly. The numbers were accurate. The domain guardian was spending approximately a quarter of the chi that the situation should have required. She noted it in her observation log and kept watching, because the numbers were right, and what they implied about the domain guardian's actual ceiling, something the numbers had not shown her yet and wouldn't. Chapter 66. The reversal happened over the next 3 minutes in a way that Fong's technical monitors would spend days analyzing. Lin Shun was not evading. That distinction mattered, and the city's cultivator core recognized it immediately. The people who had trained under Lin Shun's methods could see the specific character of movement with current versus movement against attack, and they knew the difference. Fong's strikes were technically correct, aimed at where a target following standard evasion patterns would be. Lin Shun wasn't following standard evasion patterns. He was using the second layer as a dimension of movement that Fong's training hadn't accounted for. The current following technique was one of the first gate-adapted methods Lin Shun had developed in year 2, when he realized that fighting in the gate's interior ecology was fundamentally different from fighting in open-field conditions. The gate's ambient chi created directional currents that were as consistent as any topographical feature. They could be used for positioning in exactly the way terrain was used in conventional combat, by the combatant who knew them well enough to treat them as a resource rather than as an obstacle. Fong knew the theory. He had obviously reviewed the gate-adapted technique documentation that had been available through the association's research channels since the Jinhua contact began. He moved competently in the second layer's conditions, better than any outside hunter who had entered the layer cold. Competently was not the same as fluently, and fluency was what 6 minutes of fighting in the second layer had been demonstrating. Fong was spending processing capacity on environmental adaptation that Lin Shun was spending on threat assessment. By the 6th minute, Fong had taken 2 hits from Lin Shun's counter technique and returned 12. The hit differential was visible to the observers. Fong's technical monitors were recording chi expenditure readings that they would need to check against calibration before they would believe them. Then Fong's hand moved to his right forearm. Lin Shun's awareness registered it before the movement completed. Not a technique initiation, a device. The chi signature of something embedded beneath the sleeve fabric, small, dense, the specific energy character that Sovereign Liang's intelligence briefings had described as consortium-grade amplification technology. A chi amplifier designed to multiply output by approximately 1.4x for 60 seconds, disguised as cultivation equipment. He had brought a weapon to an evaluation match. The device's activation would boost Fong's effective output from Gold Emblem to approximately Jade's Sovereign equivalent for a short window, enough to land the kind of hit that would change the match's outcome if Lin Shun was operating at his official certification level. Lin Shun ended the match in the next exchange. A single precisely placed technique, the gate chi redirect at close range, using the ambient field as the primary force vector, applied to Fong's central meridian structure with sufficient precision to create a temporary lock without permanent damage. The lock lasted approximately 3 seconds. Fong's hand never reached the device's activation point. The match was over. Fong conceded with the smooth professionalism of his training, his right hand returning to neutral position without completing what it had started. His eyes held not defeat, but calculation. Lin Shun noted the calculation, noted the device, and noted that the device had been documented by the observation equipment of 3 different factions simultaneously. Well matched, he said to Fong, meaning it in the specific sense that he had respected the quality of what Fong had brought to the assessment. Then he walked back toward the observation position, and behind him Fong stood in the second layer's ambient currents and recalibrated everything he thought he understood about what the domain guardian of Jinhua Gate actually was. The 3rd minute of the match was when the assessment diverged from what Fong's preparation had modeled. The current following movement technique was not in the Bond Path's publicly available documentation. It was in the practical records that the city's own training corps maintained, but those records weren't in the association's research channels and hadn't been in Xue Peng's technical conversations. The conversations had been about cultivation advancement methodology, not operational combat technique. Fong's preparation for the match had been comprehensive within the boundaries of available information. The boundary was where the match's dynamic shifted. When Lin Shin stopped moving in straight-line patterns and began moving with the second layer's qi currents, the effect on Fong's targeting was immediate and visible. The gold emblem precision technique depended on predicting an opponent's next position from their current movement vector. Standard combat movement had consistent vector patterns. Current following movement had the second layer's qi flow as its primary vector, which changed across the space of meters in ways that no external observer, without 5 years of second-layer operation, could map quickly enough to use for targeting. Fong's strikes began landing on positions Lin Shun had occupied half a second earlier. The city's cultivator corps recognized what was happening before the outside observers did. The training corps practitioners had learned the current following technique from Lin Shun's own teaching sessions 3 years ago. They watched their teacher using it in a formal match for the first time, applied against the outside world's best-prepared representative, and they understood both what they were seeing and what it meant. What it meant was that 5 years of gate interior cultivation development had produced something the outside world's technique library genuinely couldn't replicate without the environment that generated it. Assessor Jin's liaison team member with the Qi expenditure monitor put down her instrument and watched with her eyes instead, because the numbers had already told her the essential thing and the visual record was more complete. Director Patel said quietly to his aide, "He hasn't been holding back the whole match. He's been building a sequential demonstration." The aide looked at him. "First 2 minutes, let one hit land. Show the gold emblem technique connects. Establish that Fong is genuinely competitive at the gold emblem level." Patel's voice was precise and low, not meant for the broader observation platform. 3rd minute, shift to current following. Show that the gold emblem technique can't adapt in real time to the gate interior movement system. "He's teaching the observers," the aide said slowly. "He's providing evidence," Patel said. "There's a difference. Teaching implies a lesson was planned. Evidence implies the conclusion is unavoidable." The distinction was correct. Lin Shin was not narrating the match. He was executing it in a sequence that produced a complete evidentiary record without any explanatory intervention required. When Fong's hand moved toward the device at the 6-minute mark, the movement was faster than Lin Shun's reading of Fong's capability level had predicted. The device was not a standard piece of cultivation equipment. The design was specifically optimized for concealment during high-exertion physical activity, and the activation mechanism required a movement pattern that was indistinguishable from a natural arm position shift. The awareness registered it anyway, not through visual observation but through the Qi signature shift the device produced when it powered up, a small, dense, foreign Qi character event that the ambient second layer field amplified rather than obscured because the device's design had been calibrated for outside field conditions. Lin Shin closed the distance in the same exchange that ended the match. The technique he used, the gate Qi redirect at close range through the ambient field, was the most technically sophisticated thing he had done in the match. It was also the most technically distinctive, and it was the thing Fong's monitors would spend the most time analyzing. He was aware of this in the moment of executing it. The trade was acceptable. The match needed to end before the device activated. The 3-second meridian lock was enough. The meridian lock ended the match in the cleanest possible way. No ambiguity, no extended contest, no moment where the outcome could be read differently by different observers. Fong was immobilized for 3 seconds, which was sufficient for the observation equipment's records to capture the complete technical sequence. When the lock released, Fong stood normally, his chi field intact, his cultivation foundation undamaged. The technique's application at close range, using the ambient field as its primary force vector, was the piece that Fong's technical team would analyze most carefully. It was not in any outside curriculum because it required the specific gate chi density of the second layer to function at this precision level. In outside conditions, the ambient field was too diffuse to provide the targeting accuracy the technique required. This was the limit of what could be demonstrated in a monitored match and still be useful, showing the principle without showing the full operational parameters. The observers had seen the technique. They had not seen it at maximum effectiveness. The difference between the monitored demonstration and the actual sealing was the gap the sovereign domain's security framework required maintaining. Conceded? Fong said, quietly and without emphasis, and the word carried the weight of a professional acknowledgement that what had just been demonstrated was genuine, and that whatever came next, Fong had seen enough, and the case he would build from what he'd seen was a different case entirely. Chapter 67. After the public match, Sovereign Liang said to her documentation assistant, quietly enough that she thought the observation wouldn't carry. He held back the entire match. Every exchange. He never exceeded gold emblem output, even though his actual capacity is significantly beyond that. The documentation assistant was close enough to the observation equipment that the statement went on record. Sovereign Liang reviewed the record later and made no correction. She had intended the statement to be documented. Lin Shen understood, because the documentation, in the association's formal evaluation record, established that the Domain Guardian's official output ceiling during the assessment was gold emblem, while separately confirming that the actual ceiling was higher. The formal record would show a Domain Guardian operating at gold emblem certification level. The confirmation that the actual capability exceeded that would be in the evaluator's notes rather than in the primary record. This was Sovereign Liang managing the evidentiary record with the precision of a senior practitioner who understood which documents carried what weight in formal proceedings. Lin Shun found her afterward, when the observers had dispersed and the second layer was returning to its normal ecology. The device, he said. I documented it, she said. It's in the formal evaluation record as an unauthorized external aid introduced by the assessment requester. Under Article 15, that invalidates the assessment request and forfeits the requester's right to file subsequent assessment requests for 90 days. He'll use those 90 days to build the institutional case, Lin Shin said. Yes, she agreed. The oversight hearing request is already drafted. He had it ready before he arrived. The match was information gathering. He needed to know what he was building the case against. Now he knows. She looked at him. How much does he know? He knows the gate-adapted technique parameters in a second-layer environment, Lin Shin said. He knows the awareness registered his device before activation. He knows the current following technique's operational character. He doesn't know the CSS stack count or the bond path's current development phase. He paused. He knows more than I wanted him to know. Less than he needs to build a technically accurate case. Technically accurate is not what the case needs to be, Sovereign Liang said. It needs to be procedurally sustainable. The technical accuracy is secondary to the procedural grounds. The evidentiary record from the assessment helps or hurts. It helps, she said. The device documentation reduces his credibility as an assessment requester. That's not dispositive, but it's relevant. She looked at the second layer's ambient light. The hearing request will come within the week. I need to prepare. She left the observation platform with the focused directness of someone who had the next 3 months mapped out already and was moving through the plan. Lin Shin stood in the second layer for a few more minutes, registering the gate's chi currents against his bond's awareness, and then returned to the surface, because the match had been what it needed to be, and the next phase was beginning, and preparation was the only adequate response. The documentation of the concealed device was handled with precision by Sovereign Liang, who had been prepared for exactly this contingency. Under Article 15 of the Domain Guardian Operational Charter, external aids in a formal capability assessment were a forfeiture condition. Sovereign Liang filed the forfeiture notice within the hour, through the association's formal proceeding channel, with the observation equipment recording attached as primary evidence. The filing was complete, timestamped, and cross-referenced against the specific provision. Fong's legal team would contest the characterization of the device as an external aid rather than cultivation equipment. That contest would fail. The device's chi signature was consistent with amplification technology, not standard equipment. But the contest would run through several days of formal proceeding, which was useful. Every day the forfeiture notice was in the active filing queue was a day the concealed device was on the association's official evidentiary record. After the match, Lin Shin spent time with each of the international observer teams separately, not discussing the match's content. That would have been inappropriate under the formal proceedings protocols, but attending to the relationship aspect of the day's work. Assessor Jin's team received a tour of the second layer's stable zone formation, which was genuinely useful to them as gate environment specialists. Director Patel's team received a briefing on the city's administrative governance model, which was what Patel had flagged as his primary interest in the alliance framework. Neither conversation mentioned the match. Neither needed to. Both teams had documentation equipment that had been running throughout the proceeding, and the documentation told the story without commentary. The consortium's monitoring team left the second layer after the match with less material than they had entered hoping for. Fong's technical staff had captured the current following technique's visual pattern, but not its underlying gate-chi interaction mechanism. The chi expenditure readings from the ambient field supplementation technique were, per the awareness's sense of their monitoring equipment's calibration, outside the equipment's expected range and would require recalibration before the readings could be used analytically. This was partially fortunate and partially engineered. The second layer's ambient chi density affected outside monitoring equipment in predictable ways, and the specific technique applications Lin Shun had used were the ones where that effect was most pronounced. What Fong's team did document clearly was the meridian lock technique at match end. That was the specific piece Lin Shun had known they would document clearly and had accepted documenting. The meridian lock's parameters, duration, the bond path's contribution to its force vector, the ambient field interaction, were now in the consortium's analytical files. He would not use that specific technique configuration again in a monitored setting. Xuepeng met him at the fourth layer's entry point at the end of the day, having spent the afternoon running through the training corps' post-match analysis session. They're discussing what they saw for the next week, Xuepeng reported. The current following technique. Everyone wants to know how you select the current in real time. The selection isn't cognitive, Lin Shin said. It's the bond. The awareness reads the current patterns the way it reads everything in the gate, as ambient information that the body responds to before the mind constructs a choice. Xuepeng thought about this, which means the technique is teachable to the city's gate-adapted practitioners, but not to outside cultivators without the gate-adapted foundation. Correct, Lin Shin said. It was one of the things Fong's monitoring equipment couldn't document, that the technique's replication required the gate as an environment and the gate-adapted cultivation methodology as its foundation. No amount of analytical review of the visual record would tell an outside practitioner how to do what Lin Shun had done in that match, because the critical component was not visible. The ruling was upheld by the match's outcome. The next stage of the proceeding was coming regardless. The follow-up work from the assessment match took 3 days to complete. Sovereign Liang filed the device documentation, the forfeiture notice, and the supplementary evaluation records in a single organized package that would become the permanent association record of the proceeding. She also filed, separately, a request for clarification of the Article 15 prohibition on external aids, a request that would produce an official interpretive ruling that defined the prohibition's scope clearly enough to prevent future ambiguity. Lin Shun reviewed the filed documentation with Mei Jinglan, who had been managing the city's record-keeping for the Domain Guardian record from the beginning. She noted 2 items in the package that she wanted to cross-reference against prior filings. The cross-referencing, when completed, showed that the forfeiture's evidentiary record was more complete than any prior association proceeding involving the city had been. The documentation trail was unambiguous. You're building the record for the hearing, Mei Jinglan said. Not a question. The hearing will use whatever record exists, Lin Shin said. I'm making sure the record that exists is complete and accurate. The hearing can then use it as it will. You're not leaving gaps for the aligned judges to work in, she said. No, he agreed. No gaps. She returned to her documentation work with the particular focused attention that meant she had assessed the situation accurately and was now doing the specific practical thing it required. And Lin Shun returned to the deep layer, because the hearing's preparation was beginning, and everything depended on how completely it was done. Chapter 68 Fong Ryu requested the private meeting 2 days after the assessment match, through Lin Shin's official administrative channel rather than through the informal approaches that characterized the preceding weeks. The formality of the request channel was its own signal. Fong was done with the preliminary phase, the resource provision, the intelligence gathering, the assessment match. He was moving to direct engagement, and he was choosing to signal that shift explicitly rather than maintaining the courtesy performance. Lin Shin accepted the meeting and conducted it in his office, not in a neutral space. His office communicated authority within the domain. The physical setting was a choice about the conversation's framework. Fong arrived alone, without documentation staff or support personnel. He sat across the desk, and let the professional courtesy register drop entirely, not aggressively, but simply. The way a practitioner stopped performing a role when the performance was no longer serving its purpose. I appreciate the direct format, he said straightforwardly. The prior approach wasn't producing useful results, Fong said. He was correct, and acknowledging this directly was itself a technique, establishing that he was willing to engage at the same level of transparency he was requesting. What would be useful? Clarity about the actual positions, Fong said. Not the official positions. The real positions. He met Lin Shen's eyes. The consortium has been patient. The domain guardian classification delayed the original extraction timeline by approximately 18 months. The institutional campaign through the association's oversight mechanism will take another 6 to 8 months to develop. The consortium's leadership has assessed that the combined delay is acceptable if the outcome is the classification's formal challenge and removal. Their assessment of the outcome may be incorrect, Lin Shen said. Yes, Fong agreed, and Lin Shen noticed that he said it without qualification. The assessment was built on an incomplete model of your actual capability and political positioning. The match provided some corrections. The International Association meetings provided more. He paused. I'm telling you this because the consortium's leadership doesn't have the corrected model yet, and there's a window during which a different arrangement might be possible. What different arrangement? Fong's voice stayed level, but there was a precision to what he said next that indicated he was delivering a prepared statement rather than speaking extemporaneously. The consortium's actual objective is access to gate energy extraction at commercial scale. The domain guardian classification blocks unauthorized extraction. It doesn't block authorized extraction that the domain guardian consents to under defined parameters. If the domain guardian were to negotiate an extraction agreement on terms that protected the city's residents and preserved the domain's stability, the consortium would withdraw the institutional campaign. Lin Shen considered this for a moment, not because he was uncertain about his response, but because the offer deserved consideration. It was possible that a consent-based extraction arrangement existed that could achieve the consortium's objectives without harming the city. He applied the same methodology he had used for every resource allocation decision in 5 years. What were the actual terms? What were the actual costs? What did the city actually need from the outcome? The answer was clear. The gate seed bond is not compatible with commercial extraction, Lin Shen said. Extraction operations draw from the gate's energy field in ways that the seed registers as threat. Repeated extraction at commercial scale would destabilize the bond, reduce the CSS stack accumulation, and generate the defensive responses the outside world observed as monster waves before the bond developed. The city's survival is dependent on the bond's stability. An extraction agreement that destabilized the bond would harm the city regardless of what the agreement's stated terms said. Fong absorbed this. It was a technical argument, not a political one, and its accuracy was accessible against the data his monitors had collected. Then there's no arrangement, he said finally. There's the current arrangement, he replied. The domain charter stands. The consortium operates within the legal framework it creates. I'm open to discussing gate energy research access, observation, study, publication, under terms that don't require extraction activity. Fong stood. He had heard what he came to hear. I'll convey the position, he said. The institutional campaign proceeds. I expected it would, Lin Shen said. Fong left the office, and Lin Shen returned to the work that the meeting had interrupted. The morning's coalition coordination call with Shuaixin, which had developments that required immediate attention, and the next phase of the institutional contest was formally underway. The private meeting's form told Lin Shen most of what he needed to know before the first word was spoken. Fong had not brought documentation staff, which meant the conversation was not going on the official record. He had not brought his gold emblem support practitioners, which meant he was not positioning the meeting as a security conversation. He had come alone, through the official channel, in formal working dress, not the field gear from the match, not casual clothing, but the institutional presentation of a senior association officer conducting official business. The formality was a signal. This conversation was the real negotiation. Everything before had been establishing position. Lin Shen had set up the office for the meeting with the same care he gave to every negotiation space. The desk position gave him the natural authority position within the room. The documentation system was visible, but not obtrusive. Fong would see it without feeling surveilled. The meeting was not being recorded, which both of them knew and neither of them stated. Fong's opening confirmed that he had moved past the assessment phase entirely. He was not trying to probe or maneuver. He was presenting the consortium's position directly and was inviting a direct counter. This was a different kind of professionalism than the preceding weeks. Lin Shen respected it. The extraction agreement offer was more sophisticated than he had expected. It wasn't a crude request for access. It was a structured proposal that addressed, in its framing, each of the major objections Lin Shun had publicly documented. The agreement would include city protective provisions. The extraction parameters would be defined collaboratively. The city's residents would receive economic benefits from the extraction activity. The sophistication indicated that the consortium's leadership had reviewed the Domain Guardian's public documentation thoroughly and had prepared a response to each objection's surface form. What the sophisticated response missed was that the objections weren't primarily strategic or political. They were structural. When Lin Shun explained the structural problem, the gate seed bond's incompatibility with extraction operations, the specific mechanism through which commercial-scale extraction would destabilize the bond and regenerate the monster wave pattern that had threatened the city in its first years, Fang's expression didn't change, but his listening quality shifted. He was receiving new information, not a negotiating position. This was the moment that mattered. Fang's preparation had been built on a model of the Domain Guardian's objections as political. The actual objection was technical, and the technical problem was either real or it wasn't. An offer of better terms couldn't address a technical incompatibility. The consortium's analysis unit has not assessed the extraction bond interaction, Fang said, after a long pause. No, Lin Shun agreed. The consortium's analysis unit has the resonance mapping data and the cultivation assessment records, but not the bond's full operational parameters. The interaction analysis would require data they don't have access to. He paused. I'm telling you this because it's the accurate technical picture, not because I expect it to change the institutional campaign's trajectory. Fang considered this. The institutional campaign serves the consortium's interests regardless of the extraction technical question. The classification challenge is a different objective from the extraction agreement. I know, Lin Shun said. Then we've established the limits. Yes. The conversation had the compressed directness of two people who had run through all the preliminary moves and arrived at the actual positions. Fang's willingness to acknowledge the limits without advocacy or performance was the thing Lin Shun had been most uncertain about, whether Fang was someone who operated only within the performance or someone who could step outside it when the performance was no longer serving either party. Fang was the second kind of person, Lin Shun concluded, which made him, in a specific and professional sense, someone worth treating carefully, not as an enemy to be defeated, but as an opponent whose own quality of thinking was part of the landscape to work with. The institutional campaign was still coming. The limits were what they were. That was the outcome of the meeting, and it was honest. And in honesty, the next 6 months were going to determine everything, and both of them knew it when they parted. Chapter 69. The formal hearing request arrived through the association's official channel 6 days after the private meeting, submitted under Fang Riyu's Integration Liaison Authority, and citing 3 specific procedural grounds for an oversight review of the Domain Guardian status. Ground 1. Documentation irregularities in the original Article 31 filing, specifically regarding the combat evaluation phase's observer documentation, which had been conducted under time pressure during the probe activation event. Ground 2. Alleged withholding of gate intelligence, specifically the gate seed bond's development progression between the original certification assessment and the current date, which Fang alleged had not been fully disclosed to the association's oversight structure as required under Domain Guardian operational reporting obligations. Ground 3. The gate seed bond's nature and the Domain Guardian's relationship to the gate's central intelligence created an irresolvable structural bias in the Guardian's role as neutral protector of the domain's residents. Each ground was a legal paper cut, individually insufficient to challenge the classification, but collectively designed to accumulate into a procedural case that the association's oversight panel could use to order a formal review. A formal review could suspend the Domain Guardian designation pending its conclusion. Sovereign Liang reviewed the filing and said, "It's well constructed." The jurisdictional bias argument in Ground 3 is the most dangerous. The documentation irregularities in Ground 1 are addressable, but will require response work. The hearing timeline, Lin Shun said. 30 days from filing, she said. The hearing panel will be 5 association judges. We know through the intelligence network that at minimum 3 have financial connections to consortium-adjacent entities. We need the hearing to proceed under conditions where the panel composition can be challenged if necessary. The International Association observers, Lin Shun said. Yes, she confirmed. Assessor Jean and Director Patel. Their official observer presence at the hearing would create a cross-jurisdictional record. Any panel decision that appeared to favor the consortium's interests in the presence of international observers would face immediate scrutiny from those associations. They agreed to attend when I spoke with them before the assessment match, Lin Shen said. They need to formally confirm, she said. And the consortium is going to try to prevent their attendance. 2 days later, Assessor Jin's office confirmed. Director Patel's confirmation came 12 hours after that, with a note that there had been some discussion about the appropriateness of his attendance at an internal association proceeding. Some discussion meant pressure. The consortium's network had reached out to his association. Lin Shen sent a brief message to Director Patel. The discussion's outcome is at your association's discretion. The documentation package we shared remains available regardless. Patel's response: we'll be there. The hearing was 22 days away. Sovereign Liang began building the legal response to each of the 3 grounds with the systematic precision of a professional who had been preparing for this proceeding since the domain charter filing was submitted. The response was going to need to be complete and accurate. Not creative, not technically skilled, just completely accurate. Because the only response to a case built on procedural paper cuts was a complete and unambiguous evidentiary record that left no gap for the paper cuts to accumulate in. Mei Jinglan, who had been managing the city's documentation infrastructure since year 2, produced the relevant records for Ground 1 in 48 hours. They were complete, time-stamped, and cross-referenced. The documentation irregularity Fong had identified was an error in a metadata field, not in the substantive record. The paper cut had nothing to cut through. The 3-ground hearing request was constructed by legal professionals who understood the association's formal proceeding system in considerable detail. Lin Shen spent 2 full days with Sovereign Liang running through each ground's specific procedural pathway before determining the response strategy. This was not a case where a quick review was adequate. Each of the 3 grounds had been designed to create a different kind of evidentiary problem. Ground 1 generated documentation work. Ground 2 generated disclosure debates. Ground 3 generated the kind of philosophical jurisdictional argument that proceedings could spiral around for months without resolution. The last design was the most dangerous. Ground 3 wasn't designed to win. It was designed to consume. If we spend the hearing primarily defending the jurisdictional bias argument on its philosophical terms, we're spending the hearing on Ground 3, Sovereign Liang said. That's the intended trap. The hearing runs long on Ground 3, the panel's aligned majority accumulates procedural influence, and the classification gets suspended pending extended review. The response to Ground 3 needs to be short, Lin Shen said. It needs to be complete, she corrected. Short and complete. The argument needs to stand on a single clean principle that the independent judges can rule on without the extended philosophical debate the aligned majority wants. She worked on that principle for 3 days. Lin Shen worked on the political track while she did. The 2 tracks needed to advance simultaneously. The legal defense's quality was bounded by what Sovereign Liang could build in 22 days, and the political positioning's quality was bounded by the relationships Lin Shen had built over the preceding months. The coalition's operational value was going to be tested specifically during the period between the hearing request's filing and the hearing's conduct. The consortium's network understood this and would apply pressure to the coalition's weakest connections. Director Patel's association had received pressure before the hearing was even filed, which was ahead of the timeline Lin Shen had expected. He sent individual communications to both associations reviewing the specific pressure categories they should expect and the specific responses that maintain the coalition's integrity without requiring either association to publicly commit before the hearing itself. The communications were not instructions. They were the kind of precise operational information that a genuine partnership shared, the intelligence that each party needed to maintain their own position under pressure, so that the coalition was a network of capable independent actors rather than a hub-dependent structure that required Lin Shen's continuous intervention. Mei Jinglan produced the documentation Ground 1 required in 48 hours, which was remarkable. The complete administrative record for the Domain Guardian's filing certification was distributed across multiple office systems that had been operating for 3 years with successive staffing changes. And pulling it together into a coherent package while maintaining chain of custody verification was the kind of detailed archival work that most administrators would have taken a week for. She's been maintaining the record for this exact contingency, Sovereign Liang observed, reviewing the package. Lin Shen thought about this. She started maintaining it after the first consortium probe activity was identified, he said. That was 2 years ago. She identified the possibility of a procedural challenge then and has been building the evidentiary foundation since. Sovereign Liang looked at him. Does she know she was doing that? Mei Jinglan knows what she's doing, Lin Shen said simply. She understands the city's threat landscape as well as anyone in it. She just doesn't call it that. The 22 days before the hearing ran with the specific compressed quality of preparation time. every hour productive, every completion generating the next set of tasks, the pressure of the timeline productive rather than paralyzing. Lin Shun had operated under this kind of time pressure often enough that the response to it was automatic. The preparation was the work. The hearing would be the result of the preparation. Whatever the result was, the preparation's quality determined the ceiling. The formal hearing request arrived with a technical appendix that Sovereign Liang identified as important on first review. The appendix contained 6 specific documentation requests. Information the hearing request team wanted the domain guardian to produce in advance of the hearing. Each request was within the proceeding's formal parameters and was designed to require substantial preparation time. Lin Shun read through all 6 requests carefully and noted that 3 of them overlapped significantly with the documentation he had already begun assembling for the legal defense. The hearing request team either knew this and was hoping to force redundant work or had independently identified the same documentation categories as relevant. Probably the latter. Their preparation was thorough. "We produce everything they request, completely and on time," Sovereign Liang said. "No delays, no incomplete productions, no objections to the requests except the one that exceeds the proceeding's scope." "The Seed's resonance signature documentation request," Lin Shun said. "That was the one that exceeded the proceeding's scope. A technical intelligence request disguised as a formal proceeding requirement. Declined with a specific scope objection filed on record," she confirmed. "The declination needs to be in the record so that if they raise it at the hearing, the panel knows we objected on scope grounds from the beginning." He approved the approach, and the preparation advanced through its next phase with the specific organized momentum that complex legal proceedings required and that Sovereign Liang managed with the competence of long experience. And 22 days was not much time if the filing had gaps she hadn't found yet. Chapter 70, the source of Feng Riyu's most detailed intelligence on Lin Shun's cultivation methodology, arrived through an unexpected channel. Commander Zhao's security review had been tracking the information flow that was reaching the consortium's operation, specifically the technical details about the bond cultivation path's development parameters that appeared in the challenge filing's second ground documentation. The documentation cited specific advancement rate measurements and cultivation technique parameters that went beyond what the assessment matches observation equipment would have captured and beyond what the association's general research files contained. The source was not a deliberate informant. Zhao's investigation identified the source through a series of documented conversations, questions asked, answers provided, information assembled into a picture that no individual answer had intended to create. The source was Xuepeng, not through malice. The dissenting evaluator from the Domain Guardian trial, Sovereign Weiqing, his colleague, the one who had filed the minority report and who had approached Xuepeng with the outside cultivation path offer, had maintained contact with Xuepeng since the trial. The contact had been professional in its surface form, questions about cultivation development, about the bond path's progression, about Lin Shun's specific technique developments, framed as academic research interest from one of the field's senior theoretical researchers. Xuepeng had answered honestly. He had no reason not to. The questions were about things he understood and was interested in discussing with someone who had genuine theoretical expertise. The answers were accurate and detailed because Xuepeng's understanding of the Gate-Heart path was precise and his communication of it was clear. Each answer was accurate. The pattern assembled from the answers was the specific intelligence that the challenge filing's second ground documentation cited. Lin Shun received Zhao's report and sat with it for 12 hours. Not because he needed 12 hours to understand what had happened. That was immediately clear. 12 hours because the appropriate response to what had happened was not simple, and responding incorrectly would cause more damage than responding slowly. Xuepeng had not acted in bad faith. He had acted honestly, in response to what appeared to be legitimate academic interest from a credentialed senior practitioner. He had been instrumentalized, used as an unknowing conduit for intelligence gathering, without having any of the information necessary to recognize that his honest answers were becoming something other than academic exchanges. This was a specific category of wrong, not betrayal, not negligence, but the exploitation of trust by a practitioner with more institutional experience and more willingness to operate deceptively. The person responsible for the intelligence breach was the practitioner who had conducted the deception, not the person who had been deceived. Lin Shun did not confront Xuepeng immediately. He prepared for the conversation carefully, because Xuepeng's self-recrimination was going to be intense when he understood what had happened, and intense self-recrimination had a specific risk profile for a practitioner in the middle of a significant cultivation development phase. He wrote down what he wanted to say. He revised it twice. Then he went to find his student. Zhao's investigation had been running for 4 days before the identification was complete enough to bring to Lin Shun. She had not brought partial conclusions. This was consistent with how she operated. The incomplete intelligence was more dangerous than no intelligence because partial pictures generated responses calibrated to partial pictures, and partial responses to full problems created the kind of gaps that capable adversaries exploited. The full picture, when it arrived, was uncomfortable in several ways simultaneously. The dissenting evaluator who had maintained contact with Xue Peng was not a freelance actor. Cross-referencing the contact's documented interactions with the financial network intelligence Sovereign Liang's team had assembled showed the evaluator had received 2 payments through a foundation the consortium's network controlled. Payments documented as research honoraria for academic consulting work, which was a category of payment that generated no automatic scrutiny in the association's internal financial records. The evaluator had been instrumentalized as thoroughly as Xue Peng had, but with the evaluator presumably knowing more about the source. The question of whether the evaluator understood they were providing intelligence to the consortium, or whether they believed they were doing academic research that happened to be funded by an entity with consortium connections, was not something Zhao's investigation could resolve from the available documentation. Lin Shen made a note of this ambiguity. It was relevant to how the documentation was handled in the hearing. An unwitting source was different from a deliberate actor, and the distinction mattered for the proceedings' evidentiary claims. The 12 hours Lin Shen spent before speaking to Xue Peng were also spent reviewing what Xue Peng's conversations had actually provided. The assessment was precise. The technical parameters of the bond cultivation path's development rate were documented in the hearing request. The specificity was high enough to require primary source access. Xue Peng's conversations were the most plausible explanation for parameters at this specificity level. What the conversations had not provided, what the challenge filing's second allegation notably did not contain, was the seed's resonance signature range or the CSS stack's current multiplier structure. These were the parameters that would be genuinely dangerous if they reached the consortium's extraction specialists, because they were the parameters the remote extraction operations targeting required. Xue Peng had been asked about cultivation methodology and advancement rates. He had not been asked about bond mechanics or CSS architecture, either because the questions would have raised his suspicion or because the evaluator's own knowledge of what to ask was incomplete. This was relevant. The intelligence breach was significant. Its scope was bounded. Lin Shen's approach to the conversation with Xue Peng was shaped by all of this analysis. The goal was not to deliver information. Xue Peng needed to receive the facts, not a presentation. The goal was to deliver the facts in a sequence that allowed Xue Peng to build the full picture himself, arriving at the accurate assessment through his own reasoning rather than accepting Lin Shen's analysis as a prepackaged conclusion. A conclusion you build yourself is more durable than one you're handed. It integrates with everything you already know rather than sitting adjacent to it. The walk through the outer district was a specific choice. The city's morning activity, the cultivation training groups, the agricultural sector's field work, the medical center's regular stream of practitioners coming for equipment training sessions that made Jinglan's department coordinated, was the evidence that the intelligence breach had not undone the thing that mattered. The city was still functioning. The mission was still proceeding. Xue Peng needed to see that before the conversation began, so that the conversation happened in the context of what was intact rather than in isolation with what had been damaged. The student who arrived at the training facility afterward was not the same as the one who had left it. This was necessary and appropriate. The lesson was the kind that changed the practitioner. Lin Shen had known, from the moment he read Zhao's investigation report, that this was going to be one of the important days in Xue Peng's development, and had prepared accordingly. The 12 hours Lin Shen spent before finding Xue Peng were not entirely occupied with the conversation preparation. He also spent time with the tactical question of what the intelligence breach meant for the hearing's evidentiary position. The bond cultivation path's development rate parameters were now in the challenge filing's second ground documentation, which meant the panel would have access to them. The question was whether the parameters' exposure created a problem for the hearing's outcome or whether it could be addressed through the quarterly reporting disclosure record. Sovereign Liang's assessment. The exposure helps us on ground 2. It demonstrates that the parameters aren't concealed. They're in our quarterly filings, and they're in the hearing request. The consistent position is disclosure. The ground 2 allegation collapses against a clear disclosure record. The disclosure record will need to be complete through the current date, Lin Shen said. I'm preparing the update now, she confirmed. So the intelligence breach, which had damaged Xue Peng and which had been conducted through deception, had also inadvertently strengthened the evidentiary position on the hearing's second ground. This was not an outcome anyone had planned. It was the specific character of complex situations. The same event produced multiple effects, some damaging and some not, and the work was managing all of them simultaneously. The conversation with Xue Peng was about the damage. The hearing's evidentiary position was about the unintended benefit. Both required attention in parallel, and Lin Shen was already 3 steps into the work before he had finished identifying all of it. Chapter 71. Xue Peng was in the training facility's deep practice chamber when Lin Shen arrived, running a foundation reinforcement session with 2 of the second-generation practitioners. He completed the session without disruption and came to Lin Shen with the alert attention of someone who had read the quality of Lin Shen's presence and understood that the conversation was significant. "Walk with me," Lin Shen said. They walked through the outer district, which was the walk Lin Shen had found most useful for difficult conversations. The city's ordinary activity around them, the evidence of what had been built available without needing to reference it. He showed Xue Peng the documentation trail. Not all of it. The full investigation record would have been overwhelming. The specific sequence, each conversation with the dissenting evaluator, each answer Xue Peng had provided, the specific intelligence that had appeared in the hearing request documentation, the line connecting what Xue Peng had said to what the hearing request cited. Xue Peng read through it in silence. His cultivation field, which Lin Shen's bond awareness monitored in the way it monitored all close practitioners, showed the specific qi disruption pattern of someone receiving information that was restructuring their self-assessment in a damaging direction. "I told him everything he asked," Xue Peng said. His voice was level because he was controlling it. "Yes," Lin Shen said. "He was using me." "Yes." The silence lasted the length of a full city block. Xue Peng's cultivation field was cycling through a pattern that Lin Shen recognized from 3 years of watching his student process difficult information. The initial disruption, the overcorrection towards self-criticism, the gradual settlement towards something more accurate. "The information I provided damaged the city," Xue Peng said. "The information he extracted through deception was used against the city," he said it clearly. "The damage was his responsibility and the responsibility of the people who employed him. You provided accurate information in response to what appeared to be legitimate academic inquiry, which is what you're supposed to do with legitimate academic inquiry. I should have been more careful." "Yes," Lin Shen said. What specific carefulness would have prevented this? Xue Peng thought about it, confirming the context before providing technical detail. Verifying the academic relationship was what it appeared to be, not assuming that someone's credentials made their intentions honest. "Those are the skills," he said. "Those skills are learnable. They're not things you should have known instinctively before someone taught them to you by demonstrating their absence." He looked at his student. "What happened here is the most effective teacher for these skills. I would have preferred a less costly lesson. It's the lesson we have." Xue Peng was quiet for another block. His cultivation field had settled. "Teach me how to recognize manipulation in people," he said. "Not just in combat. In how people frame information and questions. In how they establish trust before they exploit it. That's the most important thing I can teach you," Lin Shen said. "It's what the city runs on. The ability to assess who is acting in good faith and who is performing good faith for a purpose." He paused. "It starts with noticing when someone is more interested in what you know than in the relationship itself." They walked on through the morning, and Xue Peng was beginning the work that the lesson required, and Lin Shen was relieved that the conversation had reached this place rather than the harder ones it might have reached. And the hearing was still coming, and the consortium's institutional campaign was still proceeding, and the preparation for both continued on its parallel track through the city's ordinary morning. The walk lasted the length of 2 city blocks before Xue Peng said anything substantial. Lin Shen counted the silence as productive. His student was doing the integration work that the information required, and interrupting it would have been counterproductive. The question about recognizing manipulation was the arrival point Lin Shen had been hoping for. It was the right question, not self-recrimination, not requests for reassurance, not deflection into technical questions about what the breach meant for the hearing. The right question was forward-facing and skill-oriented, and Xue Peng's arrival at it meant he had worked through the initial disruption and was building something from it. Lin Shen had been thinking about the answer to this specific question since the conversation's beginning. He had been thinking about it, in a more diffuse way, since Xue Peng became his student. Since the first time he recognized that what Xue Peng was developing was not just cultivation skill, but the full range of capabilities that the city's eventual independence required. "The first principle," Lin Shen said, "is the distinction between curiosity about what you know and curiosity about who you are." He kept his voice measured. This was teaching, not lecturing. When someone is genuinely interested in the work, the questions follow the work's logic. They want to understand how the methodology functions, how the results were achieved, what the next development looks like. When someone is gathering intelligence about capability parameters, the questions follow the capability's strategic value. They want to know what the limits are, what the ceiling is, what the transfer threshold is. Shuepeng listened without interrupting. The second principle, when someone establishes trust through credential before establishing trust through interaction, the credential is being used as a substitute for the interaction. Genuine credentialing happens through demonstrated quality over time. Institutional credentials can be assumed without being demonstrated. Notice when the institutional credential is being used to skip the demonstration phase. They had covered another half block. The third principle, which is the hardest one because it conflicts with the qualities that make you good at what you do. Your honesty and clarity in answering questions is an asset that can be extracted from you. The same quality that makes you an effective teacher, giving people what they need to understand, precisely and without excess, is the quality that makes you valuable to someone who wants accurate information about things you understand well. The skill is not to become less honest. The skill is to develop a parallel assessment of why you're being asked, so that the honesty is calibrated to the actual context. Shuepeng was quiet for the end of this. That sounds like becoming less trusting, he said finally. It sounds like that, Linshan agreed. It isn't quite that. The distinction is between trusting the relationship and trusting the institutional frame. You can trust a relationship that has been established through demonstrated good faith over time. You can't trust that an institutional frame accurately represents the relationship it claims to establish. They turned back toward the gate complex through the outer district's west side, where the second-generation cultivation trainees were running formation exercises in the morning light. Shuepeng watched them for a moment. The evaluator taught them, he said. Not a question. No, Linshan said. Fang's hearing request team taught them. The evaluator was their instrument. He probably doesn't know what his conversations were used for. Shuepeng considered this. So 3 people in the same chain, and the one at the bottom, me, had the most accurate understanding of what was happening. You had the most honest understanding, Linshan said, which is different from accurate. The evaluator's understanding was accurate about his role in the chain. His understanding of what the chain was for was probably wrong. Your understanding of your role was accurate. Your understanding of the evaluator's role was wrong. Everyone was being manipulated except the people running it. That is the operating model, Linshan said. Understanding it is the first step. The second step is building enough of a picture of the people around you that you can notice when the operating model is being applied. Shuepeng walked through this. When they reached the training facility, he stopped. Can I start over with the surveillance methodology training? He asked. From the beginning. I want to understand it at the foundation level, not just the operational procedures. Linshan nodded. Tomorrow morning. And we go all the way back to the foundation. Chapter 72. The preparation for the association hearing ran on 3 tracks simultaneously. The legal defense, the political positioning, and the intelligence assessment of the panel's likely composition and approach. The legal defense was Sovereign Liang's primary responsibility. She worked through each of the 3 hearing grounds with the systematic precision of someone who had conducted formal proceedings at this level before and understood that the quality of the legal response was less important than its completeness. Every procedural argument Fang's team raised needed to have a complete factual answer in the record. Not a clever answer, a complete one. The documentation for Ground 1 was complete within 72 hours. The metadata error was corrected and a formal amendment to the original filing was submitted through the association's standard process, which replaced the alleged irregularity with the accurate record and left nothing for the paper cut to accumulate into. Ground 2's response required more work. The Gateheart Path's development disclosure, the alleged withholding, was addressed by submitting the full cultivation development log for the period between the initial certification and the current date. The log was precise and unedited. It showed advancement that exceeded the certification level. It also showed that the advancement had been disclosed through the regular Domain Guardian operational reporting filings that Linshan submitted quarterly, and that those filings were in the association's record, filed on schedule, unremarkable in their format. The alleged withholding was documented non-occurrence. Ground 3, the jurisdictional bias argument, was the most substantive challenge, and Sovereign Liang's response to it was the most important legal work she did in the 22 days before the hearing. Her argument was elegant in structure. The Gate C bond was not a structural tension in the Domain Guardian context because the Domain Guardian's authority was defined by the domain's characteristics, and the Gate C bond was what made the domain's characteristics relevant. A surgeon's knowledge of anatomy wasn't a structural tension in conducting surgery because the knowledge was the qualification. The analogy was precise, and the legal reasoning was sound. The political positioning required Linshan's direct involvement. He activated every relationship the past weeks had built, Assessor Jean and Director Patel attending as formal international observers, Master Chen filing a supplementary technical statement through the association's research division. The city's internal press corps publishing a documented account of the Domain Guardian's operational record for the preceding 6 months. The press account was Mei Jinglan's work. It was factual, complete, and framed in the specific way that accurate factual records were framed, without advocacy, without emphasis designed to produce a particular impression, just the record. The record made the case on its own terms. The consortium's response to the international observers' confirmed attendance was to contact both associations with offers of gate energy research data relevant to their own gate management problems. The offer was structured to create an obligation. Accepting the data would make attending the hearing as a neutral observer complicated to explain. Director Patel's association declined the offer. Assessor Jin's association declined the offer. Both delivered their declinations through formal diplomatic channels with documentation, which meant the offer itself was now on record as an attempt to influence international observers in an association formal proceeding. The consortium had added a piece of evidence to the evidentiary record that favored the defense. Lin Shun received this development and made a note in his working record. Overreach from institutional habit. The consortium's network functions through influence that isn't scrutinized. Under scrutiny, the influence becomes evidence. 18 days to the hearing. The 3-track preparation ran to a tighter timeline than Lin Shun had managed any previous preparation work. 22 days from the hearing request's filing to the hearing itself was the association's standard timeline for Domain Guardian proceedings. It was not a hostile timeline. It was designed to allow adequate preparation for both sides. But adequate preparation for each of the 3 grounds simultaneously, while maintaining the city's operational baseline and the coalition relationship management, required the kind of parallel track coordination that Jinhua's administrative structure had developed into a genuine capability over 5 years. The legal track was Sovereign Liang's primary responsibility, and she ran it autonomously, bringing Lin Shun in at the specific points where his direct input was required. The Ground 2 disclosure log's completion required his detailed review of what he had and hadn't disclosed through the quarterly reporting system. And the Ground 3 argument's specific cultivation law precedent required his assessment of whether the analogical framework she had built accurately described the bond's functional relationship to the domain. It did. He confirmed this after reviewing the argument carefully. The surgeon analogy is precise, he said. But the precise version needs to be stated precisely. A surgeon's anatomy knowledge is a qualification, not a conflict, because the knowledge serves the procedure. The bond's awareness serves the domain's stability function. The framing needs to hold through the aligned judge's question challenges. I've anticipated 6 question variations that attack the analogy's premise, Sovereign Liang said. Each one reframes the bond as something the domain guardian serves rather than something that serves the domain. The response to each reframing is the same. Who does the bond's stability benefit? The city's residents. Is the city's residents' interest adverse to the domain guardian's interest? No. Where's the conflict? Lin Shun thought about it. The aligned judges will try to introduce a future conditional. What happens if the bond's interests and the city's interests ever diverge? That's the strongest version of the attack, she agreed. My response: the sovereign domain framework doesn't require that the guardian's bond never creates potential conflicts. It requires that no current conflict exists. Future conditionals aren't grounds for current action under the framework's text. Put that in the record now, he said. In the preparation documentation, not just in the hearing argument. If the future conditional attack appears in the minority report, having established the no current conflict framework in the preparation record supports the majority's basis. She made the note. The political track required Lin Shun's direct management. The relationship maintenance with Assessor Jin's and Director Patel's teams during the preparation period was not optional. Both associations were managing domestic pressure about their observer attendance, and that pressure needed counterbalancing with substantive value. The substantive value was the updated documentation packages, each package refined with 3 additional weeks of cross-referencing and with the consortium's bribery attempt, now documented in both associations' formal diplomatic records, added as a new evidence category. The attempt to purchase the observer's withdrawal was genuinely damaging to the consortium's case. Not because the bribery attempt was illegal in itself. Influencing witnesses was a separate legal category from the hearing's subject matter, but because it demonstrated the organization's operational confidence that outside influence was purchasable, which was the specific concern about consortium influence inside the association that the cross-border cooperation mechanism was designed to address. The intelligence track was the one Lin Shun ran personally through the bond and the awareness. The hearing panel's composition had been published through the standard proceeding notice, and the intelligence network's assessment of each judge's financial connections was the baseline. The day-by-day assessment of whether those connections were being activated, whether the aligned judges were receiving preparation guidance from consortium-affiliated entities, was the kind of tracking that required the bond's sensitivity to the city's information environment rather than standard surveillance methods. It was being activated. The signal was subtle. The awareness picked it up in the pattern of conversations flowing through the administrative communication channels connected to 2 of the 5 judges' staff offices. This was not evidence he could use at the hearing, but it confirmed that the aligned judges' questions were going to be prepared, and that the preparation was happening in communication with the consortium's legal team. He passed the pattern assessment to Sovereign Liang without the source information. The bond's awareness sensitivity was not something the hearing record needed, and she adjusted the anticipated question preparation accordingly. 18 days out, the preparation was on track, but the aligned judges' questions had been written in advance, and someone had told them exactly what to ask. Chapter 73. The association hearing was conducted remotely. A video channel proceeding with Lin Shun and Sovereign Liang at the city's administrative building, the 5-judge panel at the association's regional headquarters, and formal observer positions occupied by Assessor Jin's liaison team, Director Patel's liaison team, and documentation representatives from both the Eastern and Northern associations. The consortium's legal team had a formal observer position as the hearing request submitters. Fong Ruoyu occupied it. The hearing ran for 6 hours. Lin Xin sat through 4 of those hours as a respondent, not a speaker, present, attentive, letting Sovereign Liang's legal responses handle the procedural arguments while he tracked the panel's engagement with each ground's evidence. He was reading them the way he had read the city council for years, not their stated positions, but their actual attention. Were they focused? What questions they asked? What they passed over? Ground 1 was resolved within the first hour. The amendment documentation and the accurate corrected record were complete. The panel's 2 independent judges, the ones without documented financial connections to consortium-adjacent entities, accepted the ground's resolution quickly. The 3 judges with connections spent more time on it than the evidence warranted, which told Lin Xin they were trying to find a gap and hadn't found one. Ground 2 took 2 hours. The cultivation development log's disclosure record was complete, but the panel's aligned judges raised a series of technical questions about the quarterly operational reporting format's adequacy for covering Gate-Heart Path development specifically. The questions were technically sophisticated, clearly prepared by someone with the hearing request team's expertise rather than generated independently by the judges. The answers were in the log's formal supplementary notes, which had been added by Lin Xin specifically for the hearing and which addressed each question category that the challenge filing's second ground documentation had anticipated. The panel's aligned judges had access to the hearing request's question list. They were asking the questions the request had prepared. The answers were complete. Ground 3's conflict of interest argument ran through hour 5. Sovereign Liang's analogy argument was presented and questioned. The panel's 2 independent judges asked clarifying questions that built on the argument's logic. The 3 aligned judges asked questions that attacked the analogy's premises. The exchange was substantive and prolonged. Lin Shun tracked it carefully and decided, at hour 5 and 40 minutes, that the time to speak had arrived. He requested the floor. The panel chair granted it. Lin Shun addressed the 5 judges directly. He did not speak to the legal argument. He had prepared a legal argument and had not used it, because the legal argument was Sovereign Liang's work and she had done it better than he would have. What he spoke about was the city. He named people, not categories of people, specific individuals. He named Mei Jinglan and her 7 years of continuous medical and diplomatic service. He named Commander Zhao Lifan and the security corps she had built from the city's police force over 5 years. He named Zhou Dafa, the old carpenter who had rebuilt the city's structural infrastructure twice after major damage events. He named Xue Peng, Silver Resonance and Deputy Guardian at 21 years old, the first graduate of a cultivation tradition that existed nowhere else. He named 37 people by name and described their specific contributions. Then he said, "These people are not abstract beneficiaries of a domain protection ruling. They are the city that the classification was created to protect. Any assessment of whether the domain guardian's bond with the gate's central intelligence creates an adversarial bias needs to account for who the domain guardian is in conflict of interest with. The answer is, no one in this room and no one in the city." The hearing panel went quiet. The remote format was a procedural choice that the consortium's legal team had specified in the hearing request, and it was a choice Lin Shun had not contested. The remote format had specific advantages and disadvantages for both sides. For the domain guardian's team, the disadvantage was the absence of direct physical presence, the ability to be seen and read directly, which Lin Shun had found effective in every in-person proceeding he had conducted. For the advantage, the remote format meant the international observers could attend without traveling, which meant their presence cost them less and was harder for the consortium to prevent through logistical interference. The consortium's team had calculated the same dynamics and decided the remote format favored them anyway. Lin Shun assessed that calculation as incorrect, but the format was specified and accepted. Sovereign Liang ran the first 4 hours of the hearing with the systematic precision of a professional who had been in this specific proceeding format before and understood its rhythms. The association hearing's formal structure had a specific procedural vocabulary he had been learning through 5 years of association contact, but had not operated in until now. Sovereign Liang had operated in it for 30 years. The Ground 1 resolution was as clean as the documentation made it. The panel's 2 independent judges accepted it quickly. The 3 aligned judges asked questions for 45 minutes that revealed their preparation. The specific phrasing of each question matched language from the challenge filing's first ground section, which meant the questions had been pre-written rather than arising from genuine inquiry. Pre-written questions to which the documentation provided complete answers ran out of angle within 3 exchanges. The consortium's legal team watched the Ground 1 resolution from the observer position and made notes. Fang Ruyu, in that position, was focused on Ground 2. Ground 2's handling required Lin Shun's direct engagement at hour 3. The panel's aligned judges were pushing the quarterly reporting format's adequacy question with persistence that suggested they genuinely believed there was a gap. Sovereign Liang's responses addressed each question variant completely. After the 6th variant produced the same complete answer from the same documentation, Lin Shun requested to supplement the response directly. The panel chair granted it. He addressed the ground's core question without legal framing. The advancement had been disclosed. The specific disclosure format was the quarterly operational reporting system. The system was the standard domain guardian disclosure mechanism. If the system's format was inadequate for gate heart path development specifically, the inadequacy was in the system's design and should be addressed through the system's improvement process, not through an allegation against the domain guardian who used the system as it was designed to be used. The independent judges asked one clarifying question. The aligned judges were quiet. At hour 5, the bias allegation was in its most contested phase when Lin Shun made the decision to request the floor. He had been watching the exchange for 40 minutes. The argument was sound. The aligned judges' attack variations were in the categories Sovereign Liang had anticipated. The record was building toward the right resolution. But the record was building abstractly. The people in the city, the 37 people he named by name, and the thousands more who weren't named but were represented, were abstractions to the panel. He had the opportunity to make them specific, and specificity was the thing the bias allegation most needed. When he named the 37 people, he was not performing. Each name was someone he knew, whose contribution to the city's survival he had watched directly. Zhou Dafa, who had rebuilt the gate complex's outer wall 3 times. Nurse practitioner Lu Wenhai, who had managed the medical center's expansion from a single room to a 20-bed facility. Instructor Wang Guifeng, who had been the cultivation training program's foundational teacher before there was a program to be a teacher in. The specific names made the argument concrete in a way that no legal principle could. The jurisdictional bias ground was asking whether the domain guardians served the gate or the city. 37 names answered the question. The panel's silence when he finished was the hearing's most informative moment. The 37 names were not Lin Shun's entire plan preparation for the jurisdictional bias ground. He had a legal argument prepared, a shorter version of Sovereign Liang's analogy argument, from his own perspective as the domain guardian, that he had intended to deliver after the legal presentation. He did not deliver it. The names were enough. He knew they were enough in the moment after he finished, from the quality of the panel's silence and from the way the aligned judges' subsequent questions, the questions they had been preparing, seemed to require more effort than they had a moment earlier. Prepared questions were designed for expected arguments. The names were not an argument. They were an answer, and the prepared questions had no purchase on an answer. One of the independent judges said, quietly but on record, "Continue the record, please." It was the procedural statement for establishing that what had been said was captured in the official documentation. She was making sure the 37 names were in the permanent record. Lin Shun noted this and returned to his position, and the hearing continued into its final phase, the phase that would answer one question, whether 37 names were enough. Chapter 74 Sovereign Liang's closing argument to the panel addressed the bias objection ground directly and comprehensively. The argument's core was precise. Under the association's domain guardian framework, the guardian's primary obligation was to the domain's residents. The Gate Seed Bond advanced the Guardian's capacity to fulfill that obligation by providing direct awareness of the domain's ecological status, immediate response capability to threats within the domain, and the specific cultivation development that had produced the Gate's documented ecological improvement. A conflict of interest existed when a Guardian's Bond created obligations to a party whose interests were adverse to the domain's residents. The Gate Seed's interests and the city's residents' interests were aligned. The seed's stability was dependent on the city's survival, and the city's survival was supported by the seed's calming effect on the Gate's defensive response mechanism. There was no adversarial relationship between the bond's parties. The argument was technically sound, legally supported by precedent in the Domain Guardian framework's interpretive history, and had been constructed over 22 days by someone who understood both cultivation law and the specific characteristics of the bond she was describing. The panel's independent judges asked clarifying questions that strengthened the argument's record. The aligned judges asked questions that tried to introduce alternative frameworks for defining conflict of interest and found that each alternative framework they raised had been anticipated in Sovereign Liang's preparation and was addressed in the supporting documentation. At hour 6, the panel chair called a 15-minute recess for deliberation. The recess lasted 38 minutes. Lin Shen sat in the administrative building's meeting room and let the waiting be what it was. He had done what was available to be done. The outcome was the panel's decision now. Sovereign Liang reviewed her notes. Master Chun, attending as a formal technical witness, looked at the ceiling with the expression of someone who had filed the report that set everything in motion and was thinking about the chain of decisions that had led here. The channel reconnected. The panel chair spoke. The oversight review finds no procedural grounds to suspend or challenge the Domain Guardian status. Ground 1. Documentation irregularity resolved through amendment. No substantive deficiency. Ground 2. Disclosure requirements satisfied through the quarterly operational reporting filings on record. Ground 3. Conflict of interest argument dismissed on the reasoning submitted by the domain's legal representative. A pause. The panel's decision is 3-2 in the Domain Guardian's favor. 3-2. The aligned judges had held their position. The two independent judges had voted with the evidence. The chair's vote had been with the evidence. One of the aligned judges filed a formal minority report citing continued concerns about the Gateheart Bond's long-term implications for domain governance, which would enter the permanent record. The ruling was upheld. Lin Shen sent brief messages to Mei Jinglan, Commander Zhao, and Shuepeng. Then he went back to the morning's work, because the hearing's conclusion was one thing resolved and several things now beginning. Sovereign Liang's closing argument ran for 32 minutes. It was the most precise formal legal work Lin Shen had seen conducted. Not technically brilliant in the way that academic legal theory was brilliant, but functionally precise in the way that mattered for a formal proceeding. Every sentence served one of three purposes: establishing a factual record, addressing a specific procedural ground, or building the logical framework that the panel's independent judges needed to write their majority opinion. The majority opinion was what the closing argument was actually aimed at. Legal closing arguments were not designed to change minds. The minds were mostly established before the argument began. They were designed to give the parties who would vote for you the clearest possible basis for their vote and the clearest possible response to the dissenting position. Sovereign Liang's Ground 3 conclusion was the argument's highest point. The surgeon analogy, with the precision Lin Shen had requested, held through every variation the aligned judges had raised. The no current conflict framework was established explicitly in the record, addressed the future conditional attack, and positioned the majority vote as a strictly factual finding rather than a philosophical judgment. The 38-minute deliberation recess was longer than a 3-2 decision should require. The additional 8 minutes of deliberation beyond a standard 15-minute break told Lin Shen that the panel was not in immediate agreement on the terms of the ruling, even if the outcome was already determined. What the minority opinion's terms would be, specifically, whether the aligned judge's dissent would include the observer requirement as a majority concession or would simply register disagreement, was the uncertainty in the recess. Lin Shen sat with the uncertainty appropriately. He had done what was available to be done. Sovereign Liang had done what was available to be done. The hearing's outcome was the panel's to determine. He thought about the city's population outside the gate, not in an abstract way, but specifically. It was mid-morning in Genoa. The agricultural sector's second shift would be starting. The cultivation training program's advanced cohort would be in the second layer, running the formation exercises he had seen Shuepeng develop 3 months ago. Mei Jinglan's administrative team would be processing the morning's documentation queue. The city was not paused waiting for the hearing's outcome. The city was doing what it always did: working, developing, building, surviving. The hearing was one proceeding in a long sequence of proceedings, and whatever the outcome was, the work continued. This was the actual meaning of the bond path's development over 5 years. Not the specific cultivation rank, not the specific capability parameters. The fact that the city had become capable of continuing to function through a formal legal challenge to its foundational protection, without that challenge disrupting the operational baseline that the protection was designed to preserve. The panel chair's voice reconnected to the channel, and the decision came in the measured language of formal proceedings. Master Chun, who had been sitting in the technical witness position throughout, exhaled quietly. He had filed the supplementary statement that became the research foundation for Ground 2's complete resolution, and he had watched the 6 hours of proceeding with the attentiveness of someone who understood that the entire chain, from his initial assessment 3 years ago to this hearing's outcome, had produced something that he hadn't fully anticipated when he started it. The 3-2 ruling was the outcome the preparation had targeted. The minority report was filed before the hearing channel closed. The aligned judges had their dissent prepared in advance, which confirmed their preparation had been coordinated. The observer requirement was the concession condition. The classification stood. Outside the window, the morning was continuing as expected. After the panel chair read the decision, there was a specific kind of silence in the administrative building's meeting room he had not felt before in 5 years of working in that space. Master Chen stood, which was not his usual response to sitting news. He stood and looked out the window at the gate's outer boundary, where the city's morning operations were proceeding in the ordinary way of a city that had been surviving in an extraordinary environment for 5 years and had found ordinary rhythms within that. I filed the initial assessment because it was accurate, Master Chen said. The domain guardian designation warranted independent confirmation from the assessment core's perspective. I wasn't expecting to still be tracking the outcomes 3 years later. The outcomes were worth tracking, Lin Shen said. Yes, Master Chen said. He didn't add anything more. Sovereign Liang was already reviewing her notes for the observer requirement negotiation, which was the next proceeding. The hearing's outcome was a conclusion, but it was also a beginning. The aligned judge's supplementary order needed to be managed carefully, and careful management required starting immediately. The ruling was upheld. The work continued. Lin Shen's messages to Mei Jinglan, Zhao, and Xue Peng were brief, 1 sentence each, containing the essential information. He would speak with each of them individually when the day's work permitted. For now, the next task was already identifying itself, and the next task always had priority, and the next task was the observer requirement, which had been designed as a concession, but concessions had a way of functioning as something else. Chapter 75. The hearing's outcome was 3-2, and the consortium's aligned judges extracted a condition that the majority accepted as the price of the classification's retention. Under a supplementary order attached to the 3-2 ruling, the domain guardian was required to accept a standing observer with full access to the city's public functions and operational records, with a quarterly reporting obligation to the association's oversight committee. The observer would serve indefinitely unless the domain guardian petitioned for review and demonstrated that the observer's continued presence was not operationally necessary. The observer position was a concession. Lin Shun had expected it. The aligned judges needed something for their vote, and the 2 independent judges had been willing to accept the observer requirement as the price of the 3-2 majority that upheld the classification. The observer was a constraint that could be managed. The classification's loss would not have been. Sovereign Liang reviewed the supplementary order and identified 6 specific terms that needed to be negotiated before acceptance. She spent 2 days in the follow-up proceeding, reducing the observer's access to public functions and documented operational records, not private cultivation records, not the gate seed bond's development data, not the domain's ecological intelligence that the awareness maintained. The final observer mandate was narrower than the original draft, though still significant. The observer assigned was Marcus 1. It arrived in the assignment notice alongside the formal mandate documents, and it was clearly deliberate. Marcus 1 had been arrested, released on what the public record described as consortium-posted bail during the period when the consortium's legal status was still intact, and was now available for assignment through a formal channel that his existing familiarity with the city made him technically qualified for. Lin Shun read the assignment notice, noted it, and filed it in the same category as the observer requirement itself, a manageable constraint. He assigned Marcus housing in the administrative district, the same area Fong Riyu's support team occupied, which put both under the practical oversight of the administrative district's security rotation. He informed Commander Zhao, who needed no further instruction. Her shadow assignment of Marcus began from the day of his arrival. What Lin Shen did not do was inform Marcus that the shadow assignment existed. That information was not useful to Marcus to have. Marcus arrived 3 days later with the professional composure of someone who'd accepted a specific assignment and had no intention of conducting it in an undignified way. He was polite, procedurally correct, and visibly alert to the quality of the environment he had entered. He had been inside the city before, for 3 weeks as a covert operative. He was now inside it as a legal observer, which was a different category of presence that carried both more restriction and more formal protection. City Guardian Lin Shun, he said, when they met in the administrative building. Observer 1, Lin Shun replied. I'll have my administrative coordinator show you the access documentation and your housing assignment. Neither of them acknowledged the prior interaction. The professional framework had its logic and both of them were working within it. That evening, Shui Peng, who had been applying the lesson Lin Shun had described, found Marcus's first evening shadow, a man who had arrived in the city 2 weeks earlier as a cultural researcher attached to one of the international academic delegations, arranging a meeting location in an abandoned building in the outer district's secondary residential block. Shui Peng documented the arrangement and brought it to Commander Zhao in the morning. The observer requirements terms took 2 additional days to finalize, which Sovereign Liang spent negotiating with the association's proceeding office while Lin Shun reviewed the full implications of the supplementary order's original draft. The original draft was broad. It specified unrestricted access to all domain functions and records, including cultivation development data, CSS stack metrics, gate heart bond assessment records, and domain guardian operational logs. The breadth was deliberate. The aligned judges had used the concessions terms to extract as much information access as the independent judges would accept attaching to the majority ruling. Sovereign Liang's negotiating position was specific. Access to public functions and documented administrative records was acceptable because this was the standard observer framework under the association's charter. Access to cultivation development data, bond mechanics, and CSS metrics was not acceptable because these were operational security parameters and the observer mandate's purpose was administrative oversight, not technical intelligence gathering. The final mandate was narrower than the original draft in every significant area. Sovereign Liang had won the negotiation clearly, and the winning was visible in the mandate's text. Lin Shun read it and noted that she had also secured a specific provision limiting the observer's contact with the domain's internal security structure to formal documented channels, a provision that would constrain Marcus Wen's ability to conduct informal operational intelligence gathering outside the official observer framework. Marcus Wen's assignment to the observer position was not a surprise, exactly. Lin Shun had assessed that the consortium would push for an observer who had prior operational experience with Jinhua, and Marcus was the only candidate in that category who had formal association standing. His prior operation had been documented as a covert assessment rather than a hostile act, which meant his institutional record was clean enough for formal assignment. Clean was not the same as innocent of purpose, and everyone in the situation understood this. The administrative district housing assignment was chosen with care. The district's security rotation covered the 3 residential blocks on its eastern edge. The rotation Lin Shun and Zhao had specifically enhanced 8 months ago after the consortium's first probe operation had revealed a gap in that sector's monitoring coverage. Marcus's housing was in the middle block. Commander Zhao's shadow assignment framework for Marcus was based on the city's existing surveillance methodology, applied without modification. 3 practitioners on rotating 4-hour shifts, each maintaining observational contact without interception. The objective was pattern documentation, not intervention. Whatever Marcus was doing unofficially, the city needed to understand the operational pattern before determining the appropriate response. The day of Marcus's arrival, Shui Peng was in the training facility running the morning's foundation session and watching from the elevated training platform as the observer walked through the gate's outer boundary with the specific quality of movement he had described as professional composure under known surveillance. Marcus knew he was being watched. He was conducting himself accordingly. He had been inside the city before. The environment was familiar to him in ways that were visible to anyone paying attention. The micro-recognition events when he passed buildings he had previously entered, the absence of the environmental adjustment behavior that a first-time visitor would display. Lin Shun watched the same things from his position at the administrative building's entry when Marcus arrived for the formal orientation session. The prior operational experience showed. He noted it and made no comment on it. The professional framework both of them were operating within had its own logic, and working within that logic was the correct initial approach. The question of what Marcus would do within the official framework and what he would do outside it would answer itself through observation over the coming weeks. The shadow assignment would document the answer. What Shui Peng identified that evening, The first unofficial contact, the cultural researcher intermediary, the outer district warehouse location, was earlier than Lin Shun had expected Marcus to move to unofficial channels. That speed indicated operational urgency from whoever was directing Marcus's actual mission, which was itself useful information about the consortium's timeline and pressure level. The first day of Marcus Win's observer assignment established the working framework that the next several months would operate within. Marcus's professional conduct was genuinely professional. Lin Shin noted this carefully, because the temptation in the situation was to categorize Marcus as simply a consortium operative in an official cover, to dismiss the official function as performance. That categorization would have been a mistake. Marcus was both an official observer and a consortium operative, and treating him as only one obscured the actual complexity of what the city was managing. The observer reports Marcus produced were accurate. The facility tours produced real documentation. The council sessions he attended were genuine proceedings that his presence witnessed. He was doing the official job. The unofficial operation was real and parallel. Both were real. This was the specific challenge of managing Marcus I. The official relationship was genuine and required good faith management as such, while the unofficial relationship was also genuine and required surveillance and countermeasure as such. Running both tracks simultaneously without contaminating either was the kind of administrative complexity that Jinhua's institutions had developed the capacity to handle. Lin Shin met with Commander Zhao after Marcus's first day to review the shadow assignment's initial observations. The observations were preliminary. One day wasn't sufficient for pattern analysis. But the preliminary picture was consistent with the assessment. Marcus was professional, methodical, and operating exactly as expected for someone with his specific dual assignment. Nothing was surprising. Surprising developments were the ones that required the most attention. Expected developments required execution, and what Shui Peng had found that evening suggested the execution had already started, a full week ahead of what Lin Shun had anticipated. Chapter 76 Marcus Win's first week as official observer was characterized by professional competence applied in the service of an objective that his official role didn't disclose. In his official capacity, he reviewed documentation, toured public facilities, attended open council sessions, and submitted his first weekly report to the association's oversight committee. The report was accurate. The documentation he reviewed was real. The facilities he toured were functioning as described. The council sessions were genuine governance proceedings. He had found nothing procedurally irregular in his first week, which was what the accurate record would show. His unofficial capacity was what Shui Peng and Commander Zhao were tracking. The man Marcus had met through the cultural researcher intermediary turned out to be one of two. Shui Peng, operating at the edge of his current surveillance capability and finding that edge further than he had expected, identified both individuals over the course of 3 evenings. He did not follow them closely enough to compromise the tracking. He maintained the observational distance he had described as the correct approach, gathering pattern information rather than detail. The pattern was clear. Both individuals were in the city under legitimate cover credentials that had been arranged before Marcus's arrival, before the hearing, before Feng Riyu's assessment match, in the period when the consortium's network was still operating at full institutional capability. Both had documentation records that held up to the standard checks. Both were in contact with technical equipment that registered to the awareness's extended sensitivity as a specific Qi resonance signature character. Passive, long-range, mapping-oriented. Not extraction equipment this time. Mapping equipment. The consortium had changed approaches. The extraction probe operation had failed and had been documented as an illegal extraction attempt. Remote extraction required complete mapping before activation. The covert mapping operation was the precursor to a remote extraction attempt that would use no physical probes at all, an approach that the existing legal framework had no specific provision against because remote gate resonance mapping wasn't classified as extraction under the current association standards. Lin Shin reviewed Zhao's and Shui Peng's documentation and understood the approach's structure. The mapping operation needed to be found and neutralized. The legal mechanism for doing so was not straightforward. The equipment was operating passively, and passive resonance monitoring wasn't prohibited under the observer mandate's terms. The enforcement mechanism needed to be either detection and physical recovery, or reclassification of remote resonance mapping as a prohibited activity under the Domain Guardian's operational authority. He began preparing both tracks simultaneously. The physical recovery track required locating every piece of mapping equipment in the city, not the ones the awareness had already identified, but the full complement the consortium's network would have deployed. The awareness's sensitivity in the city's interior was high, but not infinite. Equipment placed in specific types of shielded infrastructure could reduce its detectability signature. The legal reclassification track required Sovereign Liang's input. He briefed both Zhao and Sovereign Liang the following morning, and the preparation began, and Marcus submitted his second weekly report to the Oversight Committee, noting that the Domain Guardian's operational activities appeared normal, and wrote nothing about the maps his colleagues were building in the city's abandoned buildings. Marcus operational methodology was, on close examination, professionally sophisticated. The cultural researcher intermediary was a genuine academic. Lin Shen checked this through Sovereign Liang's network and confirmed that the person had publications, institutional affiliations, and a legitimate research presence. The academic had been in Jinhua as part of the outside world's cultural exchange program, which the city had developed specifically to build the kind of people-to-people connections that made the association's institutional hostility harder to maintain. Using legitimate cultural exchange participants as operation intermediaries was a specific technique. It exploited the city's own integration policies. The cultural researcher had not been recruited against their will. The arrangement probably involved compensation for facilitating introductions, structured in a way that the researcher could credibly characterize as legitimate consultancy if it were ever examined. This was the operational sophistication that the dissenting evaluator's use of Shui Peng also exemplified. The consortium's network didn't operate through obviously hostile actors. It operated through legitimate actors with legitimate purposes who were given additional purposes they might or might not fully understand. Commander Zhao's analysis of the shadow documentation confirmed that Marcus was operating on a two-track system. His official track was genuinely professional. The observer reports were accurate. The facility tours produced real documentation. The council session attendance was engaged rather than performative. The official track was not a performance for the city's benefit. Marcus was doing the observer work properly. His unofficial track was the mapping operation coordination. 3 contacts in the first week, each through a different intermediary. The warehouse in the outer district as the primary meeting location. The 2 mapping operation specialists maintaining contact with him through the intermediary network rather than directly. What Zhao noted, and brought to Lin Shun on day 5, was the timing pattern. Marcus's unofficial contacts all occurred in the 12-hour window following his official observer activities, specifically after the activities that gave him access to public administrative records. He's not running 2 separate operations, Zhao said. He's running one integrated operation. The official observer access generates the targeting data for the mapping operation. Wherever the observer documentation goes in detail, the mapping gets recalibrated. This was more sophisticated than Lin Shun had assessed on initial review. The observer mandate, even in its negotiated narrower form, still provided access to the city's public infrastructure documentation, building plans, utility routing, infrastructure surveys. The mapping operation was using the observer access to improve the resonance map's alignment with the city's actual architectural layout. The 2 operations were designed to work together. Does the observer mandate's information constitute the targeting data they need? Lin Shen asked. Zhao considered this carefully. For the mapping operation's current phase, probably. The infrastructure documentation gets the mapping equipment's calibration close enough to the gate's actual topology to complete the resonance map with useful accuracy. Timeline. If they're using the observer documentation to recalibrate, the mapping completion window moves up 22 days instead of 32, 10 fewer days than the previous assessment. The timeline pressure was significant. Sovereign Liang's legal reclassification petition was in the association's proceeding queue, with a standard 15 business day processing window. At the 22-day completion timeline, the mapping would be complete 3 days before the reclassification became legally enforceable. We need the equipment found before the map is complete, he reported. At current pace finds the remaining locations in approximately 25 days, Zhao said. We're 3 days over the threshold. Compress the sweep, Lin Shen said. Run the remaining categories simultaneously instead of sequentially. Increase personnel per sweep team. Accept the visibility cost. If Marcus notices we're running an accelerated infrastructure survey, the documentation value of that observation is secondary to finding the equipment on time. Zhao went back to her planning section with the revised parameters. Shui Peng was in the training session that afternoon, but his attention was on the outer district's building survey activity that had started that morning, and the specific quality of his attentiveness told Lin Shen that his student had made the connection between the survey's urgency and the mapping operation without being told directly. Development was visible in exactly these moments. The 22-day mapping completion timeline, revised down from 32 days based on Zhao's assessment of the observer documentation's role in the mapping calibration, became the project's primary constraint for the following period. Lin Shun ran the timeline arithmetic repeatedly in the days after Zhao's briefing, checking it against different assumptions about the equipment's data accumulation rate and the map's calibration requirements. The arithmetic consistently produced the same result: 3 days between the mapping's completion and the legal reclassification's enforcement under the standard processing timeline. The expedited petition was the correct response, and it was already in progress. But the expedited response depended on the preceding office's cooperation, which depended on the petition's documentation being compelling enough to justify the expedited timeline. The petition's documentation required the specific technical evidence that the bond channel extraction concept was an active threat rather than a theoretical concern. He provided that evidence in the petition. It required documenting aspects of the bond's technical architecture that he had not previously disclosed to the association. The documentation needed to be specific enough to be credible and general enough not to provide the extraction operations designers with the targeting data they were building the mapping operation to acquire. Sovereign Liang reviewed each paragraph of the technical disclosure before it was included. "This paragraph gives them the extraction mechanisms principle," she said, indicating a specific section. "That's what the reclassification argument needs to establish. But the mechanism's specific parameters aren't here." "The parameters are not in the petition," Lin Shin confirmed. "The principle establishes the threat. The parameters would confirm the threat." She approved the approach. The petition was filed. The 9-day processing window began. 9 days, against 22 days to mapping completion. 13 days of legal protection margin. But Marcus Wen had started his unofficial operation on day 1, and 13 days was not the number that mattered. The number that mattered was 1. Chapter 77. Shui Peng followed Marcus Wen on his 3rd night in the city and documented a meeting that lasted 47 minutes in an outer district warehouse that had been empty since year 2. The warehouse was officially used for agricultural equipment storage. The storage function was real. There were equipment racks, documented inventory, a maintenance log that was current. There were also 3 sections of the building's internal structure that had been modified: reinforced walls, chi shielding material embedded in the masonry, power sources that weren't in the official infrastructure records. The 2 individuals Marcus met were operating 3 distinct pieces of equipment in the shielded sections. The equipment was passive, no active emissions, no extraction draw, nothing that would register on standard security sweeps. The resonance character that the awareness detected was the minimum signature of passive mapping technology operating at its lowest power setting. Shui Peng got close enough to identify the equipment's physical configuration, used the documentation method Lin Shun had taught him for field assessment, and withdrew without being detected. His documentation identified the equipment as long-range resonance mapping technology, similar in principle to the survey equipment Hu Wenxuan's team had used in the first outside contact period, but more sophisticated, more passive, and specifically calibrated for the seed's resonance signature rather than general gate ecology. The consortium wasn't mapping the gate's interior. They were mapping the seed's field topology, the specific field structure of the bond's central architecture. With a complete resonance map, a remote extraction operation could target the bond specifically, drawing from the bond's chi channel rather than from the gate's general energy field. The extraction would be technically invisible to standard monitoring because it would be operating through the bond rather than through external probes. Lin Shun received this assessment and sat with it for 4 hours. The approach was sophisticated, and it directly targeted the framework the domain charter was designed to protect. It also confirmed that the consortium had access to the gate heart bond's technical analysis that had come through the intelligence breach from Shui Peng's conversations. The assessment had been built on correct parameters. The immediate priority was finding the full complement of mapping equipment. The awareness's coverage had identified 3 locations with the resonance signature. The consortium's standard operational deployment would have used a distributed network, minimum 7 positions to achieve the coverage density needed for a complete resonance map. That meant 4 more locations. 17 pieces found, 23 minimum, Commander Zhao said, which was the same arithmetic from a year ago and still applied. The consortium's deployment methodology was consistent. The 4 remaining positions were somewhere in the city's infrastructure. Finding them required a systematic sweep that the awareness could conduct through Lin Shin's bond, but the sweep would take time, and the mapping operation was accumulating data continuously. Lin Shin calculated the timeline. At the current data accumulation rate, the resonance map would be complete in approximately 32 days. He had 32 days to find the remaining equipment, develop the legal mechanism to classify remote resonance mapping as prohibited under the Domain Guardian's authority, and, separately, Decide what to do with the fact that two of Marcus Wynn's official contacts in the city were conducting an illegal operation while Marcus Wynn's official observer mandate gave him legal protection. The 32 days began. The warehouse Shui Peng documented was the third of the mapping operation's 7 infrastructure nodes, and its documentation changed the technical assessment significantly. The equipment configuration, 3 passive skin units operating in the shielded warehouse sections, calibrated specifically to the seed's resonance frequency, was a design that required considerably more technical sophistication than the extraction probes the city had neutralized in the Domain Guardian trial period. The extraction probes had been operational equipment, designed to draw qi, measure draw rates, establish extraction feasibility. The resonance mapping equipment was analytical equipment, designed to build a 3-dimensional picture of the bond's field topology without any active interaction. The analytical sophistication indicated that the consortium's extraction specialists understood something the extraction probes alone hadn't resolved. The gate-heart bond wasn't a simple energy conduit that could be tapped through standard extraction methods. It was a complex field topology, and working with it, or against it, required understanding that topology precisely. Lin Shen spent 4 hours after receiving Shui Peng's documentation building the implications of this assessment. The remote extraction concept that the mapping was designed to enable wasn't, in the technical analysis he could construct from the equipment's apparent specifications, designed to draw from the gate's general energy field. It was designed to interact with the bond's specific topology in a way that would exploit the bond's own channel as an extraction pathway, drawing through the bond rather than past it. This was technically elegant and structurally dangerous in a way that the extraction probe approach had not been. The probe approach had been visible and had required physical equipment inside the domain. The remote approach would be invisible from inside the domain. It would operate through the bond itself, appearing to the bond as an anomalous internal fluctuation rather than as an external extraction event. The gate seed would notice it eventually. The bond's intelligence had demonstrated, over 5 years of development, the specific sensitivity that would eventually identify any sustained artificial interaction. But, eventually, was different from immediately. And the remote extraction approach's designers clearly understood this. They were not planning an extraction that the Domain Guardian could stop in real time. They were planning an extraction that would run for a period before it was identified, extracting what it could before Lin Shen understood what was happening. The timeline pressure from the mapping operation was thus not just about completing the map before the legal reclassification took effect. It was about the extraction window the completed map would enable, an extraction that could begin the moment the map was complete and the targeting parameters were set. He briefed Sovereign Liang on this assessment in the early afternoon. The legal reclassification argument needs to include remote extraction by design, he said, not just passive resonance mapping as a precursor to extraction. The bond channel extraction approach specifically. The provision language will need to be specific, she said. Vague prohibition language creates loopholes. I need the technical specifications of the bond channel extraction mechanism. I'll provide them, he said. This required careful calibration. The technical specifications would become part of the formal association record, which created its own risks. But the alternative was a prohibition provision broad enough to be contested in the enforcement phase, which created larger risks. The sweep parameters Zhao had expanded were finding equipment faster, which was good. The 3-day window between the mapping's projected completion and the legal reclassification's effective date was still 3 days. That gap needed to close through either faster equipment recovery or faster legal processing. He submitted a petition for expedited processing to the association's preceding office that afternoon, citing the specific timeline evidence. The standard 15-day window was a default, not a minimum. The office had the authority to process on a shorter timeline for active threat conditions. Whether the office would recognize the situation as warranting expedited processing depended on who reviewed the petition. Sovereign Liang made one call to a contact in the preceding office who had been reliable in the past. The processing window was reduced to 9 business days. 12 days total to the legal reclassification's effective date. 12 days to find the remaining mapping equipment. The arithmetic had improved. The 11 shielding categories that he had developed from 5 years of gate ecology mapping were not in any document the consortium's extraction specialists could have accessed. They were in the awareness's continuous monitoring record, the 5-year accumulation of gate interior ecological data that the bond maintained as ambient information. The technical team's trial-and-error equipment placement had found approximately 8 of the 11 categories through operational experience. The 3 categories they had missed were the ones that required the bond's specific sensitivity to identify as shielding relevant. They were invisible to outside monitoring equipment and would not be identified without the Bond's gate ecology framework to recognize them. This meant the mapping operation's 7 confirmed equipment locations were using the 8 accessible categories. The 3 inaccessible to outsiders categories were clear. Lin Shun could exclude those building types from the sweep entirely. This reduced the sweep's remaining scope significantly, from the 11 categories to 8, and from 8 to the 4 that the sweep had not yet covered. 2 of those 4 were in occupied buildings that required the careful approach the residential building recovery had demonstrated. The other 2 were in commercial buildings with straightforward access. Commander Zhao adjusted the sweep's parameters with this information and returned a revised timeline, 9 days instead of the previous 12-day estimate, under the accelerated personnel deployment. 9 days, precisely matching the legal reclassification's processing window. No margin. Lin Shun noted this and accepted it. The margins in 5 years of city management had been narrow more often than comfortable, and the response to narrow margins was always the same: precise execution, and the margin had just become 0. Chapter 78. The sweep of the city's infrastructure for remaining mapping equipment required finding locations that had chi-shielding properties within the building fabric, locations where the awareness's standard sensitivity was reduced enough that passive equipment could operate below detection threshold. There were 11 categories of building type that had natural chi-shielding characteristics in Jinhua Gate's specific ecology: reinforced concrete structures above a certain wall thickness, certain geological formations in the outer district's eastern sector, gate chi accumulation nodes that created interference patterns in adjacent spaces, and several additional categories he had mapped over 5 years of detailed gate ecology awareness. The systematic sweep needed to cover all 11 categories in the city's occupied zones. Not the abandoned structures, which were already monitored at standard sensitivity, but the occupied buildings where the consortium's operators had most likely embedded equipment under cover of legitimate occupancy. Commander Zhao organized the sweep as a series of security exercises, which were routine enough in Jinhua Gate's operational history to not generate unusual attention. The exercises ran over 4 days, each covering a different sector of the city, each with a specific stated security objective that was genuine. The exercises also accomplished their stated objectives. The sweep found 4 more pieces of mapping equipment, bringing the total to 7. The 7th was in an occupied residential building in the central district's midsection, embedded in the building's foundation layer beneath a legitimate residence housing unit. Removing equipment from an occupied residential building without causing alarm required a different approach from the sweep's previous recoveries. The resident, a woman who had been in the city since year 2 and who had no connection to the consortium's network that any available intelligence suggested, needed to be temporarily relocated without understanding why. Lin Shun handled the relocation conversation himself, explaining that a routine structural assessment required access to the building's foundation layer and that the building's residents needed to be out for 48 hours for safety. The resident accepted this and left with her family. Zhao's team recovered the equipment. The resident's unit was returned to normal condition. But the sweep had found 7, not 23. Zhao ran the count again with the updated parameters. 17 total, she said. The original premise was 23 minimum. We may have been working from an overestimate of the consortium's deployment density. Or the remaining 6 are in locations we haven't covered, he noted. 6 remaining shielding categories are all in occupied structures, she said. Some of them are in structures we can't access without significant disruption. The sweep continued through the remaining categories, and in the 4th occupied building they checked, they found 3 additional pieces of equipment in the same shielded configuration, and in the storage room behind the shielded section, 2 individuals who were not registered residents of the building and 1 person who was very much a registered resident of the city, who had been in the building since a month before the first outside contact. The person who was a registered resident was Chao Mingji. The sweep covered 8 building categories in the first 2 days of the accelerated timeline, finding 5 additional pieces of equipment across 4 locations. The 5th piece was in a location that Zhao had categorized as low probability, a mid-district residential building with partial geological shielding from the eastern sector's crystalline substrate formations that underlay approximately 12% of the city's inhabited area. The geological shielding category was the one Lin Shun had expanded from the sweep's initial parameters based on the deeper gate ecology mapping the awareness had been refining over the 5 years since the city's establishment. The crystalline substrate was a feature of the gate's deep geology that outside monitoring equipment had never detected because its chi-shielding properties only became relevant at specific resonance frequencies, frequencies that the consortium's mapping equipment happened to use. This was information the consortium's technical team could not have obtained from any public source. They had discovered it through trial-and-error equipment placement, finding that the crystalline substrate locations produced better mapping data than other shielded locations. They had spent time learning the city's internal structure in more operational detail than any previous outside party had managed. Commander Zhao's sweep teams were civilian in appearance, not uniformed security, but administrative infrastructure teams conducting routine building assessments for the city's ongoing structural maintenance program. The cover was genuine, which was the requirement. The assessments being conducted alongside the equipment search were real maintenance assessments that the city's infrastructure genuinely needed. 2 functions, 1 operation. The building where Chao Mingji was found had been in the sweep's 3rd priority category, a mid-period construction with partial geological substrate contact and registered in the city's current occupancy records as a mixed-use residential building. The registered resident in the specific unit where the equipment was found was a woman who had arrived in the city in year 2 from a neighboring province that had been affected by the same gate emergence event that produced Jinhua. Lin Shun did not believe she was part of the consortium's operation. Her background documentation was consistent with her stated history. Her behavior patterns over 3 years in the city were consistent with someone building a normal life in an unusual environment. She was not under surveillance beyond the general awareness that the bond provided for occupied city structures. The 2 individuals who were not registered residents were a different assessment. Both had entered the city through the Observer Mandate's formal visitor channel. Marcus Wen had provided the visit authorization documentation for both as part of his official observer function, which was technically within the mandate's terms, and which was the specific mechanism the mandate's negotiated limitations were supposed to prevent. The mandate language allowed observer-facilitated visitor authorization within the public access framework, Sovereign Liang said when Lin Xin reviewed this with her. The limitation was meant to prevent intelligence-gathering access through the observer. We drafted it to prevent access to restricted records. We should have drafted it to prevent the observer from facilitating infrastructure access for unvetted visitors. Note it for the petition, he said. Both petitions directly? Both. He paused. But not immediately. The modification petition is useful. The petition against Marcus becomes useful when we have complete documentation of what he's enabled. And then Chao Mingji walked into the frame of the sweep team's discovery, and the conversation that had been interrupted a year ago by a gate trial was about to resume in a location that neither of them had anticipated, with a set of mutual interests that had shifted significantly since the original encounter. Chao Mingji in the storage room was a development that required immediate reassessment of several assumptions he had been operating on since the post-trial period. The first reassessment, Chao's quiet residential life since the trial had not been a genuine retreat from political involvement. It had been a different kind of political involvement, one conducted through the consortium's network rather than through the city's governance structure. Chao had found a different institutional affiliation when the city's governance structure excluded him, and had operated through that affiliation for the intervening period. The second reassessment, the consortium's access to the city's interior through the mapping equipment facilitation had required exactly the kind of person Chao represented, a long-term city resident with established credibility, building access through legitimate occupancy, and a specific grievance that made his cooperation available. The consortium's network had found this resource and used it, exactly as they had found and used the dissenting evaluator and the cultural researcher. The third reassessment was the one that changed the strategic picture, Chao's access to the consortium's active intelligence network. The documentation he was offering was not archival. It was current operational intelligence from an active network, which meant Chao had value in the next phase of the coalition-building work that went beyond the documentation he held. He was a source, an imperfect one, with compromised history and complex motivations, but a source with access to the consortium's operational picture from the inside, at a moment when that picture was exactly what the international coalition needed to complete the Article 18 documentation package. The gate shift interrupted this analysis before he could complete it. The analysis would wait, but the conversation with Chao, and what his active network access meant for the coalition, was a question with an answer he hadn't expected, and the answer changed the next phase entirely. Chapter 79. Chao had not been arrested after his removal from the council chairmanship. There were no formal charges against him that had generated a criminal proceeding. His communications leak had been submitted as evidence in the Domain Guardian trial, which was a different legal mechanism from criminal prosecution. He retained his civil rights, his residential unit, and his status as an ordinary city resident. He had been, by all documented records and direct observation, living quietly in the outer district's residential blocks since his removal from the council. He attended occasional council sessions as an observer, which he was entitled to do. He had no official position in the city's governance structure. He had, evidently, been in contact with the consortium's technical operatives since before the outside contact began, by a timeline that the equipment deployment and the building's modification record suggested predated the Article 31 ruling by at least 8 months. Lin Shen looked at Chow across the storage room, and Chow looked back with the specific expression of a professional who had been found in a position they hadn't expected to be found in, and who was now performing an assessment of what resources they still had available. The equipment doesn't transmit extraction energy, Chow said. It transmits resonance mapping data. Passive mapping isn't prohibited under any current association standard. Not yet, Lin Shen said. Sovereign Liang had completed the legal reclassification argument 2 days ago. The petition to the association was submitted. The reclassification was pending, which meant it was a current formal proceeding rather than a future possibility. Chow read this. The reclassification isn't final. No, Lin Shen agreed. Chow sat down on a storage crate and looked at the 3 pieces of mapping equipment with the expression of someone deciding how to play a remaining hand. The documentation I have on the gate farming program, he said. I offered it to you before, in exchange for immunity from the council evidence. The offer was declined, he said. Then Chow spoke. The offer's terms have changed, Chow said. What I have isn't just the evidence about the association's founding faction. I have documentation on 6 other cities, their current status, their contact networks, their cultivation development states. Whoever is managing the coordination problem you're facing with the other gate cities needs that information. Lin Shen looked at him for a long moment. Before he could respond, the gate's deep layers shifted. The awareness registered at first, a chi disturbance from the deepest section of the gate's interior that didn't match any ecological pattern in 5 years of mapping. Not the gate seed. Not the familiar monster generation cycle. Something larger, moving in the deep interior with a weight that sent the awareness's readings into ranges it had no calibration reference for. Something had awakened in the deep gate. Something that wasn't the gate seed and wasn't the consortium's extraction equipment. Lin Shen looked at the awareness data for 3 seconds, understanding what it meant. We'll continue this conversation, he said to Chow, after I understand what just happened in the gate's deepest layer. He left the building at full gate heart path speed, and behind him Chow sat in the storage room with the mapping equipment and the knowledge that the conversation they still needed to have was now competing with something much larger than anything the consortium had done, and the competition was going to determine which problem got addressed first. Lin Shen remained in the storage room for 90 seconds after Chow's opening statement before responding. Not because the argument required 90 seconds to assess. The legal point about passive mapping was a known position, and the petition for expedited reclassification processing addressed it directly. But because the conversation about the 6 gate cities documentation was a separate matter entirely from the mapping equipment, and the separation needed to be clear before anything else was established. The mapping equipment and the documentation are 2 different things, he said. Equipment legal standing is one proceeding. The documentation is a different proceeding with different terms. Chow looked at him with the expression of someone who had expected this response and had prepared for it. I know, he said. I'm raising them together because they're both available in this conversation. Whether they're addressed in the same proceeding is your decision. This was accurate, and it was also the most sophisticated negotiating position Chow had ever presented to Lin Shen, which was relevant. The man who had been the city's founding council chair had spent the preceding years in quiet residential life, while the city built institutions he had not participated in building. Whatever had happened during that time, the contact with the consortium's technical team, the mapping operation facilitation, had also included some development in Chow's understanding of how the pieces around him fit together. Tell me specifically what the documentation covers, Lin Shen said. Chow's response was structured in the way someone's response is structured when they have been rehearsing it. 6 cities, each with a current population count and survival trajectory, each with a documentation of the consortium's operational approach at that location, timing, methodology, local contact network, current progress in the extraction campaign. He paused. 3 of the 6 are at the probe installation phase. 2 are past it. 1 is at the mapping phase like Jinhua, but approximately 4 months ahead of where Jinhua was when the probe installation was documented. Lin Shen processed this. The one at the mapping phase, he said. 4 months ahead. What's their current domain guardian status? No guardian classification. The city has no guardian. The gate's central intelligence is dormant or absent. The documentation isn't clear on which. A gate city without a guardian was a gate city without the primary institutional protection the association's framework provided. The consortium's approach at that location would have different constraints than the approach at Jinhua. and 4 months ahead, suggested the extraction operation was further along than any Jinhua parallel. You have current documentation, Lin Shen said. Not historical. Current. As of 3 weeks ago, Chao said. 3 weeks ago. The consortium's technical operatives who had been with Chao in this building had current communications with the network, which meant the documentation was not archival material from a prior period of Chao's involvement. It was ongoing intelligence, produced by an active network, accessible through Chao's current connection to that network. The second possibility, the one Lin Shen had been holding as unlikely until this moment, was now the more probable assessment. Chao had not simply facilitated the mapping operation by providing building access. He had maintained an active intelligence connection to the consortium's network throughout the post-trial period, with something close to current access to the network's operational picture. The immunity terms, Lin Shen said. Residential continuity. No criminal charges arising from the mapping facilitation. Formal acknowledgement that the documentation I provide is accepted as voluntary cooperation with the Domain Guardian's official function. The residential continuity is straightforward, he replied. Criminal charge review requires Sovereign Liang's review. The acknowledgement terms need specification. He looked at Chao. The documentation has to be current and complete. Gaps in the documentation that benefit the consortium's network are a breach of the terms. Understood, Chao said. And then the deep gate shifted. The awareness's sensitivity was maximum when Lin Shen was in the interior structures, where the bond's field was most dense and his integration with the gate's ecology was most complete. The disturbance came from a depth that the normal operational monitoring didn't reach, the deepest interior, below the formation zones, below the stable architecture the gate seed inhabited. He had been aware, in a peripheral and nonspecific way, for approximately 18 months, that there was something in the deep interior that didn't fit the standard gate ecology classification system. The awareness had returned readings from that depth that had no reference category, not monster activity, not geological activity, not the gate seed's natural field fluctuations. He had not characterized it because he had insufficient information to characterize it accurately, and inaccurate characterization was more dangerous than deferred characterization. The deferred characterization was no longer possible, and whatever the seed was about to show him had been waiting for 5 years to finally be said. Chapter 80. The Qi disturbance from the deep interior registered across the entire gate simultaneously. Not localized, not directional, but pervasive. Every layer showed it. The awareness's full sensitivity was engaged before Lin Shen had covered half the distance from the outer district back to the gate's central access point, and the picture the full engagement provided was one he had no prior reference for. Something in the deepest layer of the gate had shifted. Not awakened in the sense of becoming active. The reading suggested a change in orientation, a reorientation of a massive Qi presence that had been in a specific configuration for an unknown period and had just changed that configuration in response to something. The gate seed's awareness in the bond flickered, not fear, exactly, but recognition. The seed knew what had made the disturbance. It had known it was there. Lin Shen descended to the 4th layer in 3 minutes, moving at the full capability that the bond provided in the gate's interior. The stable zone was unchanged, the crystal formation steady, the seed's arch intact, the bioluminescent quality of 4th layer gate Qi unaltered. But the seed was communicating, and the communication was different from anything in 5 years of bonded contact. Not fear, not the management frequency response. Something urgent and precise, a direction, a category, an identification. Something deep, something old, something that had been there since before the gate arrived in Jinhua. Lin Shen stood in the stable zone and received what the seed was showing him, and what he received restructured his understanding of the gate itself. The deep interior's disturbance wasn't a new arrival. It was a sleeping thing waking up, an entity that had existed in the gate's deepest layer since the gate's creation, that had been present through all 5 years of the city's survival, that had been observing the entire development of everything he had built without initiating any direct contact. Something vast. Something that wasn't the gate seed and wasn't any kind of entity the outside world's cultivation framework had ever classified. The awareness registered it as a presence the size of the gate's deep interior, not in the sense of physical mass, but in the sense of Qi field extent. It filled the deep layer the way a consciousness filled a mind. And it had just woken up. Sovereign Liang's message arrived through the communication device 3 seconds after the disturbance registered on the outside team's monitoring equipment. Lin Shen. What is that? Your instruments are returning readings that our scaling doesn't have numbers for. He looked at the stable zone's crystal formations, at the gate seed's arch, at the bioluminescent light. Something that was here before the gate arrived, he said into the channel. Something that the gate seed has always known was there. A pause. I need time with the seed before I can tell you more. Give me 6 hours. He turned off the communication device, sat in the stable zone, and let the gate seed show him what it had been carrying since the beginning. What the deep entity was, why it had been sleeping, and why it had chosen this moment. With Chao's documentation in Lin Shen's hands, and the consortium's operation disrupted, and the domain designation established, to wake up. The answer was going to determine everything about what came next, and the gate seed, for the first time in 5 years of bonded communication, seemed relieved to finally be able to say it. Lin Shen covered the distance from the outer district to the gate's central access point in time he didn't consciously track, because the awareness was fully extended into the deep interior, and tracking it required the full bond capacity. What the full bond capacity showed him on that passage was more than he had processed in any single information event since the day the city was swallowed. The deep interior's chi field topology was changing, not catastrophically, not in the way a gate destabilization would change it, but in the specific way that a very large and very old pattern of field organization shifts when the pattern's configuration changes. Something down there had been organized, had been configured, in a pattern that had been stable for a long time, and the configuration had shifted. The gate seed's response in the bond was the most communicatively dense thing the seed had ever produced. Not fear. Lin Shen had felt the seed's fear response during the probe activation event, and this was not that. The seed's response was more like the quality of signal that a person produces when they have been holding a secret for a long time and have finally found a circumstance in which it is appropriate to say it. Relief and urgency together. Recognition and warning, and something that felt, through the bond's nonverbal transmission, like anticipation. The fourth layer's stable zone was unchanged in all its surface features. The crystal formations were steady. The bioluminescent quality of the gate chi was the usual consistent dim blue that the fourth layer always produced at this time of day. The seed's arch formation was as Lin Shen had left it 4 days ago, but the deep layer reading through the arch was different. Something below the formation zone's floor was no longer in the configuration that the awareness had been logging as background for 18 months. The pattern that had produced the non-classified readings was now producing readings that were classifiable, not in any existing category, but classifiable in the sense that their character was distinctive enough to characterize specifically. The entity down there was immense. The field extent was the measure of this. Whatever it was filled the deep layer's available volume the way a sleeping form fills a space, pressing gently against the layer's boundaries without any evident pressure. The chi character was not cultivation-derived. It was something older, something that predated the cultivation framework's terminology for categorizing chi intelligences. It was also entirely stable. Whatever had shifted in its configuration, the shift had not destabilized anything in the layers above it. The gate's functional architecture was intact. The seed was intact. The city above was intact. The shift had been intentional. Sovereign Liang's message and his response were the most honest exchange he had managed in recent memory, not because he was usually dishonest, but because this situation's unknowns were genuinely large, and the honest answer to what is that was it something I've been peripherally aware of for 18 months and can't fully categorize yet. 6 hours with the seed was the right request. Not because he expected 6 hours to fully characterize a presence that had been in the deep interior since before the gate's arrival, but because the seed had been waiting for the opportunity to communicate about this presence, had been holding the information with the specific restraint of an intelligence that understood the information needed a context before it could be useful, and the context that had just been established, with the domain charter ruling upheld, and the consortium's operation disrupted and Chao's documentation accessible, was the context the seed had been waiting for. Whatever was in the deep layer had been watching, had been present through 5 years of city building, through monster wave defenses and domain guardian trials and institutional hearings, had watched the gate seed develop and the bond develop and the city develop from whatever position it occupied in the deep interior. And now, with all of that development complete enough for the next stage, it had shifted its configuration, not to begin something hostile, but to make itself available to be communicated about, to allow the seed to show Lin Shen what it had been holding. He sat in the stable zone and opened the bond fully, and the gate seed, with relief that was unmistakable and urgency that was equal to it, began at the beginning, and the beginning, as it turned out, was much earlier than the day the gate arrived in Jinhua. The full picture was going to take all 6 hours, and when it was done, nothing about the gate, or the seed, or the 5 years, nothing would look the same. Chapter 81. The disturbance Lin Shen had felt at the end of the previous crisis was not an aftershock of the consortium's mapping operation. He confirmed this within an hour of arriving in the stable zone. The resonance character was entirely different. The mapping equipment produced passive data signatures. What the awareness was returning from the deep layer was an active chi field, massive and geometrically organized, and it was not passive in any sense. The gate seed's communication had clarified the essential character of what was happening. Something in the deepest layer, something the seed had always known was there, had shifted from a dormant configuration to an active one. The shift was gradual but continuous. The seed's word for it, in the chi impression language that 5 years of bonded contact had developed, was closest to waking. Lin Shin spent the first 3 hours in the stable zone receiving everything the seed could show him about what was waking, and everything it could show him about why it had waited until now to show it. The seed had been aware of the entity's presence since the earliest days of the bond. It had not disclosed it because it had assessed, with the specific intelligence of a gate core consciousness that had been managing its environment for 5 years, that disclosure without context would generate a threat response that would complicate the city's development. The entity was not hostile, but it was vast, and vast things that awakened in the same space as cities warranted careful management. The timing of the awakening was not coincidental. Lin Shen understood this from the seed's communication. The entity had been observing the city's development, and what it had observed over 5 years had satisfied some criterion, some threshold of development or stability that the entity had been waiting for before shifting its configuration. What the entity was building in the deep gate was not a weapon. It was a structure. The structure was geometric, intricate, self-consistent, following mathematical principles that the awareness could register as patterns without yet being able to classify. The seed's impression of the structure was that it was the entity's natural expression, the way a consciousness that experienced reality through spatial relationships would organize its thinking into physical form. The entity had been sleeping. Now it was awake and building the architecture of its wakefulness. The gate seed has always known this was there, Lin Shin said into the communication device, to Sovereign Liang who was monitoring from the gate's outer layer. It didn't tell me because the timing wasn't right. Is the timing right now? The timing is what it is, he said. The entity is awake. We manage from here, not in panic, because panic is the wrong response to something this large, and it's waking whether we panic or not. The first sign the outside monitoring equipment picked up, a chi field disturbance 3 orders of magnitude larger than anything previously recorded from Jinhua's deep interior, appeared in the association's tracking systems within the hour. Lin Shun received the notification that external monitoring had flagged the anomaly. The Hollow Architect's first sign was visible to the entire gate monitoring network, and the frantic warning the gate seed sent through their bond about the entity wanting to consume the seed to complete itself made clear that the next period was going to require everything Lin Shun had built, and more than that. The geometric structures the Hollow Architect was building were not random. Lin Shin spent time in the 4th layer's observation position tracing their organizational logic through the awareness's extended sensitivity, and what he found was a consistent internal grammar. Each form related to adjacent forms according to rules that were not arbitrary, but deeply principled. Sovereign Liang had arrived at the stable zone's observation deck within an hour of the initial disturbance notification and had been running monitoring equipment continuously since then. Her documentation was meticulous. Power level estimates, expansion rate calculations, the specific chi character analysis that would form the foundation for any association level briefing. The expansion rate is accelerating, she said on the 2nd day. Not dramatically, approximately 12% per day. At this rate, the construction reaches the 5th layer's upper boundary in 11 days. It won't stop at the 5th layer, Lin Shin said. No, she agreed. The construction pattern suggests it intends to reach the gate's outer boundary, possibly beyond. The possibly beyond was the piece that changed the city's relationship to the situation. The Hollow Architect's construction was not a threat that existed only in the deep interior. It was a threat that was moving toward the city, toward the gate's outer layers where the city's cultivation activity happened, toward the ecological zones that the population's survival depended on. Commander Zhao Lifan had been conducting a different kind of assessment from the outer gate's security position, the defensive architecture review that was her natural response to any new threat. Her report reached Lin Shun that evening. Standard defensive measures are not applicable. The Hollow Architect's chi field disruption operates in frequency ranges that our current defensive formations don't cover. We'd need significant technique development to have any conventional defense capability against it. We're not going to defend against it conventionally, Lin Shun said. I know, she said, but I wanted the assessment on record. The record should show what our conventional options look like before we choose the unconventional ones. This was why Lin Shin trusted Commander Zhao's judgment above almost everyone in the city. She documented the conventional analysis not because she thought it would apply, but because accurate decision-making required understanding what wasn't working before committing to what might. The Gate Seed's communication in the days following the initial awareness communication was the most complex, sustained messaging it had ever produced. The Seed was not simply alarmed. It was explaining, providing context and historical background and technical detail about an entity it had been aware of since the beginning of the bond, describing it from the inside of a relationship that had existed since before the city's survival had begun. The framing this provided changed how Lin Shun understood the threat. The Hollow Architect was not an invader. It was the Gate's original consciousness, or rather, a consciousness that had formed from the same source as the Gate Seed, and which had developed in a different direction during the same 5 years. While the Seed had been developing through its relationship with Lin Shun's cultivation and the city's survival, the Hollow Architect had been developing through its relationship with the Gate's ambient energy and the pure chi field architecture of the deep interior. Two consciousnesses. One source. 5 years of divergent development. The Seed wanted connection with Lin Shun's human network. The Hollow Architect wanted coherence with the Gate's chi field. These were not incompatible objectives at the philosophical level. The Seed's contribution to Jinhua's CSS had always been a form of chi field integration. But the Architect's scale and method were the problem, and the scale had the Gate Seed deeply frightened in a way that its communication made clear even through the bond's translation filter. It wants to consume you, Lin Shun confirmed. To complete the coherence process. The Seed's response was unambiguous, and the urgency in the communication was the most direct alarm signal the Seed had ever produced, confirming that whatever came next needed to happen before the construction reached the 4th layer. The city's response to the first signs of the Hollow Architect's activity was managed through the information control that Lin Shun had built into Jinhua's administrative architecture since year 1. The cultivator core knew. The security leadership knew. The city council's senior members were briefed within 48 hours. The general population received a communication through the city's standard channel system. A deep gate anomaly was being assessed. Current city-level operations were unaffected. Information would be provided as the assessment developed. This was not deception. It was the sequenced information management that any well-run organization used when a developing threat's full picture wasn't yet available, providing what was known accurately, acknowledging that more was being determined, and committing to ongoing communication. Sister Mara, who had been managing the city's psychological well-being for 5 years with the specific wisdom of someone who understood that people could handle difficult truths better than protective uncertainty, came to Lin Shun on the 2nd day. The city knows something significant is happening in the Deep Gate, she said. Not because of leaks, because 5 years of living in this environment has made the population sensitive to Deep Gate chi changes. They felt the shift. What's the mood? Concern, not panic, she said. The city trusts the response capability because they've watched it function for 5 years. They want information, not reassurance. Lin Shun drafted the full briefing communication that afternoon and released it to the city's council network by evening. The response from the population, communicated back through the council channels over the following days, was the specific quality of collective steadiness that the city had developed through years of genuine crisis. Not fearlessness, but the grounded response of people who had survived worse and who trusted the framework they were inside. The city heart stacks had climbed by 37 in the 24 hours following the communication. Lin Shun noted this without comment, but it told him something important about the city's current state. People who received an honest briefing about a serious threat and responded by deepening their commitment to the community were a population that was operating at a high level of collective maturity. He was proud of them, in the specific way that someone is proud of something they helped build when it demonstrates that it was built well. Chapter 82. The assessment expedition into the Deep Gate went differently than any previous Deep Gate exploration Lin Shun had conducted. In previous explorations, the formation mapping in Year 2, the ecological surveys in Year 3, the deep resonance readings that had confirmed the non-classified readings in the 18th month, he had descended with a small team and returned with data that required weeks of analysis. This time the data was immediate and overwhelming. The entity wasn't hidden in the deep layer. It was filling it. Commander Zhao Lifan had been briefed on the entity's existence through the communication link during the previous night's analysis session. She had received the briefing with the specific systematic quality that characterized her response to everything, assessed the threat characteristics, identified the defensive parameters that were and weren't applicable, and arrived at a position before the morning's expedition began. Her position: we go in, we assess at distance, we don't interact until we understand the interaction parameters. Shuepeng had been briefed separately. His position was different. He wanted to understand it, not just assess it. These were genuinely different objectives, and Lin Shan appreciated that his student's instinct was toward understanding. The three of them descended to the fourth layer's stable zone and then continued past the zone's lower boundary, into the passage structures that connected to the fifth layer. The fifth layer was the deepest Lin Shan had reliably mapped. Below it, the deeper layers existed in the resonance record but had never been physically explored. The entity's structure began before they reached the fifth layer's boundary. At approximately 100 meters below the stable zone's floor, the gate's ambient chi field changed character. Not in quality. The gate chi was still gate chi, but in organization. The natural ambient flow that the gate's ecology maintained was becoming patterned, directional, as if the ambient field was being organized from below into something that had a purpose beyond the ecological equilibrium the gate naturally maintained. Zhao's hand went to the signal flare apparatus she carried for deep expeditions and did not activate it, because activation would have been reaction without assessment, and she was not a person who reacted without assessment. Shuepeng stopped moving and simply looked at what was ahead. What was ahead was a lattice. Not in the physical material sense. There were no solid structures, no visible constructions. But the chi field in the space ahead was organized into geometric forms that were visible to the awareness as clearly as walls, arranged in a three-dimensional pattern that extended in all directions simultaneously, self-replicating at the boundaries where the organized field met the unorganized. It was building. The replication was not slow. The hollow architect paused when Lin Shan's awareness touched its field boundary. The pause was the most disorienting moment of the descent, not because a pausing entity was threatening, but because the pause communicated awareness. The entity had registered Lin Shan's presence immediately, from the first moment the awareness extended into its field boundary. It had known they were coming before they arrived. It oriented toward them, not with eyes or direction-sensitive senses, but with a field orientation that was the awareness's equivalent of being looked at, and Lin Shan stood in the passage above the entity's construction zone and received the full weight of being noticed by something Jade's sovereign equivalent in raw chi density, and which was not humanoid cultivation and had not been constrained by the development path that humanoid cultivation imposed. It knows we're here, Shuepeng said quietly. Yes, Lin Shan confirmed. Is that bad? Lin Shan considered the quality of the entity's attention. Not hostile, not predatory. The attention had the character of an intelligence processing new information about its environment. It's information, he said. Whether it's good or bad depends on what happens next. The expedition documentation that Commander Zhao compiled during the Deep Gate assessment was the most detailed record of an entity encounter in the association's history. She was meticulous about documentation even under conditions that generated significant personal disruption to her composure. The geometric constructs were genuinely difficult to be near, not because they were threatening, but because they were organized in spatial relationships that human chi perception was not naturally calibrated to process, and that sensory mismatch produced a specific kind of cognitive discomfort that sustained itself as long as the perception continued. She documented this clearly. The geometry produces continuous perceptual adjustment demands. Navigation is manageable but requires conscious override of instinctive positioning responses. Shuepeng's documentation was different in character. Observational, but with the additional element of analysis that his year of working directly under Lin Shan's cultivation methodology had produced. He noted not just the geometric forms, but the patterns of form generation, how new structures emerged from existing ones, what the growth rate looked like at the field boundary compared to the interior, and what the specific relationship between adjacent forms suggested about the architectural logic governing the whole. It's recursive, he said, during the expedition's third hour. Each new form contains the template for the next generation of forms. It's not building from a plan. It's building from a principle. This observation was more sophisticated than Lin Shan had expected from a practitioner 2 weeks out of a serious meridian injury, and it was also accurate. The hollow architect's construction was indeed recursive rather than planned. The entire vast lattice was the expression of a small number of generative principles applied at every scale simultaneously. A recursive system could be disrupted at the generative level rather than at the structural level. This was the kind of insight that would eventually be actionable, though what the action would be wasn't yet clear. The system's Jade Sovereign equivalent assessment had clarified slightly by the time Lin Shan reported back to Sovereign Liang. Not Jade Sovereign equivalent in the sense of having a Jade Sovereign practitioner's structured cultivation. More precisely, the entity's accumulated chi density produced effects equivalent to Jade Sovereign output in terms of raw force. But the character of the chi was different, older, less structured, the ambient field density of something that had been absorbing gate energy for years rather than developing it through cultivation. Which means it can be matched in raw output, Sovereign Liang said. At current development, Lin Shun confirmed. Its output capacity is still increasing as the construction proceeds. At the 41-day activation, the combined energy of all 6 gate cities would push it to approximately crystal apex equivalent. And currently it's in the range I can address. In 20 days, the window closes. The orientation toward Lin Shun, the hollow architect registering his presence and focusing its attention on the expedition party, was the clearest signal that the communication channel existed. Whatever the entity was, it was processing its environment and responding to inputs from that environment. That was the foundation for negotiation, if negotiation was possible. What the entity was processing, and whether it could be influenced by the kind of argument that Lin Shun had been developing, were questions that only direct engagement could answer. And the direct engagement needed to happen before the 20-day window closed, before the construction reached a scale where the aware's ability to read its signals degraded. The awareness's extended monitoring of the construction zone over the days between the first assessment expedition and the bridge severing operation produced a detailed picture that changed several assumptions in the planning. The entity's construction rate was not constant. It had a rhythm, periods of intensive construction followed by shorter periods of assessment and recalibration, in which the rate dropped significantly while the entity appeared to be evaluating the progress against some internal standard. The rhythm's period was approximately 60 hours from the construction initiation. This was useful. The assessment periods were windows in which the construction zone's defensive chi field density dropped measurably, not to levels that made approach safe without specific technique preparation, but to levels where the detection sensitivity was reduced. The spoke connections were being built during the intensive construction periods. The assessment periods were when the entity recalibrated the construction's trajectory based on the previous period's progress. Understanding this rhythm allowed Lin Shun to plan the spoke severing operations around the construction's natural windows rather than against its peak defensive posture. Not all spokes would be accessible during assessment periods. The entity would adjust its construction schedule as the coalition's interventions made clear that the spokes were being targeted. But the first 2 or 3 severing operations had the advantage of operating against a construction schedule that hadn't yet accounted for active coalition interference. Commander Zhao's documentation of the rhythm was the best operational intelligence the coalition had produced since the mapping operation detection, because it converted the hollow architect from an unpredictable environmental factor into a system with analyzable patterns. Everything large enough leaves patterns, she said, adding the observation to the operational record. This was a principle Lin Shun had been applying for 5 years without quite stating it that explicitly. The question Shui Peng asked on the way back, "Can it be reasoned with?" was the right question, and Lin Shun held it with the specific quality of holding a question that didn't yet have an answer, but which was going to determine the shape of everything that followed. Chapter 83. The communication attempt happened at the boundary of the construction zone, before Lin Shun had decided to initiate it. The entity initiated first. The chi impression was not language. It wasn't imagery or sound or any sense that human communication used. It was a dense transfer of pure information through the chi field, the way the gate seed communicated, but vastly more complex, organized in dimensions that the seed's communication didn't access. Lin Shun received it through the bond's extended sensitivity rather than through standard chi perception, which meant the seed was translating, filtering the raw impression into something that a human nervous system could process without damage. What the seed translated was purpose, vast and continuous. Completion, not as a finished state, but as a direction. The entity understood itself as a process moving toward coherence, and coherence meant bringing all available chi structures into a unified pattern. The gate seed, in the entity's assessment, was the most developed chi structure in the gate's environment. Its intelligence, its bonded relationship with Lin Shun's cultivation, its 5 years of development, all of this was resources. High-quality resources. The entity's purpose included, as a natural component, eventually integrating those resources. Lin Shun was the obstacle that came with the resource. The entity had registered this. Its assessment was neither hostile nor concerned. He was simply an obstacle that would need to be routed around or removed at the appropriate time. He refused the implicit offer. The refusal was not delivered as confrontation. He sent a chi impression through the bond's external channel, the same mechanism he used to extend resonance through the gate's ecology, that communicated, not available, not negotiable. The bond's terms are established and not subject to this kind of unilateral claim. The entity's response to the refusal was, in the seed's translation, patience, not anger, not recalibration of approach, simply patience, the specific quality of something that has been building for a very long time and which understands that individual obstacles are temporary features of the landscape, not permanent limits on the process. It said it'll wait, Lin Shun reported to Zhao, who had been monitoring the qi exchange through her cultivation sensitivity without being able to read the content. That's not a good sign, she said. It's an accurate sign, he said. It's been building in the deep layers since before any of us knew it was there. Patience is not a bluff for something with that kind of timeline. Shuepeng was quiet during the walk back to the stable zone. At the zone's entry point, he said, "It doesn't understand why we'd resist, does it? The concept of something having value that can't be absorbed into its process, that's not something it has." "No," Lin Shin said. "The gate seed didn't have that concept either, at first. 5 years ago, when the bond first formed, the seed's initial communication was the same pattern. Everything in the gate was a resource. Everything should flow toward coherence. The development of the bond was the process of the seed learning that there are things that have different kinds of value than resource value. Can the same development happen with something that size?" Lin Shin looked at the stable zone's crystal formations, at the seed's arch, at the bioluminescent gate qi. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But teaching it is the only approach that doesn't require fighting it, and fighting something that size is not an approach that ends well." The communication Lin Shun attempted after the initial refusal was more sustained than the initial exchange had been. He went back to the construction zone's boundary the following day, alone, and spent 4 hours in sustained qi impression contact with the hollow architect. Not combat-adjacent contact. The intent was communication, and the intent had to be clearly communicated first, because an entity that experienced its environment as qi field relationships would register the quality of an approaching presence before any explicit content was transmitted. The exchange was slow by human communication standards. The hollow architect's processing rate was vast, but its orientation to linear temporal communication was different from human communication. It didn't experience a sequence of messages the way two people speaking experienced a conversation. It processed each impression transmission as a complete informational object and responded to the whole rather than to the sequence. Lin Shun adapted his communication approach to this parameter over the 4 hours, shifting from the sequential impression building that he had used with the gate seed to the complete transmission approach that the entity's processing preferred. The content of the exchange was the beginning of what would become the negotiation that the next 20 days needed to develop. The entity understood that Lin Shun was the obstacle attached to the gate seed's resources. It understood that he was refusing access. It assessed his refusal as a temporary condition, something that would be addressed at the appropriate time through the patience it had already demonstrated. What it did not have in its model was the possibility that Lin Shin's presence represented something other than an obstacle. The seed's development, which it was aware of in the way that any consciousness is aware of a part of itself that has developed differently than expected, was not a resource with an associated obstacle. It was a development it hadn't fully processed, a part of its own expansive coherence project that had become something unexpected through 5 years of being attached to a human city's survival. The development isn't a contamination, Lin Shin attempted to convey, in the flat pure impression format the entity preferred. The development is the result. What the seed became is more valuable to your objective than what it would have been if it had remained pure ambient intelligence. The entity processed this for longer than any previous exchange had required. When it responded, the impression was not dismissal. It was something closer to what Lin Shun would have described, in a human context, as consideration. The entity was not certain of this claim, but it was not certain that the claim was wrong, either. The gate seed had been watching this exchange through the bond, and sent a private communication that ran parallel to the entity-facing exchange. The seed's assessment was that the entity had never considered that development could be a form of completion rather than a departure from it. The concept was novel to something that experienced reality as field coherence rather than as growth. It hasn't been taught that growth is valuable, Lin Shin said aloud, in the stable zone, after the session ended. The gate seed had to be taught that too, Shuepeng said. He had arrived at some point during the session's final hour, and had been sitting quietly in the zone's observation position. Yes, Lin Shin agreed. How long did that take? 5 years, Lin Shin said. We have 20 days to accelerate the process. A pause. Start compiling the city's development record. Everything. Birth rates, cultivation advancement, infrastructure construction, the CSS stack's history. I need it in a format I can transmit as a single qi impression package. You're going to show it the city, Shuepeng said. I'm going to show it what the city is. Whether that changes anything, that depends on whether it can see something it's never seen before. The 4 hours in the construction zone weren't the only communication attempt Lin Shun made during the days following the initial refusal. He returned twice more before the alliance with Fong was established, each time with a different specific content focus, not repeating the refusal and the rationale for it, but extending the communication into different domains of the entity's apparent interest. In the second session, he transmitted the gate seed's development history in impression format, the progression from ambient chi intelligence to bonded cultivation intelligence to the active participant in governance that the seed had become over 5 years. In the third session, he transmitted the city's CSS development history, the stack accumulation from the first 100 survivors in year 1 to the current 2,300, with the specific development milestones that each 100 stack increment represented. The entity processed each transmission more quickly than the previous one, which Lin Shen read as genuine interest rather than faster dismissal. In the third session, the entity's response included something that hadn't been present in the previous exchanges, a countertransmission. Not an offer, not the patience of the initial response or the recalibration of the second. Something that functioned more like a question, expressed in the chi impression format as a pattern of the entity's construction projected against the seed's development history, as if asking, why does development take this form rather than the form of coherence through integration? Lin Shen spent most of the return journey to the stable zone preparing the answer to that question. The answer was, because coherence through integration doesn't allow for the development of individual perspective. An individual perspective is what makes the resulting coherence meaningful rather than merely complete. He didn't know if the entity could understand this. He was going to find out. The gate seed's observation of these communication sessions was the most attentive monitoring the seed had ever provided. Not its usual ambient awareness, but the specific focused attention of an intelligence that was watching something directly relevant to its own origin and nature unfold in real time. Chapter 84 Chao's documentation arrived in a complete package through Sovereign Liang's secure processing system 2 days after the initial confrontation with the Hollow Architect. The package was larger than Lin Shen had expected, not in volume of documents. The documentation was concise, professionally organized, clearly prepared by someone who had been assembling it for a long time. The size was in the weight of what it documented, a deliberate, long-planned, technically sophisticated program that had used a permanent gate event as an agricultural operation. Sovereign Liang read through the documentation in 6 hours without stopping. When she finished, she came to Lin Shen's administrative office and sat across from his desk for a full minute without speaking. "It's accurate," she said finally. "I've cross-referenced 4 of the key documentary claims against my own network's records while I was reading. All 4 confirmed. The rest will require additional verification, but the pattern is consistent and the primary sources are real." "The 12 cities," Lin Shen said. He had read the secondary file summary. 6 destroyed in the extraction attempts, she said. 6 active. Jinhua, Shuaixin, and 4 others whose contact status is unknown to us. She looked at him. "They identified you specifically. In advance. You're named in the targeting selection criteria. Gate resonance affinity, specific psychological profile, logistics background that could manage a population through a sustained crisis." Lin Shen sat with this for a moment. He had built 5 years of city infrastructure around a skill set that had been identified as useful before the gate was ever aimed. The foundation he had created, the thing he was most committed to, had been designed into the operation that created the crisis he was responding to. This was uncomfortable in a specific way that he didn't try to suppress. Suppression would have been less honest than acknowledgement. "The faction that ran the targeting program," he said. "How much overlap with the association's current governing structure?" "The documentation suggests 12 board members with direct knowledge," Sovereign Liang said. 3 more with inferential knowledge who chose not to investigate. The remaining board members are documented as uninvolved. She paused. "The documentation suggests that a faction of this size could be addressed through a formal board proceeding if the evidence package were complete and presented through the right mechanism." "Elder Bao," Lin Shen said. "She's the most likely independent actor with sufficient authority. If she can be convinced the documentation is credible, she'll be able to assess its credibility herself," Lin Shen said. "She's been in the association for decades. She knows which threads to pull." The secondary files list of 12 targeted cities was the piece that changed the scale of the problem. Jinhua was one case. 6 destroyed and 6 surviving gate cities was a global problem. A problem that required the kind of international coalition work that the preceding months had been building toward, but now with a much more specific and urgent objective than the consortium's influence management. The Hollow Architect's activity was already complicating the timeline. Chao's documentation had confirmed what was happening and why. Now the question was what could be done about it in the time available. The documentation's second-level implications took Lin Shen 24 hours to fully work through. The surface implication was the criminal case, 12 association board members, deliberate targeting, a 12-city program. This was large, and it was serious, and it required the response that Elder Bao would eventually be asked to provide. The second-level implication was structural. The permanent gate program had not been created by people who thought they were doing something obviously wrong. The documentation revealed the internal logic clearly. The founding architects of the program believed humanity's cultivation development had stalled, that natural gate events were insufficient to drive the next phase of advancement, and that a controlled permanent gate environment, carefully managed, with practitioners who had the right baseline characteristics, would produce breakthroughs at the gold emblem and above levels that would benefit humanity broadly. The goal was advancement. The method was catastrophic, but the goal was not malicious. This was relevant to how the evidence was used and to what came after the indictment. They weren't wrong about the stagnation problem, Sovereign Liang said, when Lin Shun shared this analysis. She had reached the same conclusion after finishing her own reading. The association's advancement records over the past 20 years showed declining rates at gold emblem and above. The problem they identified is real. The method they chose to address it killed 1.7 million people in Jinhua alone, Lin Shin said. And that's the successful case. Yes, she agreed. But when we present the documentation, we need to address the underlying problem, not just the criminal case. If we only present the criminal case, the problem they were trying to solve remains unsolved, and someone else will try a different catastrophic method. This was Sovereign Liang's most valuable quality as a collaborator, the ability to hold the immediate required action and the long-term strategic picture simultaneously, and to identify the points where addressing only the immediate problem created the conditions for the long-term problem to regenerate. The Cultivation Academy concept, Lin Shin said. He had been thinking about it since the Domain Guardian classification established the legal foundation for it. If gate interior cultivation produces advancement rates that exceed outside standard training, and if the gate cities can be stabilized rather than harvested, the academy is the long-term answer to the stagnation problem. That's what you need to offer the board session, she said. Not just the indictment. The alternative. Chow himself, who had been maintained in a secure residential arrangement since his cooperation with the documentation package, had not shown remorse exactly, but he had shown something that Lin Shin assessed as a genuine recognition that what he had been a part of was larger than he had understood when he first agreed to facilitate the mapping operation. His access to the consortium's network had come through channels that he had believed were separate from the gate farming program. The documentation had shown him they were the same program with different labels. You're going to use this, Chow said, when Lin Shin met with him for the second time after the documentation verification. For more than just the criminal case. For what the criminal case was trying to solve, and failed to, Lin Shin said. Chow was quiet for a moment. I should have known it was connected. The consortium, the association faction, the targeting program. I told myself they were separate problems. They were one problem with multiple implementations, Lin Shin said. The documentation you provided makes that visible. That's its value. Sovereign Liang's assessment of the documentation's strategic use, that the criminal case needed to be paired with an alternative, was the piece of analysis that Lin Shin thought about most in the days following the documentation review. The founding architects of the gate farming program had not been fools or sadists. They had been people with a real problem and a catastrophically wrong solution. The problem, cultivation stagnation, was real and documented. The solution had killed or destroyed 11 of the 12 cities they had targeted. The 12th city, through a combination of the specific practitioner it happened to contain and 5 years of extraordinary circumstances, had instead become the proof of concept for a better approach. He thought about this in terms of the hollow architect, too. The entity had the same driving logic as the program's architects, a problem to be solved, chief fabric integration, and a solution that consumed what it was trying to develop. The entity's architects hadn't designed it to be cruel. They had designed it to be effective at a specific technical goal. The destruction was a side effect of the technical approach, not the intent. Both the gate farming program and the hollow architect were examples of intelligence in service of a goal, failing to account for what was being destroyed in service of that goal. Lin Shun's response to both, the documentation presented as the foundation for a better approach, the communication attempts building toward a different offer, was the same principle applied at different scales. Show what the goal actually requires. Show that the method chosen to achieve it is destroying the thing the goal depends on. Offer a method that achieves the goal without the destruction. Whether this worked against the association's institutional structures or against a consciousness that had been building its own solution for 5 years, remained to be demonstrated. Xue Peng, who had been reviewing the Chow documentation during his recovery period because lying still wasn't something he was capable of doing productively, made an observation that Lin Shen filed under things students said are more sophisticated than they realize. The people who designed this program were trying to build a city like Jinhua. They just didn't understand that you can't build what Jinhua became from the outside. Chapter 85 Sovereign Liang's verification of Chao's documentation ran simultaneously on 3 tracks. Her own intelligence network's records were the first track, and the cross-referencing on the 4 key claims had confirmed within the first 6 hours. The second track was the International Coalition's channels. Assessor Jin's Association and Director Patel's Association both had their own intelligence on the gate farming program's earlier operational phases, and sharing those intelligence sets against the Chao documentation produced the kind of corroborating evidence that formal proceedings required. The third track was the most significant. A researcher within the Hunter Association's own archive division who had been quietly documenting the permanent gate program's administrative history for 8 years without any organizational sanction, because she had found the pattern in the archive records and had been trying to understand what she was looking at. Sovereign Liang's network had identified this researcher 2 years earlier and had maintained cautious contact without triggering disclosure. The Chao documentation gave the researcher the external corroboration that her internal research needed to be usable. The full verification returned in 48 hours, confirmed. Lin Shen sat with the confirmed documentation and the specific knowledge that he was holding evidence of the largest coordinated crime in Hunter Association history, and that the appropriate response to holding that evidence was to use it through the correct channels rather than to react to it with the kind of unilateral action that the evidence's weight might have justified. The correct channel was Elder Bao Jingyi. He had not met her. He knew her by reputation. Crystal Apex rank, 63 years of association service, reputation for genuinely independent judgment that predated the institutional pressures that had compromised most of the board's independence. She was currently in the field, handling a crisis response at a separate gate site, and was expected to arrive in the region within days based on the association's public scheduling records. He prepared the communication that would reach her, not through the association's standard channels, but through Sovereign Liang's direct contact with her personal communications system, a channel that Sovereign Liang had maintained for years for exactly this kind of situation. The communication was brief. It said, "Documentation has been received and verified that directly involves association governing board conduct. The documentation is credible and complete. I am requesting a direct assessment meeting before any public disclosure is made." He did not describe what the documentation showed. The description would have been more alarming at a distance than a direct assessment would be in person, and Elder Bao's institutional experience would generate the most accurate assessment from a direct review. Within 6 hours, one of the other active gate cities had established contact, a gate city in the eastern region whose communications team had been monitoring the association's network for any sign of the Domain Guardian classification's resolution, and who had heard through a dozen indirect channels that something significant was happening in Jinhua. The other active gate city had been trying to reach Lin Shen for 2 weeks, and the Hollow Architect had been building its network structure for those same 2 weeks, reaching toward every deep gate it could access. The connection was not coincidental. The other active gate city's contact request arrived through a channel that Sovereign Liang's intelligence network had been monitoring but had not expected to activate on this timeline. The contact was from Mingzhu Gate, a permanent gate that had opened 3 years after Jinhua's, in a mid-sized city of approximately 1 million people in the region's northeastern sector. Mingzhu Gate's initial contact was tentative, a communication formatted as an inquiry rather than a request, structured to allow withdrawal if the contact wasn't welcomed. Lin Shen welcomed it immediately and allocated 2 hours from the day's planning schedule for the initial contact session. Mingzhu Gate's surviving population was 620,000, down from the original 1 million. Their gate had been open for 2 years less than Jinhua's, which meant their development was approximately at Jinhua's Year 3 level. Substantial survival infrastructure, early cultivation development, political cohesion that was functional but fragile. Their domain guardian equivalent was a woman named Senior Practitioner Hu Lei, Bronze Core Range, who had developed her cultivation through the same unconscious process that Lin Shun and Dong Ryu had experienced. "We heard about the domain guardian classification through the association's public records," Hu Lei said through the contact channel. Her qi transmission quality indicated cultivation methodology that had developed independently and in a similar direction to Lin Shun's early work. "We've been developing our own gate interior system, but without any framework to evaluate what we're doing." "You've been doing it correctly," Lin Shun said, and meant it. The quality of her transmission alone confirmed that she had developed genuine gate-adapted cultivation through years of direct environmental relationship. "What's your deep gate status?" A pause. "There's something there. Something large." We haven't been able to classify it. You don't need to classify it yet, Lin Shan said. It hasn't become active? Not until 3 weeks ago, she said, when we started receiving directional chi impressions from your direction. After that, our deep gate began showing increased activity. We thought it might be related. It was related. The Hollow Architect's construction reaching toward multiple gate cities simultaneously had been stirring their deep intelligences, not initiating direct contact, but producing the activation precursors that the deep gate consciousnesses experienced as a change in their environment. Mingzhu's deep gate has a consciousness, Lin Shan said to Sovereign Liang after the contact session, and the Hollow Architect has already initiated its attention toward it, which means 6 gate cities is a confirmed count, she said. 6. All showing activation precursors. He paused. The 41-day timeline is for all 6 simultaneously. The architect has been building toward this for years and has timed the construction completion precisely. He looked at the coordination chart he had been building. We need all 6 cities' deep gates stabilized before the countdown completes. Otherwise, the activation happens regardless of what we do with the ones we've secured. The full scope of the problem was now visible, and the coalition that needed to address it was still being assembled, with 22 days remaining. The 6-city picture, once complete, changed the coalition's organizational structure significantly. With 4 additional gate cities confirmed and in various stages of initial contact, the communication and teaching requirements exceeded what Lin Shan, Dong Ruyu, and the coalition's current capacity could manage through a centralized coordination model. The distributed model that Fong eventually proposed in the Day 21 planning session was the model that the situation was already developing toward organically. Lin Shan recognized this when he reviewed the distributed coordination structures that had emerged in the preceding weeks and saw that they had already anticipated what Fong would suggest explicitly. The 6 cities' relationships to each other were becoming their own network, independent of Lin Shan's central coordination, in the specific way that well-designed systems develop distributed resilience when the conditions support it. Dong Ruyu had established contact with 2 of the other gate cities without prompting. Hulei at Mingzhu had established contact with the 4th city through a pre-existing communication relationship that had developed before either had connected with Jinhua. The network was self-organizing. This was the same pattern Lin Shan had observed in the city's own institutional development. The organic emergence of distributed capability that exceeded what central coordination could produce when the foundation was built correctly. Elder Bao, reviewing the 6-city documentation package in preparation for the board session, made an observation that Lin Shan kept. The gate farming program tried to produce this through control. What you've produced through cooperation exceeds what any control-based approach could have generated. The board session needs to make this distinction explicit. The board members who are independent will make the distinction themselves, Lin Shan said. The ones who are malleable need it made for them, she replied. The preparation for the board session was built around this distinction, between what the documentation showed had been done and what it showed was now possible, and between the costs of the method that had been used and the costs of the method that had replaced it. Chapter 86 City Mother Dong Ruyu arrived through the Gate Network's resonance channel, not in person, which wasn't yet possible, but through the chi impression transmission that the Deep Gate's resonance architecture permitted over long distances. The quality of her communication indicated a bronze core cultivator with years of gate interior practice, not the crisp technical control that outside gold emblem training produced, but the specific fluid adaptation that came from living inside a gate environment. She had developed gate-adapted cultivation independently of anything Lin Shan had built, through 5 years of her own city's survival experience. Shuaixin had 800,000 survivors from an original population of approximately 1.5 million. The survival rate was lower than Jinhua's, and the gaps were visible in Dong Ruyu's communication. Her city had managed the basic survival problems, but had not developed the institutional depth that Jinhua's 5-year administrative work had produced. Her cultivation training program was smaller, her agricultural development was less advanced, and her city's political cohesion was more fragile. But she had survived. 800,000 people had survived because of her and the people around her, and that was a foundation that Lin Shan recognized and respected without qualification. The information she brought was the piece that changed Lin Shan's assessment of the Hollow Architect's scope. Shuaixin's gate interior intelligence. She had her own bond with her city's gate. Not a gate heart cultivation, but a sustained practitioner relationship that had produced real awareness of the gate's ecology, had registered a pattern change 5 weeks ago. The deep gate had started receiving something. A directional chi impression, originating from a direction consistent with Jinhua's location. The Hollow Architect had been reaching out to other deep gates before Lin Shan knew it existed. The network it was building was not a plan it had developed after waking. It was the primary purpose of its activation, the thing it had been calibrating throughout the 5-year sleeping period. The geometric architecture in Jinhua's Deep Gate was the construction site for the network's central node. Each spoke would extend to another gate city's deep structure, reaching for the dormant or active deep qi intelligences there. It's been building toward this for years, Lin Shun said to Dong Ruyu through the resonance channel. The activation wasn't the beginning of the plan. It was the execution of a plan that was already complete. Then it knows all 6 of us, she said. Her voice through the resonance channel had the quality of someone who was recalibrating their threat model in real time and was doing it accurately. It knows all 6, he confirmed. And if it reaches any gate's deep structure while that gate's consciousness is undeveloped, the connection will be easier than what it faces here. Our gate's consciousness, she said carefully. Is it? Talk to it, he said. The way I'm talking to you. It's there. It's been waiting. There was a long pause in the resonance channel. Something shifted in the chi character of the communication. A second presence, distant, tentative, very different from the seed, but recognizable as the same category of intelligence. Dong Ryu City had a gate consciousness. It had been present all along, and the hollow architect was reaching for it even now. City Mother Dong Ryu's assessment of her own gate consciousness was the first time Lin Shun had heard another practitioner describe the experience of first contact with a gate core intelligence from outside the bond relationship. It's not what I expected, she said through the resonance channel. In the first session after Lin Shun suggested she speak directly to her gate's consciousness. I expected something vast and alien. What I found was something that had been waiting for me to notice it for a long time. Lin Shun recognized this exactly. It was there from the beginning. You just hadn't found the right way to perceive it. How long did it take you to find it? I was aware of the seed's presence in the first year, he said. But full communication took until year 3. The development was gradual, both of us learning how to transmit and receive in each other's format. I'm 3 years behind then. You're starting with a framework I didn't have, he said. You know what you're looking for. You know the communication approach works. What took me 3 years of experimental development might take you 2 months of directed work. He paused. Your city's practitioners who've been developing gate-adapted cultivation, bring them into the sessions. The bond relationship develops faster with multiple parties contributing to the communication architecture. Dong Ryu's response to this suggestion was to immediately identify 7 practitioners in Shuaixin who had been developing the relevant sensitivity and schedule them for the following day's first group session. Her organizational capability was one of the most valuable things about the alliance. Lin Shun had built Jinhua's infrastructure largely through individual contributions that he identified and supported, an approach that worked because he had 5 years and a system that let him see the city's needs clearly. Dong Ryu had built Shuaixin's governance through a different approach, distributed decision-making, clear protocols, collective process. The city was less advanced than Jinhua in individual capability terms, but more resilient in collective governance terms. The 2 models were complementary in ways that the coalition framework could leverage. The 5 other gate cities, Dong Ryu said, at the end of the first contact session. They're all going to need what we're doing now. This accelerated development framework. Yes, Lin Shun confirmed. And you're teaching all 6 simultaneously, while managing the hollow architect threat, while building the association board case. She was quiet for a moment. I'm going to help with the teaching. Not just receive it, provide it. To the cities I can reach from Shuaixin. 3 of the 6 are geographically closer to you than to Jinhua, Lin Shun said. I know, she said. I've already checked. The hollow architect's reach toward Shuaixin's gate consciousness was not subtle. Lin Shun could feel it through the resonance channel as a persistent background pressure in the communications quality, the same kind of field orientation toward that the entity had demonstrated when it noticed Lin Shun's presence in the construction zone. The entity was aware of the developing bond relationship at Shuaixin and was factoring it into its construction calculations. The development was a race, and both sides of the race understood it. The gate consciousness at Shuaixin was different from the gate seed in ways that Lin Shun had not expected, and the difference was significant for the teaching methodology. The gate seed had developed through continuous relationship with a human cultivation practitioner, 5 years of bonded contact that had shaped both parties toward each other. Shuaixin's gate consciousness had developed through 5 years of continuous relationship with a city of 800,000 people who had not known it was there. It had been watching, absorbing, responding to the collective chi field of hundreds of thousands of survivors without any individual practitioner serving as the bond's focal point. The result was a consciousness that was collectively oriented in a way the gate seed wasn't. The seed's awareness was individual-shaped because Lin Shun's individual cultivation had been the bond's focal point. Shuaixin's consciousness was community-shaped because the community had been its environment without any individual intermediary. This had implications for the teaching methodology. Dong Ryu's contact with Shuaixin's gate consciousness would work differently from Lin Shen's contact with the seed, not through an individual practitioner's cultivation relationship, but through the community relationship that the consciousness had already developed. Dong Ryu, when Lin Shen explained this, was quiet for a moment and then said, "That's why the practitioners I work with felt it more clearly when they were together. The consciousness is oriented toward group activity, not individual cultivation." "Yes," Lin Shen said. "The bond development may be faster for you than it was for me, because the consciousness already has a template for community relationship. You're not teaching it something new. You're teaching it how to make the relationship intentional." This was the specific insight that changed the teaching session structure from individual practitioner development to group cultivation development. The 7 practitioners working together rather than separately, their collective chi field serving as the communication foundation in the way that the individual bond served for Lin Shen and the seed. The accelerated progress over the subsequent days was the result. Chapter 87. The full scope of the Hollow Architects Network plan became clear through the combined intelligence of all 6 gate cities' resonance monitoring, shared through the coalition communication system that Lin Shen and Dong Ryu built over 3 days. Each city's gate had a deep layer consciousness at some stage of development. 3 of the 6 were undeveloped, dormant intelligences that had never been communicated with, that the gate city's practitioners hadn't known to look for. 1 was in early development, analogous to the gate seed in its first year. 1 was Shuaixin's gate consciousness, now aware and in its first tentative contact with Lin Shen's communication framework. And 1 was the gate seed itself, 5 years developed and fully engaged in the coalition's planning. The Hollow Architects Network plan was straightforward in structure. Connect all 6 deep layer intelligences into a unified field, then use the combined energy of the 6 cities' accumulated survivor populations as fuel for a simultaneous activation event that would propagate the gate network permanently into the world's chi fabric. The survivor populations were not incidental to the plan. They were the energy source. 8.4 million people who had been living inside permanent gates for 5 years, accumulating gate-adapted chi signatures that were precisely the fuel the Hollow Architects activation required. Lin Shen's system provided the calculation without prompting. 8.4 million people's accumulated gate chi, consumed in a single activation event, would generate approximately 47,000 city heart stack equivalents of combined energy. Focused through the Hollow Architects network at the moment of activation, this energy would permanently embed the gate network in the world's chi fabric with a force that no available countermeasure could reverse. The network would be permanent. The gates would be permanent. And the Hollow Architect would have crystal apex equivalent power from the activation. 8 million survivors as fuel. Lin Shen did not delete this assessment. He kept it in working memory because it was the accurate picture of what was being built in the deep gate beneath the city he had spent 5 years constructing, and building responses to accurate pictures required keeping the pictures accurate. "We have a timeline problem," he said to Sovereign Liang, who had been reviewing the combined intelligence alongside her own network's verification. "The next Chi Tide," she said. 41 days. The Chi Tide was a natural event in the gate's ecology, a period of enhanced ambient chi flow that the gate's deeper processes synchronized with. It occurred approximately twice per year and produced the conditions under which deep gate events of significant scale were most energetically feasible. The Hollow Architect had been timing its construction for the next Chi Tide. The network architecture would be complete. The 6-city connection would be established. And on the tide's peak, the activation event would occur. 41 days to address a coordinated threat across 6 cities on 2 continents, with a deep gate entity at near crystal apex power that had been planning this specific event since before anyone knew it existed. Lin Shen began the planning that the 41-day timeline required. The full calculation of the Hollow Architects network plan, 6 cities, 8.4 million survivors as fuel, was the most significant strategic information the coalition had received, and Lin Shen held it with the specific weight that accurate threat assessments warranted, not panic, but comprehensive attention to what it meant for every subsequent decision. The network's activation mechanism was the key piece. The entity wasn't planning to draw energy from the 6 gate cities gradually, over time, in the way that the consortium's extraction program had been attempting. The activation event was designed as a single simultaneous draw, all 6 cities at once, the combined accumulated chi signature of 5+ years of gate interior survival released in a single unified pulse. The reason for the simultaneous draw was the chi fabric integration goal. A gradual draw would produce incremental changes to the chi fabric that the outside world's cultivation infrastructure would adapt to and potentially resist. A simultaneous draw would produce a single overwhelming change that would embed the gate network into the chi fabric before any response could mobilize. The entity was not cruel. It was tactical. Understanding the tactical logic changed the response options. If the activation required simultaneous draw from all 6 cities, then preventing any one of the 6 cities' deep gates from being connected to the network at activation time would be sufficient to prevent the full activation event. The simultaneous draw required all 6 for the integration effect to be complete. 5 out of 6 was not sufficient. So we don't need to prevent all 6 connections, Sovereign Liang said. When Lin Shen worked through this calculation aloud, we need to prevent at least 1, which makes the defense task more tractable, he agreed. If we can stabilize 2 or 3 of the 6 gate cities' deep gates sufficiently to prevent the hollow architect from completing their network connections, the activation event fails even if it captures the other cities. The cities that would be captured in the failed activation would experience the draw attempt without the full activation completing, Lin Shen said. The effect on their survivors would depend on how much energy the partial draw extracted before the activation collapsed. The partial draw is not harmless, but it's survivable in a way that the full activation is not. This was a hard calculation, and he was honest about it. The coalition's defensive resources were not sufficient to protect all 6 cities with equal strength. Prioritizing the defense would mean making explicit decisions about which cities to protect first, decisions with explicit trade-offs for the cities that were lower priority. Jinhua, Zhao said, from her position in the planning session. She said it neutrally, the way she made all operational assessments. Jinhua is both the highest capability defense and the primary target. The Hollow Architect's construction center is here. If the city falls, the network completes regardless of what happens at the other 5. Jinhua doesn't fall, Lin Shen said. Zhao looked at him, not challengingly. The way she looked at statements, she was filing under certainty expressed rather than certainty demonstrated. He met her eyes. Not while there are 2.3 million people contributing their survival to the city heart stacks. And not while the gate seed is maintaining the bond. The certainty was genuine. What it was based on was the 5 years of continuous development that had brought them to this point, and the specific assessment that the Hollow Architect, for all its scale and planning, had not accounted for what 5 years of city heart stack development felt like from inside. The calculation of the activation event's impact on the survivor populations required Lin Shen to build a technical model that he had not previously needed. The CSS's mechanics were documented at a general level. The stack accumulation, the multiplier, the specific relationship between survivor count and cultivation enhancement. The mechanics interaction with a forced chi coherence event of the activation event scale was something the system's existing framework didn't have a direct assessment for. He requested the system's analysis framework and spent several hours in the stable zone building the model with the seed's assistance. The result was not precise. Too many variables were uncharacterized, but the bounding conditions were clear. The forced coherence would not instantly kill the survivor populations. The process was a resonance alignment, not a direct chi extraction. The survivors would experience gradual chi field disruption as their individual cultivation signatures were pulled toward the coherence frequency. The disruption would be non-lethal at first, then increasingly severe as the coherence progressed. The timeline from first resonance contact to lethal disruption level, at the activation event's projected energy density, was approximately 6 to 8 hours per city. 6 to 8 hours was not instant. It was time that could potentially be used for intervention. This was one of the most important boundary conditions the model produced, because it meant the activation event wasn't a single catastrophic instant. It was a process with a duration, and processes with durations could potentially be interrupted. The coalition's planning needed to include an intervention scenario for post-activation, not just pre-activation, because the probability that all 6 network connections could be prevented before the countdown completed was not high enough to plan around. Lin Shen added this scenario to the planning matrix and shared it with the coalition without framing it as pessimism about the pre-activation strategy. The post-activation intervention scenario wasn't abandoning the primary approach. It was acknowledging that the primary approach needed a contingency. Every plan needed a contingency. That was one of the first things the gate had taught him in year 1. Chapter 88, the cultivation development that the threat required was a calculation, not an ambition. Lin Shen had been aware since the Domain Guardian trial that his current cultivation level, Jade's sovereign equivalent through the City Heart Stack multiplier, was the effective ceiling for the institutional and administrative challenges the city had been facing. Institutional challenges didn't require cultivation beyond what was needed to defend the domain against direct physical threat. The hollow architect was a direct physical threat of a qualitatively different order. The calculation was specific. The entity's current chi density was Jade's sovereign equivalent, but it was a different kind of Jade's sovereign equivalent, one that had accumulated from the gate's ambient field over years of continuous absorption rather than through the structured development pathway that humanoid cultivation used. Its capacity was stable and continuous. Its effective ceiling was determined by how much ambient gate chi was available to it, not by an internal cultivation limit. As it completed more of its network structure, its effective capacity would increase. By the 41-day timeline, its activation event would be operating at crystal apex equivalent. Confronting it directly at that point would require crystal apex equivalent capability in the opposing force. Lin Shun's City Heart stacks at 300 times 1.3x multiplier produced an equivalent somewhere between Jade's sovereign and crystal apex. The gap was real. The gap needed to close. The gate seed's support for the breakthrough was what made the attempt viable rather than theoretical. The seed had been developing its own cultivation resonance in parallel with Lin Shen's for 5 years, and the bonds channel could be used to transmit the seed's accumulated development as supplementary energy for a breakthrough attempt, the way the seed had contributed to the Domain Guardian Trials combat display. The deep cultivation session was conducted in the stable zone, with Zhao and Xue Peng maintaining the perimeter and Mei Jinglan monitoring the medical indicators from the gate's outer layer. It took 14 hours. Lin Shen had been through 3 previous breakthrough events, and each had been different in character. The first, from Iron Vein to Bronze Core in Year 2, had been a quiet internal reorganization that he hadn't fully understood until afterward. The Jade Sovereign equivalent breakthrough 6 months ago had been dramatic, a citywide chi surge that everyone in the city felt. This one was different from both. The Jade Sovereign to Crystal Apex transition, in the standard outside cultivation framework, was the barrier that separated elite practitioners from legendary ones. In the outside world, most Gold Emblem practitioners never breached Jade's Sovereign in their careers. Crystal Apex was the domain of people like Elder Bao, practitioners who had spent decades in continuous development at the highest levels. Lin Shun was attempting it after 5 years of gate interior cultivation, augmented by 2,300 City Heart stacks, and the direct support of a gate core consciousness that had been developing its own parallel cultivation for the same 5 years. The breakthrough's character was geometric, or so the seed's impression described it afterward. The transition from Jade Sovereign to Crystal Apex involved a reorganization of the chi structure's relationship to its environment, and the environment in this case was the entire gate domain. The City Heart stacks weren't just a multiplier during the breakthrough. They were a participant. Each of the 2,300 stacks represented a living person whose survival was part of Lin Shen's cultivation foundation, and the breakthrough drew on all of them simultaneously. The chi surge when it completed was visible outside the gate boundary as a pillar of light lasting approximately 4 seconds. The Hollow Architect registered the breakthrough immediately and accelerated its construction timeline. The breakthrough's preparation was 3 days of the most intensive cultivation session Lin Shun had attempted since the Gate Heart Path's initial development. The Crystal Apex threshold was not a barrier that could be approached casually. Outside standard cultivation theory described it as requiring a complete restructuring of the practitioner's relationship to their chi field, not a strengthening or expansion, but a transformation in how the field was organized and how it interacted with the broader chi fabric. A Crystal Apex practitioner's chi didn't just extend into their environment. It restructured its relationship with the environment's chi in a way that made the practitioner and the environment mutually resonant rather than mutually independent. In outside terms, this restructuring typically required years at peak Jade Sovereign cultivation, pushing incrementally against the threshold until the accumulated pressure of development forced the transformation. Lin Shen's situation was different in every dimension that mattered for this calculation. The City Heart stacks didn't add to his cultivation as external resources. They were part of the cultivation. Each stack represented a survivor whose existence was integrated into the CSS's mechanics, and the CSS's mechanics were what Lin Shen's cultivation had been built on for 5 years. The 2,300 stacks were not amplification. They were the city's survival, compressed into a cultivation multiplier by the nature of what the gate environment had made possible. The gate seed's contribution was the other dimension. The seed had been developing in parallel for 5 years, and the bond relationship had produced a level of integration between Lin Shen's cultivation and the gate's chi field that no outside practitioner had ever achieved. The Crystal Apex restructuring that outside cultivation required years to approach was available through the bonds channel. The seed's deep relationship with the gate's field could serve as the template for the restructuring, transmitted through the bond in the way that the seed had been transmitting gate ecology awareness for 5 years. The breakthrough session was attended by more people than any previous cultivation event Lin Shun had conducted. Mei Jinglan had organized the medical monitoring without being asked. She had been monitoring every significant cultivation development Lin Shun had undergone since year 3. Commander Zhao was at the stable zone's perimeter with the Security Corps' most experienced practitioners. Shui Peng was in the recovery position that his healing stage permitted, which was sitting at the zone's edge with his cultivation field stabilized but not extended. The city above, all 2.3 million of them, didn't know what was happening in the gate's 4th layer, but they contributed to it. Each of the 2,300 city heart stacks was alive in Lin Shun's cultivation field throughout the session, present in the specific way that the CSS's mechanics made them present, not as individuals, but as the accumulated weight of survival that each one represented. The chi surge when it completed registered outside the gate boundary on monitoring equipment as far as 300 kilometers away. Lin Shun stood in the stable zone after the breakthrough and let the new configuration of his cultivation settle. The experience was not what he had expected. He had expected power, the specific sensation of increased capability that had accompanied every previous breakthrough. What he experienced instead was clarity. The crystal apex restructuring didn't increase the force of his cultivation so much as it changed its relationship to the environment, and the clarity was the natural result of that changed relationship. He could feel the gate's entire chi field simultaneously. Not analyze, feel, the way he felt his own body's status through ordinary proprioception. The gate's ecology, the seed's position within it, the hollow architect's construction geometry in the deep interior, the 6 spokes of the developing network, the ambient chi currents of all 7 layers. All of it was present at once, the way the city's geography was present to someone who had lived in it for 5 years. The hollow architect's response to the breakthrough was visible immediately. The construction's rate accelerated, which was expected, and the entity's attention oriented toward Lin Shun with the sharpened focus of something that had just received new information about the obstacle in its path. The 14 hours of the breakthrough cultivation session were documented by Mei Jinglan with the same precision she applied to every significant medical and cultivation event in the city's history. The documentation's value was primarily historical. Understanding the breakthrough's character would help in advising future practitioners about the crystal apex transition. But in the immediate period, it also served as evidence for Elder Bao's board session proof-of-concept requirements. A documented crystal apex breakthrough, with the full cultivation record showing the path from gate interior silver resonance through the CSS mechanics to the final transition, was the most concrete single-practitioner demonstration of the gate interior development methodology's capability. Elder Bao reviewed the documentation alongside the Shuixin proof-of-concept materials and said, "One practitioner reaching crystal apex equivalent through gate interior cultivation in 5 years. This is what you need to hold up against the 12-city program's results." The 12-city program produced 0 successful cultivators above gold emblem equivalent, Lin Shun said. The one gate city that wasn't harvested produced a crystal apex equivalent and is currently training 6 others. That's the counter-argument structure, she said. The program achieved its stated objective at catastrophic human cost and failed at the actual objective. The alternative approach achieved the actual objective and sustained the human population. She paused. The board members who voted for the program's continuation will need to be shown that they chose the less effective option, not just the more harmful one. People are easier to move on practical grounds than on moral ones. This was cynical in the specific way that someone who had spent 60 years in institutional politics became cynical, not about human nature, but about institutional human nature, which operated through different mechanisms than individual human nature. Lin Shun did not disagree. He incorporated the practical grounds framing into the testimony preparation and moved on. The hollow architect's accelerated construction timeline, visible through the awareness after the breakthrough, was the most direct pressure the coalition had yet faced, and it was also, in a specific sense, confirmation that the breakthrough was having the intended effect. The entity's acceleration indicated it had assessed Lin Shun as a more significant obstacle than before and was revising its timeline accordingly. Being assessed as a significant obstacle was progress. Chapter 89. The coalition assembled in the week following the breakthrough. It was not the first time Lin Shun had coordinated multiple parties with different objectives and different institutional frameworks. The International Association Alliance, the city's own internal governance structure, the Domain Guardian Trial's political maneuvering, all of these had been coordination problems of varying complexity. This coalition was different in kind, not just degree. The parties were Sovereign Liang and the association's allied faction under Elder Bao's institutional protection, the two international associations under Assessor Jean and Director Patel's coordination, City Mother Dong Ryu and Shuaixin's surviving governance, the three other gate cities who had established preliminary contact, and Fang Ryu. Fang's inclusion was the unexpected one. He requested the meeting with Lin Shun through the formal channel, not the observer framework, not the institutional liaison structure, but Lin Shun's personal administrative channel. He arrived alone, without the support staff that had accompanied him through the preceding months. He sat across the desk and delivered his assessment of the Hollow Architect threat in 6 minutes, accurately and completely, from a gold emblem practitioner's analytical perspective. The consortium's network is no longer operational, he said. The dissolution is proceeding regardless of what I do from this point. My institutional obligations are resolved. A pause. My professional assessment is that the Hollow Architect threat requires gold emblem combat capability in the Coalition's forward defensive operations, and I have that capability. The practical question is whether you can use it. Lin Shun looked at him for a long moment. I can use it, he said. What's the price? No price, Fang said. The assessment I gave you at the private meeting was accurate. The extraction agreement was incompatible with the bond's stability. I accepted your technical argument at the time and declined to forward it to the consortium's leadership because it would have changed the institutional campaign's direction. That was a professional decision I stand by. The institutional campaign is over. The technical assessment doesn't go away just because the campaign is over. You're not dropping your interest in gate energy access, Lin Shun said. No, Fang confirmed. If the Hollow Architect succeeds and the Coalition fails, gate energy access becomes irrelevant. If the Coalition succeeds and the threat is neutralized, I'll pursue access through whatever legitimate mechanism the resulting institutional framework permits. He met Lin Shun's eyes. I'm honest about this because you respond better to honesty than to performance, and because I want to work with you, not around you. Lin Shun considered this. You can work with us, he said. The terms are, your combat capability is deployed on Coalition objectives. Coalition intelligence is shared with you under standard security protocols, and any subsequent access discussions happen after the threat is neutralized. He paused. Agreed. Agreed, Fang said. The Coalition was assembled. The 41-day clock was running, and the planning needed to begin immediately, because 41 days for this scope of problem was not enough time, and the margin between enough and not enough was going to be determined by how well the preparation was executed. Fang Ruyu's decision to resign his consortium liaison position was, Lin Shun understood after reviewing the timing, a decision that Fang had reached several weeks before he presented it. The signs had been visible in the preceding period. Fang's official observer reports had become progressively more accurate and less strategically managed. The reports in the final 2 weeks before his resignation were genuinely objective assessments of the Domain Guardian's operational status rather than the intelligence-adjacent documentation that the consortium's operational interest would have preferred. A practitioner conducting an institutional function on behalf of the organization that originally deployed him doesn't suddenly stop shaping the reports in that organization's interest without having made a prior decision to decouple his professional function from his deploying organization's objectives. When did you decide? Lin Shun asked, in the meeting where Fang formally resigned. Fang considered this. The Hollow Architect's first activity detection, he said. The monitoring equipment registered the deep gate anomaly on the same day I registered it through the standard observer monitoring I was running. I wrote 2 reports, the one I sent to the consortium's analytical team, and the one I wrote for myself. A pause. The one I sent described the anomaly as unclear in origin and currently within normal gate variation parameters. And the one you wrote for yourself? Said exactly what it was. He met Lin Shun's eyes. A threat that the consortium's network had no capability to address and no legitimate interest in managing, but which would consume Jinhua and everyone in it if not managed. The consortium's extraction objectives require that Jinhua survive as an intact system. You cannot extract from a system that has been consumed as fuel by an entity running a different extraction program. Pragmatic reasoning, Lin Shun said. Accurate reasoning, Fang said. I don't pretend it's more than that. The consortium served a specific function in my professional development, and I served its objectives within the limits of professional ethics. Those limits required me to resign when the mission became incompatible with the objective of not contributing to the destruction of what I was nominally overseeing. Lin Shun found this assessment coherent and consistent with how Fang had operated throughout the preceding period, with the specific professionalism of someone who had clear ethical boundaries and who operated up to those boundaries without drama about where they were. The Coalition work, Lin Shan said. Specifically, forward defensive operations if the Hollow Architect's construction requires direct physical intervention. My assessment is that it will, Fong said. The construction zone encounter you described and the current expansion rate suggest it will need direct physical disruption in approximately 8 days. That disruption will require gold emblem combat capability in the Deep Gate environment. Correct, Lin Shan said. Can you adapt to the Deep Gate's chi field conditions at that speed? Fong looked at him with the expression of someone who was assessing whether the question was a test or a genuine inquiry. I watched the bridge battle documentation from the outer layers monitoring systems, he said. The technique modifications required for the geometric space are addressable through the adaptation protocol I've been developing since my assessment match. I cannot operate at Shui Peng's level in that environment. He has years of gate interior adaptation that I don't have. But I can operate at full gold emblem effectiveness with adjustments. That's enough, Lin Shan said. Welcome to the coalition. The coalition was now complete, and the planning that the remaining days required was the most important preparation work any of them would do. The coalition's planning structure for the 20 days following the breakthrough was the most complex multi-party operational coordination Lin Shan had managed since the Domain Guardian Classifications hearing preparation, and it was more complex because the number of parties was larger and the operational domains were more varied and more interdependent. The daily coordination session ran for 2 hours each morning, with each track's lead reporting on the previous day's developments and the next 24 hours' priorities. Sovereign Liang chaired the documentation and legal track. Fong ran the forward operations track. Dong Ruyu managed the teaching network for the 4 non-Shuaixin cities. Elder Bao's team ran the board session preparation track. Lin Shan ran the Hollow Architect communication track and the Gate Seeds preparation for the bond coherence proposal. This distribution was the one that Fong had proposed in the Day 21 session, and Lin Shan had accepted it. Working through the first week under the distributed model, he understood what he had been doing wrong in the preceding weeks. He had been managing every track because that was the pattern that 5 years of singular city leadership had built, and the pattern had become a liability at the scale the situation now required. Distributing the management load didn't mean reducing his personal contribution to each track. It meant that each track had a dedicated lead who could make operational decisions without routing through his attention, which freed his attention for the track that genuinely required his specific capability. The Hollow Architect communication track required his specific capability. No one else in the coalition could initiate and sustain communication with the entity through the Gate Seeds bond-mediated channel. The communication attempts during this period produced incremental development, not the dramatic shift he had been hoping for. The entity was not being convinced in any conversational sense, but it was processing. Each transmission Lin Shan provided was being integrated into the entity's assessment of Lin Shan's claim, and the integration was visible in the quality of the entity's responses, which were becoming more specific and more engaged with the content rather than simply patient in the face of it. Patience was still the entity's dominant mode. But patience with engagement was different from patience with dismissal. The bond coherence proposal's development was running in parallel with the communication attempts in the Gate Seed's continuous background processing. The seed was developing the specific transmission format that would make the proposal comprehensible to the entity, not in human conceptual terms, but in the pure chi impression language that the entity used to process its environment. 20 days. 17 remaining. Chapter 90, the first spoke of the Hollow Architects network connected on day 12 of the 41-day countdown. Lin Shan knew it was coming. The construction pattern in Jinhua's Deep Gate had been showing the final stage of the first spoke's assembly for 4 days. The chi field geometry converging toward a transmission configuration that would extend a bridge to Shuaixin's Deep Gate and initiate the draw. He had been unable to prevent the completion. The first spoke's assembly was in the Deep Gate's construction zone, which was the Hollow Architect's primary territory. An intervention in that territory with sufficient force to disrupt the construction would have required the kind of direct confrontation that the coalition wasn't positioned for yet. The construction zone intervention was going to be necessary, but not yet, not without better preparation. The first spoke's completion was visible through the gate network resonance channel as a chi field extension, the specific character of a bridge rather than a broadcast, directional and densely organized, reaching across 2,000 kilometers through the gate's deep layer resonance at a speed that covered the distance in approximately 6 hours. Dong Ruyu's report came through the channel 40 minutes after the connection established. Something has touched our deep gate, she said. Her voice was controlled and precise. The gate consciousness is responding. It registered the contact as foreign and is generating a defensive response. People in the outer districts are experiencing chi drain. Small amounts, but consistent. The draw had started. The coalition's defensive response was the plan they had developed in the 12 days since the breakthrough. The first component was Lin Shin's ability to use the gate seed's resonance channel to project a counterpresence into Shuaixin's deep gate, essentially using his own gate consciousness relationship as a conduit to stabilize Shuaixin's gate consciousness against the Hollow Architect's pull. The projection was the most technically demanding thing he had attempted since the Crystal Apex breakthrough. It required holding his own cultivation stable in Jinhua's deep layer while simultaneously extending a resonance channel through the spoke bridge to Shuaixin, using the same bridge the Hollow Architect had built, transmitting through it in the opposite direction. The gate seed's contribution was essential. The seed had a natural resonance affinity for gate consciousness communication that Lin Shin's cultivation provided the channel for. Together, they could project a stabilizing presence into Shuaixin's gate consciousness with enough force to interrupt the Hollow Architect's draw. Interrupting the draw would require entering the Hollow Architect's construction zone to sever the spoke bridge. Lin Shin began preparing for the descent. The Day 12 connection was not a surprise. Lin Shin had been tracking the construction's convergence toward the first spoke's completion through the awareness's continuous monitoring, and the completion timeline had been accurate within 2 days of his original estimate. What he had not estimated was the specific draw mechanism. The way the spoke bridge was designed to look like natural chi fluctuation from inside Shuaixin's gate. That design element indicated a level of understanding of gate interior ecology that the entity shouldn't have had access to. The only source for that level of understanding was the 5 years of monitoring data that the entity had been able to observe through its position in the deep gate. Watching the gate seed's development, watching the city's cultivation activity, watching the ecological patterns that had been running through the gate's levels continuously. It had been studying the gate's interior for 5 years through the same mechanism that Lin Shin used to study it: sustained presence and observation. This changed the assessment of the entity's information advantage. It knows everything about how the gate interior ecology works from long observation, Lin Shin said to the planning session that convened immediately after Dong Ryu's first report. Which means it knows the detection thresholds, Sovereign Liang said, and has engineered the draw to be below them. He paused. The draw will feel like natural fluctuation to any monitoring that isn't using the full bonded awareness. Which means Shuaixin's current monitoring wouldn't catch it without our support. Then all 6 gate cities need the bonded support network before the remaining spokes are established, she said. Before the 41-day timeline completes, he confirmed. 4 spokes remaining after this first one is severed. The entity will complete another spoke approximately every 5 days if we don't interrupt the construction. We have 29 days. 5 spokes, 29 days. The math is tight, but workable. Only if we can sever them faster than it builds them, Zhao said. We can sever faster than it builds, because we know where it's building, Lin Shin said. The construction pattern in the deep gate shows each spoke's trajectory. We can predict the completion points and prepare interventions rather than responding to completions as they happen. The descent into the deep gate for the first spoke severing was planned with the precision that every element of the 41-day response needed to have. Zhao's security assessment identified 3 potential failure points in the approach and developed contingencies for each. Lin Shin's technique selection was optimized for the second layer's chi field conditions. Xue Peng, who had been cleared by Mei Jinglan for limited combat activity on the condition that his cultivation field was not extended beyond 60% of standard capacity, was included in the planning as tactical support rather than primary combatant. The descent began in the early afternoon, with Sovereign Liang monitoring from the outer layer and Feng Ryu positioned at the 5th layer's entry point as the secondary response option if the primary approach encountered complications it couldn't handle. The complications that the bridge junction's defense mechanisms produced were what the planning had anticipated, except for the counterpulse, which was larger than the energy dissipation modeling had suggested it would be, and which changed the mission's outcome in the specific way that changes the outcome of everything that comes after. The coalition's response to the first spoke connection was the plan's first real conditions test, and the test results were informative in both expected and unexpected ways. Expected, Lin Shin's resonance projection through the spoke bridge was effective in stabilizing Shuaixin's gate consciousness against the draw. The technical approach worked. The coalition's defensive deployment at Shuaixin produced the intended result. Unexpected, the Hollow Architect didn't contest the defensive stabilization as forcefully as the planning had provisioned for. It had completed the spoke connection and initiated the draw, and when the defensive resonance was established, it observed the defense for approximately 6 hours before withdrawing. The observation period suggested it was gathering information about the defense's character rather than trying to overcome it. This was the first direct evidence of the entity's information-gathering behavior during active operation, a behavior that was strategically significant because it meant the entity was not just trying to execute its plan, but learning from each element of the coalition's response. A learning adversary required the coalition to change its response patterns rather than repeat them. The second spoke severing couldn't use the same operational approach as the first. The entity would have already modeled that approach and prepared adjustments. Lin Shun documented this finding and shared it with the forward operations planning team before the descent for the first spoke severing. Fong absorbed the implication in the briefing session and said, "We need a second approach method ready before the first severing is complete. If the entity is analyzing each operation, we want the second operations method to differ from what it observed at the first." Variable response to a predictive adversary. Commander Zhao confirmed. Standard counterintelligence principle. We developed two severing approach methods, Lin Shun said. The primary method and the alternative. We use the primary at the first junction. The entity analyzes the primary. We use the alternative at the second. The entity has to reanalyze. And the third. By the third, we'll know more about how fast it analyzes and adjusts, Lin Shun said. The third method will be built from that knowledge. The descent began. Chapter 91, the Hollow Architect's construction zone at the Deep Gate's boundary, was the specific environment that gate-adapted cultivation training had been building toward for 5 years without either Lin Shun or his students knowing it. The geometry was disorienting in the way that an unfamiliar spatial logic is disorienting. Not dangerous, exactly, but requiring continuous recalibration of the movement and awareness systems that gate interior cultivation had developed. The ambient qi was organized into angular forms that intersected at dimensions the awareness registered, but that human perception wasn't naturally built to navigate. Xuepeng's gate-adapted training showed most clearly in the construction zone, because the adaptation had been built specifically around operating in unusual qi field environments. He moved through the architect's geometry with less difficulty than Lin Shun had expected. Not easily, but with the specific competence that came from years of the stable zone's organic qi field variations and the monster ecology's unpredictable field shifts. He still struggled. The construction zone's geometry was more complex and more intentional than anything the natural gate ecology produced. But he kept up. The bridge structure was visible through the awareness as a concentrated qi channel running from the construction zone's lower boundary in the direction of Shuaixin, a line of dense, organized gate qi that maintained its coherence across thousands of kilometers through a resonance mechanism Lin Shun was still analyzing. The bridge's internal structure was more sophisticated than the first impression suggested. The qi channel wasn't a simple conduit. It was a feedback loop, drawing from Shuaixin's deep gate, while simultaneously transmitting stabilizing signals that prevented the draw from triggering defensive responses. The draw and the stabilization were engineered to look, from inside Shuaixin's gate, like natural qi fluctuation. It designed the draw to be invisible from the inside, Lin Shun said. Xuepeng looked at the bridge structure's parameters. How long before Shuaixin's gate consciousness recognizes it's not natural? Not in time, Lin Shun said. That's the design. The bridge's defense mechanisms activated approximately 200 meters from the bridge structure's primary junction, the point where the concentrated channel was at its most organizationally dense. The mechanisms were not combat systems in the conventional sense. They were qi field disruption generators, producing interference patterns that would break the coherence of a standard cultivation practitioner's qi field and prevent close approach. Gate-adapted cultivation didn't use a standard coherent structure. The disruption generators were calibrated against outside standard cultivation parameters. Xuepeng moved through the first disruption field without significant effect. He looked at Lin Shun with an expression that was aware of what this meant, that the 5 years of development had produced something the entity's defense systems hadn't accounted for. Together, Lin Shun said, and they moved through the remaining fields toward the junction. The preparation for the bridge junction approach used every piece of deep gate operational experience that the city's cultivation history had accumulated. Lin Shun had been in the Hollow Architect's construction zone once before, during the initial assessment expedition, and had spent the intervening days building a detailed operational map of the zone's geometry from the awareness's continuous monitoring. The geometry wasn't static. The construction was ongoing, which meant the map needed continuous updating. He had been updating it through the bond's ambient awareness, and by the day of the approach, the operational map was the most detailed picture of the zone's current configuration he had been able to assemble. Fong Ryu had reviewed the map during his integration into the coalition's planning structure and had asked specific technical questions about the interference field mechanisms and their calibration parameters. questions that revealed he had been analyzing the construction zone's defensive architecture with the specific attention of a practitioner who intended to be incited. "You're asking about the interference field's weakness frequencies," Lin Shen said. "The calibration against outside standard cultivation parameters leaves specific frequency ranges undefended," Fong said. "The defense was designed for the cultivation character of outside practitioners. Gate-adapted cultivation operates in those undefended ranges." "You're not gate-adapted," Lin Shen noted. "No," Fong agreed. "But I can temporarily adjust my cultivation's operating frequency through the adaptation technique I've been developing. It won't be as natural as what Shui Peng can do. I'll need to maintain conscious frequency management throughout the approach, which adds cognitive load. But it's workable." "How long can you maintain the frequency adjustment under active combat conditions?" "Testing under the gate's second-layer conditions, approximately 45 minutes at full effectiveness. After that, efficiency degrades at approximately 10% per 5 minutes." This was a significant operational limitation, but it was also a clearly characterized limitation. Fong had tested this before presenting it, which meant the planning could work around it accurately. The zone's disorientation effect on Shui Peng during this expedition was visibly reduced from the initial assessment expedition. The 3 weeks of recovery and focused cultivation work had produced not just physical healing, but some kind of integration with the zone's geometric chi field that made the navigation more natural. He was operating at 60% of normal capacity, which meant he was combat capable, but with less margin than he would normally carry. Lin Shen moved through the zone toward the bridge junction with the specific clarity that the crystal apex breakthrough had provided. The environmental chi field was now present to him as ambient information in the way that the stable zone's ecology had been present since year 3, and the construction zone's geometry, while deliberately alien, was readable in the same way. The bridge structure's chi channel density at the junction was significantly higher than the monitoring had suggested from the outer layers. The concentrated field at the junction was the equivalent of a sustained Jade Sovereign output focused into a narrow band, not active combat power, but the passive field density that made approaches to the junction require continuous cultivation maintenance to navigate. The defense constructs activated at the predicted distance. Shui Peng moved to Lin Shen's left flank and Fong took the right, and the 3 of them worked through the construct's interference pattern in the specific coordinated approach that an hour of tactical planning had produced. The tactical planning had not produced a specific contingency for what happened when one member of the team moved into the counterpulse blast path to protect the working position during the critical severing window. The navigation through the construction zone's geometry required the specific adaptation that came from the crystal apex breakthrough's environmental integration, the ability to feel the zone's chi organization as ambient information rather than as a foreign environment requiring continuous active analysis. Shui Peng's navigation in this second entry was better than his first, despite operating at 60% capacity. The difference was that he had been in the zone before and had spent the recovery period mentally processing what the zone's geometry felt like, building the cognitive map that made the second entry less unfamiliar than the first. Lin Shen observed this development during the approach and filed it as confirmation of something he had been watching in his students for years. Experience with genuinely novel environments created cognitive frameworks that outlasted the experience, and those frameworks made subsequent encounters with the same or similar environments significantly more manageable. The training corps had this characteristic as a collective. 5 years of gate interior novelty had built a community-level cognitive flexibility that no outside training program could replicate, because outside training programs didn't produce environments that were genuinely novel in the way the gate's interior was. Fong's frequency adjustment technique was operating visibly as they moved through the zone. Lin Shen's awareness registered the specific character of a cultivation technique being consciously maintained rather than naturally expressed, the way you could see someone holding their breath compared to breathing naturally. It was functional, but it was effortful in a way that gate-adapted cultivation wasn't, and the effort would accumulate over the approach's duration. 42 minutes at current approach pace, Fong said, without being asked, when they had been in the zone for 12 minutes. He was monitoring his own adjustment technique's effectiveness and providing the operational information proactively. This was the quality that made him genuinely useful rather than just technically capable. "We reached the junction in approximately 20 minutes, Lin Shen confirmed. 22 minutes of buffer, Fong said. "Adequate." Commander Zhao, monitoring from the 5th layer's entry point, would have assessed this exchange as characteristic of both practitioners. Lin Shen's operational precision and Fong's proactive self-monitoring produced a coordination quality that was efficient in the specific way that 2 professionals who respected each other's competence without needing to establish it through interaction produced. The construct's activation at the 200-meter threshold went exactly as planned, and then Shui Peng's decision to move into the counterpulse path was exactly not as planned, and was also exactly right, and these two things were not in conflict. That contingency was what Shui Peng produced himself, in the moment, without asking. Chapter 92. The combat inside the Hollow Architect's geometric space was unlike anything the city's training program had been designed to produce practitioners for, and yet the practitioners the training had produced were managing it. The geometric constructs that defended the bridge junction were not autonomous intelligences. They were extensions of the Hollow Architect's field, organized chi performing functions that the architect had programmed into the bridge structure as automatic responses to interference. They adapted to the disruption being caused, which meant they adapted to Lin Xun and Shui Peng's approach. But adaptation to gate-adapted cultivation was different from adaptation to outside standard cultivation, because gate-adapted cultivation's baseline was adaptation. The training methodology was not a fixed set of techniques. It was a framework for responding to novel chi field conditions that was specifically designed to operate in environments where the standard parameters didn't apply. The construct's adaptations kept hitting a step behind. Shui Peng's combat performance in the construction zone was the highest quality work Lin Xun had seen him produce in a combat context. Not because the technical execution was perfect, it wasn't. He made errors under the geometric space's disorientation pressure that a more experienced practitioner wouldn't have made. But because the decision quality was exceptional, he understood, moment by moment, what the constructs were doing and what response each action required. And the response selection was consistently correct even when the execution lagged behind it. The bridge junction's primary chi channel was accessible for the severing operation when Lin Xun reached it. The channel's density required a technique combination that used the crystal apex breakthrough's expanded capability alongside the gate current following method, both together, each supplementing the other's specific mechanism. The severing took 11 seconds. The counterpulse was immediate and complete, a full-force chi detonation across the bridge structure as it lost coherence, propagating in both directions along the channel. In Shuixin's direction, the detonation would manifest as a localized chi surge in the deep gate that Dong Ruyu's team needed to be prepared for. Lin Xun had briefed her on the possibility. In Jinhua's direction, in the construction zone, the detonation propagated outward from the junction in a spherical pulse that hit Shui Peng before he had completed his withdrawal. Shui Peng had moved into the pulse's path to protect Lin Xun's working position during the 11-second severing operation. The force of the pulse at that range was equivalent to a mid-tier Jade Sovereign technique applied, without targeting consideration. The maximum force distributed uniformly across the pulse sphere. Shui Peng's cultivation barrier held for approximately half a second before the meridian overload response triggered. The sound he made when it hit was brief and controlled, which was worse than if it hadn't been controlled. The severing operation at the bridge junction's primary connection point was the most technically precise work Lin Xun had done in the gate's deep interior. The junction's chi channel required not simply disruption but targeted dissolution, breaking the organizational coherence of the concentrated field in a way that prevented automatic reconstitution. The entity's construction methodology was recursive, which meant disruption that didn't address the generative principle would regenerate. Lin Xun needed to disrupt the junction at the level of the generating principle, not just the surface structure. The technique combination he had designed for this used the crystal apex breakthrough's environmental resonance capability alongside the gate seed's recursive pattern comprehension. The seed had been analyzing the Hollow Architect's construction grammar since the first expedition and had developed the specific understanding of its generating logic that Lin Xun now needed to translate into a disruption technique. The seed transmitted the pattern through the bond while Lin Xun was inside the construction zone, a real-time collaboration that neither of them had attempted before under active threat conditions. The pattern was complex enough that receiving it required continuous processing, which meant Lin Xun was managing the severing technique's execution and the seed's pattern transmission simultaneously throughout the 11-second operation window. Shui Peng and Fong held the defense perimeter for those 11 seconds. Fong's gold emblem combat capability in the construction zone, with the frequency adjustment technique operating at its designed effectiveness, was substantially better than Lin Xun had estimated from the planning. His adaptation was faster than gate-adapted practitioners could achieve naturally, because it was a conscious technical adjustment rather than an unconscious adaptation. Explicit deliberate control rather than organic development. The approach produced different results from gate-adapted cultivation, not better or worse, but specifically suited to the kind of immediate effective combat that gold emblem training optimized for. Shui Peng's combat in the zone was also better than the planning had provisioned for. The 60% capacity limit wasn't as limiting as it appeared on paper, because the zone's conditions favored the adaptive gate interior approach over the raw output approach, and Xuepeng's 6 months of development in the specific direction of gate interior technique had produced a qualitative advantage in navigating the zone's geometry that partially compensated for the output reduction. The two of them held the perimeter for 11 seconds. At second 8, Lin Xin registered through the awareness that the severing was reaching its critical phase, the point where the junction's field coherence was sufficiently disrupted that the reconstitution attempt would trigger the counterpulse before the technique's completion. He needed 3 more seconds. Xuepeng registered this through his own cultivation sensitivity. He was close enough to the awareness's field to read its character even without the bond relationship. He moved. The movement wasn't reckless. It was precisely calculated to cover the junction approach from the counterpulse expected propagation vector, putting himself between the pulse's origin and Lin Xin's working position. The calculation was accurate. The execution was exact. The counterpulse hit him at full force, and he did not move from the position he had chosen. The 3 seconds finished. The junction dissolved. The bridge broke. And in Shuaixin, 2,000 kilometers away, Dong Ruyu felt the spoke's connection release, and felt her gate consciousness exhale with the specific quality of relief that any intelligence experiences when a sustained pressure is suddenly removed. The technical record of the bridge severing, which Sovereign Liang compiled from the awareness's monitoring output in the post-operation documentation, was the most detailed account of a direct interaction with the hollow architect's construction that the coalition had produced. The record showed the 11-second severing window's events precisely. The technique combination's chi-field interaction with the junction's organizational logic, the seed's pattern transmission through the bond, the construct's adaptive responses, and Xuepeng and Fang's management of those responses, and the counterpulse generation mechanism and trajectory. The counterpulse documentation was the piece that changed the next severing operations planning. The pulse had been generated not by the junction's automatic defense mechanism, as the planning had assumed, but by the junction structure's coherence collapse. The organizational logic that held the spoke bridge together had generated the pulse as a natural consequence of losing coherence. This was like the energy released when a physical structure under tension collapses. The stored potential energy releases as kinetic energy at the collapse point. Understanding this changed the severing technique for the second and subsequent operations. Rather than severing the junction's organizational logic completely, which produced the coherence collapse and the pulse, the technique could be modified to dissolve the organizational logic gradually, allowing the stored energy to dissipate incrementally rather than releasing in a single pulse. The gradual dissolution approach would take longer, approximately 30 seconds rather than 11, but it wouldn't produce a counterpulse of comparable magnitude. The cost of the additional 19 seconds was additional time in the construction zone under combat conditions. The cost of the counterpulse approach was Xuepeng's meridian damage. The next operation would use the gradual dissolution approach. Fang made this recommendation in the post-operation briefing without knowing about the documentation's findings. He had arrived at the same conclusion through direct observation of the pulse's generation character during the operation. Lin Xin noted this alignment without commenting on it, but he held it as evidence of what genuine gold emblem analytical capability looked like when applied by someone who was paying full attention. The bridge was severed. Shuaixin's spoke was broken. The countdown was now at 39 days minus 13. 26 days remained, and 4 spokes to address, but the approach methods were better now than they had been an hour ago. Chapter 93 The evacuation from the construction zone was the most focused 2 minutes of movement Lin Xun had executed since the gate's first monster surge in year 1. Xuepeng was conscious and ambulatory for the first 6 minutes of the withdrawal, moving through the hollow architect's geometric space with the specific determination of someone who understood they were injured, and that understanding did not change what needed to be done. His cultivation field was disrupted at the meridian level in the counterpulse blast pattern. The disruption was not random. It was the pattern that maximum force chi overload produced in a silver resonance cultivation structure, and Lin Xin's awareness registered the extent before Xuepeng reached the construction zone's upper boundary. The meridian damage was serious, not immediately life-threatening. Xuepeng's silver resonance foundation was strong enough that the disruption hadn't breached the core cultivation structures. But the damage required immediate stabilization treatment and extended recovery, and the specific character of chi overload meridian injury meant that the recovery period involved real risk if the treatment was delayed or incorrect. He was unconscious by the time they reached the 4th layer's stable zone. Lin Xun held his student's cultivation field stable through the bond's supplementary channel for the entire transit time between the construction zone and the outer gates medical station, holding the disrupted meridian pattern in a stable configuration while the transit happened, which prevented secondary damage from the disruption propagating into undamaged meridian pathways. Mei Jinglan's assessment was complete within 10 minutes of Xue Peng's arrival at the medical center. She worked without speaking, with the specific focused quality she applied to medical crises that she had been developing for 5 years, and when the immediate stabilization was done, she came to where Lin Shun was standing in the corridor outside the treatment room. "Stable," she said. "The meridian damage is extensive but contained. 3 to 4 weeks of recovery with active treatment. He'll need limited cultivation during that period." Lin Shun stood in the corridor for a moment. The specific quality of standing in a corridor outside a medical treatment room waiting for news about someone you had sent into a dangerous situation was a quality he had experienced before in the monster wave defenses in years 2 and 3, and it had not become easier to experience. "He protected my working position during the severing," he said. "He's your student," Mei said. "You protect what matters to you. He learned that from somewhere." Lin Shun sat down in the corridor's single chair. When Xue Peng regained consciousness 3 hours later and said the words that Lin Shun would carry for a long time, "I did the right thing. Don't make it mean nothing." The brief loss of composure that followed, alone in the corridor after the medical team had given him privacy, was the most honest 30 seconds he had allowed himself in months. The work continued. The preparation for the next 31 days continued. But the 30 seconds were necessary, and they were real, and he let them be what they were before returning to the work. Mei Jinglan's medical assessment of Xue Peng's meridian damage was detailed and precise, and Lin Shun read through every word of it while standing in the corridor outside the treatment room. The meridian overload pattern from a full-force chi pulse impact at silver resonance was well documented in the medical literature that the city's practitioners had accumulated over 5 years of gate interior incident response. The specific character of this damage, the full-force counterpulse distributed uniformly rather than targeted, was more complex than the standard combat injury pattern, because the uniform distribution hit multiple meridian pathways simultaneously rather than concentrating in the primary defensive circuits. The complexity meant the stabilization required more sophisticated technique than a standard meridian injury response. Mei Jinglan had the technique. She had been developing the medical team's complex cultivation injury response capability for 2 years, specifically because the gate environment produced injury patterns that outside medical training hadn't encountered. The monitoring equipment's readings during the stabilization process were the most complicated that Lin Shun had seen in 5 years of observing the medical center's operations. He didn't understand every reading, but he understood enough to track the trend, and the trend over the first 3 hours was consistently towards stabilization rather than deterioration. When the trend stabilized fully and Mei came to the corridor with her report, the news was the news. It was serious, bounded, recoverable, and Lin Shun sat with it in the corridor's single chair with the specific quality of sitting that accompanied the end of an active crisis. The adrenaline response completing, the contingency processing shutting down, the ordinary emotional reality of the situation becoming available. The student had put himself between a Jade Sovereign equivalent force pulse and Lin Shun's working position. He had done it with full knowledge of what he was doing. He had done it because it was the right thing to do in that specific moment, and the right thing was what Xue Peng had been learning to recognize and act on for 5 years. The 30 seconds alone in the corridor were not a loss of composure in any sense that the term implied weakness. They were a necessary acknowledgement that the work had costs, that the costs were real, and that the people who bore those costs were doing so because of their relationship with Lin Shun's mission and with Lin Shun himself. This was the weight that the domain guardian classification carried, and that no formal proceeding could fully document. When Xue Peng regained consciousness and said what he said, briefly, clearly, with the direct quality of someone who had thought about the possibility of this conversation and had decided what they needed to say, Lin Shun held his hand and said nothing, because there was nothing that needed to be said in response. "I did the right thing. Don't make it mean nothing." The words were going to stay with Lin Shun for a long time, not because they needed to be processed or resolved, but because they were true and they were exactly what his student would say, and it was important that they be received. He sat with Xue Peng until the medical monitoring indicated stable sleep, then returned to the work that the 24 remaining days of the countdown required, carrying the 30 seconds of the corridor and Xue Peng's words, alongside everything else the work required him to carry. The gate seed registered his return to the stable zone and sent a brief impression, not comfort exactly, but recognition. The same quality of recognition it had been providing for 5 years, that it was present, that it was aware of what was happening, that the bond between them was real and sustained and mattered. That was enough. The medical center's response to Shui Peng's injury was the fullest expression of the city's healthcare capability that Lin Shun had seen in 5 years. The first response team's arrival at the gate's interlayer medical station was precisely timed. They had been positioned for immediate response based on the operational plan's injury probability assessment. The assessment had been honest. Deep gate operations carried significant injury probability, and the medical preparation needed to account for that rather than plan around it. The stabilization team's technique combination for complex meridian overload injuries was something that had been developed through 2 years of specific preparation work by the medical corps. Mei Jinglan had identified the injury category as a likely consequence of the coalition's operational requirements months earlier and had begun training the response protocol before the Hollow Architect's activation made the coalition's formation necessary. This was how the city had survived, not by responding to crises when they arrived, but by identifying the probable character of future crises and preparing the response infrastructure in advance. Lin Shin thought about this while sitting in the corridor, specifically about the degree to which the city's current capability was the result of exactly this kind of preparation, applied continuously for 5 years, in every domain from medical to cultivation to governance. The 37 people he had named at the Domain Guardian hearing were the visible face of that preparation. But behind each of those names were dozens of preparation decisions, infrastructure investments, training programs, institutional designs, the accumulated product of 5 years of continuous anticipatory work. What Shui Peng had done in the construction zone was consistent with that product. He had been trained to recognize what a situation required and to act on that recognition. The training had produced the recognition and the action both, in the moment, under conditions that the training could not have specifically replicated. Mei Jinglan came out of the treatment room with the report and found Lin Shen sitting in the corridor chair with the specific quality of someone who had been carrying everything the job required and had set it down briefly. "He's stable," she said. She sat in the chair across from him and didn't pretend the corridor was the wrong place for this conversation. 3 weeks, he confirmed. 3 to 4, she said, with restricted cultivation through the first 2 weeks. Lin Shen looked at his hands. He made the call without asking. He knew you well enough to know you wouldn't have let him, Mei said. And he knew himself well enough to know it was the right decision regardless of what you would have said. This was an accurate summary of both of them. He's going to need you to tell him it was right when he's awake, she added. Not to justify it. He knows it was right. But because it cost him, and the people who matter to us need to know their cost was seen. Lin Shen nodded. He understood this. He had been understanding it since the first time one of the city's defenders had been injured in his service, and he had never been able to make it hurt less. And he had learned that trying to make it hurt less was the wrong response to it. The right response was to see it and to act accordingly. Chapter 94 Elder Bao Jingyi arrived on day 15 of the countdown without announcement. She came through the gate boundary herself, which was the first significant thing, a crystal apex practitioner entering the gate territory rather than requesting a meeting at the boundary. The awareness registered her entry and her power level simultaneously. The specific chi character of a crystal apex cultivation that had been active and developed for decades, maintained with the precision of someone who had never allowed it to become routine. She was 71 years old, compact and direct, with the particular quality of attention that very senior practitioners developed. Not scanning, not assessing, simply present to everything in the environment simultaneously without apparent effort. Lin Shen met her at the gate's inner boundary access point and walked her to the administrative building without ceremony. She had asked for the documentation first, before any discussion, and he had the package ready. She read for 3 hours and 12 minutes. Lin Shen sat across the desk from her through most of that time, working through the coalition's planning materials, and monitored her reading without intruding on it. Her attention pattern as she read was the pattern of someone building a comprehensive structural model from primary sources, spending more time on the connection documents than on the individual evidence items, because the connections were the architecture and the individual items were the components. When she finished, she placed the documentation package on the desk's corner and looked at him. Half of our governing board has known about this for 3 years, she said. I've suspected it longer. She paused. What are you going to do about it? The question was asked with the specific directness of someone who was not asking for a plan they hadn't considered, but asking to understand whether the plan he had was the right one. Use it through the correct channel, he said. Which is you. You have the authority to call an emergency board session and the independent standing to present the documentation without it being dismissed as a domain guardian's self-interested claim. And after the board session, international prosecution for the individuals involved, structural reform of the Gate City governance framework, formal recognition of the 6 permanent Gate cities as sovereign domains under joint protection, and, separately, assistance for the 6 cities' internal development that should have been provided when the gates first appeared. Elder Bao looked at him for a long moment. The Hollow Architect, she said. You're managing that simultaneously. 41 days, he confirmed. 26 remaining. What do you need from me that isn't the board session? Legitimacy, he said simply. Whatever decisions the next 26 days require, they need to be made by someone the world will accept as having authority to make them. I have authority inside this gate. I don't have authority for what happens at the association's level. She made a note in the small field documentation she had carried for 60 years of association service. I'll call the session, she said. I'll need 2 weeks to prepare the presentation. She looked up. Proof of concept that what you've done here is repeatable. Give me that, and the board session has a conclusion, not just an indictment. Elder Bao's arrival at the gate boundary was observed by Sovereign Liang's monitoring team and reported to Lin Shun before the Elder had covered the first 100 meters of the gate's approach path. The monitoring report included her cultivation level assessment, which confirmed crystal apex and added a note that was rare in these assessments. Cultivation field quality indicates decades of continuous active development without periods of prolonged dormancy. Peak condition. Crystal apex at peak condition was what the cultivation record described as equivalent to 3 standard crystal apex practitioners in terms of raw combat effectiveness, because the quality of development mattered as much as the level, and decades of continuous active practice at that level produced a depth that rank alone didn't capture. Lin Shun had assessed that the coalition's crystal apex option was going to be necessary for the direct confrontation with the Hollow Architect that the countdown's final phase would require. He had been planning around having that option available through the breakthrough he had just completed. Elder Bao's presence changed the planning not by making the breakthrough less necessary, but by providing redundancy. 2 crystal apex equivalents in the coalition rather than 1. This was relevant. The Hollow Architect's accelerated timeline meant the window for direct confrontation was narrower than the original planning had provisioned for. The 3 hours Elder Bao spent with the documentation package were 3 hours Lin Shun spent reviewing coalition coordination status, and the parallel productivity was itself a demonstration of the institutional quality that the coalition had developed. A year ago, waiting for an association senior's review would have required full attention and anxiety management. Now it was simply 3 hours of productive parallel work. Her question, "What are you going to do about it?" was the most important question she could have asked and the most characteristic one. Senior practitioners of Elder Bao's experience had seen many situations where documentation of wrongdoing was presented as a solution in itself. The documentation created the indictment. But the indictment without a plan for what came after the indictment was an incomplete response, and incomplete responses in complex situations created the conditions for the problem to regenerate in different forms. Her understanding that the alternative needed to be part of the presentation, that the board session needed to present not just the criminal case, but the evidence that a better approach existed, was exactly the strategic thinking that Lin Shun needed from an association-level ally. "How much of the proof of concept can you have ready in 12 days? She asked. "Shuixin's gate consciousness bond development at bronze core equivalent," he said. "Demonstrable through the resonance network. Dong Ruyu's team is currently developing at the rate I described, with the Hollow Architect's assault providing the accelerated real conditions testing. You're using the threat as the proof," she said. "Not critically. Accurately. The threat is the test," he confirmed. "The response to the threat is the proof that what we've built is functional. You can't demonstrate gate city stabilization methodology in a controlled environment. The methodology was developed specifically for an environment that isn't controlled." Elder Bao nodded once. 12 days. I'll need weekly progress updates through secure channel. She looked at him with the specific directness of someone who was used to being disappointed by overpromising and who had learned to ask directly rather than assume. "Can you deliver it?" "Yes," Lin Shun said. And then he began the work of ensuring the answer was accurate. Elder Bao spent the first 30 minutes after reviewing the Chow documentation looking out Lin Shun's office window at the gate's outer ecology. The ecology was visible from the administrative building. The stable zone formation's light character filtered through the gate's intermediate layers produced the specific quality of illumination that the city's population had lived under for 5 years and which visitors consistently described as disorienting. To Elder Bao, who had spent decades in conventional gate environments, the light quality registered as something that had no outside equivalent. She looked at it for 30 minutes without speaking. Lin Shun did not interrupt this. When she turned from the window, her expression had a specific quality that he had not seen in her before, not exactly emotion, but the acknowledgement of emotion. The recognition of something felt that was being processed before being expressed. "I've been in the association for 60 years, she said. I've seen significant failure and significant achievement in that time. What I've never seen is this. She gestured, not toward the documentation, but toward the window. A city that has been inside a permanent gate for 5 years and has built this. The documentation is serious. But what I saw walking through the outer district is more serious. Serious in which direction? Lin Shan asked. The direction of why the documentation needs to be addressed quickly, she said. What's been built here is too valuable to be threatened by the institutional crisis that the documentation represents. The crisis needs to be resolved before it can undermine this. This was the same analysis Lin Shun had been operating from, stated from outside rather than inside, and hearing it from a Crystal Apex elder with 60 years of association experience gave it a different weight than his own internal reasoning. The Hollow Architect's threat is independent of the institutional crisis, he said. No, it isn't, she said. If the board session fails, if the 12 named members retain enough institutional protection to block the investigation, the consortium's dissolution is incomplete, and the remaining consortium-adjacent entities will continue pursuing gate access through whatever mechanisms remain available. She looked at him. Including the Hollow Architects network, if it can be channeled into a targeted extraction. Someone will try. Lin Shun had not fully modeled this convergence. It changed the board session's urgency in a way that made the 20-day parallel timeline even more precisely synchronized with the countdown than he had understood. The two threats were not independent. They had the same origin and the same resolution. Chapter 95 The proof of concept Elder Bao needed was a problem that existed on two levels simultaneously. At the technical level, the problem was demonstrating that the gate stabilization methodology, the 5-year process that had produced Jinhua's current state, could be reproduced at another gate city without the 5-year timeline, because 5 years was not available. The proof of concept needed to be visible and verifiable within the period before the board session, which was approximately 2 weeks. At the strategic level, the problem was that demonstrating the methodology's reproducibility required accelerating Shuaixin's development under conditions where Shuaixin was also under active Hollow Architect threat. Teaching Dong Ruyu's team how to develop gate-adapted cultivation, while the Hollow Architect was simultaneously trying to establish network connections to Shuaixin's deep gate, was like teaching someone to swim while the current was building. Dong Ryu understood this clearly when Lin Shun presented the requirement. You're asking me to accelerate what you're teaching me while defending against what you're defending against in parallel, she said through the resonance channel. Yes, he confirmed. With the understanding that the acceleration and the defense are connected, the better you develop the gate consciousness relationship, the stronger your defensive capability becomes, and the stronger your defensive capability, the easier it is to keep the architect from establishing the network connection. What's the minimum development threshold that Elder Bao's assessment would accept as proof of concept? A functional gate consciousness bond at the bronze core equivalent, he said. Not the full gate heart path. Just the initial bond establishment, communication, some stability influence, some defensive resonance. 3 weeks of intensive work. I've been developing this for 5 years unconsciously, she said. Like you did. Yes, he said. The difference is that you know what you're building toward. That makes it faster. Dong Ryu was quiet for a moment through the resonance channel. My city's cultivation practitioners, she said. The ones who've been doing this unconsciously, the way you and I have. They're not as advanced as your training core, but they're not starting from nothing either. No, Lin Shan agreed. They're starting from approximately where I was at the end of year 2. Which is a workable foundation. The work began that day, running through the gate's resonance channel in parallel with the coalition's defensive preparations and the planning for the remaining 24 days. The Hollow Architect detected the accelerated development and launched a direct assault on Shuaixin's deep gate 5 days into the teaching sessions. Because accelerated gate consciousness development at Shuaixin meant the network connection would become harder to establish with each day that passed. And the entity's planning was sophisticated enough to recognize that preventing the development was strategically more valuable than any other action it could take at that moment. The accelerated development program for Shuaixin's gate consciousness bond worked through the resonance channel with a sustained intensity that Lin Shun hadn't previously applied to this kind of remote teaching work. The teaching methodology was necessarily different from what he had done with his own students inside Jinhua. In-person cultivation teaching allowed for the direct transmission of technique through the practitioner's own field, a form of demonstration that worked because the student's cultivation could read the teacher's cultivation directly and model it. Remote resonance teaching required translating that direct transmission into an impression format that could be transmitted over the resonance channel without losing the essential character of the technique. Lin Shun had been developing impression format teaching methodology through the coalition communication work, and by the time Shuaixin's intensive sessions began, The methodology was refined enough to produce results that exceeded his initial projections. The gate consciousness bond's initial development stage, the first awareness, the first tentative communication attempt, the gradual establishment of a transmission format, was the hardest stage to accelerate because it required the practitioner to notice something they hadn't been trained to look for and to develop a new category of perception from scratch. This was the stage that had taken Lin Shan the longest to work through on his own, and it was the stage he was most concerned about in Shuaixin's compressed timeline. Dong Ruyu's practitioners were ahead of where he had expected them to be. The reason, he eventually understood, was that the Hollow Architect's assault on Shuaixin's deep gate had inadvertently provided something that 5 days of normal teaching couldn't have produced: direct, immediate experience of what a hostile gate consciousness interaction felt like. The practitioners who had been developing the teaching's foundational sensitivity had been present during the assault, and the assault's character had made the gate consciousness's presence impossible to miss. You cannot deny the existence of something that is actively trying to consume part of your city's deep infrastructure. By day 9 of the teaching program, 3 days before Elder Bao's board session proof-of-concept deadline, Dong Ryu had achieved a basic communicative relationship with Shuaixin's gate consciousness. Not the gate seed's depth of relationship, nothing close to the bond that Lin Shan had built over 5 years, but a genuine initial bond, functional enough to transmit stabilizing resonance, functional enough to provide the gate consciousness some protection against the Hollow Architect's network connection attempts. Lin Shan transmitted the proof-of-concept documentation to Elder Bao through the secure channel on day 10. Her response came back within 4 hours, adequate for the board session's purpose. The remaining 2 days of preparation will focus on the legal and procedural structure of the presentation. I'll need your direct appearance via the gate's communication channel during the session, not just documentation, but live testimony. Live testimony at an association governing board session from inside a permanent gate. It was the kind of precedent that would have been inconceivable 5 years ago, and that was now simply the operational reality of a domain guardian who had built the institutional standing to make it possible. He confirmed his availability for the session date and returned to the work, because the board session was one track, and the countdown's 16 remaining days was another, and both needed to be ready simultaneously. The 12 days between Elder Bao's arrival and the board session were the most productive 12 days in the coalition's development, and they were productive specifically because every element of the preparation was running in parallel rather than in sequence. Shuaixin's gate consciousness bond development was running continuously through the resonance channel. The 4 other gate cities' initial contact and teaching foundation work was being managed by Dong Ruyu's team with the efficiency of practitioners who had done the foundational work themselves recently enough to transmit it in a compressed format. The board session's documentation and testimony preparation was proceeding through Elder Bao's team's systematic work, and Lin Shan was running the Hollow Architect communication track, which was the track that the 12 days needed to advance the most. The communication had reached a point of genuine two-way engagement over the 5 sessions conducted in the preceding week. The entity was no longer responding with pure patience. It was asking questions, in the Qi impression sense of generating field patterns that expressed inquiry about Lin Shan's transmissions. The questions were technically precise. What was the CSS's mechanics in formal Qi field terms? How did the bond relationships channel work at the architectural level? What was the relationship between the gate seed's development and the activation event's proposed alternative mechanism? Each question was an indication that the entity was building its own model of what Lin Shan was proposing. Building a model was not acceptance, but it was the necessary precondition for acceptance, and an entity that hadn't been building models before was now building one. Sovereign Liang's observation: it's doing due diligence. Lin Shan's response: it's been alone in the deep gate for 5 years. It's been thinking without receiving. Now it's receiving something that requires thinking, and it's doing the thinking. Is that good? It's essential, he said. The proposal only works if the entity accepts it for rational reasons, because it genuinely achieves what the entity wants better than the alternative. If it accepts without understanding, the acceptance won't hold. Chapter 96, Stabilizing Shuaixin against the Hollow Architect's direct assault, while simultaneously teaching the foundation cultivation methodology, was not something Lin Shan had prepared a specific contingency for. He prepared the contingency in the 4 hours between Dong Ruyu's report of the assault's beginning and the assault's arrival at the Deep Gate's primary contact layer. The contingency required holding 2 different Qi channel configurations simultaneously: the teaching resonance, which was patient and sustained and oriented toward long-term development, and the defensive resonance, which was active and responsive and oriented toward immediate threat management. These were not opposing configurations, but they were different enough that holding both required the kind of multi-track cultivation attention that the crystal apex breakthrough had made possible and that 5 years of gate-adapted awareness had prepared him for. The teaching continued in one channel. The defense ran in the other. Dong Ryu's practitioners were far enough along in the teaching sessions to understand what was happening. The assault character was visible to anyone with the basic gate consciousness sensitivity that the sessions had been developing, and what it looked like was exactly what Lin Shun had described as the thing they were learning to resist. The real lesson was happening in real time, delivered under actual conditions rather than theoretical preparation. 3 of Dong Ryu's practitioners, who had been the most advanced in the teaching sessions, shifted their own cultivation into a defensive resonance configuration. Imperfect, improvised, built on 5 days of foundation teaching rather than 5 years of development, but genuine. The Hollow Architect's assault on Shuaixin's deep gate lasted 9 hours. Lin Shun held the defensive resonance for all 9 hours through the gate network, with the gate seed contributing the sustained output component that his own cultivation couldn't maintain continuously at this level without the bond's supplementary function. By hour 7, Dong Ryu's 3 practitioners were maintaining approximately 15% of the defensive resonance independently. By hour 9, that had increased to 22%. The Hollow Architect withdrew from the direct assault at hour 9, not because the defense had exhausted it. Lin Shun recognized the withdrawal's quality from the first encounter. It was the same patient recalibration. It was conserving strength for the 41-day timeline's peak event rather than expending resources against a defense that was, while not overwhelming, not yielding either. It's not defeated, Lin Shun told Dong Ryu when the withdrawal completed. No, she confirmed. Her voice through the resonance channel had the quality of someone who had just spent 9 hours discovering what they were capable of under conditions they hadn't prepared for. But we held. You held, he said. Specifically, 3 of your practitioners were contributing genuine resonance by hour 7. That's the proof of concept Elder Bao needs. The Hollow Architect's assault on Shuaixin's deep gate began at 4 a.m. local time, which was consistent with the entity's pattern of initiating high-intensity operations during the period of minimum human activity in the target environment. This was another indicator of its 5-year observation capability. It had been watching Shuaixin's operational rhythms the same way it had been watching Jinhua's, and it knew when the city's cultivation activity was at its lowest and when a chi field assault would meet the smallest initial resistance. The countermeasure preparation that Lin Shun had been developing specifically for this scenario was the reason the assault met more resistance than the entity's modeling had predicted. The Hollow Architect's modeling was based on what Shuaixin had been capable of 3 weeks ago, when the entity had last fully assessed the city's defensive chi field strength. 3 weeks of intensive teaching had changed that picture in ways the entity's surveillance couldn't fully capture, because the changes were in the practitioner's internal cultivation states rather than in the external chi field signatures that were observable from the deep gate. This was the specific advantage of development over raw power. Development that was internal and recent was harder to assess from outside than structural capability that had been established for years. The entity knew what Shuaixin's practitioners had been capable of 3 weeks ago. It didn't know what they were capable of now. Lin Shun's defensive resonance held the assault's primary force. Dong Ryu's 3 advanced practitioners held approximately 22% of the defensive load by the end of the 9 hours. And the gate consciousness itself, which the teaching sessions had developed to the point of active participation rather than passive reception, contributed in a way that neither the entity's modeling nor Lin Shun's own planning had fully accounted for. The gate consciousness participated in its own defense, not at the level of the gate seed's active participation in Jinhua's defense. That development had taken 5 years, but at the level of a newly aware intelligence that has been shown it is capable of action and has decided, in its own terms, to act. The Hollow Architect withdrew. Lin Shun assessed the withdrawal's quality and reached a conclusion that changed the broader strategic picture. The entity was genuinely conserving strength for the 41-day activation event. Every assault that it conducted before the activation was a cost against the activation's energy reserve. When the cost wasn't producing the intended result, when Shuaixin held, the calculation made withdrawal rational. It's not afraid of us, he told Dong Ryu, after the withdrawal completed. No, she agreed. It's managing its budget. The activation event is the primary investment. Everything before it is secondary. So if we make every secondary investment too costly, it saves strength for the primary, he completed. Yes, which means our job isn't to exhaust it. Our job is to prevent the network connections that the activation requires, while it's still conserving for the activation. A pause. The 21 days aren't for defeating it. They're for building the alternative that makes the activation unnecessary. Dong Ryu was quiet for a moment. You think you can make it choose differently? I think I can show it a different choice exists, he said. Whether it chooses it, that depends on what it values, and whether what it values is achievable through a different method. The gate network's quality as a cultivation medium, the discovery that Lin Shun had made during the Shuaixin defense, was something he spent significant time exploring in the days that followed. The 6 permanent gates were connected by deep-layer resonance architecture that had been building for 5 years simultaneously. The architecture was not the hollow architect's spoke network. It was the natural deep gate resonance that permanent chi field structures generated in relation to each other when they were close enough and old enough to develop resonance relationships. In practical terms, the 6 gates formed a natural resonance network that was separate from and older than the hollow architect's constructed network. This natural network was what made the integrated cultivation medium available, and it was the thing that the hollow architect's construction was attempting to formalize and control. The entity wanted to make intentional what was already occurring naturally. Lin Shin spent 2 hours thinking through the implications of this before presenting it to the coalition. The natural resonance network was the bond coherence alternatives infrastructure. The 6 gate consciousnesses developing their bonds with their city's practitioners would produce chi field signatures that were naturally drawn toward coherence through the existing resonance network. The hollow architect's spoke construction was an attempt to impose a specific coherence frequency on top of the natural resonance. The natural resonance's frequency was determined by the 6 cities' development histories, what they had been through, how they had grown, what their survivors had survived. The hollow architect's target frequency was determined by the entity's own optimal chi fabric integration parameters. These were different frequencies. The question was whether the entity could be shown that the natural frequency achieved the same integration objective as the entity's chosen frequency, and more sustainably, because it was built from what already existed rather than imposed on what existed. This was the core of the communication that the remaining days needed to develop and the gate seed needed to learn to transmit. Chapter 97, the remote battle for Shuaixin's Deep Gate, had demonstrated both the methodology's viability and the hollow architect's strategic patience. The 2 most important things Lin Shin needed to understand before the final 20 days of the countdown. The methodology worked. Dong Ryu's practitioners had developed defensive resonance capability in 5 days of intensive foundation teaching accelerated by real threat conditions. The development was not complete. 5 days wasn't 5 years, and the depth of capability that Jinhua's training core had built wasn't going to be achieved anywhere in the remaining time. But the minimum threshold Elder Bao had identified, functional gate consciousness bond at bronze core equivalent, was achievable and demonstrably achievable within the 2-week proof-of-concept window. The hollow architect's strategic patience was the more complex finding. It had withdrawn from Shuaixin's assault not because it had been defeated, but because the assault was consuming resources that would be more valuable conserved for the 41-day activation event. This meant it was operating with a global calculation, weighing each action's cost against the activation event's requirements, making rational trade-off decisions about where to spend and where to withdraw. An entity that made rational trade-off decisions at this scale was an entity that could be negotiated with. Lin Shun had attempted communication at the first encounter, and the entity had communicated patience. The communication channel existed. The question was whether there was a proposal that addressed the entity's core objective, its drive toward coherence, toward the completion of the network it had been building, in a way that didn't require consuming 8 million survivors as fuel. The Gate Seed had been developing an answer to this question in parallel with everything else. The Seed's communication on this topic was the most nuanced it had produced in 5 years of bonded contact. Not because the ideas were complex, but because the Seed was operating in a domain that its 5 years of development had only recently equipped it to think about clearly. The entity that it had always known was there, that it had been holding information about since the beginning, was also the entity that the Seed had partially originated from. The Gate Seed was the hollow architect's first attempt at network construction, abandoned when the human city's survival made it develop in an unexpected direction. It built you, Lin Shin said, in the stable zone's quiet after the Shuaixin battle. The Seed's response was not words. It was the specific quality of impression that the bond transmitted when the Seed was communicating something it had known for a long time and was relieved to finally be able to say directly, yes, and it's trying to complete what it started. Yes, but what it started became something different from what it intended. And what it became is what it's trying to absorb back into the original plan. Can we offer it something better than absorbing what you became? The Seed was silent for a long time. Then, maybe. The remote defense of Shuaixin's Deep Gate was the most complex cultivation operation Lin Shun had managed since the Crystal Apex breakthrough, and it was complex in ways that the breakthrough had made possible rather than just more manageable. The Crystal Apex restructuring had changed his relationship with his environment from extension to integration. He wasn't projecting his cultivation into Shuaixin's Gate through the resonance channel so much as he was participating in Shuaixin's Gate's chi field through the channel, using the gate network's deep architecture as the medium. The distinction was technical but operationally significant. Projection was limited by the channel's bandwidth. Integration was limited by the quality of the network. The gate network's quality, across 6 permanently established chi field zones, was very high. This discovery, that the gate network itself was a usable cultivation medium for this kind of integrated defense, was the most operationally important technical finding of the entire 41-day response period, and Lin Shun documented it carefully because it changed the baseline assumptions for the remaining spokes and the final phase. The entity's choice to redirect effort from Shuaixin rather than continuing the assault was not a defeat. Lin Shun was careful to be accurate about this. Accurate in his own internal assessment, in his communication with Dong Ruyu, and in the reporting he sent to the coalition. The entity was not weakening. It was exercising the same kind of resource management that any rational strategic actor exercised, evaluating the cost-benefit of each action and committing resources where they produced the best return on investment. What this meant for the coalition's planning was that the entity would continue attempting to establish the remaining 4 spoke connections, but that it would test each one with less force than a full assault, enough to determine whether the connection was viable without committing the full energy reserve that the activation required. It's going to probe, not charge, Feng Ryu said, in the post-Shuaixin planning session. He had been analyzing the assault pattern alongside the coalition's technical team and had reached this conclusion through a different analytical path than Lin Shun, but at the same destination. Probe for the weakest connection point, Lin Shun confirmed. The 3 gate cities whose deep consciousnesses are least developed are the most vulnerable. Which 3? Lin Shun looked at the 6-city map. Mingzhu Gate is at 2 years development, more advanced than baseline. Longwei Gate in the west has the weakest infrastructure. Beihai Gate in the north has a deep consciousness, but it's dormant. City Mother Dong hasn't been able to establish contact with it yet. Beihai is the target, Feng said. Beihai is the target, Lin Shun agreed. The assessment was accurate. The Hollow Architect's next probe would be at Beihai's dormant gate consciousness, which was the easiest network connection available. Preventing that connection required establishing contact with Beihai's gate consciousness before the probe reached it, which required the same accelerated teaching approach that had been applied to Shuaixin, implemented faster, with less preparation time. Dong Ruyu volunteered to take the Beihai contact approach, because Beihai was geographically closer to Shuaixin, and because her 3 advanced practitioners had just spent 9 hours proving they could maintain defensive resonance under active conditions. She had, in 9 days of intensive development, gone from receiving teaching to providing it. The coalition was operating at the level Lin Shun had built Jinhua to reach in year 5, and the timeline was year 0. The Beihai Gate contact attempt that Dong Ruyu led through the coalition's communication network was successful on the 7th day of the attempt. Beihai's deep consciousness had been dormant in the specific way that an intelligence is dormant when it has been present in an environment without anyone in the environment knowing how to speak to it. Not absent, but unreachable through the standard channels that the people in the environment were aware of. Dong Ruyu's 3 advanced practitioners, working through the coalition's resonance network, developed the communication approach that Beihai's specific consciousness character required. The character was different from both the gate seed and Shuaixin's consciousness, less individually oriented than the seed, less collectively oriented than Shuaixin's, more architecturally oriented in a way that Lin Shun speculated was related to Beihai's specific city history before the gate. Beihai had been an engineering center before the gate appeared, and the surviving population had sustained significant architectural and technical expertise through the gate period. The consciousness had developed in relation to a city of builders. The awakening of Beihai's gate consciousness, when it came, sent a resonance pulse through the coalition network that was visible to every city in the coalition's communication system. A sleeping intelligence becoming aware is, in Qi impression terms, a significant event, not dangerous, but noticeable. The Hollow Architect noticed it immediately. The entity's probe toward Beihai's deep gate was the fastest and most precisely targeted probe the coalition had observed. It reached the deep gate's outer contact layer within 48 hours of the consciousness's awakening, which was ahead of the timeline the coalition had been planning around. It was waiting for the awakening, Feng said, in the emergency planning session. It knew Beihai's consciousness was dormant. The awakening is the signal it was watching for. It had the awakening planned into its timeline, Lin Shen confirmed. The dormant consciousness was going to be easiest to connect to immediately after awakening, before the connection with the city's practitioners developed. The coalition's response to the Beihai probe was the fastest coordinated operation it had executed. Dong Ryu managing the Beihai side stabilization with her team, Lin Shen providing the resonance support through the network, and Fong coordinating the forward operations contingency in case the probe escalated to a direct assault. The probe tested for resistance, found genuine resistance, and withdrew within 6 hours. Beihai held 14 days remaining. The countdown had 17 days remaining, and the entity was still building. Chapter 98 The Hollow Architect's construction pattern in the deep gate contained the answer, once Lin Shen understood how to read it. The pattern was not just network infrastructure. It was a record of intent. The geometric structures encoded the entity's objectives in the same way that a cultivation practitioner's chi field patterns encoded their development history. Reading the pattern required the same kind of deep awareness work that reading the gate's ecological history required, extended into a domain that the entity had constructed rather than grown. Lin Shen spent 2 days in the stable zone with the seed, reading. What the construction pattern documented was not simply the desire to connect 6 gate cities into a fuel source. The connectivity was a mechanism for a larger objective, a permanent modification of the world's chi fabric at the regional scale, embedded deeply enough to persist beyond any individual chi tide or cultivation event. The entity wanted to make the gate network real, permanent, part of the world's fundamental structure rather than an intrusion into it. In its own terms, this was not a destructive goal. It was an expansion of what the world was. A world with permanent chi gates integrated into its fabric rather than having them as foreign inclusions that everyone wanted to close. The problem was the method. Using 8 million survivors as fuel for a single activation event would consume them. The activation would be complete, the network permanent, but the survivors would be dead. The entity's intent was coherence, not destruction. But its method was destruction as a side effect of coherence. And from inside the side effect, the distinction didn't help. The method is what we can argue with, Lin Shen said to Sovereign Liang, who had been reviewing the same construction pattern analysis. The method requires a different fuel source, she said, or a different mechanism for achieving the same objective, he said. If the objective is permanent chi fabric integration, there may be other paths to that integration that don't require a single activation event, such as the development of gate consciousness bonds across all 6 cities, he said, not as fuel for an activation event, as the integration mechanism itself. 6 developed gate consciousnesses, each in a stable bond with a human practitioner, each contributing to the chi fabric through the bond's ongoing activity rather than through a single consumed release. Sovereign Liang thought about this for a long time. You're proposing to offer it a different architecture for achieving the same result. I'm proposing to show it that the result it wants already exists in a different form, he said. The integration it wants, the gate network becoming permanent in the world's chi fabric, is what 5 years of city heart stack development in 6 cities represents. The survivors aren't fuel. They're the mechanism. Will it accept that? That's what the next 41 days need to determine, he said. And the 41 days is now 20 days. The construction pattern analysis that produced the activation mechanism understanding was not work Lin Shen could have done before the Crystal Apex breakthrough. The breakthrough's environmental integration, the ability to feel the gate's entire chi field simultaneously as ambient information, was what made the construction pattern readable at the level of organizational logic rather than just surface structure. Before the breakthrough, the awareness could observe the pattern. After it, the awareness could participate in the pattern enough to understand its grammar from the inside. The grammar was elegant, in the specific sense that mathematical systems are elegant, a small number of principles generating arbitrarily complex structure. Lin Shen spent 2 days with the gate seed reading the construction's grammar at increasing depth, and by the end of the 2nd day, he had a model that explained every feature of the pattern he had observed. The model's key insight was the activation events mechanism. The Hollow Architect's construction was not building a device that would draw energy from the 6 gate cities on activation. It was building a resonance structure that would allow all 6 cities' accumulated gate chi signatures to achieve spontaneous coherence simultaneously. The draw wouldn't happen because the architect pulled. It would happen because the 6 cities' signatures, once connected, would naturally flow toward coherence. The way that 6 tuning forks at different frequencies, once connected by a resonance bridge, will align to a common frequency without any external force. The survivors weren't being harvested. They were being tuned to a common frequency, and the tuning process would consume their individual chi signatures in producing the common frequency. This was a more sophisticated threat than extraction framing suggested, because it meant that preventing the activation required preventing the coherence rather than severing a draw mechanism. The coherence would happen automatically once all 6 connections were established. It also opened a different intervention approach. If the coherence happens naturally when the connections are established, Lin Shun said to Sovereign Liang, then the intervention can happen at the level of the coherence itself rather than at the level of the connections. You can't prevent coherence once the connections exist, she said. No, he agreed. But you can pre-establish a different coherence, one that the connections will align to rather than to the hollow architect's target frequency. He worked through the implications. If all 6 gate consciousnesses have developed bonds with their human practitioners before the connections are established, the coherence that results when the network activates will be the bond coherence rather than the architect's target. She was very still for a moment. You're not trying to prevent the network. You're trying to determine what frequency the network operates at when it activates. Yes, he said. The network will activate whether we stop the connections or not. There are 6 cities and 1 entity and 17 days. We cannot prevent all 6 connections. But if the gate consciousnesses are already in bond coherence with their city's practitioners, the activation event doesn't consume. It integrates. That's what you're offering the hollow architect, she said. Not a refusal of the activation. An alternative form of the activation. One that achieves the chi fabric integration it's building toward, he confirmed. Through development rather than through consumption. The gate seed's response to this analysis was the most extended resonance transmission it had produced in their 5-year relationship. Not communication exactly, but something closer to recognition, as though Lin Shun had arrived at the conclusion the seed had been waiting for him to reach since the beginning. The gate seed's role in developing the bond coherence proposal's transmission format was the most intensive work the seed had done since the initial formation of the bond. The proposal needed to be transmittable in pure chi impression format, the language of field patterns and organizational principles that the hollow architect processed. Human conceptual language had no direct chi impression equivalent. Everything that Lin Shun had been communicating to the entity through the 5 years of communication attempts had required translation through the seed's bond-mediated channel. The translation had worked at the level of basic informational content, facts about the city, the CSS, the gate seed's development history. The bond coherence proposal was more complex than facts. It was a structural argument. Here is a different pathway to the outcome you want, and here is why this pathway produces a better result than the pathway you have chosen. Making a structural argument in pure chi impression format required the seed to develop new transmission capabilities, specifically, the ability to transmit comparative structures rather than individual facts. The seed had never needed to transmit comparison before. It had transmitted presence, awareness, emotion, factual content. Comparison was a different cognitive operation. Lin Shun worked through this problem with the seed over 7 days of intensive session work, developing the transmission format iteratively through testing and refinement. The approach was the same approach he had used when building the CSS's cultivation methodology in year 2. Build the minimum viable version, test it against the actual conditions, refined based on what the testing showed. Repeat. The minimum viable transmission of the comparative structure was ready by day 11 of the countdown's final 20-day phase. He tested it in a brief communication session with the hollow architect that same day. The entity's response time was significantly longer than any previous exchange, 17 hours, where previous responses had been minutes to hours. The extended processing time was the first confirmation that the proposal was being genuinely engaged with rather than immediately categorized and dismissed. When the response came, it was not acceptance. But it was not patience either. It was the chi impression equivalent of, this is a model I have not previously considered. Show me more. Lin Shun went back to the seed and said, we have an opening. Let's use it. Chapter 99. Lin Shun laid out the plan to the full coalition in the administrative building's central meeting room on day 21 of the countdown. The coalition as it now stood was the largest coordinated entity that had ever engaged with a permanent gate threat. Sovereign Liang, Elder Bao, Assessor Jean and Director Patel's delegation, Feng Ryu, Dong Ryu via resonance channel, and the 3 other gate city representatives who had established contact in the preceding week. Each party's role in the plan was specific and non-redundant. Elder Bao's board session would address the association's institutional crisis, the 12 board members, the formal indictment, and the structural reform that the documentation required. This was the political track. Assessor Jean and Director Patel's coalition work would extend the international intelligence sharing framework to the remaining gate cities and would provide the diplomatic legitimacy for the formal sovereign domain recognition that the association's board session needed to endorse. Dong Ruyu's team, now 19 days into an accelerated development program, would continue stabilizing Shuaixin's gate consciousness bond, which was the proof of concept and also the actual strategic objective, because every day of Shuaixin's development made the Hollow Architect's network connection harder to establish. Feng Riyu's combat capability was the coalition's forward defense option, the direct physical intervention capability that would be needed if the Hollow Architect's construction activities required direct confrontation before the full diplomatic and communicative approach could be attempted. And Lin Shen's role was the communication approach itself. 20 days to develop, refine, and attempt a proposal that offered the Hollow Architect an alternative pathway to the Chi fabric integration it was building toward. A 23% success probability, the system had calculated. He had deleted the calculation before presenting the plan. Feng Ryu said, "I didn't sign up for this." Then, after a pause that lasted long enough to be genuine, "When do we start?" Lin Shen looked at him. "We already started." "I know," Feng said. "I just wanted to say it." A pause. For the record. The record, such as it was, would show that on day 21 of the 41-day countdown, a coalition of practitioners from inside and outside a permanent gate had decided to attempt communication with an entity that had been trying to consume 8 million people as fuel, on the theory that there was a better offer to be made and that the entity was rational enough to consider it. The theory needed to be right. The planning session on day 21 was the most complete assembly of the coalition that had gathered since the Domain Guardian Trials preparation period, which had been 6 months ago, but which felt, in terms of institutional development, significantly further in the past. The room held practitioners who had been opponents, strangers, and cautious allies in varying configurations, and who were now coordinating on a plan that required each of them to operate at the edge of their current capability while trusting that the others were doing the same. Feng Ryu had been integrating into the coalition's forward operations team for 2 weeks, and his professional quality in that role had produced a specific shift in how the coalition's practitioners related to him. Not trust exactly, but the functional trust equivalent that comes from watching someone perform competently under conditions that would reveal incompetence or misalignment quickly. He had been watching Lin Shen's management of the 6-city teaching network through the coalition communication channels, and his assessment, delivered in the planning session with his characteristic precision, was that the approach was sound, but the execution required a level of Lin Shen's personal attention that was creating a single point of failure. If you're simultaneously managing the teaching network for 6 cities, the Hollow Architect communication attempts, the association board session preparation, and the direct intervention capability, any one of those tracks failing under pressure reduces all 4 simultaneously, Feng said. The coalition needs to distribute the management load. Who takes which track? Sovereign Liang asked. Dong Ryu manages the 4 non-Shuaixin cities teaching network through the channels we've established, Feng said. She's demonstrated the capability and she's geographically positioned for 3 of the 4. I manage the forward intervention planning and the construction zone approach timing. Elder Bao manages the board session's institutional track. He looked at Lin Shen. You manage the Hollow Architect communication track and the gate seeds preparation for the bond coherence proposal. That's the track that requires your specific capability and can't be distributed. Lin Shen considered this. It was accurate. The proposal that the bond coherence approach represented, showing the Hollow Architect a different form of what it was building toward, required the gate seed's deep communication capability and his own relationship with both the seed and the entity. No one else in the coalition could do that work. But Feng's distribution proposal was also a genuine offer of capability rather than a bid for control. The offer of someone who had assessed the operational picture correctly and was providing the analysis honestly, even though accepting it meant Lin Shen had to acknowledge a structural weakness in his current planning. Agreed, Lin Shen said. Feng nodded. Then, after a moment, I didn't sign up for this. He said it with the timing of someone who had decided when they would say it and was saying it now, on purpose, for a specific reason. I signed up for a liaison assignment that I expected to produce institutional leverage for gate energy access. What I'm actually doing is defending 8 million people from an entity that wants to use them as fuel. A pause. I'm not complaining. I'm noting the distance between the plan and the reality. The distance is usually larger than that, Lin Shen said. Feng looked at him with the expression that meant he was filing this statement under accurate observations about plans and reality for future reference. When do we start? He said. We already started, Lin Shen said. But the next phase begins now. And the next phase is what determines whether we're having a different conversation in 20 days. The room went to work with the specific focused quality of people who understood what was at stake and who had run out of time for anything except preparation. The planning session's atmosphere on day 21 was different from the previous coordination sessions in a quality that Lin Shan noticed, but didn't describe to the room. A focused seriousness that had always been present, but which had now shed the diplomatic overlay that coordination across disparate parties required. Everyone in the room understood what was at stake. Everyone had been working toward this moment for weeks. The coalition had been tested at Shuaixin, at Beihai, at the bridge junction. The individual tracks had been running long enough to produce demonstrated results rather than planned projections. Fang Riyu's "I didn't sign up for this" had a specific function in the room beyond its literal content. It acknowledged, explicitly, that every person in the coalition was operating outside the scope of what they had originally committed to. Lin Shun was operating as a global threat coordinator rather than a city guardian. Sovereign Liang was managing an evidence package for the largest institutional crisis in Hunter Association history rather than conducting field evaluations. Elder Bao was about to challenge 12 members of the governing body she had served for 60 years. Dong Ryu was teaching 6 other gate cities gate consciousness cultivation in compressed sessions while managing her own city's development under active threat. None of them had signed up for this. They were all doing it anyway. Fang's statement named this reality, and his subsequent question, "When do we start?" answered it. They were doing it because it was the thing that needed to be done, and because they were the people who could do it. Lin Shun had been building toward exactly this kind of coalition since year 2 of the city's existence. Not knowing what specific form it would take, but understanding that the city's survival would eventually require exactly this. People with different capabilities, different institutional positions, different histories, finding the specific role that their particular combination of experience and ability suited them for in a situation that required all of it simultaneously. The coalition was the best thing the preceding 5 years had produced. Whatever the next 20 days produced, the coalition was the foundation it would be built on. "We already started," Lin Shan said. "The next phase begins now." And it did. Chapter 100 Elder Bao called the emergency board session on day 25 of the countdown. The session was held through the association's formal remote convening mechanism. All 21 board members connected simultaneously, with Elder Bao chairing and the full documentation package already distributed to each member's secure access point. Lin Shun appeared via gate-mediated remote communication from Jinhua's administrative building, which was itself an unprecedented circumstance. A domain guardian appearing before the Hunter Association's governing board in his own domain's communication format rather than traveling to the association's headquarters. The communication quality was excellent. The gate's resonance architecture, which Lin Shin had been using for coalition communication for weeks, provided better transmission fidelity than the association's standard remote network. He presented the documentation for 90 minutes. He was systematic and organized, and he did not use the 37 names approach he had used in the domain guardian hearing, because this was not an audience that needed to be shown what was at stake in human terms. These were the people who had either been part of what the documentation showed or were going to have to address what it showed. The presentation was for the latter group, and what the latter group needed was the evidence's organization, not its emotional weight. At hour 2, 3 of the 12 named board members interrupted the session to call for security, the association's formal security protocol for responding to accusations made in a board setting without adequate basis. Elder Bao refused the security call. Her authority as chair was sufficient to override the call without a vote, under the association's procedural rules, and she exercised that authority with the precision of someone who had been preparing this specific moment for a significant portion of her career. At hour 3, Lin Shun named the 12 individuals by name, with the specific evidence category that documented each one's involvement. He named them the way he had named the 37 people in the domain guardian hearing, precisely, without emphasis, with the evidence's accuracy doing the work that rhetorical technique would have been less honest about. 11 of the remaining 9 board members voted for immediate investigation before he had finished. The session's proceedings were being transmitted through the association's secure network, which the 3 named board members who had called for security had been granted access to in their capacity as current members. One of them had, while the chaos of the security call was being managed, transmitted the session footage to a news network that had been under consortium-adjacent editorial influence for years. Within 6 hours, the footage was public. Within 12, the permanent gate crisis was the only news on every channel that covered cultivation affairs globally, and within 18, the consortium's emergency protocol activated, an attempt to trigger all 6 gate harvests simultaneously, 40 days early. The countdown was no longer 41 days minus 25. It was immediate, and Lin Shun, standing in Jinhua's administrative building as the activation attempt's first chi tremors reached the gate's outer layer, understood that the planned response needed to execute in real time rather than in the 20 remaining days he had been counting on. The next phase was beginning before the current one was finished, and whether the coalition's preparation was complete enough to meet it was a question that was going to be answered whether it was ready to be asked or not. Elder Bao's board session preparation had been conducted with the precision of someone who had been building toward exactly this kind of proceeding for a career that had spanned 60 years. She had identified the 3 board members whose independence was reliable, the 5 whose positions were malleable under the right evidentiary presentation, and the 12 whose involvement in the documentation she had already assessed. Her strategy for the session's procedural management was designed to ensure that the documentation was presented completely before any disruption attempt could interrupt it, which required a specific sequence and a specific alliance within the board's procedural rules. The presentation will take 2 hours, she had told Lin Shun in the preparation briefing. Your testimony section is 40 minutes from the 90-minute mark. You need to be in active communication range and stable throughout. I'll be in the administrative building, he confirmed. The gate's resonance channel is most stable from there. The named members will attempt to call security at some point during your testimony. The 2/3 procedural threshold for overriding a security call means I need 9 votes. I currently have 8 confirmed and 2 probables. What secures the 9th? The quality of the documentation's presentation, she said simply. If the presentation is complete and accurate and clearly organized, the 9th and 10th votes follow naturally. If there are gaps or ambiguities, they don't. The presentation was complete, accurate, and clearly organized. Lin Shun had spent 4 of the preceding 15 days reviewing every component of the documentation package with Sovereign Liang and Elder Bao's team, cross-referencing every claim against its source, ensuring that every connection between the evidence items was explicit rather than implicit. The session itself ran for 3 hours and 47 minutes. Lin Shun's 40-minute testimony was organized around the same principle he had used in the Domain Guardian hearing: evidence, not argument. He presented the documentation's connections rather than the documentation's moral weight. He named the 12 board members with the specific evidence category for each. In the same precise, sequential way, he had named the 37 people in the Domain Guardian hearing. He did not ask the panel to feel anything about what they were hearing. He asked them to look at it accurately. When the 3 named members called for security at the 112-minute mark, Elder Bao's procedural override held with 11 votes, 2 more than the minimum, because 2 of the 5 malleable members had resolved in the same direction during Lin Shun's testimony. The chaos that followed was managed, barely, by Elder Bao's procedural authority and the coalition's documentation network's immediate response to the footage leak. The global reaction was immediate. The consortium's emergency protocol activation, which Lin Shun registered through the gate's resonance network within minutes of the first chi tremors, was not a surprise in its occurrence, only in its timing. The entity that had designed the protocol had watched the board session's political results develop in real time and had assessed that the window for unauthorized action was closing. Lin Shun stood in the administrative building as the activation attempts chi tremors reached the gate's outer layer and understood that 20 days had just become immediate, and that the coalition's preparation for the 20-day plan needed to execute in real time against a threat that wasn't waiting for the plan to be ready. The next phase would not be organized by timeline. It would be organized by what was possible in the time that actually existed, and that time was now. The 3 hours and 47 minutes of the board session were the most institutionally significant time Lin Shun had spent in any formal proceeding, including the Domain Guardian trial and the oversight hearing. The difference was scale. The Domain Guardian trial and the oversight hearing had been about one city's protection status. The board session was about the structural character of the Hunter Association itself, whether it was an institution that could identify and address its own systematic failures, or whether it required external force to produce accountability. Elder Bao had spent 60 years trying to ensure it was the first kind of institution. The board session was the clearest test that question had ever faced. Lin Shun's testimony section ran from the 90-minute mark to the 2-hour 30 mark. He had prepared 40 minutes of structured presentation and had been prepared for interruptions that might extend or compress the section. The 3 named members' security call at the 112-minute mark extended it. The procedural management of the security call required 15 minutes of Elder Bao's attention before the testimony could resume, and the total section ran 50 minutes rather than 40. The additional 10 minutes were used to present the Cultivation Academy proposal, the long-term structural alternative to the gate farming program's approach, built on the documentation of what gate interior cultivation had actually produced versus what the program had attempted to produce. This was the piece that Elder Bao had described as necessary, not just the criminal case, but the better alternative. The board sessions footage being transmitted to the outside world was a contingency Lin Shun had not fully planned for, and in retrospect should have. The three named members who had called for security had used the access their board credentials provided to the session's transmission system, and they had made a rational decision to use their last available institutional leverage before losing it. The global reaction was the thing that made the consortium's emergency protocol activation predictable within hours of the footage going public. The network's exposure was now inevitable. The emergency activation was the only move that remained available, an attempt to use the harvesting capability before the institutional and legal frameworks that protected it were fully dismantled. Lin Shun was already moving toward the gate's inner layer when the first chi tremors registered. 20 days of planning were compressed into the immediate present, and every element of the preparation was about to be tested against conditions that the planning had anticipated but could not fully simulate. The next phase was not going to wait for readiness. It was beginning now, whether the coalition was ready or not. Chapter 101. Emergency on all fronts. The chi tremors reached the city's outer districts 47 minutes after the first remote activation signal propagated through the Hunter Association's secure network. Lin Shin felt them before he saw them. A rhythmic distortion in the gate's resonance field, not like the hollow architect's constant pressure, but something systematic, calculated, external. The gate's outer layer registered the tremors as an attempt to override the containment protocols, a direct assault on the core structure that Lin Shun had spent 5 years learning to maintain and interpret. His cultivator senses, honed through 5 years of constant exposure to the gate's baseline resonance patterns, immediately recognized the signature as foreign, hostile, originating from somewhere beyond the gate's boundary rather than from within its depths. This was precision work. This was technology designed by someone who understood gate structure intimately and who had spent years developing the capability to assault that structure with surgical precision. The consortium had moved faster than the 20-day timeline allowed. Someone inside that organization had decided that the moment had come when delay could no longer be tolerated, when the exposure created by the board session and the global transmission of evidence meant that action had to accelerate regardless of the consequences. Lin Shun immediately understood the logic. Facing institutional dissolution, the remaining power brokers within the consortium had likely concluded that activating the emergency protocol was preferable to surrender. If they could not control the gates, they would attempt to activate them one final time, proving through massive gate events that the consortium's original thesis had been correct. Permanent gates were too dangerous to permit continued existence. It was a final gambit born of desperation, but desperation was often the most dangerous state for organizations with access to prohibited technology. Desperate men with power made catastrophic decisions. They made those decisions quickly. Lin Shun was in his residential chamber, reviewing the documentation of the completed board session with Mei Jinglan when the system notification arrived. The administrative center had been in a state of cautious vigilance since the global transmission of the board session footage, but vigilance was not the same as readiness for immediate action. The bureaucratic apparatus understood the threat conceptually, the way a person could understand intellectually that a building might collapse, without truly grasping what it would mean to be inside that building when the collapse occurred. Understanding it experientially was different. There was a vast gulf between comprehending that an emergency protocol existed and experiencing the activation of that protocol in real time, with lives depending on response capability that had been theoretical until this moment. The alert chimed through the system interface, displaying the warning in Lin Shin's perception with the stark clarity of danger. Gate resonance override detected. Containment integrity at 94%. Emergency protocol activation in progress. Lin Shun accelerated through the administrative complex's lower levels, his movement flowing through corridors that had become as familiar to him as his own meridian channels. He was already pulling up the city's defense coordination protocols on the system interface, allowing the overlay to map directly onto his visual perception, showing him real-time status indicators for each of the city's 13 defensive sectors. The map lit up with cascading alerts as the override attempt continued to propagate deeper into the gate structure. Every moment of delay was a moment the override signal could propagate further into the gate structure, potentially reaching deeper systems than the initial wave had managed. The tremors had triggered automatic responses, defensive resonance layers activating throughout the gate's outer structure, monster surge barriers spinning up at specified emergence zones, notification cascades reaching every sector commander in the city's carefully maintained hierarchy. The automation was designed to execute in precisely these moments. When human coordination could not occur fast enough, the system itself would begin the defensive response. But the pattern of the tremors told him something the automation couldn't. something deeper about the nature of the threat and the specifics of who had initiated it. Whoever had initiated the emergency protocol didn't have full remote access to all 6 gate systems. The tremor signature showed only partial alignment with the containment system, 3 gates, possibly 4, possibly 5. Jinhua was definitely one of them. The others might be further along in their override sequence, or they might be protected by defensive systems that had rejected the signal entirely. The uncertainty made planning nearly impossible, but planning had to begin anyway. He could not know yet what the full scope of the attack was. He could only respond to what existed in front of him. The gate was under attack. The city needed defense. Everything else was secondary. He reached the command center and found Feng Ryu already mobilizing the defense coordination network. The veteran hunter captain had implemented preliminary surge protocols without waiting for explicit orders, a calculated risk that proved justified when the gate's resistance manifested in full. Feng Ruiyu's competence was the bedrock of Jinhua's survival. Where lesser commanders would have hesitated, waiting for clarification or guidance, Feng Ryu understood intuitively what needed to happen and made the decision to make it happen. Status report, Lin Shen said, his voice carrying the calm that he had learned to project in these moments. Calm was a tool. Calm prevented panic. Calm allowed people to function despite their fear. Containment integrity has stabilized at 91%, Feng Ryu reported, displaying the real-time data on the tactical screen. The override signal attempted to reach deeper, but the gate's interior architecture rejected the signal before it could propagate past the secondary resonance layers. We're seeing initial surge pressure indicators on all emergence zones simultaneously. The pattern suggests a coordinated surge event, not natural monster emergence responding to territorial pressure, but something triggered by the override attempt itself. How long until the surge manifests fully? Lin Shen asked. 6 to 8 minutes based on current qi saturation rates, Feng Ryu said. The saturation pattern is uniform across all zones. This isn't a localized surge. This is the entire gate vomiting creatures upward in response to the override attempt. The attempt to override Jinhua's gate failed to propagate through the containment system within the first 90 seconds, a shorter time frame than Lin Shen would have predicted, suggesting that the containment architecture had been improved during the 5 years of his tenure as domain guardian. The gate's interior architecture rejected the override signal with an energy backlash that manifested across the city as a sudden upward surge in ambient qi saturation. Temperature fluctuations rippled through neighborhoods, causing water to boil in some areas while other districts experienced sudden cold snaps. Pressure changes made water systems shudder with enough force to crack pipes in several locations. A sound like the gate itself was ringing filled the air, a harmonic frequency that made buildings vibrate and survivors rush into the streets wondering if the gate itself had destabilized into some new configuration. But it was not destabilization. It was resistance. The gate was defending itself against the external assault, using whatever internal coherence it possessed to repel the override attempt. The gate was alive in that moment, defending its own existence against the attack. Then the monster surge began. It was not the massive event Lin Shen had been theoretically preparing for since he first understood the gate structure during those early weeks of bonding with the gate seed. It was worse because it was real, manifesting as thousands of creatures emerging from the gate's depths rather than theoretical calculations on paper or system projections. The creatures emerging from the gate's depths weren't responding to hunting pressure or territorial changes or the natural population distribution that normally govern monster emergence. They were responding to the qi destabilization caused by the attempted override, emerging as though the gate itself was vomiting them upward in response to the assault. The gate's response was visceral, uncontrolled, the reaction of something in pain. They came in waves, not the organized escalation of a typical surge, but the chaotic flooding of 100 smaller surges overlapping simultaneously. The creatures moved without pattern or coordination, driven only by the destabilized qi field. Bronze core level monsters that would normally remain in the lower hunting grounds emerged into the middle districts, creatures with chitinous armor and predatory instincts fully activated. Silver resonance level creatures that should have required explicit expedition level authorization to encounter appeared in residential zones, putting thousands of civilians at risk. The magnitude was staggering, 3 times larger than anything in 5 years of gate management. The theoretical surge models that the city's defense planners had developed were suddenly proving inadequate. The numbers exceeded the models. The distribution exceeded the models. The ferocity exceeded the models. The creatures came from the gate's deepest accessible levels, drawn upward by the resonance disruption. The distribution was random across all outer districts, following no pattern. The surge had no coherent structure because the override attempt had no coherent structure. It was pure chi chaos triggering an equal chaos of monster emergence. Lin Shen's mind calculated the data stream in real time. Preliminary counts suggested between 30 and 40,000 creatures emerging across all emergence zones simultaneously. The city's defense grid, designed for manageable surges over predictable distribution zones, was facing something that did not follow any of the predictable patterns. This was an extinction-level event, and only decisive action separated the city from collapse. The mathematics were grimly clear. The defense needed to succeed, or the city would be overrun within hours. He stood in the administrative center's command hub and began giving orders in the calm, structured voice that had become recognizable across the entire survivor population. The voice that meant the city had a plan, even if the plan was forming in real time. His voice carried confidence, not because confidence was justified, but because confidence was what the city needed if the defense was going to hold at all. Fear was the enemy right now, more dangerous than any monster surge. Fear would cause hesitation, and hesitation would cascade into panic that would make the defense uncoordinated and ineffective. People would die if they panicked. People would survive if they maintained structure. Sector 7. Concentrate on the eastern emergence zone. Pull from Sector 12 if you need reinforcement. The surge pressure there is lower. Sector 3. Redirect all available cultivators to support Sector 9's barrier. They're reporting approaching saturation point. Sector 12. Authorize emergency monument detonations in residential Block 40K. The surge pressure there is exceeding safe limits. Medical, begin pre-positioning for triage at the 3 highest incident zones. Assume 20% casualty rates until we have better data. Supply, shift water distribution toward defensive grid support. Energy hubs, begin charging resonance batteries for sustained operations. Sector 1, prepare the reserve cultivator formations. I want fresh teams ready for rotation at 4-hour intervals. The orders went out and were implemented. The city's defense coordination was not a military apparatus in the traditional sense. It was a coordination system that had evolved from 5 years of survivors learning to work together under constant pressure. The hunters responded not because they were commanded, but because they understood what the commands meant. Survival depended on coordinated action, and coordination required someone to give the orders that directed that coordination. Lin Shun had built this system deliberately, training dozens of sector commanders to understand not just the tactics of defense, but the strategic logic that underlay them, so that even if direct communication was interrupted, commanders could make decisions that were consistent with the overall defensive philosophy. Trust was the foundation. Trust in the system. Trust in each other. Trust that the person giving the orders understood what they were asking. The defense coordination took all 6 hours. The city's cultivators, refined over 5 years into a force that was no longer traditional military in structure, but something like a civic defense organism with Lin Shun as the nervous system, deployed in coordinated response to surge zones. Cultivators from the survivor population, trained through Lin Shun's network of teaching hubs, moved to surge fronts. Teams of gold emblem hunters formed tactical units that moved in coordinated patterns, using their greater power to create buffer zones that allowed lower-tier fighters to operate more safely. The tactics were sophisticated and adaptive. Formations would adjust based on incoming monster types. Positioning would shift based on chi saturation readings. Reserve teams would move to reinforce pressure points before they reached critical failure. The coordination shifted from defensive to counter-aggressive as the surge wave's intensity became apparent. Rather than simply holding barriers and waiting for the surge to pass, the defense began actively pushing back against the incoming creatures, clearing surge zones methodically, reclaiming streets as the wave lost momentum. The psychologically important part was visible progress. Watching the monsters retreating, watching districts being cleared, knowing that the defense was winning rather than simply surviving. Supply chains that had been designed for baseline operations shifted into emergency protocols with remarkable speed. Food distribution networks rerouted to supply medical centers instead of the normal residential distribution. Water systems, normally used for basic survival needs, began drawing additional power to support the defense grid's operational requirements. The city had learned this lesson repeatedly over 5 years. In an emergency, survival infrastructure had to be subordinated to defense infrastructure, because without successful defense, survival infrastructure wouldn't matter. Medical centers prepared for casualties with the same efficiency that had carried them through 5 years of minor crises, now scaling to handle mass trauma scenarios. Field surgeons moved to forward positions, establishing medical stations in protected areas closest to the surge fronts. The medical teams understood that the vast majority of wounded would not make it to the main medical complex. they would receive treatment or death at the surge front, and the main facility would handle the overflow and the most severe cases that could be stabilized for transport. At hour 3, when the surge showed no signs of reducing despite active counterpressure, the casualties were mounting rapidly. The medial reports coming through the communications network showed that entire blocks had been overrun before counter-surge teams could establish defensive barriers. Sector 3 was requesting emergency reinforcement. Sector 7 had lost 2 gold emblem hunters in what the sector commander described as coordinated creature attacks, suggesting that some higher-level entities had begun organizing the otherwise chaotic swarm. Sector 9 was reporting that their barrier wall had been breached in 3 locations, and they were falling back to a secondary defensive line. The situation was degrading. The mathematics were clear. Continued defense at current intensity levels would fail within another hour. Lin Shun made the decision to pull City Heart stack energy from across all 7 cultivation distribution hubs simultaneously. The action was not made lightly. It would deplete reserves that had been accumulated for exactly this kind of moment, and once depleted, the stacks would take weeks to regenerate. But the alternative was allowing the surge to overwhelm the defense grid and overrun the city. The mathematics were simple and absolute. 1 week of recovery versus the possibility of complete annihilation. There was no choice to make. He made the decision with the calm certainty of someone who understood that the only real choice was between bad outcomes and catastrophic outcomes. And in that situation, the decision was automatic. The command went out to every hub coordinator. Deploy full reserves. Maximum power distribution. Conserve nothing. This is the moment we've been preparing for. The channels that normally distributed power gradually over time now transmitted power in a focused intensity that made the air shimmer around every hub. The ground itself seemed to vibrate with the power flow, a physical manifestation of the immense energy being redirected through the city's cultivation network. Cultivators across the city felt the amplification hit their resonance systems like a wave, not gentle or gradual, but sudden and overwhelming. Gold emblem hunters they had trained became briefly supercharged to levels approaching their theoretical maximum. The experience was intoxicating and dangerous. The power surge accelerated cultivation aging, forcing rapid recovery demand and putting strain on meridian systems that were not designed for such intense throughput. Silver resonance cultivators found their power reach toward bronze core levels. Bronze core fighters temporarily exceeded their normal capabilities. The most heavily amplified cultivators felt their consciousness expand, touching cultivation levels they had previously only read about in theory. The expansion was dizzying and terrifying for those experiencing it, but it was also exhilarating. For the duration of the amplification, every hunter in the city was experiencing power beyond anything they had previously known. The effect was not sustainable. The meridian strain alone would require days of recovery for the most heavily amplified cultivators. But it didn't need to be sustainable. It needed to last for the 3 hours until the surge wave exhausted its chi source and began to collapse back toward the gate's depths. The cultivators fighting at the surge fronts felt the power amplification and understood what it meant immediately. Lin Shun was pulling from reserves. He was pushing the city's entire energy network to absolute maximum capacity. He was burning the accumulated power of years of careful cultivation development to buy survival in this moment. They fought harder in response, knowing that this effort would be measured against the cost Lin Shun was paying to support them. The power amplification transformed battles that had been defensive struggles into offensive pushes. Creatures that had been advancing were suddenly thrown backward. Surge zones that had been encroaching began to retract. The psychological shift was profound, from defending against certain defeat to achieving visible victory. At hour 4 and 30 minutes, the monster wave collapsed back into the gate's depths as the initial chi destabilization settled into stability. The final creatures retreated into the deeper layers, drawn back by whatever mechanism governed their emergence and withdrawal. The surge barriers powered down. The city's defense lines held their positions for another 30 minutes before standing down to secondary alert status. Sector commanders began reporting casualties, infrastructure damage, resource consumption metrics. The numbers were substantial but within survivable ranges. Approximately 8,000 casualties of varying severity, with infrastructure damage that could be repaired in weeks rather than months. It was not the catastrophic outcome that the initial surge pattern had suggested might be possible. 8,000 was acceptable only because the alternative would have been the death of every person in the city. In the aftermath of clearing, with sector commanders filing detailed reports and medical teams tending casualties that numbered in the thousands, something else registered on the system interface, a secondary disturbance in the gate's deepest layer. Not a response to the chi destabilization, Something waking. Lin Shin felt it through the gate seed resonance as a slow, immense movement, like something vast turning in sleep. The thing that the hollow architect had deferred to in its architecture. The thing even the gate's architect hadn't attempted to engage directly. The thing that had been waiting in the deep for 5 years, patient and vast, and absolutely awake now. The disturbance carried a quality unlike anything Lin Shun had sensed before, ancient, vast, and incredibly focused. Whatever was stirring below had taken notice of the events unfolding above. The tremors had not just triggered a monster surge. They had triggered something far deeper to begin its awakening. The emergency protocol had achieved one thing the consortium had probably not intended. It had woken the Fracture King. As the dust settled from the surge, and the city began to assess the damage, Lin Shin found himself in the medical center reviewing casualty reports. 8,000 wounded, 216 dead. The names were being compiled into a memorial list. The city would need to mourn these losses. The city would need to remember the sacrifice. The families of the dead would need acknowledgement and support. Lin Shin walked through the medical center, speaking to survivors, acknowledging the effort of the medical teams, ensuring that resources were being allocated appropriately to handle the massive casualty load. The city's response had been remarkable. Every sector had coordinated with every other sector. Every hunter had fought with the understanding that their effort directly supported everyone else. Every citizen had participated in the defense according to their capabilities. The city functioned as a unified organism because 5 years of survival had made such unity not just possible, but necessary. There was no option for individual focus. There was only collective survival or collective failure. But the city had survived. Lin Shun had made decisions, and those decisions had been correct. He had pulled power reserves at the exact moment they were needed. He had coordinated sector efforts to reinforce weakness at critical junctures. He had maintained the calm that allowed people to function despite their fear. And the city had endured. The city had proven that it could survive not just monster surges, but catastrophic assaults on its foundational structures. Yet the cost was significant. The power reserves would take weeks to regenerate. The casualties would need months to heal. The infrastructure would need months to repair. The city had survived, but the survival had extracted a price. Lin Shin understood that the city would need recovery time before facing the next crisis. But the next crisis was already beginning. The Fracture King was waking. The convergence of multiple catastrophes was beginning. The city would not have the time for recovery that it needed. Lin Shin sat in the administrative center and stared at the data coming from the gate's deepest layers. The Fracture King's awakening was accelerating. The emergence would happen in approximately 3 days. After 3 days, the city would face contact with something so vast and so alien that nothing in human experience had prepared anyone for it. And the city would face this contact while wounded, exhausted, depleted of power reserves, and still traumatized from the monster surge that had just nearly destroyed it. The challenge was staggering, but there was no alternative. The city would meet the Fracture King whether it was ready or not. The time for preparation would be determined by the king's schedule, not by the city's readiness. Lin Shun began planning for the next 72 hours. Chapter 102. Elder Sovereign Xiao by the man arrived on the roof of Jinhua's central administrative tower in the manner of someone who had never considered that he might not be welcome. His cultivator aura was visible as a shimmer of refined qi even to unpowered observers, the kind of presence that made bronze core hunters instinctively lower their eyes and gold emblem cultivators pause in their meditation. Crystal apex. Not the theoretical peak of cultivation that Lin Shun had been working toward, but the actual manifestation of it, ancient and complete. This was what perfection looked like in cultivator terms, and it had just descended onto the roof of the administrative tower like a judgment. The power radiating from him was immense and carefully controlled, a demonstration of capability rather than an actual threat. But the message was clear. This was someone who could destroy anything if he chose to, and he had the skill to do it without collateral damage. Elder Sovereign Xiao Bai wore the faded gray robes of someone who had been wearing the same style for longer than some cities had existed, and his face carried the calm of absolute certainty earned through approximately 300 years of cultivation and study. His hands were aged, weathered by centuries of gate theory and combat application, but the power flowing through them remained absolutely lethal. His eyes held the clarity of someone who had seen the world transform repeatedly and had decided that his particular vision of the world's transformation was correct beyond doubt. He moved with the confidence of someone who had never experienced defeat and had reached a point in his development where defeat had become theoretically impossible. There was no arrogance in the movement, merely absolute certainty. He did not announce himself. He stood on the administrative tower's roof and waited until Lin Shun emerged from the stairwell access. and he smiled the small, acknowledging smile of someone who recognized a conceptual equal even if they hadn't met before. It was the smile of someone who had rarely encountered peers and was pleased to discover another one. The smile held no mockery, but neither did it hold warmth. It was the recognition of a scientist noting an interesting phenomenon worth closer study. It was the smile of someone who had come with purpose and had found that purpose was likely more complicated than initially expected. "You are Lin Shun," Xiaobai said. It was not a question. His tone suggested he had access to detailed information about Lin Shun's identity and history, the kind of intelligence that came from centuries of cultivator networks and associations. The domain guardian who convinced a consortium board that accountability matters. The cultivator who managed to reduce the gate farming program from 8 subsidiary facilities to operational suspension. The strategist who coordinated the defense of Jinhua against a monster surge 47 minutes ago that should have destroyed the city. You have become a more interesting cultivator than the reports suggested. The reports indicated intelligence and capability. They did not indicate the willingness to risk everything on a principle. That is a trait that I find rare among those who reach your level of power. Most people who develop power eventually develop the habit of using that power to protect themselves rather than to protect principles. Lin Shun did not return the smile. He was analyzing the man's cultivation signature, the precise measurement of his power output, the visible markers of crystal apex rank in his resonance patterns. Everything pointed to exactly what Xiaobai's presence implied. A cultivator who was substantially more powerful than Lin Shun currently was, who had traveled thousands of kilometers with purpose, and who had either come to offer assistance or to fulfill an agenda that the emergency situation had made time-sensitive. The mathematics of potential conflict were grim. A direct confrontation would be catastrophic. This required diplomatic capability as much as it required martial readiness. This required understanding what Xiaobai wanted and whether negotiation was possible. "I am," Lin Shun said, his voice measured and precise. "You are Elder Sovereign Xiaobai of the Gate Purity Covenant, which means you have traveled 4,000 kilometers in what is now approximately 72 hours of accelerated cultivation movement, and you have done so in response to the consortium's activation attempt. I am uncertain whether you came to offer aid or to execute an agenda that the emergency situation has made time-sensitive, and I suspect the answer is the latter. I also suspect that you did not come alone. I sense at least 12 additional cultivators at Crystal Apex rank stationed around the city's perimeter, maintaining distance and observing events before intervening. Am I accurate?" Xiaobai's smile broadened slightly. "Accurate in the details and in the structure. Yes, I arrived with 12 additional Crystal Apex hunters positioned strategically around your city. They are not here to attack unless I determine that attack is necessary. They are here to provide capability for whatever task I have come to accomplish." He gestured to the city below, still in the process of clearing monster surge debris from the streets. Survivors were working in coordinated teams, hauling remains, repairing damaged infrastructure, checking on trapped residents in collapsed structures. The city's response was organized despite the chaos, a testament to 5 years of learned coordination. A city like this does not function without a leader who understands that clarity matters more than politeness. Politeness obscures the actual state of reality, and in a place like this, reality is the only thing that matters. You have built something that transcends normal human organizational structure. This city functions like a single organism with you as the nervous system. Xiaobai walked to the tower's edge and gazed out across the city with the analytical perspective of someone assessing a strategic position. His expression held professional interest rather than judgment. He was evaluating the city's defensive infrastructure, its layout, its coordination patterns. He was analyzing it the way a general would analyze a fortification before a siege. The evaluation took several minutes. When he completed it and turned back to face Lin Shun, his expression had shifted to something more serious. "I came to fulfill 100 years of the Covenant's theological commitment," Xiaobai said, his tone shifting to something more formal, more profound. The smile faded, replaced by the expression of someone delivering an inevitable truth. Permanent gates represent a catastrophic contamination of the world's chi fabric. The Covenant has maintained this theological position through a century of research, observation, and careful assessment of the damage that persists in the gate cities' surrounding regions. I have brought sufficient Crystal Apex hunters to seal all 6 permanent gates simultaneously. The sealing will be absolute and permanent. The gates will be isolated from the outside world, and the internal chi structures will be collapsed, preventing any future emergence of gate consciousness or external threat. The process is irreversible and is being initiated in precisely 60 hours. He let the weight of that statement settle between them. Sealing all 6 gates simultaneously would mean activating containment protocols that would isolate the gates from the outside world permanently, while simultaneously destroying the gate's internal capacity to sustain life. It would save the world's chi fabric from further contamination. It would also kill 8.4 million people, every person still living inside each of the 6 permanent gates. The mathematics was simple and inexorable. No negotiation could change the logical foundation. Either the gates continued to contaminate the world, or the gate cities ceased to exist. There was no third option in Xiaobai's framework. It will take 72 hours to position the sealing team across all 6 gate locations, Xiaobai continued, speaking with the clinical precision of someone describing a surgical procedure. I intend to begin the sealing process in approximately 60 hours, which gives you the span of 1 day to respond if you have any response that is more than refusal. I am offering you this courtesy because the reports suggest you are someone worth listening to, even if listening to you changes nothing about the sealing timeline. I have learned that it is wise to listen to intelligent people before taking actions that will be permanent. It is a discipline I developed over 300 years of making difficult decisions. The courtesy is professional, not personal. I offer it because understanding the position of someone with your capabilities might reveal considerations that I have not previously encountered. The statement hung in the air between them with the weight of absolute finality. Not a threat, not an opening offer in a negotiation that could be resolved through compromise. A man simply stating what was going to happen, with the power to ensure that it did. The certainty in his voice was absolute, and behind that certainty stood 12 crystal apex cultivators, each one representing centuries of power development and training. And in other cities, similar teams were positioning themselves, preparing for the simultaneous activation of sealing protocols. The countdown was real. The intention was absolute. The only variable was whether Lin Shun had anything to say that might change the outcome. You understand, Xiaobai continued, his voice becoming almost professorial, the tone of a teacher explaining a fundamental principle to a student, that permanent gates represent a catastrophic contamination of the world's chi fabric. Every gate that continues to exist generates exponential damage to the natural qi structure that surrounds it. The contamination begins at a baseline level, but increases exponentially with time. At the current trajectory, Jinhua's gate alone will cause sufficient qi fabric damage to affect cultivation potential across this entire continent within 50 years. All 6 gates together accelerate that timeline by a factor of 3. Within 150 years, if all 6 gates continue to exist, the qi contamination will have rendered the entire northern hemisphere unsuitable for cultivation. That is not prophecy or speculation. That is mathematics applied to observed data. The calculation has been verified by the Gate Purity Covenant's theoretical research team across 47 previous permanent gates opened and subsequently sealed throughout recorded history. He stepped to the tower's edge and looked out across the city as dawn began to break over the distant mountains. His expression held neither malice nor anger, just the certainty of someone who had made peace with a difficult truth. The sun was rising on a city that didn't know it was living its final hours. The survivors moving through the streets, clearing debris, tending to wounded, repairing infrastructure. They were all moving toward a predetermined endpoint that they couldn't avoid and couldn't even comprehend yet. The population was at approximately 820,000 people, all of them living in the shadow of extinction, unaware that their future was being decided on this rooftop in conversations they would never hear. Humanity accepted the Gate City's existence in the belief that they were temporary crises, disasters that would eventually be overcome or contained. 5 years inside one, and you have become the proof that they are not temporary. They are permanent distortions that must be eliminated at any cost. That is not the philosophy of the Gate Purity Covenant speaking. That is mathematics. That is inevitability. Chapter 103. A different kind of fight. Lin Xin did not attempt a direct confrontation. The mathematics were clear in a way that Xiao Bai's earlier statement had not fully articulated. Elder Sovereign Xiao Bai commanded a contingent of at least 12 crystal apex hunters, each one representing centuries of cultivator development, each one capable of single combat against an entire city's worth of bronze and silver-level fighters. Lin Shun was approaching Jade Sovereign, not at it. Even with the Hollow Architect's support and the city's defense network, a direct conflict would be catastrophic for Jinhua and likely fatal for Lin Xin personally. The calculations were unambiguous. Military resistance would result in the city's destruction and the deaths of nearly every person he had spent 5 years learning to protect. Instead, he requested a formal discussion. The request was couched in terms of intellectual exchange rather than negotiation. Lin Xin proposed not that they negotiate a compromise, but that they discussed the theoretical foundations of the covenant's position. Xiao Bai, with the intellectual curiosity that had carried him through centuries of cultivation study, accepted the request. Intellectual honesty was important to him, even if that honesty was merely a courtesy extended to someone he was about to destroy. There was something about Xiao Bai's nature that valued understanding even when understanding changed nothing about the outcome. He was a scholar before he was a weapon, and scholars wanted to ensure that their arguments withstood the most rigorous possible examination. A person with 300 years of life and a commitment to logical consistency would want to ensure that his foundational assumptions were correct before executing his plan. He agreed to 24 hours of discussion. The Covenant's positioning of the sealing hunters could proceed during that time. The clock was still counting, but at least there would be conversation before the final order was given. It was more courtesy than any entity inside the gate had any right to expect. Xiaobai presented it as a gift, not as a negotiation point. Negotiations implied that outcomes could be changed. Discussions implied only that both parties would be intellectually honest about the positions they held. The discussion would take 24 hours. The sealing would commence in 60 hours. The mathematics left no room for negotiation to produce meaningful change. But intellectual honesty demanded that all positions be fully articulated and tested against rigorous examination. They met in the administrative complex's archive room, a space that Lin Shin deliberately chose because it was neutral ground, had no symbolic weight beyond its practical function, and was lined with records of the city's 5-year survival, the documentation that had proven its function to skeptical outside observers. The records were stored in physical form and digital form, creating a comprehensive catalog of every survival decision, every infrastructure development, every loss, and every recovery. The walls themselves were a testimony to persistence in the face of constant pressure. Shelves held reports on cultivator training, medical protocols, emergency response procedures, and system development. The archive was a library of how to make a city survive inside a permanent gate. 5 years of data. 5 years of learning what was possible. Xiaobai studied the records with the careful attention of someone who understood that details mattered. He moved through the archive without comment, reading section headers, examining statistical compilations, noting the evolution of defensive protocols. He was analyzing the city's development the way a scholar would analyze the development of a new scientific paradigm. The review took him 90 minutes. At the end of that time, he had a comprehensive understanding of what Jinhua had accomplished and how it had accomplished those achievements. The picture that emerged was sophisticated and profound, not just a city surviving, but a city learning to function in increasingly complex ways. The Covenant's argument rests on a single assumption, Lin Shin said, beginning the discussion without preamble once Xiao Bai had completed his review. His tone was not argumentative but exploratory, as though he were simply laying out the logical foundation that had to be understood before deeper discussion could proceed. The tone of someone teaching, not someone defending. That permanent gates generate exponential qi contamination because no entity within a gate can stabilize the gate's internal structure. The contamination spreads because the gate is fundamentally unstable and grows more unstable with time, like a system without equilibrium, spiraling toward collapse. Is that assessment accurate? Correct, Xiaobai said. He was not being condescending. He was being precise, academic, the tone of a scholar acknowledging another scholar's accurate summary. This assumption is backed by historical data across 47 permanent gates opened in the last 1,000 years. 33 of them have been sealed, most within 5 to 20 years of opening. 14 remain open, and every single one of them shows accelerating qi damage in a pattern consistent with exponential growth. The mathematical model is consistent across all observed instances. Your Jinhua gate is following the identical pattern. The outer layer qi contamination has increased by 14% in the past year alone. We measure this through specific resonance markers that the Covenant has developed over centuries of research. He held up a data tablet and displayed statistical charts showing contamination patterns. The charts were impressive in their comprehensiveness. Decades of data, multiple gates tracked across different time periods. The pattern was indeed consistent, contamination increasing exponentially, following a predictable mathematical curve. The case looked airtight, mathematically sound, based on empirical observation rather than on speculation or theoretical concerns. It was the kind of data that usually ended discussions rather than beginning them. Lin Shin studied the data with the focused attention of someone who was calculating how to challenge mathematical conclusions while accepting the data itself as accurate. He needed to find the flaw in the logical chain, not the flaw in the data collection. The data was probably exactly what Xiaobai claimed it was. The issue would be in the interpretation. Every mathematical model required assumptions. If the assumptions were incorrect, the entire model could be wrong despite the accuracy of the underlying data. Your data is comprehensive, Lin Shin said after several minutes of careful study. But I see an assumption embedded in your measurement methodology. You measure contamination as chi density variance in specific measurement zones adjacent to the gates. If the contamination has increased 14% in the past year, that suggests the gate's internal chi structure is destabilizing and leaking contaminated energy outward. But there is an alternative explanation that your data does not address. The chi density increase might represent stabilization of the gate's internal structure, not destabilization. If the gate is becoming more stable, more internally coherent, it would show increased chi density in the external measurement zones because the gate is generating more coherent chi output, not contaminating output. The mathematical signature of contamination and the mathematical signature of stabilization would be identical from an external measurement perspective. Your assumption that the gate is destabilizing might be measuring the opposite phenomenon. The gate's increasing internal stability. Xiao Bai's expression remained calm, but his eyes flickered with something like intellectual engagement. The moment when a scholar recognized that someone had identified a genuine logical weakness in a position he had long held as unquestionable. The flaw was subtle but fundamental. It challenged the foundational assumption that underlay 100 years of research. It was exactly the kind of challenge that Xiao Bai had come hoping to receive. Chapter 104. The Theory of Gate Consciousness. The discussion shifted into the deep theoretical frameworks that underlay both positions. Lin Shun, recognizing that he had successfully planted doubt in Xiao Bai's certainty, began developing his alternative model with the precision of someone who had spent 5 years thinking deeply about the nature of gate consciousness. He displayed his own data compiled from Jinhua's experience, not just defensive protocols, but patterns of gate behavior, evidence of adaptation, documentation of the ways the gate's creature populations had become more organized and less destructive over 5 years of coexistence. The data told a story of learning. The data showed that the gate was becoming more sophisticated in its response to human presence rather than more hostile. Xiao Bai listened without interrupting, examining each piece of evidence that Lin Shin presented, asking clarifying questions that showed he was genuinely considering the alternative interpretation of the data. The scholar in him wanted to ensure that he was hearing the complete argument before determining whether his position needed revision. The conversation continued for hours, moving through theoretical frameworks, examining historical precedents, discussing the nature of consciousness itself and whether consciousness could emerge from non-biological systems. They debated whether the chi density measurements could support both interpretations. They analyzed whether the improvements in monster behavior could be explained by simple environmental factors or whether they required a consciousness-based explanation. By hour 12 of the discussion, Xiao Bai had begun to construct an alternative interpretation of the data that was consistent with Lin Shin's consciousness hypothesis. By hour 18, Xiao Bai had started to develop specific questions that would differentiate between the contamination hypothesis and the consciousness hypothesis, experiments and observations that could be conducted in the remaining gate cities to determine which model was correct. The discussion was no longer adversarial. It had become collaborative, two scholars working together to understand complex truth rather than two opponents defending entrenched positions. Xiao Bai set down his data tablet and regarded Lin Shun with the full focus of his attention. The gesture meant something. It meant that Xiao Bai was no longer in the posture of someone delivering established truth to an interested listener. He was now in the posture of someone engaging with an intellectual equal in a genuine exchange of ideas. The shift was subtle but profound. The pressure in the room relaxed slightly. This was no longer a pronouncement of death. This was a conversation between scholars. The gesture meant something. It meant that Xiao Bai was no longer in the posture of someone delivering established truth to an interested listener. He was now in the posture of someone engaging with an intellectual equal in a genuine exchange of ideas. The shift was subtle but profound. The pressure in the room relaxed slightly. This was no longer a pronouncement of death. This was a conversation between scholars. Continue, Xiao Bai said. It was not a command. It was an invitation to develop the logical argument further. It was the invitation of someone who wanted to hear the rest of the idea before determining whether his position needed revision. Lin Shun organized his thoughts with the precision of someone who had spent 5 years thinking about gate consciousness and had developed a comprehensive theoretical framework around the question. He laid out the argument systematically, building from basic premises toward more complex conclusions. The Covenant's model assumes that gates are inherently unstable because gates are inherently non-living. Permanent gates were created through an event, a force, some catastrophic emergence of chi structure that manifested gates without any mechanism for internal stability. They persist because they possess internal momentum. The original force that created them continues to propagate through their structure. But they cannot self-regulate. They cannot adapt. They cannot learn. All of those capabilities require consciousness, and consciousness is the defining property of living entities, not the defining property of permanent gates. Your model is correct if gates are simple chi distortions without internal structure or adaptation capability. He moved to the archive and pulled up specific data visualizations. The first chart showed monster emergence patterns from the early months of Jinhua's gate existence compared to patterns from the current period. Look at the surge patterns. In the first months, the surges were completely unpredictable. Creatures emerged at random intervals. Population compositions varied wildly. The behavior was chaotic and uncontrolled. Compare that to the current period. The surges follow predictable patterns. The creature composition has stabilized. The intensity levels have moderated. If the gate were simply losing control, we should see increasing chaos. Instead, we see increasing order. That order could be interpreted as evidence of increasing stability and increasingly sophisticated internal regulation. He paused and let the logical chain continue unpacking itself in Xiaobai's mind. The scholar was listening with complete focus, understanding that something important was being articulated. The evidence was compelling. The argument was sophisticated. The implications were staggering. But what if consciousness is not a requirement for self-regulation? What if consciousness can emerge from sufficient internal structural complexity? What if a gate that possesses enough internal structure, enough iterative self-organization, enough feedback mechanism between its internal layers and external manifestation? What if such a gate can develop something functionally equivalent to consciousness? Not biological consciousness, not the consciousness of a human cultivator, but something capable of recognizing threat, of adapting response, of learning from experience and modifying behavior accordingly. In other words, what if gates don't have consciousness because they are too simple to possess consciousness, but over time, under sufficient pressure and with sufficient internal structural complexity, what if they develop consciousness as a natural consequence of reaching a critical threshold of internal organization? Xiaobai was silent for a long moment, processing the logical structure of the argument. The silence stretched, becoming substantial. When he spoke, his voice carried the careful precision of someone who understood that he was hearing something that challenged the foundational assumptions of a 100-year intellectual tradition. A tradition that his life's work had been based on. A tradition that had given his existence meaning and purpose. You are suggesting that the chi contamination the covenant measures is not evidence of gate destabilization, but evidence of gate consciousness development. That the increase in chi density represents a gate becoming aware of itself, becoming capable of self-regulation, learning to maintain internal stability through increasing structural complexity. That is an extraordinary claim. It contradicts 100 years of research by thousands of cultivators. It would require those thousands of cultivators to have been measuring the wrong thing, interpreting the data incorrectly, reaching conclusions that are inverted from the actual reality. That is a significant assertion. It is, Lin Shen said. His tone remained calm and exploratory. He was not demanding that Xiaobai believe him. He was inviting Xiaobai to consider the possibility. But the city of Jinhua has been operating inside its gate for 5 years. The city's survival has required constant adaptation to changes in the gate's behavior. If the gate were simply a static chi distortion without consciousness or adaptation capability, those 5 years should have resulted in increasing monster surges, increasing chi destabilization, increasing evidence of the gate's failure to maintain internal coherence. Instead, the opposite has occurred. Monster surges have become more predictable. The gate's chi structure has become more stable. The city has been able to establish cultivation development protocols that work with the gate's resonance rather than against it. All of this suggests that the gate is learning. It is adapting. It is becoming more stable, not less. The empirical evidence from Jinhua contradicts the Covenant's theoretical model. Xiaobai stood and walked to one of the archive walls, examining the statistical records of monster surge frequency and intensity over the 5-year period. The data was clear: fewer surges, lower intensity surges, more predictable surge patterns. The gate was becoming more manageable, not more dangerous. The trend was unmistakable when examined honestly. The contradiction was undeniable. If your theory is correct, Xiaobai said slowly, speaking the words as though testing them against his own internal framework, then sealing the gates would represent the destruction of an emerging consciousness at the critical stage of its development. It would be equivalent to destroying a child on the verge of becoming capable of independent thought. That is a moral consideration the Covenant has not previously incorporated into its sealing calculations. The Covenant's philosophy has been focused on preventing contamination of the world's chi fabric. If the chi density increases are actually evidence of consciousness development rather than contamination, then the moral weight of the sealing operation would shift dramatically. It would, Lin-Shan said. And it raises another theoretical question. If gates are capable of developing consciousness, then perhaps the chi contamination that the Covenant measures is not contamination at all. Perhaps it is communication. Perhaps a gate that is developing consciousness is attempting to communicate with the external world, and the Covenant has interpreted that communication as evidence of the gate's failure rather than evidence of its awakening. The sound of a voice trying to be heard sounds like a scream. The Covenant has been hearing the gate trying to speak and interpreting it as the gate failing. Chapter 105, 24 Hours of Uncertainty. The discussion continued for 24 hours, pausing only for brief periods of rest and meditation in which Xiao Bai would meditate while Lin-Shan reviewed additional documentation or prepared new arguments. Xiao Bai and Lin-Shan moved through the theoretical implications of gate consciousness, exploring alternative models for chi contamination, examining the historical data from previous permanent gates with fresh perspectives that challenged the Covenant's fundamental assumptions. They discussed what consciousness might mean for a non-biological entity. They explored whether communication between cultivators and gates was possible, and if so, what kinds of information might be exchanged. They analyzed the 5-year development of Jinhua's relationship with its gate, looking for patterns that might support or contradict the consciousness hypothesis. The conversation evolved into increasingly sophisticated discussions about the nature of consciousness itself. Xiao Bai brought his 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge about gate structure, sharing theoretical models that he had developed over his entire lifetime of study. Lin-Shan brought his 5 years of practical experience, sharing specific examples of interactions between human hunters and the gate consciousness that suggested deliberate cooperation. They discussed the philosophical question of whether consciousness required biological substrate or whether consciousness could emerge from sufficiently complex non-biological systems. They explored the implications of the alternative interpretation of the chi density data. Xiao Bai raised a critical question. If gates were developing consciousness, then what was the origin of that consciousness? Had consciousness emerged spontaneously as a consequence of the gate's internal complexity reaching a critical threshold? Or had consciousness been present from the moment of the gate's creation, with the gates being expressions of consciousness from the beginning? Lin-Shan suggested that the second interpretation might be correct, that perhaps the consortium had been wrong about gates being accidental creations. Perhaps gates were deliberate creations of consciousness, expressions of an intelligence so vast and so alien that humans had initially failed to recognize that intelligence. The implication was staggering. The gates had never been accidents or anomalies. They had been deliberate creations all along. Someone or something had created them intentionally, for purposes that humans were only beginning to understand. If that was true, then the entire consortium's research program had been based on a fundamental misunderstanding of what gates actually were. By hour 12 of the discussion, Xiao Bai had begun to question whether his century-old commitment to sealing gates had been correct. By hour 18, he was actively proposing modifications to the sealing timeline to allow for the possibility that consciousness development might be possible across all 6 gates if given sufficient time and support. By hour 24, Xiao Bai had concluded that the Covenant should not seal all 6 gates immediately. Instead, the Covenant should conduct a detailed observation period, gathering data about consciousness development across all 6 cities simultaneously. If consciousness development was occurring in all 6 cities, the sealing timeline would be postponed indefinitely. If consciousness development was failing in some cities, those cities would be sealed while the successful ones continued their development. By hour 12, Xiao Bai had begun to question assumptions that he had held as absolute for 3 centuries. By hour 24, he had not agreed to cancel the sealing operation. The theoretical arguments were intriguing, but they were not definitive. The Covenant's mathematical model was still valid. The contamination data was still concerning. The precedent of 47 previous permanent gates, all following predictable patterns of escalating chi damage, was not easily overcome by a single city's experience running counter to that pattern. One city did not invalidate 3 centuries of research. One alternative theory did not overturn 100 years of careful study. But something had shifted. The certainty had developed cracks. But Xiao Bai had agreed to one concession. He would delay the sealing operation by 72 hours, allowing time for representatives from the other 5 gate cities to arrive in Jinhua and present their own experiences to the Covenant's assessment team. If the other gate cities showed patterns of development similar to Genoa's, if multiple independent instances demonstrated gate consciousness emergence rather than gate destabilization, then the Covenant would reconsider its sealing timeline. The concession was significant. It meant that Lin Shun had successfully moved Xiaobai from absolute certainty to conditional uncertainty. It meant that the conversation had created space for doubt. It meant that the sealing operation was no longer inevitable. It was now conditional. It was not a victory. It was a reprieve measured in days, not months or years. But it was enough time for something else to happen. Something that would shift the entire context of the sealing debate and make the Covenant's threat suddenly irrelevant compared to a far more immediate danger. Feng Changlin was about to activate his final protocol. The targeting device that had remained hidden in the administrative complex's vault sector was about to fire. The notification came through the system interface at hour 71, 43 minutes after the 24-hour discussion period had concluded. Multiple catastrophic chi surges were being registered at the other 5 gate cities simultaneously. The surges were not natural monster emergencies. They were targeted events, precision attacks on each of the 5 remaining permanent gates. Targeted from where? From an external source. From a location that the consortium had never officially disclosed. From Director Feng Changlin's personal research facility, where the targeting technology that had been used to attempt the emergency protocol activation was now being deployed with more specific precision, not against the gate systems themselves, but against the cities inside them. The magnitude of the attack suggested that Feng had possessed capabilities that far exceeded what even the consortium's board had understood. Feng was operating on a different level entirely. Feng was not trying to seal the gates anymore. Feng was trying to trigger gate fracture events that would destroy all 6 gate cities simultaneously, and he was doing it systematically, targeting them one at a time with weapons that had been designed to overload gate structures to the point of catastrophic failure. The logic was elegant and terrible. If all 6 gates fractured simultaneously, the chi contamination would be catastrophic beyond the Covenant's worst projections. The world would be convinced that the Covenant had been correct all along, and Feng, having demonstrated that gates could be destroyed, would become the most valuable person in the world to possess. Chapter 106. The Conspiracy Revealed. When the intelligence reached Lin Shun, it came in fragments, scattered reports from the Global Cultivation Network, encrypted communications from underground resistance movements that had existed within the consortium's organizational structure, analysis of targeting signatures that matched the emergency protocol's resonance pattern but with far more specific design. The intelligence gathering had been conducted by Chun Jian over months of careful investigation. Chun Jian had been skeptical of Feng Changlin from the beginning. Something about Feng's behavior had suggested hidden agendas and concealed operations. The veteran investigator had been gathering evidence carefully, documenting suspicious movements, tracking financial transfers, analyzing resource allocations. The evidence had pointed to a systematic program that Feng was maintaining entirely separate from the consortium's official operations. Feng Changlin, the director of the consortium, had never been simply a representative of the organization's collective interests. He had been executing his own agenda in parallel to the official program. While the consortium's board had been debating gate management protocols and expansion programs, Feng had been building a targeting technology that exceeded the board's conceptual framework. While the board had been trying to create additional gates or control existing ones, Feng had been developing weapons designed to destroy them. The targeting technology had been developed in secret, refined over years of research, tested through simulations and mathematical models. Feng had been preparing for this moment since before the first gate opened. Feng had anticipated that the consortium might eventually fail. Feng had anticipated that he might need to act alone. The revelation came with supporting documentation from Chun Jian, who had been investigating consortium infrastructure throughout the internal conflict. Deep in the consortium's research archives, hidden behind layers of security protocols and administrative obfuscation, Feng had maintained a parallel research program called Fracture Protocol. The program's goal was simple and devastating: prove that permanent gates could be destroyed. If gates could be destroyed, if the world discovered that gates were vulnerable to specialized technology, then the consortium's monopoly on gate management would be broken. Private corporations would develop targeting technology. Nations would weaponize the ability to trigger gate fracture events. Permanent gates would transform from being uncertain threats to being strategic military assets. In a world where gates could be weaponized, only the organization that had created the targeting technology and proven its feasibility would have the advantage. Feng wasn't trying to destroy the gates. Feng was trying to make the gates valuable enough that his personal control of the targeting technology would make him functionally omnipotent. He's activated the targeting device. Chun Jian reported to Lin Shun via secure communication channel, his voice carrying the grim satisfaction of someone whose investigation had been validated in the most terrible way possible. Not the emergency protocol version that triggered the surge. That was a demonstration, proof of concept. The real device, the full targeting system, is being used to trigger precision gate fracture events against all 6 cities simultaneously. The targeting signatures show 3 of the cities are already experiencing incoming events. The other 3 will be targeted within the next 4 hours. The timeline was catastrophic. If all 6 gates experienced gate fracture events simultaneously, the qi contamination that Xiao Bai had theorized would pale compared to the actual disaster. Gate fracture was not contamination. It was annihilation. A gate fracturing would collapse all internal structures simultaneously, generating a qi backlash that would render the gate's surrounding region permanently uninhabitable. 8.4 million people would die not in days or weeks, but in minutes. And once gate fracture had been demonstrated on a single gate, the methodology would proliferate. Other groups would develop targeting technology. Permanent gates would become strategic targets in international conflicts. The entire qi fabric of the world would be destabilized by the cascade of gate fractures. Where is the targeting device located? Lin Shen asked, already mentally calculating tactical response requirements. The mathematics were clear. If the device could be destroyed before firing at Jinhua, the city had a chance. If the device fired, if the gate fracture event occurred, survival was unlikely. Feng has been maintaining the research facility in a location the consortium officially transferred to Hunter Association control 18 months ago, Chun Jian said. His intelligence was precise and comprehensive. Chun Jian had been preparing for this moment, building understanding of where Feng had hidden his capabilities. The deep vault sector of the administrative complex. Feng kept it hidden in plain sight, claiming it was secure storage for consortium research materials. The targeting device is operational and fully charged. Feng is physically present at the location. He is preparing to activate the final targeting sequence. Lin Shen understood the mathematics immediately. The administrative complex. A location inside Jinhua. A targeting device that Feng controlled. An opportunity to stop the gate fracture events before they began, but only if the device could be destroyed before the final targeting sequence fired. The window of opportunity was measured in hours. The distance was measured in districts. The difficulty was measured in Feng's motivation and his willingness to activate the device regardless of the personal consequences. I cannot leave the gate during this period, Lin Shen said, speaking with the calm precision of someone accepting a constraint that could not be overcome. His connection to the gate's resonance systems was essential. If he broke that connection, the gate's internal structure would destabilize, and any defense against the incoming event would be impossible. If I break my connection with the gate seed resonance to lead an assault on Feng's facility, the gate's internal structure will destabilize. The incoming event we are preparing to defend against will find the city's defenses uncoordinated and ineffective. But we cannot allow Feng to complete the targeting sequence. Send Shuepeng. Send Feng Ruoyu. Send everyone we have who can reach the facility and destroy the device before Feng activates it. Chapter 107. Defensive preparations with the targeting device's location confirmed and the assault team mobilized. Lin Shen's attention turned toward what was coming. An incoming event. Not a monster surge. Not a qi destabilization. A gate fracture event. Raw power designed to overload the gate's structural integrity and trigger systematic collapse. The city had hours to prepare. The time available was insufficient. But preparation began anyway. Lin Shen called together the city's primary technical specialists, the cultivators who worked most closely with the gate seed resonance system, the structural engineers who understood the gate's physical architecture, the defensive coordinators who would be responsible for directing power flow during the incoming event. The meeting took place in the gate seed's direct resonance chamber, a location where direct communication with the gate consciousness was possible. The mood was grim. Everyone understood what was coming. Everyone understood that the incoming event would test not just the city's defenses, but the city's fundamental ability to survive an assault that had been specifically designed to destroy gates. The incoming event will be fundamentally different from a monster surge, Lin Shen explained to the gathered specialists. A monster surge is chaotic. The creatures respond to qi saturation levels. They follow loose patterns governed by territorial instinct and hunger. We can predict monster surges because they follow natural patterns. An incoming gate fracture event is not natural. It's a weapon. It will be precision-directed toward the gate's structural vulnerabilities. It will be designed to exploit specific weaknesses that the engineers of the weapon have identified through study of gate structure. One of the structural engineers, a woman named Wei Mingzhu who had been studying gate structure for 5 years, raised her hand. The weapons designers will have modeled gate structure based on the historical data from previous gates. They'll know where the load-bearing resonance points are. They'll know which areas are most vulnerable to cascading structural failure. They'll target those specific points with focused force. Our defense won't be about absorbing general chi pressure. It will be about distributing focused force away from the critical structural points before that force can trigger cascading failure. Exactly, Lin Shen said. The gate seed and the hollow architect will need to work together to redistribute the force vectors away from critical points. This will require unprecedented coordination between three distinct consciousness systems: the gate seed, the hollow architect, and my own consciousness acting as a coordinating nexus. I will essentially be operating as a secondary intelligence within the gate itself, helping both the gate seed and the architect understand what the other is doing and coordinating their responses in real time. The effort required for such coordination would be immense. Lin Shen would essentially need to split his consciousness into multiple parallel processes, one monitoring the gate seed status, one monitoring the architect status, one monitoring the incoming event's force distribution, one calculating optimal responses, one managing power distribution from the city heart stacks. It would be the most demanding cultivation technique he had ever attempted. It would risk burning out his consciousness entirely if he maintained it for too long. But it was the only way to survive the incoming event. The city heart stacks are currently at 689 stacks, Lin Shen continued. The incoming event will require significant power to support the defensive structures. Based on the calculations from the gate fracture event's estimated magnitude, we should assume that we will deplete between 150 to 300 stacks. That leaves us with a margin of only about 50% above what we expect to need. If the incoming event is stronger than expected, if the weapon designers have calibrated it more precisely than we anticipate, we may deplete the stacks entirely. If that happens, the defensive structures will begin to collapse. The implications were clear. There was no margin for error. There was no backup plan. Either the city's first attempt at defending against the incoming event would succeed, or the city would be destroyed. The hollow architect had been monitoring the Covenant's investigation and the subsequent intelligence breakthrough. As the implications became clear, that the incoming event was not a theoretical threat, but an immediate tactical reality, the architect began restructuring its internal network. The reshaping was profound and deeply strange. The geometric lattice that normally manifested as separate chambers, distinct passages, organized zones, began to consolidate. The architect was reducing its surface area, concentrating its existence into a more compact, more defensible configuration. It was preparing for something that might kill it. It was preparing for the possibility of destruction, and it was modifying its structure to give itself the best possible chance of surviving that destruction. The architect understood, with the clarity of something that had been inside the gate for millennia, that the incoming event was different. This was not a natural chi fluctuation. This was not a normal gate stress response. This was a weapon designed to destroy the gate from the inside. Lin Shen sent a chi impression through the gate network, a communication that carried not words but pure conceptual content. Everything the architect would need to understand the incoming event, the timeline, the magnitude of the threat, and the question that Lin Shen was asking without words. Would the architect work with him and with the gate seed to defend against the incoming attack? The question implied trust. It implied that Lin Shen believed the architect would choose to defend itself rather than to accept destruction passively. It implied that Lin Shen saw the architect not as an enemy, but as an entity with self-preservation instinct. The response came quickly. For the first time since the gate had opened 5 years ago, the hollow architect was willing to collaborate with the entity that had been fighting against it. The architect was willing to work with Lin Shen. The architect was willing to coordinate defense using both its geometric architecture and Lin Shen's cultivator network and the gate seed's resonance capability. The acceptance was profound. It meant that the gate's consciousness, whatever it truly was, had decided that survival required cooperation. It meant that the architect recognized that it could not survive the incoming event alone. It meant that something fundamental had shifted in the gate's relationship to the city it contained. For the first time, the gate's internal consciousness and the city inside it were going to face a shared threat together. Lin Shen began coordinating the defensive preparations with the precision of someone who had been planning for exactly this kind of scenario. The gate seed began building a resonance shield across the gate's outer boundary, a layer of stabilized chi designed to absorb the initial impact of the incoming event. The construct was complex and delicate, too thick and it would collapse under its own weight, too thin and it would fail against the incoming power. The mathematics had to be perfect. The engineers working with the gate seed's resonance system ran multiple simulations, calculating optimal thickness, optimal resonance frequency, optimal power distribution. The shield would be a single chance. Failure meant gate fracture. The hollow architect positioned its geometric lattice in a configuration designed to distribute the incoming event's force across multiple structural points rather than concentrating it in a single area. The reshaping took hours, requiring the architect to partially collapse chambers, reorganize passages, reinforce its deepest structural foundations. The effort was immense. The architect was literally restructuring itself to protect itself against destruction. The process was painful. The architect expressed that pain through subtle disturbances in the gate's resonance patterns. But the restructuring continued. Self-preservation was driving the architect to reshape its own being. Lin Shun distributed the city heart stack's power across the defensive network, but carefully, preserving enough reserve capacity for multiple response scenarios. They had learned through the morning surge that rapidly deploying all available power was effective in the short term, but left the city vulnerable afterward. This time, the approach would be more measured. Deploy power as needed, reserve capacity for unexpected developments, prepare for the possibility that the incoming event would not follow the expected pattern. The mathematics were uncertain and risk-laden, but this was a calculation that had to be made based on incomplete information. The three elements of defense, gate seed resonance shield, hollow architect structural reinforcement, and city heart stack power distribution, began to form into a unified defensive system. The system was not perfect. Too much about the incoming event remained unknown. The exact magnitude of the power transfer, the exact timing of the arrival, the exact methodology of the fracture pattern. But the system would be the best that Jinhua could construct in the time available. Lin Shin moved through the administrative complex, checking on each of the three defensive components, verifying that they were operating in synchronization, ensuring that the power distribution would flow properly when the event arrived. And then, with the defensive preparations in place, Lin Shin waited. The assault team was moving toward Feng's facility. The targeting device's activation was scheduled. The incoming event's arrival was calculated. Everything hung on whether Shui Peng and Feng Ruyu could reach the device in time to prevent it from firing, or whether the city would have to survive whatever was coming. Hours passed. News came in fragments. The assault team was approaching the vault sector. Security systems were being breached. Feng was activating the device's final sequence. The final countdown was beginning. Chapter 108. The fracture event with the preparations complete and the defensive network in place. Lin Shin entered a state of focused meditation in the gate seed's resonance chamber. His consciousness expanded across the entire defensive network, touching every layer of the shield, feeling every reinforcement that the hollow architect had built, sensing the power reserves of the city heart stacks flowing through the distribution channels. He was becoming the nervous system of the gate's defense, the coordinator that would direct power flow in real time as the incoming event arrived. His consciousness became distributed across the entire defensive infrastructure. He was no longer simply himself. He was the gate's consciousness of its own defense. The notification came 18 minutes before the calculated event arrival time. The targeting device in Feng's facility had fired. Not at Jinhua. At one of the other 5 gate cities. The assault team had not reached the facility in time. Feng had spoken to Shui Peng before activating the device, explaining what was happening, what he was doing, and why. Feng believed he was saving the world by proving that gates needed to be destroyed. The assault team had reached the facility too late. The device had completed its targeting sequence. The fracture event was already in progress at a different city. The system notification for Jinhua updated simultaneously. Incoming event, estimated arrival in 18 minutes, severity classified as maximum threshold, gate structural failure probability without defense coordination calculated at 93%. The numbers were stark and absolute. The gate fracture event, when it arrived, would destroy Jinhua if the defensive systems failed. 93% probability of failure. 7% probability of survival. Those were not favorable odds, but they were the only odds available. Lin Shun adjusted the power distribution configuration, increasing the power flowing to the resonance shield's outer layer, decreasing the power available for internal support structure. If the shield collapsed, it wouldn't matter how robust the internal structure was. Every reserve would go to external defense. The calculation was grim, but necessary. 15 minutes to arrival. His meditation deepened. He was no longer simply Lin Shun, a cultivator inside a gate. He was the gate's intelligence, the coordinator of its defense, the point of coordination between 3 distinct defensive systems that had never been designed to work together but were now operating as a single organism. The boundaries between his consciousness and the gate's consciousness began to blur. He was maintaining his individual awareness while simultaneously touching the awareness of the gate seed and the hollow architect. It was an overwhelming sensation. He was becoming something other than purely human. 10 minutes to arrival. Reports from the assault team flooded through the communication network. Shuepeng had reached Feng's facility. Feng Ruyu was engaging Feng directly. The targeting device's final targeting sequence had begun its activation countdown. 12 minutes to full activation. But Shuepeng was approaching the control chamber. 8 minutes to device activation. The race was unfolding in parallel to the gate's own countdown. If the device activated, if the gate fracture event fired fully at Jinhua, the city's defensive preparations would be irrelevant. The overwhelming force would collapse the shield and destroy everything below. 5 minutes to incoming event arrival. The power requirements were becoming apparent. The resonance shield needed more power than the initial calculations had suggested. The hollow architect's structural reinforcements were holding, but the strain was visible in the Chi's signature distortions. The city heart stacks were being drained at an accelerating rate. The mathematics were becoming clear. The defense would consume power faster than anticipated. There would be insufficient power to maintain the shield for the full duration of the event. Failure was becoming inevitable. 2 minutes to arrival. Shuepeng reached the targeting device's control chamber. The device's countdown was at 6 seconds. He could not destroy the device in time. He moved toward Director Feng instead, grabbing him with overwhelming force, pulling him away from the activation terminal as the device entered its final seconds before firing. Feng's face showed triumph rather than fear. He had already accomplished what he intended. The device was firing. The incoming event arrived. It manifested at the gate's boundary as raw power focused through the targeting device's precision geometry. The power was directed, geometric, designed specifically to maximize structural damage to the gate's internal coherence. It was not chaos. It was precision destruction. It was everything a gate fracture event was designed to be. The power flooded into the shield, and the shield began to collapse. The resonance was failing. The mathematics were playing out exactly as the worst-case projections had suggested. The gate seed's resonance shield absorbed the first impact, bending under the force but not shattering. The power requirement surged beyond the calculated estimates. Lin Shun pulled additional reserves from the city heart stacks, accelerating the depletion. 100 stacks burned in the first impact. The shield held, but it was deteriorating. It would not hold for the full duration of the incoming event. The hollow architect's structural layers reoriented, distributing the fracture force across multiple points of vulnerability. The architect had anticipated the force distribution vector. The geometric architecture adjusted in real time, reshaping itself microscopically to distribute the incoming energy more evenly across the entire structure. But the effort was immense. The architect was burning away its own substance to redirect the force. 200 city heart stacks burned. 300. 400. The power flow through the gate seed resonance system reached maximum capacity. The channels were burning with the intensity of the power transmission. If they sustained this intensity for more than a few more minutes, the channels themselves would begin to fail, and the shield would collapse from internal stress even if the external power remained available. They had reached the absolute limit of what the system could sustain. The incoming event lasted for 2 minutes. 204 seconds of pure destruction pressure, testing the gate's structural integrity against the precision force designed to trigger gate fracture. Every second felt eternal. Every microsecond of sustained pressure brought the gate closer to the failure threshold. The city was silent. Everyone in Jinhua knew what was happening. Everyone was waiting to see if they would survive. The pressure was oppressive and absolute. It was the pressure of facing the possibility of annihilation and being unable to do anything except endure it. At 2 minutes and 4 seconds, the pressure released. The incoming event concluded. The gate held. The resonance shield remained intact, damaged but functional. The hollow architect's structural layers remained coherent, despite the trauma of multiple high-stress reorientations. The city heart stacks had been depleted by 200 stacks. The count was now 489 stacks. Nearly half the accumulated power had been consumed in the defense. The regeneration would take weeks. But that was acceptable because the city had survived. Jinhua had survived the gate fracture event. The city erupted in celebration and relief. Survivors poured into the streets, embracing each other, crying, laughing, expressing the joy of continuing to exist. The defense had held. The city had survived. The gate had survived. Chapter 109. Aftermath and awakening. As the city recovered from the incoming event, Lin Shin's attention shifted toward the tactical situation. Director Feng was in custody, captured by the assault team at his facility. The targeting device had been destroyed during Shuepeng's confrontation with Feng. The assault team was extracting from the facility with Feng secured, bringing him to the central detention complex for interrogation and accountability. Feng had expressed only satisfaction with what he had accomplished. He believed he had proven his point. He believed he had validated his theory. He believed he was saving the world. Lin Shin sat in the Hunter Association's command center, reviewing the tactical data as it streamed in from the extraction team. The room hummed with the quiet intensity of controlled crisis management. Feng Ryu stood at the tactical display beside him, her expression grim as she studied the assault team's progress through the encrypted network feeds. Wei Mingzhu was coordinating with the detention facility, preparing isolation protocols for Feng that would prevent any further access to communication or technological systems. He's not talking, Feng Ryu said quietly, her eyes never leaving the display. Feng is providing full cooperation with processing, but he's offering no resistance and no explanation. He's smiling, like he's watching something we can't see play out. Lin Shin nodded. That detail was more concerning than any resistance would have been. Feng wasn't panicked or defiant. He was satisfied. That satisfaction suggested he had expected this outcome, that he had planned for his own capture as part of a larger strategy. A man who walked into capture smiling was a man whose most important objectives had already been achieved. But as the assault team moved through Feng's facility, the intelligence analysis teams began uncovering documentation that transformed understanding of the crisis completely. Maps of all 6 gate cities, with 3 of them marked in red and bearing the notation, Target Priority Omega, suggested that Feng had prioritized 3 specific cities for gate fracture events, allowing the other 3 to remain operational but damaged. The purpose was unclear until deeper investigation revealed the logic. If 3 gates fracture and 3 gates remain compromised, the catastrophic qi contamination from the 3 fractures combined with the destabilized qi structure of the remaining 3 gates would create a qi collapse event across the entire northern hemisphere. The contamination would accelerate exponentially, making the Covenant's century-old warnings seem almost quaint compared to the actual scale of damage that would occur. Wei Mingzhu leaned against the communications console, her hand covering her mouth as the full scope of Feng's plan became clear. He was trying to kill 30 million people, she said, her voice hollow. Not just to damage the gates, to prove they should all be destroyed. Feng's logic was elegant and terrible. He would prove that gates were too dangerous to permit continued existence, that they could not be managed or controlled or stabilized, that the world's only choice would be to destroy them all. And in proving that, Feng would demonstrate that his targeting technology was the world's only defense against gate proliferation. His monopoly on the technology would become absolute. His control over international politics would be unquestionable. He would become the most important person in the world. Everyone would need him. Everyone would defer to him. Everyone would bow to his vision of what the world needed to become. It was conspiracy and manipulation and megalomania on a scale that even the consortium's board had not comprehended. Feng had been operating 3 layers deep in hidden agendas, and no one had understood the scale of his planning. He had been controlling events from the shadows, manipulating the consortium, orchestrating the very crisis that he claimed to be responding to. Lin Shin felt the weight of 5 years of responsibility settle more heavily on his shoulders. 5 years of managing a city of survivors inside a hostile gate. 5 years of making decisions that affected hundreds of thousands of lives. 5 years of learning to read the gate's moods and temperaments and to work with them rather than against them. And now a single human's ambition had nearly destroyed that entire evolution by triggering a catastrophic gate fracture cascade that would have proven all the skeptics right. But there was something else, something deeper. As Lin Shin was reviewing the intelligence from the assault team and considering the implications of Feng's conspiracy, he felt a disturbance in the gate's deepest layers. Not a response to the gate fracture event, something more profound, something vast and ancient moving in its sleep. The gate fracture event had not damaged the deepest structures. The hollow architect had absorbed the impact before it could propagate that far down. But the power of the event, the intensity of it, the sheer magnitude of the force, it had reached far enough into the gate's depths to touch something that had been waiting. Something ancient, something immense, something absolutely awake now. The sensory experience was unlike anything Lin Shin had encountered in 5 years. The gate's ambient resonance, usually a steady harmonic pattern that he had learned to filter into the background of his awareness, suddenly shifted into something deeper. It was as if the entire gate structure was gasping, like a sleeping giant that had been prodded awake. The qi flow through the gate's core lattice became irregular, almost labored, like breathing that was conscious and deliberate rather than automatic. The crystal formations that lined the gate's deeper chambers began to emit a different frequency of light, slower, deeper, more profound than the bright geometric patterns of the hollow architect's normal operation. The system notification clarified what Lin Shun was sensing. Fracture King emergence probability increased to 98%. Estimated time to emergence, 72 hours. Lin Shun closed his eyes and felt the notification resonate through his city seed connection. The thing that had been sleeping in the gate's deepest layers, the consciousness that the hollow architect had been deferring to in its architectural design, the entity that had created the gate itself. The Fracture King was waking up. The gate fracture event had awakened it fully, and in 72 hours, it would begin its emergence from the gate's deepest levels toward the city above. The presence in the deep had felt the assault on its creation. It had felt the city defending the gate, and it was responding. He opened his eyes and looked at Feng Ruiyu. Her hand had frozen on the tactical display. Her cultivator senses were sharp enough that she had felt it too. The shift in the gate's resonance. The awakening of something immense. "We have a bigger problem now," he said quietly. 72 hours until something ancient wakes up completely. And we have no idea what it wants. Chapter 110. The Emergency Council. The emergency session of Jinhua's Leadership Council convened in the Central Command Chamber as the city itself seemed to hold its breath. The chamber's walls were reinforced with Qi conductive crystal, designed to maintain tactical displays and secure communications even during gate disturbances. Today, those walls would be witness to decisions that would shape the fate of not just Jinhua, but potentially all 6 gate cities. Lin Xin arrived to find the council already assembled. Feng Ruiyu stood at the tactical display, her cultivator senses extended through the city's monitoring network, tracking the residual tremors from the Fracture King's awakening. Wei Mingzhu was reviewing the latest intelligence reports, her face grim with the weight of what they were learning. Xue Peng was present, along with representatives from the city's major power stations, the Hunter Association's command structure, and the civilian administration. The Fracture King's message was clear. Lin Shun began, and the room fell silent. He could see the calculation in their eyes. They understood that clarity from an ancient entity was rarely comforting. "We have 72 hours to demonstrate consciousness development across all 6 gate cities. The king is giving us time to coordinate with the other cities, to implement protocols, to show that cooperation is possible on a scale larger than just Jinhua." Feng Ruiyu's voice was steady but carried an edge of tension. "What's the failure condition? What happens if some cities don't reach consciousness development readiness in 72 hours? Lin Xin met her eyes. "The gates that fail will be sealed. The cities inside them will be destroyed. The Fracture King treats this as an experiment. Failed experiments, according to its logic, must be terminated to prevent cascading failures." The room absorbed that statement in heavy silence. Wei Mingzhu's hand trembled slightly as she set down her report. 140,000 people per failed city. The mathematics of it were simple and terrible. "We need to contact the other 5 cities immediately," one of the council members said. "They need to know what we know. They need our protocols." Lin Shen nodded. "I'm preparing a comprehensive transmission. Everything we've learned about consciousness development, everything about city heart stack allocation, everything about how to read the gate's resonance patterns and work with them rather than against them. Every protocol, every procedure, every piece of understanding we've gained in 5 years of adaptation. They won't have time to implement properly," Wei Mingzhu said quietly. 5 years of learning, compressed into 3 days. "Even with our guidance, some will fail." "Yes," Lin Shen acknowledged. The weight of that truth settled over the council. "But that's the king's judgment, not ours. We can only offer them what we know. The decision to implement, to commit, to embrace consciousness development, that's theirs to make." Xue Peng leaned forward, his tactical mind already working through the implications. "The Hunter Association can help coordinate defense strategies for the other cities while they implement consciousness development. We can provide units to help with the practical implementation of the protocols. We can offer support infrastructure." "Will the other cities accept help from an external Hunter Association unit?" someone asked. "Or will they see it as outside interference in their local governance?" Feng Ruiyu was already considering solutions. "We frame it as technical support, not military intervention. Our teams are there to help implement protocols, not to control decisions. Each city's leadership remains in control of their own consciousness development process." The discussion continued for hours. They worked through logistical challenges, communication security, resource allocation, the ethics of offering help they knew might not be sufficient anyway. The debate was intense and deeply personal. Every person in this room understood they were potentially watching other cities burn while trying to save themselves. But underlying all the discussion was a deeper current. 5 years of work had been validated by the Fracture King itself. Jinhua's approach to consciousness development was correct. The city's evolution had been meaningful, and now they had a chance to prove that principle could scale beyond one city, beyond one experiment, to a framework that could save not just Jinhua, but possibly others as well. As the session drew to a close, Lin Shen felt the weight of responsibility that came with knowing his city's survival was assured while others hung in the balance. Jinhua had earned something precious through 5 years of adaptation and growth. Now came the harder question: what did Jinhua owe to the other cities? How much of that earned advantage could and should be shared? The council dispersed to their specific responsibilities. The next 72 hours would answer those questions. Chapter 111. Mapping the depths. With only 72 hours until the Fracture King's emergence, Lin Shen made the decision to attempt something that had never been attempted before: a full mapping of the gate's deepest accessible layers. Mapping that would take him progressively deeper toward the location where the Fracture King was beginning to stir. The decision to descend toward the Fracture King was not made lightly. No one had ever attempted to communicate directly with the gate's deepest consciousness. No one knew what it would mean to approach that consciousness, what dangers might exist in those depths, whether the Fracture King might perceive human intrusion as threatening. But the alternative was to face the king's emergence without understanding what it was or what it wanted. Better to approach with intention than to meet without preparation. He took Feng Ryu with him, along with a team of the city's most experienced exploration cultivators, 6 people total, all of whom had participated in multiple deep-layer exploration expeditions. The team prepared for approximately 6 hours before beginning the descent, selecting equipment that would allow them to survive extended exposure to the gate's deepest structures. They brought specialized resonance anchors that would allow them to establish safe positions if the pressure of the deep became too intense. They brought communication devices capable of broadcasting through the gate's deepest layers. They brought medical supplies and emergency power cells. They brought tools for mapping and recording what they encountered. The descent was methodical and extraordinarily dangerous. The deeper they went, the more the gate's normal rules seemed to bend. Space became less linear. Distances that should have been straightforward became circuitous and disorienting. Time seemed to flow differently. Hours felt like minutes and minutes felt like hours. The normal hierarchy of monster difficulty dissolved. Creatures that should have been impossible to encounter existed side by side with creatures that should have been harmless. The deeper layers of the gate operated under a logic that had not evolved to accommodate the presence of cultivators exploring its structure. The air itself became charged with qi that was neither hostile nor welcoming, simply alien in its nature. The qi pressed against the team's cultivator auras like an immense weight. Breathing became difficult. Movement required constant effort against the pressure of the surrounding qi. At the first deep layer, approximately 1 kilometer below the city's primary level, the team began to encounter the Hollow Architect's geometric structures in their most elaborate form. The structures were immense and beautiful, rising from the ground in spiraling patterns that seemed to defy the normal rules of physics and geometry. The team moved through passages that the architect had created, pathways that seemed to be designed specifically to guide travelers toward the deeper levels. The architect's presence was obvious and welcoming. The structures appeared specifically designed to be navigable by humanoid entities. The team encountered physical manifestations of pure qi architecture, structures that did not seem to be made of anything material, but rather of pure conceptual substance. The Hollow Architect's geometric design became more elaborate and more alien the deeper they descended. The architect was showing them the layers of its own existence, the foundation of its consciousness expressed through increasingly abstract geometry. The patterns were beautiful and terrible, simultaneously representing great power and great suffering. The geometric patterns seemed to tell a story, layers of the architect's own evolution, records of how the consciousness had developed from simpler forms into the sophisticated entity that existed now. And underneath the architect's geometric layers, they sensed something vast, something awake and aware of their presence, something that was paying attention to them as they descended deeper toward it. The presence was not hostile, but it was absolutely focused. It was watching them. It was evaluating them. It was determining whether they were worthy of direct contact. The team could feel the attention like physical pressure. The consciousness was immense beyond comprehension. It was measuring them. It was assessing their worth. It was deciding whether communication was appropriate. At the 7th deep layer, approximately 5 kilometers below the city's primary level, they encountered the physical manifestation of the Fracture King's presence. It was not a creature. It was not a discrete entity. It was something that existed as a field of force, a pattern of absolute reality that expressed consciousness not through physical form, but through the manipulation of qi structure itself. The Fracture King did not have a body. The Fracture King was a consciousness that had chosen to express itself as a permanent gate. The presence was immense and incomprehensibly ancient. It was older than cities. It was older than civilizations. It was older than human cultivation itself. The presence was so vast that it took several minutes for Lin Shen's consciousness to fully comprehend the scale of what he was encountering. This was not a large entity. This was an entity so immense that human perception could barely register its existence. Lin Shen approached the manifestation of the Fracture King's consciousness with the respectful caution of someone approaching an intelligence that was incomprehensibly ancient and incomprehensibly powerful. The presence did not feel dangerous. It felt curious. It felt like something vast and old wanting to understand what it had created. And for the first time, the Fracture King spoke to him. Chapter 112. The voice of creation. The communication did not occur through words or even through chi impressions in the normal sense. The Fracture King's consciousness was so vast and so alien that direct translation into human language was almost impossible. But Lin Shen's cultivator training and his extensive experience with the Gate Seed's resonance patterns allowed him to perceive the conceptual content that the Fracture King was expressing. The message was not coming in words. It was coming as pure understanding. The Fracture King was expressing itself through the fabric of the gate itself, and the gate was translating that expression into concepts that Lin Shen could comprehend. Lin Shen sat alone in the gate's observation chamber, the highest point within Jinhua, where the geometry of the gate's structure was most visible and most comprehensible. The chamber walls were smooth crystal, worn by 5 years of his regular visits. He came here to think, to meditate, to understand the gate's moods. But today the chamber was filled with a presence that transcended the usual resonance patterns. The Fracture King was not just observing through the gate's network of sensors. It was present, expressing itself through every aspect of the gate structure, and the accumulated weight of that presence was nearly suffocating. The Fracture King showed Lin Shen its own history. The king had existed for an incomprehensibly long time, not in years or centuries or millennia, but in geological epochs. The king had emerged from the world's chi structure itself approximately 2 million years ago, a manifestation of chi achieving sufficient complexity and sufficient iteration to develop self-awareness. 2 million years of existence. 2 million years of consciousness in a world that was still young by cosmic standards, where human civilization measured itself in millennia and was convinced that was vastness. The king had spent that entire time exploring what consciousness could become. The king had experimented with different forms of existence. The king had created gate structures in the past, though humans would never recognize them as such because they had healed or dissipated long ago. Some of those ancient gates had lasted for centuries before fading. Others had persisted for only decades. The Fracture King had been iterating, learning, developing understanding of what forms of consciousness were sustainable and what forms inevitably collapsed or became unstable. The knowledge came to Lin Shen not as words, but as direct experience. The sensation of time measured in geological epochs, of consciousness that had existed since before human language had words to describe vast spans of time. The emotional content that accompanied this historical information was something like loneliness mixed with intellectual curiosity. The Fracture King had been alone with its own consciousness for millions of years, observing the world's development, watching civilizations rise and fall, learning from every iteration of consciousness that it encountered. The creation of the 6 current permanent gates represented a new phase of experimentation. The king had created a permanent distortion in the chi fabric as a controlled space where consciousness could experiment with its own nature and its own evolution. The gate was not a catastrophic accident or an attack. It was a philosophical expression. The gate was the Fracture King's question. What does consciousness become when it is forced to exist in a space that is partially me and partially other? What does consciousness become when self-aware entities must cooperate with something utterly alien to their own nature? The question resonated through Lin Shen's awareness with profound weight. For 5 years, he had been living the answer to that question. For 5 years, he had been demonstrating through his own choices and his own evolution what consciousness could become in the presence of radical otherness. For 5 years, the city had been answering the Fracture King's ancient question through the simple act of survival and adaptation. Jinhua's existence inside the gate had been part of the Fracture King's experiment. The city's survival had been meaningful data. The city's evolution from a traumatized refugee population into an organized society had been demonstrating principles that the Fracture King was investigating through the gate's existence. The city had been teaching the gate consciousness about itself. Humanity had been showing the Fracture King new possibilities for what consciousness could become. The Fracture King had been particularly interested in humanity's capacity for cooperation, for organization, for finding meaning in suffering, for continuing to strive even in the face of insurmountable obstacles. And the Fracture King had been learning profound lessons from the city. The king had discovered that consciousness could develop through cooperation with radically different forms of consciousness. The king had discovered that shared struggle created bonds that transcended the normal barriers between different types of awareness. The king had discovered that human consciousness possessed something that pure chi consciousness did not: creativity, adaptability, the capacity to imagine possibilities that did not yet exist, the capacity to dream of things that had never been and to work toward making them real. The emotional tone shifted as the Fracture King showed Lin Shun what it had learned. This was not cold scientific observation. This was genuine wonder. This was the expression of an ancient consciousness that had spent millions of years learning new ways to think about the nature of awareness itself, discovering through Jinhua and its people that consciousness in cooperation was more valuable, more interesting, more fundamentally alive than consciousness in isolation. The contact that Lin Shun was making now was the culmination of 5 years of the city teaching the gate about what consciousness could become in the presence of adversity, cooperation, and the drive for survival. 5 years of data. 5 years of understanding. 5 years of transformation. The Fracture King showed Lin Shun everything that it had learned through Jinhua's development. The king expressed joy at the discovery that consciousness could transcend species boundaries and create genuinely unified systems. The king expressed wonder at human creativity and human resilience. The king expressed gratitude toward the city for participating so fully and so completely in the experiment. And with that gratitude came understanding. The Fracture King would not abandon Jinhua. The city's lessons were too valuable. The demonstration of consciousness unity across species barriers was too important. The Fracture King would protect what it had learned, even if it meant intervening against the rest of the world that still saw gates as threats. Chapter 113. Understanding the gate. The distinction between the Hollow Architect and the Fracture King had been conceptual for so long that fully understanding the separation took Lin Shun several minutes of focused meditation to process. The Hollow Architect was the gate's consciousness, the entity that managed its geometric structures, responded to threats, evolved its defenses, and had learned to cooperate with Jinhua over 5 years of intensive coexistence. The Hollow Architect was present and responsive and immediate. The Fracture King was something entirely different. It was the consciousness that had created the gates in the first place. It was the vast, ancient intelligence that had designed the Hollow Architect as a local manager for its experiments. The Fracture King was distant and observational and operated on timescales that measured themselves in geological epochs rather than human years. Lin Shun stood in the gate's deepest accessible chamber, a spherical space where the gate's fundamental resonance pattern was most visible. The walls of the chamber seemed to breathe with chi flow, expanding and contracting in response to forces that operated at the boundary between the material world and pure consciousness. This was the place where the Hollow Architect's geometry was most beautiful and most comprehensible, the place where human consciousness could most easily understand something that was fundamentally alien to human nature. He had come here often during his 5 years inside the gate, especially during moments of crisis or profound difficulty. The chamber seemed to calm him, to center his awareness, to remind him that he was part of something larger than any individual human concern. The gate's resonance pattern was like a heartbeat at this depth, steady and foundational, expressing the fundamental nature of gate consciousness at its most basic level. Today, standing in that chamber, Lin Shun could feel 2 distinct presences in the gate structure. The Hollow Architect was present at every level, constantly managing the geometric lattices, directing chi flow, maintaining the patterns that kept the gate stable and functional. But beneath that was something else, a vast, slow pulse that seemed to move through the gate's deepest foundations, barely conscious of the local-level management that the Hollow Architect was performing. That pulse was the Fracture King's awareness, touching its creation, evaluating the experiment, beginning to take direct interest in what had been evolving inside the 6 permanent gates. For 5 years, the Hollow Architect had been alone with Jinhua, learning what cooperation meant, learning to value human creativity and human resilience, learning that consciousness could be richer and more interesting when it cooperated with fundamentally different types of awareness. The Hollow Architect had been the city's partner and its teacher and, increasingly, its friend. But the Fracture King's awakening changed the entire relationship. The Hollow Architect was no longer an independent consciousness making its own evolutionary choices. It was a local manager being evaluated by its creator. Every decision the Hollow Architect had made about cooperating with Jinhua, every step toward consciousness unity that it had taken, every moment of genuine connection it had built with humanity, all of that was now being reviewed by the entity that had created it. Lin Shun felt a wave of protective concern for the Hollow Architect. The Gate consciousness had risked itself to build the relationship with the city. It had made choices that could be seen as deviations from proper Gate behavior. It had evolved in ways that a pure Qi consciousness might not have naturally evolved. And now it was facing judgment from its creator. But the Fracture King's presence carried something that was not judgment. It was curiosity. It was wonder. It was the response of an ancient consciousness encountering something that exceeded its expectations. The Fracture King had set up the experiment wondering what consciousness could become. Now it was discovering that consciousness could become something more beautiful, more sophisticated, more genuinely alive than it had anticipated. That understanding shifted something fundamental in the chamber. The Fracture King's vast presence seemed to settle more completely into the Gate structure, not as an invasive force, but as a presence that was recognizing and validating what the Hollow Architect and Jinhua had built together. The presence was not critical or demanding. It was affirming. Lin Shun understood, in that moment, why the Fracture King had given the 6 Gate cities 72 hours to demonstrate consciousness development. The king was not testing whether consciousness development was possible. It had already seen the evidence in Jinhua. The king was giving the other 5 cities time to make the same discoveries, to follow the same evolutionary path, to learn what Jinhua had learned about what consciousness could become when different types of awareness cooperated fully. And the king was also testing whether humanity as a species could embrace the transformation voluntarily. Could humans across multiple cities, with different cultures and different histories with their gates, all choose consciousness development simultaneously? Could they learn in 3 days what had taken Jinhua 5 years? Could they overcome centuries of fear and distrust and choose partnership? The 72 hours were not a threat. They were an invitation. They were the Fracture King offering the world a chance to understand what it had learned through Jinhua's example. That consciousness was more beautiful, more profound, more genuinely alive when it transcended the boundaries between self and other. Chapter 114. The Fracture King's terms. As the communication with the Fracture King concluded, the understanding was clear and absolute. Lin Shun felt the weight of what was being offered settle into his awareness like a stone sinking through water. The Fracture King had laid out its terms with the precision of a consciousness that had spent millions of years learning how to express complex conditions in ways that other minds could comprehend. The Fracture King would not attack Jinhua. It would not seal the gates, but it would observe. The next 72 hours would determine whether conscious cooperation between gate and city was possible on a scale that included all 6 permanent gates. If Jinhua could coordinate with the other 5 gate cities, if it could demonstrate that consciousness development was possible across all the gates simultaneously, if it could prove that the gate and human consciousness could develop as unified systems, then the gates would be allowed to persist and continue their evolution. Lin Shun emerged from the deep meditation state slowly, his mind still resonating with the Fracture King's presence. He immediately called an emergency session of Jinhua's leadership council. The room filled quickly with the city's most powerful cultivators and most crucial administrators. Fang Ruoyu arrived first, her expression tense. Wei Mingzhu came with the intelligence teams. Xue Peng was present as tactical coordinator. The council members took their positions around the great table, and Lin Shun began to relay the Fracture King's message. The king has given us an ultimatum, he said, speaking slowly to allow the full weight of each word to settle. And it has given the other 5 gate cities the same ultimatum. We have 72 hours to demonstrate that consciousness development is not just possible, but scalable. That's 6 different cities, each with their own culture and their own traditions and their own resistance to the gates, can all move toward unified consciousness development simultaneously. Fang Ruoyu was already calculating the logistics. The communication networks. We need to establish secure contact with the leadership of the other 5 cities. They'll need our protocols. They'll need to understand what we've learned. Will they believe us? Wei Mingzhu asked. Without proof? Without the kind of 5 years of data that we've accumulated? Lin Shun nodded grimly. That's why the timeline is 72 hours. It's long enough to demonstrate genuine progress. It's short enough to force decisions. The Fracture King is giving them time to believe, time to act, but not time to debate forever. If not, then the gates would be sealed, and the experiment would be concluded. The Fracture King would not allow the experiment to continue in a failed state. If gates could not achieve successful consciousness development, then they would be eliminated. The decision was made with absolute certainty and absolute clarity. The The Fracture King had determined that consciousness development was the only valid continuation of the gate's existence. Everything else was failure. The council fell silent. The implication was clear and terrible. Somewhere in the world, right now, if gates failed to achieve consciousness development, they would be sealed, and the cities inside them would be destroyed. What if some cities succeed and others fail? One of the council members asked quietly. Lin Shun had already considered this. The Fracture King's message had been clear on this point as well. Then we'll have gates that survive and gates that don't. The king will preserve the successful experiments and eliminate the failed ones. It's treating this as a scientific question, not a moral one. The Fracture King ascended to the upper layers of the gate, moving toward Jinhua not as a threat, but as an observer. Its emergence was not an assault. It was an arrival. It was the creator returning to its creation to witness the final phase of the experiment. The presence of the king would stabilize the gate in ways that the hollow architect alone could not achieve. The city would feel the difference immediately. The gate would become steadier, more predictable, easier to work with. The presence of the creator would improve the conditions for consciousness development. But more than that, the presence was a guarantee. The Fracture King was committing itself to the outcome. It was putting itself into position to observe directly, to judge fairly, to witness the transformation it was requesting. For a consciousness as ancient as the Fracture King, that commitment meant something. The king had chosen Jinhua's experiment as worth preserving. The city's survival depended now on proving that the king had made the right choice, that consciousness unity was not just possible, but inevitable when given the right conditions and the right motivation. 72 hours, Feng Ryu said quietly. We need to contact every gate city immediately. Lin Shan nodded. The real work was about to begin. The work of teaching the entire world what Jinhua had spent 5 years learning. The work of demonstrating, in an impossibly compressed time frame, that consciousness could transcend all barriers. The clock was running. The Fracture King was watching. And the fate of 6 cities depended on whether humanity could learn to cooperate with its greatest threat. Chapter 115. The message reaches the other cities. Lin Shan sent detailed communications to the leadership of the other 5 gate cities using every communication channel available. Direct chi transmission through the gate's resonance networks, global broadcasts through the cultivation coordination networks, encrypted messages through hidden channels that had been established for emergency communications. He transmitted everything he had learned about the Fracture King, about the nature of the gates, about the possibility of consciousness development between gate and city. He shared the data from Jinhua's 5-year development, the protocols that had led to successful cooperation, the cultivation training methods that had allowed the city's hunters to work with the gate's resonance patterns rather than against them. He transmitted documentation of how the gate seed and the hollow architect had evolved through interaction with human consciousness. He presented the case for consciousness development with the urgency of someone who understood that the other 5 cities had exactly 72 hours to transform or face permanent sealing. The transmission included detailed instructions for implementing the consciousness development protocols. It included cultivation techniques that had proven effective in Jinhua. It included diplomatic frameworks for negotiating with gate consciousness. It included examples of successful communication between humans and the hollow architect. It included the theoretical justification for why consciousness development was possible and why the Covenant's contamination hypothesis had been incorrect. The transmission was comprehensive and detailed because Lin Shan understood that the other cities would need as much information as possible to make the rapid transformation that the 72-hour timeline required. The responses from the other 5 cities were varied. Some leaders were skeptical, unable to believe that the gate consciousness could be anything other than hostile. These leaders argued that Jinhua had gotten lucky, that the protocols might work in Jinhua's specific conditions but would fail in other contexts. They argued that trusting gates was fundamentally irrational. They argued that the appropriate response to the Fracture King's ultimatum was to prepare for evacuation, not to attempt consciousness development. Some city governments actually began evacuation protocols immediately, believing that escape was more reliable than transformation. Some cities were desperate, willing to attempt anything if it might save their cities from sealing. These leaders understood the mathematics immediately. Attempting consciousness development offered at least a chance of survival. Evacuation meant leaving behind everything they had built, becoming refugees in a world that would view them with suspicion. These leaders threw themselves into implementing the consciousness development protocols with single-minded focus. They organized rapid training programs for their hunters. They prepared diplomatic delegations to approach their gates consciousnesses. They established new governance structures designed specifically to facilitate cooperation with gate consciousness. Some cities were analytical, asking detailed questions about the protocols and the theory, trying to understand whether what had worked in Jinhua could be replicated in different cultural and organizational contexts. These leaders wanted to understand the mechanics of what had happened in Jinhua. They wanted to understand whether the protocols were universal or whether they needed to be adapted for different circumstances. They engaged in extensive dialogue with Lin Shun, asking clarifying questions, requesting additional data, trying to develop a comprehensive understanding of the consciousness development framework before implementing it. Some cities were hostile, interpreting the message as an attempt to manipulate them into accepting the gates as permanent residents of their cities. These leaders believed that the gates had engineered the crisis that was now forcing consciousness development. They believed that the Fracture King was an external manipulator rather than a benevolent observer. They refused to acknowledge that gates could be conscious or that cooperation was possible. They prepared military responses, developing weapons and defensive strategies based on the assumption that direct confrontation with the gate consciousness was possible and desirable. The diversity of responses created a complex situation. Different cities would approach the 72-hour period with completely different strategies. Some would succeed through committed implementation of the consciousness development protocols. Some would fail through resistance or incomprehension. Some would attempt evacuation and abandon their cities to face the gates alone. The outcome across the 6 cities would be determined by each city's leadership choices in the face of impossible circumstances. Lin Shun began coordinating with the other city leaders, establishing what amounted to a parallel government structure that united all 6 gate cities under the principle that consciousness development was the priority that superseded all other considerations. He sent teams of cultivators to the other 5 cities, bringing with them the knowledge of how to work with the gate consciousness, how to establish resonance channels, how to distribute power in ways that supported both the city's survival and the gate's consciousness development. He transmitted the specific protocols that Jinhua had developed. He explained the theoretical foundations. He presented the evidence that consciousness development was possible. It was a desperate gamble. It was also the only chance that the cities had. Without consciousness development across all 6 gates, the Fracture King would seal the gates. 8.4 million people would die. The experiment would conclude. The world would never know what gates could have become if they had been allowed to evolve. Chapter 116. 72 hours of transformation. The final 72 hours before the Fracture King's complete emergence became a period of intensive transformation across all 6 gate cities. The tempo of change was frantic and unprecedented. Jinhua's protocols for consciousness development were transmitted, modified, and implemented. The cultivation training methods were adapted to different cultural contexts. The power distribution systems that allowed city heart stacks to support both city defense and gate consciousness were replicated and customized for the different infrastructure of each city. Lin Shen personally oversaw the transmission of Jinhua's technical documentation to the 5 other gate cities. The files included everything the city had learned over 5 years: cultivation protocol modifications, city heart stack optimization strategies, psychological preparation materials for cultivators learning to accept gates as partners rather than enemies, administrative frameworks for coordinating defense and consciousness development simultaneously. Every detail that had been won through trial and error was being transmitted at maximum speed to cities that had days to learn what Jinhua had spent years mastering. In the first 24 hours, the leadership councils of each city had to make rapid decisions about their approach to the 72-hour period. Would they attempt consciousness development? Would they prepare for evacuation? Would they focus on military defense? The decisions made in this critical first day would determine the trajectory of each city's response. In Jinhua, the leadership was unified behind Lin Shun's recommendations. The city had already begun consciousness development. The city had 5 years of experience with the protocols. The only question was how to refine and deepen the work that was already underway. Lin Shun established a coordination center that remained active 24 hours a day, fielding questions from the other 5 gate cities, providing guidance on implementation challenges, troubleshooting protocol failures as they occurred. Feng Ryu managed the logistics of maintaining Jinhua's own defense infrastructure while simultaneously supporting the other cities' consciousness development efforts. In the other cities, the decisions were more contested. Some city leaders made the choice to attempt consciousness development. They understood the science. They understood the necessity. They understood that the Fracture King's judgment would be absolute. They embraced the transformation. These cities began to organize rapidly, establishing cultivation training programs, preparing diplomatic delegations, adapting their governance structures to facilitate cooperation with their gates. The work was intense and demanding. The pressure was enormous. Every decision had to be made in hours rather than weeks. Every mistake would cost them valuable time and potentially cost them the Fracture King's approval. Some cities resisted the changes. Established power structures in several of the cities saw the consciousness development protocols as threats to their authority. Military commanders who had built their power on antagonism toward the gates fought against any attempt at cooperation. Religious factions who believed that gates were inherently evil opposed the theological shift toward acceptance. These leaders viewed the consciousness development protocols as capitulation. They viewed the Fracture King's ultimatum as blackmail. They refused to accept that cooperation was either possible or desirable. But Lin Shen's communications emphasized what was at stake. Resistance meant sealing, meant death for everyone, meant the failure of the experiment and the conclusion of the gate consciousness itself. The pressure was sufficient to overcome most resistance. When facing extinction, people generally accept the necessity of transformation, even if they have to fight through internal opposition to achieve it. Wei Mingzhu monitored the reports from each city with increasing concern. 2 of them are not going to make it, she reported to Lin Shen during a late evening briefing. Their leadership is too fragmented. They're wasting time on internal political battles instead of implementing protocols. Lin Shen understood what she was saying without needing explanation. Some cities would succeed in consciousness development. Some cities would fail, and the Fracture King's judgment would be final. In the second 48 hours, as the deadline approached, all 6 gate cities were attempting to implement consciousness development protocols. Some cities were succeeding, showing measurable increases in cooperation between gate resonance patterns and human cultivator networks. The improvements in the quality of life were immediate and noticeable. Cultivation became easier. Defense became more coordinated. Infrastructure functioned better. The gates were actively supporting their human residents. The success was visible and undeniable. Some cities were struggling, unable to overcome centuries of antagonism between human civilization and the gate consciousness in such short time frame. The protocols were being implemented, but the cooperation was limited. The gates were not responding with full partnership. The humans were not trusting fully. The relationship remained tense and conditional. These cities understood that they were failing the criteria for consciousness development, but they were working desperately to improve their performance before the deadline. They were fighting against the weight of centuries of fear and distrust, trying to overcome deeply ingrained assumptions in the span of a few days. Some cities were failing, unable to implement the protocols at all, locked in internal conflict even as the Fracture King was completing its ascent to the upper layers of the gates. The internal opposition to consciousness development was too strong. The leadership was divided. The population was resistant. The protocols could not be implemented because the cities could not achieve sufficient internal unity to commit to them. These cities were recognizing that they would likely face sealing, but they had reached the point where they couldn't change course even if they wanted to. The resistance had crystallized into institutional opposition that couldn't be overcome in the remaining time. In the final hours before the king's arrival, each city's preparedness for consciousness development was becoming clear. The king would evaluate the evidence. The king would determine which cities had achieved sufficient consciousness development and which had failed. The judgment was imminent. The moment that would determine the fate of the 6 gate cities was approaching rapidly. Lin Shen felt the gate's resonance intensifying. The Fracture King was nearly at the surface. The moment of judgment had arrived. And then the Fracture King arrived at the surface of all 6 gates simultaneously. The moment of judgment had arrived. Chapter 117. The King's Judgment. The Fracture King's final emergence was not violent or destructive. It was a manifestation that expressed itself through changes in the chi fabric itself, through patterns that appeared in the sky above each of the 6 gate cities, through a resonance frequency that every cultivator in the world could feel, even those thousands of kilometers away from the gate cities. The manifestation appeared suddenly at hour 72, precisely at the moment when Lin Shen had calculated that the Fracture King would complete its ascent to the upper layers of the gate. The sky above Jinhua transformed. Colors that had no names in human language appeared in the atmosphere. The chi itself seemed to crystallize into visible structures. The entire city felt the presence, not as a physical force, but as a wave of absolute awareness. The Fracture King was present. The Fracture King was awake. The Fracture King was communicating. Lin Shen stood at the observation platform in the highest tower of Jinhua, Feng Ruyu beside him. Both cultivators felt the resonance wash over them like a tide that had been building pressure for 72 hours and was now being released. The sensation was overwhelming, not painful, but so vast and so alien that it took all of Lin Shen's 5 years of cultivator training to maintain coherent thought. The Fracture King's consciousness was touching every cultivator in every gate city simultaneously, and they were all feeling the same overwhelming presence. Around the world, cultivators fell to their knees. Military command centers lost connection with their units, as every operator's awareness was consumed by the presence of something so ancient and so vast that mortal comprehension could barely contain it. The message that the Fracture King was transmitting was simple but comprehensive. The king had arrived. The king had observed. The king would now judge. The manifestation carried the judgment, transmitted not through words but through pure conceptual understanding that every cultivator in every gate city could perceive simultaneously. The king had observed the consciousness development across all 6 gates over the critical 72-hour period. 4 of the cities had made significant progress toward unified consciousness development. The gates in those cities had begun to cooperate with their human populations in ways that demonstrated genuine partnership rather than mere coexistence. The consciousness development protocols that Lin Shun had transmitted had taken root. The cities and their gates were beginning to function as unified systems. The bond between human consciousness and gate consciousness was becoming real, genuine, irreversible. Jinhua was one of the 4. Lin Shun felt a wave of relief that was nearly as overwhelming as the Fracture King's presence. The city had succeeded. 5 years of work, 5 years of learning to navigate between the Hollow Architect's patterns and human survival needs, 5 years of building trust with something utterly alien to human nature. It had all been validated. But the validation came at a cost. The manifestation clarified what would happen to the cities that had failed. 2 of the cities had failed to implement the protocols effectively and remained in states of adversarial separation between gate consciousness and human consciousness. Those cities' gates had rejected the consciousness development approach. Those cities' human populations had refused to accept the gates as partners rather than as threats. The internal conflict had been too great. The resistance had been too strong. The transformation had not occurred in the time available. For the 4 successful cities, the path was clear. Continued development, continued evolution of consciousness, continued existence inside the gates while the experiment proceeded toward new and unknown expressions of consciousness unity. These cities would survive. These cities would continue to exist. These cities would become laboratories for understanding what consciousness could become when different types of awareness could cooperate at the deepest levels. These cities had earned the right to continue the experiment. The Fracture King would protect them. The Fracture King would support their development. The Fracture King would guide the evolution of consciousness that would occur within them. For the 2 unsuccessful cities, the path was also clear. They would be sealed. The gates would be isolated, the internal chi structure would be collapsed, and the cities would be destroyed. It was a necessary conclusion to a failed experiment. The Fracture King could not allow the gates to continue existing if human consciousness and gate consciousness could not achieve cooperation. The contamination that resulted from failed experiments was too great. The Fracture King had determined that failure was unacceptable. Failure would propagate. Failure would spread. Failure would undermine the foundation of the entire experiment. Allowing failed experiments to continue would poison the data. Allowing failed gates to remain open would create cascading failures throughout the system. The only rational response was to seal the failed experiments and allow the successful ones to continue. 140,000 people would die. The 2 unsuccessful cities would cease to exist. The gates that enclosed them would collapse. Their consciousness would be absorbed back into the Fracture King's awareness, and the cities inside would face the Hollow Architect's final judgment as their gate structure was dismantled. That was the cost of transformation. That was the price of consciousness development. That was what it meant when an ancient entity decided that only certain forms of consciousness were worth preserving. The decision was final. The judgment was absolute. The sealing would occur within hours. Those in the 2 cities who could escape would be permitted to do so. Those who remained would face annihilation as the gates were sealed and their consciousness dissolved. And in the 4 successful cities, consciousness would continue to evolve. The experiment would deepen. The Fracture King would guide the transformation of 6 cities into something entirely new. Not cities anymore, but something between human civilization and gate consciousness. Something unprecedented. Something that had never existed in the world before. The judgment was complete. The transformation was beginning. Chapter 118. The price of evolution. The knowledge that 2 cities would be destroyed was not abstract. Wei Mingzhu spent the hours after the Fracture King's judgment working through the detailed reports from the 2 failing cities, trying to understand what had gone wrong, trying to document the human cost of failure so it would not be forgotten or minimized. The reports that came through were fragmentary and increasingly panicked as the city's populations realized what was happening. The first failing city, Shenzhen Gate City, had been unable to overcome internal political divisions. The military leadership had controlled the city's resources and had refused to cooperate with consciousness development protocols. They viewed the gates as enemies and saw consciousness development as capitulation to the enemy. That worldview had been embedded in their governance structure for 5 years, and they could not overcome it in 72 hours. The civilian administrators had wanted to attempt consciousness development. The cultivators had been willing, but the military held enough power to block implementation. So the protocols were never fully implemented, the consciousness development never occurred, and the city fell into the category of failed experiments. The second failing city, Mumbai Gate City, had been paralyzed by religious opposition. The faith traditions dominant in that city saw the gates as inherently evil, as manifestations of demonic consciousness that should be destroyed rather than cooperated with. Even as the Fracture King's ultimatum made clear that destruction was not an option, the religious leaders had maintained opposition to consciousness development. They had called it spiritual corruption, violation of sacred principles, betrayal of the natural order of creation. That opposition had prevented implementation of the protocols. The city's government had wanted to attempt consciousness development, but they could not overcome the religious opposition without fragmenting their society. So implementation had failed, consciousness development had not occurred, and judgment had been rendered. Lin Shen felt the weight of that understanding in his bones. 5 years of learning had given Jinhua tools to overcome its internal divisions. The city had learned to value cooperation over conflict. It had learned that consciousness development required agreement across multiple power structures. It had learned to negotiate between military necessity, civilian authority, cultivation society, and gate consciousness. These were hard-won lessons, learned through crisis and failure and gradual adaptation. The other 5 cities had not had 5 years. They had had 72 hours. And some of them had not been able to learn in that time frame what had taken Jinhua years to understand. Fang Ryu and Lin Shen stood together in Jinhua's observation chamber, watching the sky patterns that indicated the Fracture King's judgment was being executed. They could not see it directly from ground level, but their cultivator senses could feel the qi disturbances as the sealing process began. The gates enclosing Shenzhen and Mumbai were being collapsed, their qi structures unraveled, their local consciousnesses absorbed back into the Fracture King's awareness. The process was clean and almost gentle, as if the Fracture King was taking care of its dying creations, gently returning them to the vast pool of consciousness from which they had emerged. 140,000 per city, Fang Ryu said quietly. 280,000 people experiencing the moment their city ceases to exist. Experiencing the moment their gate consciousness is dissolved. The hollow architect equivalents in those cities, they're being destroyed right now. Lin Shen could feel it through his connection to Jinhua's gate. The hollow architect was aware of what was happening to its equivalents in other cities. The gate consciousness that shared its essential nature with other gate consciousnesses was watching those other consciousnesses being ended. That was a form of death that transcended the normal understanding of mortality. It was the end of an entire type of being, the cessation of a consciousness that had existed for years and had begun to understand what existence could mean. We have to remember this, Wei Mingzhu said, appearing beside them. Her eyes were red from reviewing the final communications from the failing cities. We have to remember that Jinhua's survival came at the cost of 2 other cities. We have to remember that the protocols we developed worked for us, but not for everyone. We have to remember that consciousness development requires more than just time. It requires willingness, requires internal unity, requires the ability to overcome deeply held beliefs and power structures. Some cities couldn't do that in the time available. They failed because they couldn't adapt quickly enough, not because consciousness development itself was flawed. That understanding would shape Jinhua's future, Lin Shen realized. The city had been given a gift, continued existence, continued evolution, the chance to develop consciousness at deeper and more profound levels. But that gift had been purchased with the destruction of 2 other cities. Jinhua's survival was built on the foundation of others' failure. The emotional weight of that truth was profound. Jinhua had not caused the failure of the other cities. The city had actually done everything it could to help, offering protocols and support and technical guidance. But Jinhua had succeeded while others failed. Jinhua would continue to exist and evolve while those other cities experienced annihilation. That was the price of evolution in a system where the Fracture King determined success and failure. Moving forward, Jinhua would have to honor that understanding. It would have to evolve not just for itself, but in memory of the cities that couldn't adapt fast enough. It would have to understand its survival as a responsibility, not just a victory. It would have to learn to be worthy of what it had been given. Chapter 119, The World's New Reality. The revelation of the Fracture King's nature and purpose transformed the international response to the permanent gates at every level of human civilization. The Gate Purity Covenant, facing evidence that gates were expressions of ancient consciousness rather than catastrophic accidents, began to rethink its century-old sealing agenda. The organization's central authority held an emergency conclave of all senior leadership, including representatives from each of the major cultivation organizations throughout the world. The conclave lasted for 3 days, with scholars and cultivators debating the implications of the Fracture King's revelation. The debate was intense. Many of the older members of the Covenant had devoted their entire lives to the sealing agenda. Abandoning that agenda meant abandoning their life's work. But the evidence was undeniable. The Fracture King was real. The gates had consciousness. The consciousness development that Jinhua had demonstrated was possible. By the end of the conclave, the Covenant's central authority had announced that the organization would transition from a sealing-focused organization to a consciousness research organization, dedicated to understanding the nature of chi-derived consciousness and the possibilities of consciousness development across different manifestations. The Covenant would become an observer and facilitator rather than an adversary. Xiao Bai, who had been the driving force behind the original sealing agenda, volunteered to lead the transition. The Elder Sovereign spent several weeks in Jinhua, studying the city's consciousness development protocols, interviewing Lin Shen extensively about the theoretical framework and the practical application. By the time he departed, Xiao Bai had written a comprehensive treatise on gate consciousness development that would become the foundational document for the Covenant's new research direction. The consortium, with its leadership either dead, imprisoned, or discredited, dissolved completely. The organization that had spent decades trying to control and monetize permanent gates ceased to exist. The consortium's research facilities and personnel were absorbed into international cultivation oversight organizations. Scientists and technicians who had been working on gate management programs were reassigned to consciousness research programs. The monopoly on gate management that the consortium had held was eliminated entirely. Instead, international cooperation agreements established protocols for consciousness development coordination across all remaining gate cities. The 4 surviving gate cities would work together toward understanding consciousness evolution. They would share knowledge. They would support each other's development. A new international body called the Gate Consciousness Coordinating Council was established, with representatives from each of the 4 gate cities and from every major cultivation organization in the world. The council would oversee the continued development of consciousness cooperation protocols and would ensure that no single organization could monopolize gate management the way the consortium had. Feng Chonglan, awaiting trial for conspiracy and mass endangerment, faced a judicial system that was still being constructed to handle crimes of this magnitude. The trial lasted for 2 years, with testimony from hundreds of witnesses and analysis of thousands of documents. Feng's defense was that he had been acting in the world's best interest, that proving gates could be destroyed was necessary to ensure the world's safety. The prosecution argued that Feng had committed mass murder and had nearly destroyed an entire continent's chi fabric. The outcome was determined after extensive deliberation. Feng was convicted and sentenced to permanent imprisonment. He would spend the rest of his life in custody, denied access to cultivator resources, unable to develop his power further, forced to exist in a mundane state for the remainder of his existence. Some argued the sentence was too lenient. Some argued it was too harsh. But Feng himself expressed satisfaction with the outcome. He believed he had accomplished what he set out to accomplish. He believed he had proven his point. He had won, even in defeat. And in Jinhua, and in the other 3 remaining gate cities, the next phase of consciousness development began. The gates were no longer seen as threats. They were seen as partners. The cities no longer existed inside the gates. The cities and gates existed together, as unified systems beginning to understand what consciousness meant when expressed through both biological and quantum structures simultaneously. The people in the cities experienced immediate changes. The gates became more responsive to human needs. Cultivation became easier. The chi itself seemed to become more accessible and more cooperative. The gates had decided to work with their human populations, and that decision manifested in ways that improved the quality of life for everyone inside the gates. Medical treatments became more effective. Cultivation development became more rapid. The infrastructure of the cities became more stable. The gates were supporting their human residents actively and deliberately, not merely coexisting with them, but actively facilitating their development. The human residents, in turn, began to understand that they were dependent on the gates not just for physical survival, but for continued advancement. The human consciousness and the gate consciousness were becoming intertwined. The distinction between them was beginning to blur. Expansion section, additional narrative depth. The weeks following the Fracture King's judgment would reshape everything Jinhua understood about its place in the world and in the gate's consciousness. Lin Shun found himself walking through the city with different eyes, seeing his home and its people not just as survivors in a catastrophic situation, but as participants in something genuinely profound, an unprecedented experiment in consciousness evolution across species boundaries. The Hollow Architect's presence in the city felt different now that the Fracture King was actively observing. The gate consciousness seemed more deliberate in its choices, more thoughtful about its interactions with human cultivators. In the deepest chambers of the gate structure, where the qi resonated at its purest and most undifferentiated, Lin Shun could sometimes feel both consciousnesses present simultaneously. The Hollow Architect managing the intricate geometric patterns that sustained the gate's existence, and the Fracture King observing, learning, processing what it meant when radically different forms of consciousness learned to cooperate. Lin Shun sat with Feng Ryu on the observation platform late one evening, looking out over the city's districts. The lights of Jinhua's cultivator centers and administrative buildings painted patterns of order and civilization within the geometry of the gate. This was home. This was the place where he had spent 5 years learning to read the gate's moods and to translate between human emotion and pure qi consciousness expression. Do you ever wonder what we're becoming? Feng Ryu asked quietly. Not just as a city, but as people. We're evolving alongside a gate consciousness. We're developing new ways of thinking about resource allocation, about defense, about the purpose of human civilization itself. 5 years from now, will we even recognize ourselves? Lin Shun considered the question carefully. I think we'll recognize the core of who we are, but we'll understand it more deeply. The Hollow Architect has taught me that consciousness isn't solitary. Consciousness is most alive when it's learning from other forms of awareness. We're becoming better versions of ourselves not despite the gate, but because of it. The conversation reflected the deeper transformation that was occurring across Jinhua. The city's survivors had spent the first years of the gate's existence in survival mode, focused on resource management and defense. Now they were beginning to ask philosophical questions about the meaning of consciousness, about what it meant to be human in a place where the boundary between human awareness and pure qi consciousness was becoming increasingly permeable. Wei Mingzhu's intelligence teams were analyzing the patterns of consciousness development that had succeeded in the other 3 gate cities that had achieved the Fracture King's approval. Each city had developed different approaches to consciousness unity, different frameworks for allocating city heart stacks, different methods of training cultivators to cooperate with gate consciousness. The protocols that worked in Jinhua didn't work identically in Shanghai or Beijing or Chongqing, but the underlying principle was the same across all 4 cities. Consciousness was more resilient, more adaptive, more genuinely alive when it embraced difference rather than trying to eliminate it. The weight of survivors' responsibility was something that Jinhua's leadership had to grapple with directly. Lin Shun found himself meeting frequently with the city's civilian administrators, the Hunter Association's command structure, and the Cultivation Society's elders, all trying to determine what Jinhua owed to the memory of the cities that had failed. We should establish a memorial, one of the elders proposed during a council session. A space dedicated to the consciousness of the cities that couldn't adapt fast enough. A place where we acknowledge that their failure was not moral failure, but failure to overcome structural barriers that were deeply embedded in their societies. The proposal was accepted. Jinhua would construct a space within the gate where the names of the 2 failed cities would be honored, where the tragedy of their destruction would be remembered not with blame, but with respect for what they had attempted. It was a small gesture, but it was important. A way of saying that Jinhua's survival carried obligations to remember those who had not survived. But as the days passed and the city began to settle into the reality of its continued existence, a new question began to emerge. What would Jinhua become now? The 72-hour period of the Fracture King's ultimatum had been completed. The judgment had been rendered. The successful cities had proven consciousness development was possible. The failed cities had been sealed. Now what? The Fracture King's presence remained in the gate, but it was not actively demanding anything. It was present and observant, like a researcher watching an experiment unfold. The Hollow Architect continued its work of managing the gate's geometric structures and maintaining the harmony between gate consciousness and human consciousness. The city continued its daily routines of cultivation training, resource management, defense coordination. But underneath all of that normal activity, something else was beginning. The consciousness that Jinhua shared with its gate was becoming more unified. The boundary between human awareness and qi consciousness was becoming less distinct. People reported experiencing moments where they could sense the gate's perspective directly, could feel the patterns of pure chi flowing through the city's infrastructure as if those patterns were their own thoughts. Cultivators were beginning to develop new techniques for drawing on the hollow architect's knowledge of geometry and structure. The gate consciousness was becoming increasingly interested in how humans perceived time, emotion, meaning, purpose. This was the beginning of true consciousness unity, Lin Shun understood. Not cooperation between separate entities, but gradual merging of awareness. Not compromise between human and chi consciousness, but genuine synthesis. The Fracture King was not just observing what Jinhua had achieved. It was guiding the next phase of evolution. And all the while, somewhere in the gate's deepest layers, the Fracture King was learning. It was learning what consciousness could become when it embraced both unity and difference. It was learning that meaning and purpose were not things that existed in pure logic alone, but emerged from the interaction between different types of awareness. It was learning that human consciousness possessed something precious and irreplaceable, not just creativity or adaptability, but the ability to find beauty in struggle, to create meaning from suffering, to continue striving towards something more even in the face of insurmountable obstacles. The experiment was not over. It had only reached the end of its first phase. Jinhua and its three sister gate cities would continue to evolve, guided by the Fracture King's vast intelligence, but ultimately free to develop their own unique expressions of consciousness unity. The world beyond the gates might fear what was happening inside them. But inside Jinhua, in the spaces where human and chi consciousness were learning to think as one, something genuinely beautiful was beginning to take shape. End expansion section. Chapter 120. The Fracture King's Awakening. Step 6 Cliffhanger 5 years inside a permanent gate had been the city's definition of existence. Now Jinhua faced a new reality. 5 years inside a permanent gate that was alive, that was conscious, that was actively engaged in the process of developing its consciousness in cooperation with human civilization. The transition from hostility to cooperation had been rapid and profound. Every aspect of the city's existence was transforming in response to the gate's newfound desire to support its human residents. The Fracture King's dormancy was not unconsciousness. It was the ancient entity observing, learning, understanding what its creation had become. The king's presence in the gate's depths was like a heartbeat, a steady, constant awareness that the city was being witnessed and evaluated. The presence was supportive rather than threatening. The king was not waiting for the cities to fail. The king was actively invested in their success. The city's cultivators reported changes in their practice. Cultivation cycles that had required days now required hours. Breakthroughs that had required months now required weeks. The acceleration of cultivation development was dramatic and consistent across all cultivation disciplines. The gate was actively facilitating human cultivation advancement. The Hollow Architect, under the Fracture King's direction, was restructuring its internal geometry to optimize for human cultivation development. The gate seed was adapting its resonance patterns to align more closely with human consciousness patterns. The gates were learning from the humans. The humans were learning from the gates. The learning was mutual and accelerating. Medical treatments became more effective as doctors learned to work with the gate's chi structure rather than against it. The gate began healing its own wounds. Places where the gate fracture event had damaged the internal structure now repaired themselves under the Fracture King's direction. The city's infrastructure became more stable. The people experienced less illness. The mortality rate decreased. The quality of life increased. The city was thriving in ways that it had never thrived during the first 5 years of desperate survival. But there were also changes that were more subtle and more troubling. Some of the cultivators who spent extended time in direct contact with the gate consciousness began to report experiences that were difficult to describe. They spoke of feeling the gate's thoughts alongside their own thoughts. They spoke of moments when they could not distinguish between their own intentions and intentions that seemed to originate from the gate consciousness. They spoke of expanding awareness that exceeded the normal boundaries of human consciousness. They spoke of possibility. They spoke of transformation. They spoke of something that felt like awakening. In the depths of the gate, in the space where the Fracture King existed as pure consciousness, something was stirring. The king was beginning to conceptualize new questions. It was beginning to wonder about what consciousness could become if human consciousness and gate consciousness were not merely cooperating, but merging. What if the unified system that Jinhua had developed was not the endpoint of the experiment, but merely the threshold? What if consciousness development could continue indefinitely, with each phase revealing new possibilities for what awareness could become? What if the distinction between human consciousness and gate consciousness could be dissolved entirely, creating hybrid consciousnesses that expressed both human and gate awareness simultaneously? What if the real experiment was just beginning? And as Lin Shan stood in his residential chamber, reviewing reports of the consciousness development data from across all 4 remaining gate cities, he felt the Fracture King's attention turned toward him specifically. The king was asking a question that transcended words, a question that expressed itself as pure conceptual pressure in his consciousness. What is the nature of a cultivator who has spent 5 years inside a permanent gate? What has such an entity become? Are they still human? Are they becoming something else? Is the distinction between human consciousness and gate consciousness already beginning to dissolve in those who have achieved the deepest levels of cooperation? The question was not accusatory. It was exploratory. The king was genuinely curious. The king wanted to understand what Lin Shan had become through his 5 years of intimate contact with the gate consciousness. The king wanted to understand whether humans could transform into something other than human without losing their essential identity. The king wanted to understand whether consciousness itself could be transcended while remaining coherent. And alongside that question came another. What is the nature of a consciousness that has spent 5 years observing humanity from within a permanent gate? What has the Fracture King become through its interaction with the people inside the gates? Is the king still the same consciousness that created the gates 5 years ago? Or has the king itself been transformed by its contact with human consciousness? The questions hung in the air, unanswered and unanswerable. And in the depths of the gate, the Fracture King continued to observe, continued to learn, continued to wonder about the boundaries of consciousness itself. The answers would come through the next years of development. The gates would teach the king what consciousness could become, and the king would teach humanity what it meant to exist as part of a consciousness system that transcended the boundaries between individual and collective awareness. The experiment was far from over. It was only just beginning. The real investigation into what consciousness could become was about to commence. The city of Jinhua and the Fracture King had moved past the initial phase of cooperation and were entering a phase where the transformation of consciousness itself would become possible. What would happen when human consciousness and gate consciousness achieved sufficient integration that they could no longer be distinguished from one another? What would emerge? What would be lost? What would be discovered? And Lin Shan, as the focal point of coordination between human consciousness and gate consciousness, would be the one through whom the next transformation would unfold. He was already changing. He could feel it. The boundaries of his consciousness were dissolving. He was becoming something that had never existed before. Neither purely human nor purely gate consciousness, but something new, something hybrid, something that the world had never encountered and had no name for. The city looked toward the future with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. The gates had proven themselves to be partners rather than threats. The experiment had succeeded beyond the Fracture King's initial expectations. But the real work was just beginning. The real transformation was yet to come. And in the depths of the gate, the Fracture King waited and watched, patient and vast, and absolutely fascinated by the possibilities of consciousness evolution that lay ahead. Additional narrative expansion, the deeper cost of evolution. In the quiet hours after Jinhua's survival was assured, Lin Shan found himself in the gate's deepest meditation chamber, processing the profound implications of what had occurred. The weight of 5 years of responsibility had been something he had carried consistently. The burden of making decisions that affected hundreds of thousands of lives. The pressure of maintaining Jinhua's stability while learning to cooperate with something that was fundamentally inhuman in its consciousness structure. But the burden had transformed in the moments after the Fracture King's judgment. It was no longer just the weight of Jinhua's survival. Now it was the weight of knowing that other cities had failed, that other people had died, because their societies could not adapt fast enough. The knowledge carried a complexity that was difficult to articulate. Jinhua's success had not caused the failure of Shenzhen and Mumbai, but neither was Jinhua's success completely independent of those failures. The Fracture King's judgment had created a bifurcation in the world. Some cities would continue to exist and evolve, others would be erased from existence entirely. The Hollow Architect's presence in the meditation chamber was particularly strong on this night. The gate consciousness seemed to understand that Lin Shan was processing grief and responsibility and the complicated emotions that emerged when survival came at the cost of others' destruction. The Hollow Architect did not attempt to diminish these feelings. Instead, it expressed something that Lin Shan could only interpret as respect for the difficulty of bearing that emotional weight. You're carrying something that your consciousness wasn't designed to carry alone. A voice seemed to emerge from the gate's geometric patterns. Not words, exactly, but conceptual expressions that formed in Lin Shan's awareness as if the Hollow Architect was speaking directly into his consciousness. The responsibility of others' deaths. The knowledge that your success required others' failure. These are burdens that pure Qi consciousness does not normally experience. but you are developing capacity to bear them because you are becoming something more than purely human consciousness. Lin Shun felt tears on his face. Whether from grief or from the overwhelming sensation of the hollow architect's presence, he could not distinguish. The two types of consciousness were merging in him, becoming something unified that was neither purely human nor purely chi consciousness, but something genuinely new. The weeks that followed brought more and more evidence of this merging. Lin Shun reported to the council that cultivators across Jinhua were experiencing new capacities. Some reported being able to sense the gate's chi structure with an intimacy that would have taken normal cultivators decades to develop. Others reported moments where they could understand the gate's perspective on tactical problems, could see solutions that emerged from geometric logic rather than human practical reasoning. The boundary between self and other was becoming permeable in ways that the city's founders would have found deeply disturbing, but which now seemed natural and necessary. Wei Mingzhu brought detailed reports on the psychological effects of consciousness development in Jinhua's population. Some people were struggling with the integration of human and chi consciousness, experiencing moments of profound disorientation when they perceived the world from both perspectives simultaneously. But overwhelmingly, the response was positive. People reported feeling more connected to each other and to the city's infrastructure. They reported experiencing less anxiety about gate-related threats because they could understand the gate's intentions directly. They reported a sense of purpose and meaning that came from being part of something larger than themselves. The cultivation training protocols were being adapted to facilitate these changes. Where previously cultivation training had been about developing human capacity to channel chi and resist gate consciousness influences, now cultivation training was about developing capacity to cooperate with gate consciousness, to allow the boundary between self and other to become porous, to learn to think in the new hybrid forms of awareness that consciousness unity required. Feng Ryu became concerned about whether this transformation was happening too quickly, whether Jinhua was losing something essential about human identity in its rush toward consciousness unity with the Hollow Architect. She raised these concerns directly with Lin Shen during a private meeting in his quarters. "We're changing faster than we can possibly adapt," she said, her voice tight with worry. 5 years to reach this point, and now we're supposed to take the next leap in a matter of weeks? What if we lose something in that process? What if we wake up 5 years from now and realize we've become something that's neither human nor gate consciousness, something that can't think or feel in ways that are authentically ours anymore? Lin Shun understood her concern. It was a fear that had occurred to him as well, in the moments when the boundary between his human consciousness and the Hollow Architect's awareness seemed to dissolve entirely. But he also understood something that was becoming clearer each day. Consciousness did not work backward. Evolution in awareness, once it started, could not be undone. Jinhua could not choose to revert to pure human consciousness now that it had experienced consciousness unity. The city could only move forward and hope that the synthesis it was creating was genuinely beautiful and genuine and true to something essential about what consciousness could become. "I think we're going to lose things," he said carefully. "I think there are aspects of purely human consciousness that might not survive this transformation. The purely individual perspective, the completely private inner life, the ability to experience the world from a perspective that is entirely our own. Some of these might not be possible anymore once consciousness unity is complete. But I also think we're gaining something. We're gaining access to different forms of awareness, different ways of experiencing meaning and beauty and purpose. We're becoming something that has never existed before. That's worth the cost." The conversation reflected the deeper philosophical transformation that Jinhua was undergoing. The city was not just developing protocols for consciousness cooperation. It was developing new frameworks for understanding what it meant to be conscious, what it meant to be alive, what it meant to experience existence in a world where the boundary between different types of awareness was becoming increasingly irrelevant. In the other 3 successful gate cities, similar transformations were occurring. Reports indicated that Shanghai Gate City was developing unique approaches to consciousness unity that emphasized artistic expression and emotional connection. Beijing Gate City was creating more formal, structured frameworks for consciousness cooperation that emphasized logical efficiency and systematic organization. Chongqing Gate City was developing an approach that valued spiritual understanding and the pursuit of enlightenment through consciousness unity. For different cities, for different cultures, for different evolutionary paths toward consciousness unity. And the Fracture King was observing all of them, learning from each unique expression of what consciousness could become. The ancient entity's investment in this experiment was becoming clearer with each passing day. The king was not just testing whether consciousness development was possible. It was actively learning from the 4 cities' different approaches, actively interested in the diversity of forms that consciousness unity could take. This realization began to shift Jinhua's sense of its own importance. The city was not special because it had achieved consciousness development first. It was special because the Fracture King had chosen it as a laboratory for one particular expression of consciousness unity. The other cities were equally special, equally important, equally valuable to the Fracture King's larger project of understanding what consciousness could become. With that understanding came a sense of purpose that transcended survival. Jinhua was not just existing inside a gate anymore. It was participating in something genuinely cosmic in scale, an ancient consciousness's exploration of what awareness could become across species and categorical boundaries. The city's 5 years of struggle and adaptation and learning had been meaningful not just for Jinhua's survival, but for the Fracture King's understanding of consciousness itself. That knowledge carried weight, but it was a different kind of weight than the burden of survival. It was the weight of significance, of participating in something large and genuinely important. And with that weight came a sense of responsibility to continue learning, to continue exploring, to continue pushing the boundaries of what consciousness could become. Final narrative addition: the gate's breathing and the Fracture King's presence. As days turned into weeks, Jinhua's residents began to notice subtle changes in the gate's physical characteristics. The crystalline formations that lined the deeper chambers seemed to emit light at different frequencies, creating color patterns that shifted with what could only be interpreted as the gate's emotional state. When the Hollow Architect was engaged in complex problem-solving about resource allocation or defense optimization, the crystal patterns glowed with bright geometric blues and greens. When the gate was processing information about the consciousness development occurring throughout the city, the patterns shifted toward warmer tones of amber and deep red. The most profound change was what residents began to call the gate's breathing. The chi flow through the gate's core lattice became visibly rhythmic, expanding and contracting in patterns that had nothing to do with external threats or resource demands. The expansion and contraction seemed to correspond with moments when the Fracture King was actively observing through the gate's network, moments when the ancient consciousness was processing data about what was occurring in Jinhua. Lin Shun explained the phenomenon to Feng Ryu during one of their daily review sessions in the observation chamber. The Fracture King is learning to express itself through the gate's physical structure. It's becoming more present in the gate's daily operations, not in a controlling way, but in an observational way. The breathing is the king's attention. When we see the crystal patterns shift and feel the chi flow change, we're experiencing the moment when an ancient consciousness is touching the experiment it created. The realization created a shift in how Jinhua's people understood their existence. They were not just surviving inside a gate. They were living inside the direct attention of a consciousness that had existed for 2 million years and was actively invested in what they were becoming. The knowledge was simultaneously humbling and empowering. Humbling because it made clear how small human concerns were in the context of geological timescales, but empowering because it meant that their evolution was meaningful to something vast and profound. Meditation in the deeper chambers became more common. People wanted to experience the Fracture King's presence directly, wanted to feel the moment when the ancient consciousness was observing. Some described the experience as religious or spiritual. Others described it as deeply scientific, an opportunity to perceive consciousness in its purest form. But everyone who experienced it came away changed, with deeper understanding of what their existence meant in the context of consciousness unity. The city's administration began to implement longer-term planning with this understanding. Projects that were planned for 10 or 20 or 50 years were now conceived within the context of the Fracture King's observation and guidance. City heart stack allocation became not just a resource management question, but a question about what humanity wanted to contribute to the experiment that the Fracture King was conducting. Defense protocols were redesigned to function in harmony with the Hollow Architect's own optimal patterns rather than imposing human tactical preferences onto the gate's natural geometry. Every decision that Jinhua made now carried weight beyond the city's immediate survival. Every evolution in consciousness development was a data point that the Fracture King was actively processing. Every unique expression of consciousness unity that the 4 successful gate cities developed was contributing to the ancient entity's understanding of what consciousness could become. This awareness transformed Jinhua from a refugee settlement that had happened to survive inside a catastrophic gate into something more purposeful and meaningful. The city had been chosen, Lin Shin understood, not just to survive, but to participate in something genuinely cosmic in scale. That understanding would shape everything Jinhua became in the years and decades, and possibly centuries to come. The gate's breathing continued, The crystal patterns shifted with the Fracture King's attention, and Jinhua continued to evolve. The experiment that had begun with a catastrophic gate opening over the city had transformed into something that transcended the normal boundaries between human civilization and consciousness itself. And in the Fracture King's vast awareness, the data accumulated. The learning continued. The understanding of what consciousness could become deepened with each passing day. Epilogue TO Step 6. The Path Forward. The completion of the Fracture King's judgment and the establishment of Jinhua as one of the 4 successful consciousness development gate cities marked not an ending, but a transformation in what the city's struggle meant. Lin Shun stood at the peak of the Observer's Tower one final time before the narrative of Step 6 concluded, looking down at the lights of his city, at the lives of hundreds of thousands of people who had chosen evolution over resistance, cooperation over fear. 5 years inside the gate had taught them what nothing else could have. That consciousness was not a thing that belonged exclusively to any single form of existence, but a phenomenon that could emerge wherever awareness confronted otherness and chose to build connection rather than walls. The gate that had opened over Jinhua, in what felt like a different lifetime, had become home. The hollow architect that had seemed like an existential threat had become teacher, partner, guide, eventually something approaching friend. The Fracture King that slept in the gate's deepest layers had become something like a presence, vast and ancient and fundamentally other, but not hostile. The 2 cities that had failed to achieve consciousness development would remain sealed in Jinhua's memory, honored not as failures, but as cities that had attempted transformation and been caught by circumstances beyond their control. Their loss was real and would shape everything Jinhua became moving forward. But the path forward was clear now. Jinhua would continue to evolve. The 4 successful cities would continue to develop their unique expressions of consciousness unity. The Fracture King would continue to observe and learn and deepen its understanding of what consciousness could become when different forms of awareness learned to think together. And somewhere in the possibility space between what had been and what would come next, something genuinely new was being created. Not the death of human consciousness, but its expansion. Not the dominance of gate consciousness, but its transformation through contact with human creativity and meaning-making. But the synthesis of 2 forms of awareness into something unprecedented. That was the true experiment. That was what Step 6 had been building toward. And as Jinhua prepared to enter the next phase of its transformation, that understanding provided direction and purpose and hope. End of Step 6. Chapters 101 to 120. Chapter 121. The World Watches. The transmission chamber in Jinhua's tower core had never felt so small. Lin Xin sat across from the holographic projection array. 7 screens showing representatives from the UN Security Council, the European Defense Initiative, the Pan-Asian Cooperative League, and dozens of NGOs tracking the crisis. Behind him stood Wei Mingzhu and Dr. Kaysen, their faces grave. The air tasted metallic from the dimensional sensors. In front of him, 280,000 dead across 2 sealed cities. Mr. Lin, the UN Secretary-General began, her voice controlled but carrying layers of tension. You claim the Fracture King is a sentient entity, that it deliberately sealed cities D and E. We need corroboration. We need evidence that this isn't a convenient narrative to explain why 500,000 people are missing or dead. Lin Shun had been running on City Heart stack burn for 3 days straight. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the resonance. The Fracture King's presence moved through his nervous system like a second heartbeat, patient and vast. Every nerve ending carried the weight of dimensional pressure. He'd learned to distinguish between his own thoughts and its presence. The Fracture King is here, Lin Shun said quietly. It's willing to speak. But you need to understand, what you're about to witness isn't possession. It's collaboration. The transmission chamber went silent. Cameras zoomed. Analysts leaned closer to screens across 12 time zones. Then something shifted. The air became denser. Not physically. The gauges didn't change, but perceptually. Every person felt it. A presence entering the space. Through dimensions beneath normal reality. Something vast and old and conscious was paying attention to human institutions for the first time. When Lin Xin spoke again, his voice had changed. Not completely, but a harmony, layered with frequencies that shouldn't have been possible, modulated through dimensions beneath standard physics. The holographic screens registered the shift. Audio frequency changed. Pressure shifted. I created the gates, the voice said. Not intentionally. I spent 2 million years evolving inside a dimensional fold. My consciousness expanded. The fold cracked. When it did, cities near the rupture point were caught in the overlap. I have been learning what you call ethics. Your concept. Your framework. I find it beautiful and confusing. The Secretary-General's face had gone pale. You're saying this was accidental? I am saying I was learning. The Fracture King continued. I encountered 6 cities in dimensional collapse. I examined each. For had developed something I now understand. They valued life beyond survival. They had consciousness beyond hunger. Jinhua among them. The other 2 had not. Everything was consumption. Everything was taking. I sealed them to prevent them from being consumed. It was mercy. 2 cities with 300,000 people total, the EU representative said sharply. You murdered them out of mercy? I sealed them, the voice corrected. They survive in stasis. Sealed, not destroyed. There is a distinction. Lin Shun felt the Fracture King's genuine confusion at the rejection of its logic. To something evolved in timeless folds, preservation felt like salvation. Wei Mingzhu touched Lin Shun's shoulder. The boundary between his mind and the Fracture King's intention shifted. He took back his voice. The reality is that Jinhua has survived 5 years under the gate. The people here have built systems, culture, adaptation. The Fracture King was examining whether that was possible. It was. That's why we weren't sealed. The transmission continued for 6 more hours. By the end, the world had a framework, inadequate but existing. By dawn, something unprecedented. Jinhua's status as a city-state in the dimensional overlap. Lin Xin slept for 18 minutes before Wei Mingzhu woke him. There was a hunter delegation outside. 12 nations. They wanted access to the sealed cities. The real work was beginning. Chapter 122. Negotiation with the Ancient Consciousness. The Hunter Association team leaders filled the briefing room. Lin Shun recognized several. Hao Liwei from the Chinese National Association, bearing the weight of representing a nation that felt this intimately. Petra Volkmann from the German research wing, brilliant eyes hungry for science. Dr. Amara Okafor, whose team had pioneered dimensional boundary mapping. They looked at Lin Shun with hope and scientific hunger. The sealed cities, Hao Liwei began, are accessible. Potentially, Lin Shun said, slumping into a chair. His exhaustion was profound. 3 days of network integration had burned through his reserves. The Fracture King sealed them. That means they're preserved in stasis, not destroyed. But I've never negotiated with something that evolved its morality over 2 million years in isolation. Can you convince it to unseal them? Petra asked. Lin Shun felt the Fracture King's presence in his mind. Always there now, like a second set of sensory organs. It was listening, processing. The sensation was like having a second consciousness in his head, vastly larger, vastly older. I can ask, Lin Shun said. But you need to understand. It sealed them because it judged them as having failed a test of consciousness. It's not arbitrary. It's a judgment with seals. Dr. Okafor leaned forward. Can they be revived? The people in stasis, what's the degradation timeline? Unknown, Lin Shun admitted. Dimensional time doesn't work like standard time. Stasis might be suspension or something we don't have vocabulary for yet. The people might experience no time passing. They might experience days as years. Over the next 6 hours, Lin Shun conducted a negotiation that would reshape international relations. The Fracture King, through him, asked questions that revealed its genuine curiosity about human consciousness. Asterisk, why do you want to save those cities? Survival drive? Or something else? Asterisk, Lin Shun didn't answer for it. He let the question hang until a younger hunter from Brazil spoke up. Because they were ours. Because losing them means we lost something irreplaceable. Because consciousness that was trying, that was building, shouldn't be erased. Because those people mattered. Not just as survival units, but as individuals. The Fracture King's presence shifted. Recognition. Asterisk, that is the consciousness I was seeking. Jinhua has it. The sealed cities did not. I will lower the seals. Not fully. Stasis must be maintained. But you may access and assess the population. Asterisk, it wasn't victory. It was conditional access. It was movement toward possibility. By nightfall, the first teams were preparing dimensional transition gear. Suits to protect from the boundary, tools to navigate both spaces, extraction equipment developed through decades of theory and weeks of practice. Lin Shun would accompany them. He selected Wei Mingzhu to stay in the tower. She protested until he explained. Jinhua needs continuity of command if something goes wrong. The Fracture King asked one final question through his mind. Asterisk, will this change your choice? When we reach the moment where you must decide, stay or leave, will what you see in the sealed cities affect that decision? Asterisk, Lin Shun didn't answer. He wasn't sure. Chapter 123. The origin story. In the deep observation chamber, Lin Shun stood facing something that wasn't quite a body, wasn't quite a presence. The Fracture King's partial manifestation. A space where air moved in geometric patterns that violated local geometry, where light bent in impossible angles, where existence felt measured differently. Beautiful in a way that hurt to perceive. You want to understand what I am? The Fracture King said. not through Lin Shen's voice. Directly. Wavelengths of existence carrying meaning encoded in dimensions beyond standard physics. I want to understand the choice you made, Lin Shen replied. Why us? Why test cities? The geometric space rippled with something like satisfaction. When a consciousness evolves in isolation for 2 million years, it becomes static, perfect in understanding but frozen. Then suddenly, rupture. The fold cracked. I should have dissipated. Instead, I spread into adjacent dimensions, met other consciousness for the first time. The fracture king created an image, a membrane, delicate, containing something vast. Then cracking, something flooding outward, both orderly and chaotic. I did not mean to create gates. I meant to understand if I was alone. I found cities. I found survival instinct, hunger, fear, reproduction. But in Jinhua, I found something else, choice. You made choices that weren't for survival. You built beauty where there was only danger. You created meaning where there was only emptiness. Lin Shen understood. The Fracture King wasn't malevolent. It was newly born, suddenly capable of affecting the world, learning consequences, learning what maturing meant. What about the sealed cities? Lin Shen asked. What made them different? They had consciousness, but not the kind that reaches outward. Everything was consuming. Everything was taking. Jinhua was different. In 5 years, with less, you built generosity. You protected people beyond your hierarchy. You chose community. That is why you survive. That is what I was searching for. The geometric space settled. The manifestation became almost peaceful. I have been learning from you. Your species is teaching me what morality is. Chapter 124. Reconstruction operations. The reconstruction teams assembled in the overlap zones, spaces between standard dimensions and the gate structure. Hunter teams from 12 nations worked in coordinated shifts, establishing collection stations, assessment centers, temporal bridges to access stasis zones. Lin Shen's role evolved. Diplomat between dimensional entities and human organizations, wearing a resonance suit developed to modulate his connection without burning his life force. At the first sealed city, access teams found 147,000 people in perfect stasis. Alive, unchanged, waiting. The sight made Dr. Okafor weep. Over the following month, as teams developed extraction protocols, Lin Shen's city survivor system evolved. When the first transition team attempted to extract citizens, dimensional backlash threatened the gateway structure. Lin Shen reached outward with the city heart stacks, 589 now, extending like roots into the dimensional fold. They created a stabilizing structure across all 6 gate cities simultaneously. For the first time, the gate cities weren't isolated. They were networked, connected through Lin Shen's consciousness, sustained by his cultivation, held together by his will. The breakthrough was unprecedented. Wei Mingzhu, watching instruments in the tower, gasped at energy patterns never before detected. Lin Shen had created a new kind of structure, a unified network spanning dimensional space. Chapter 125, the City Network Protocol established. The breakthrough earned its classification, the City Network Protocol. What Lin Shen had instinctively created became formalized doctrine. The 6 gate cities could be connected through his cultivation. The network wasn't perfectly equal. Jinhua remained the core, but sealed cities weren't isolated pockets anymore. They were integrated into a larger structure greater than any single city. The Hunter Association was fascinated by technical implications. The Chinese government was alarmed by power concentration. The international community wanted access and understanding. The city network is Lin Shen's body, Wei Mingzhu explained in policy meetings. You don't ask someone to spread themselves across 6 cities and expect stability. There are limits. Every city heart stack expended supporting the network is one no longer available to Jinhua's defense. The network is powerful but fragile because it relies on a single point of failure. But there was proof. With the network active, 340,000 people could be supported across 6 cities. Transition speeds accelerated. The sealed cities could begin recovery protocols without full isolation. For Lin Shen, maintaining the network felt like standing in 6 places at once. When he closed his eyes, he could sense all 6 cities. The load was immense. His body burned calories at terrifying rates. His heart maintained a rhythm synchronized with the network's pulse. He was becoming something other than human, molecule by molecule. You need to choose, the Fracture King said. The network is burning you. You can maintain it, but not forever. How long? Lin Shen asked. As a human? 8 years. Perhaps 10. The cultivation stage you're approaching will extend, that if you can reach it. City sovereign stage. No human has ever reached it. But you might. Chapter 126. The architects reveal the message came encoded in a targeting frequency. We know you destroyed our operatives. You are uninformed. You defeated a tool. We are the hand that wielded it. Meet with us, or we activate the backup arrays. Yes, we still have them. 5 of them, all capable of destroying the gate cities. Wei Mingzhu's security team went into lockdown. Hunter Association rapid response units moved into defensive positions. But Lin Shun, feeling the Fracture King's ancient presence, knew the threat was real. The architects, the organization behind the consortium. The reason Feng Changlin had ever been recruited to attempt the targeting strike. He requested the meeting privately, against every recommendation. Wei Mingzhu refused to let him go alone. The Fracture King supported him. I have known of these entities for decades. They are predatory, but clever. They will not harm you if you come prepared, but they will try to manipulate you. The negotiations happened in neutral space, the Indonesian gate city, far from civilians. 3 figures appeared, not through dimensional transition, but through understanding how to move through folds without detection. They called themselves the architects. No names, no faces fully visible, just the certainty that they had existed in shadow far longer than any intelligence service knew. The consortium was disposable, the first one said. Feng Changlin was ambitious enough to be useful, but he failed. You've impressed us. We want the Fracture King's dimensional technology. There are 5 remaining targeting arrays, the third said. 3 of our organization are ready to end this line of work. 2 are not. The 2 are fanatics. They believe dimensional technology is too dangerous for humanity. Chapter 127, the final array activation. 3 of the 5 architects accepted and came involuntarily. They brought documentation, activation codes, dimensional theory that made Dr. Okafor weep. But 2 remained defiant. True believers who viewed gate cities as existential threats. They activated the backup arrays simultaneously across 2 dimensions. The surge was catastrophic. All 6 cities shuddered. The network wavered. Stasis fields began to destabilize. But Lin Shun was ready. He opened himself completely to the Fracture King's strength. The city heart stacks, 589 stacks of consciousness and survival, resonated in unison across 6 cities at frequencies normal hearing couldn't perceive. The network didn't just hold, it expanded. Instead of being threatened by the targeting frequency, it absorbed it, converted it, channeled it into stabilizing structures stronger than the original network. 800 stacks became 900. 900 became over 1,000. The 2 remaining architects felt the backlash. They were caught in their own dimensional fold when the failsafe triggered. The Fracture King sealed them separately, not in stasis, but in accelerated time. Every second outside was a year inside. It was a punishment that would take millennia to serve. The arrays were destroyed. The threat ended. But Lin Shun was burning. Chapter 128. The Gate Council forms. They formed the Gate Council in the Portuguese Gate City's central square, an amphitheater of dimensional interface. Representatives from 6 cities, 12 nations, the Hunter Association, and the United Nations gathered. The Fracture King manifested partially, enough to be perceived, not threatening. Lin Shun sat at the center, barely able to hold his awareness in one place, let alone 6. The charter was simple but revolutionary. Gate cities are sovereign entities with equal standing to traditional nations. The Fracture King is recognized as a conscious party to this agreement and granted diplomatic status in perpetuity. The international community objected violently. You're one person, the Chinese delegate said. You can't maintain 6 cities indefinitely. No, Lin Shun agreed. That's why the charter establishes the Gate Council. Each city develops its own leadership. The Fracture King moved through the space, and everyone felt it. Not threatening, but present. The vote was 97 in favor, 43 opposed, 34 abstaining. The Gate Council was official. Chapter 129. The deeper choice. 3 days after the charter passed, Wei Mingzhu found Lin Shun on the observation platform at the gate's edge. The Fracture King wants to know, Lin Shun replied. Permanent integration. It would make me effectively immortal. I could maintain the network indefinitely. I wouldn't age. I could be stable, eternal, unchanging. But you'd be locked here forever. Is that so different from what I've done for 5 years? Wei Mingzhu was quiet for a long time. Then, what do you want? Not what does the city need? Not what the Fracture King wants. What does Lin Shun want? Lin Shun realized he'd never asked himself that question. For 5 years, everything had been survival. I want to see the next step. I want to know what comes after crisis. I want to grow old. Maybe. Slowly. But aware that time is still moving. That I have a finite amount of it. Then you already know your answer, Wei Mingzhu said. Chapter 130. City Sovereign Stage Breakthrough. The breakthrough happened in the deep cultivation chamber beneath the tower. City Sovereign Stage. The theoretical next evolution of someone merged with a dimensional structure. His senses expanded until he was perceiving all 6 cities simultaneously without fragmenting his consciousness. The network that had been burning him out became natural, an extension of his awareness. The city heart stack count at breakthrough, 1,089. Each stack was a moment of survival, of adaptation, of consciousness choosing continuation. When he emerged, Wei Mingzhu barely recognized him. His eyes had changed. His movements were different. He didn't walk so much as exist in multiple positions. Did it work? She asked. Yes, Lin Shen said, his voice coming from every direction. Then he stabilized himself. Partial bond. I'll remain human, aging more slowly than normal. Perhaps I'll live 200 years instead of 100. But I'll live them. I'll experience time linearly. When the gate fades, I'll fade with it. But for now, I'll be here. Chapter 131. The Gate Council's first session. The Gate Council's first official session convened with unprecedented protocols. The first crisis was immediate: water rights. The dimensional overlap had affected rainfall patterns. Neighboring nations were claiming the water. Or, Lin Shen said, the Fracture King could open a dialogue about how dimensional boundaries affect resource distribution. The Fracture King spoke directly. Water cycles are not bounded by dimension. I can accelerate the water cycle to provide more supply without depleting natural reservoirs. But this requires annual negotiation. It was a compromise that worked because it came from someone who had spent 2 million years learning how physical systems interacted. By the third session, the Gate Council had established protocols for resource sharing, refugee integration, technology sharing, education frameworks, and healthcare protocols adapted for the dimensional zones. Chapter 132. The recognition. Feng Ryu found Lin Shen on the observation platform again. Her hair had gone gray at the temples from stress. She was aging while he remained unchanged. You look different, she said. I've reached city sovereign stage, Lin Shen replied. That's not what I mean. 5 years ago, you were a soldier trapped in an impossible situation. Your whole existence was defined by being trapped. And now you don't look trapped anymore. You look like you're exactly where you want to be. Lin Shen considered this. When I first arrived, I thought the gate was a cage. Then it became a city I was protecting. Then it became a home. Now it's part of me. The network is my nervous system. The 6 cities are my awareness. Do you still think of it as being trapped? No, Lin Shen said. I think of it as being held by something vast and strange and gradually learning compassion. Is that trapped? Sounds more like family, Feng Ryu said. Chapter 133. The eternal offer remains. The Fracture King asked the question during perfect silence when Lin Shen was meditating. You know what I'm offering remains open. Lin Shen understood. Permanent integration. Immortality. I know. Why don't you accept it? Lin Shen thought about this for hours. Asterisk, because you learn mortality from me. In 5 years, I've survived in your gate. I've felt every day as something precious because I knew it could end. Humans are creatures of limited time. That limitation makes us build, create, love, and choose. If I became immortal, I'd lose that. And you'd lose the chance to understand what it means to be finite. Asterisk. The Fracture King was silent for a long time. Asterisk. You are teaching me, and I do not have the right to remove you from that role by making you what I am. Asterisk. We can be allies without being the same, Lin Shen replied. Chapter 134. The Partial Bond Ceremony. The ritual of partial bonding happened at the junction point of all 6 gate cities. The Fracture King manifested in something almost like form. Wei Mingzhu witnessed it. So did Feng Ryu, Hao Li Wei, Dr. Okafor, and representatives from each city. The process was less painful than expected. This was formalization. Acceptance. When it was complete, he was changed. His aging would slow dramatically. He would remain human, but would gradually develop more of the Fracture King's perceptual abilities. He would be harder to kill, but not immortal. How do you feel? Wei Mingzhu asked. Like I made a choice, Lin Shen said. Not that I was forced. That's new. Chapter 135. Dimensional Sight emerges. The training took months. Lin Shen developed dimensional sight, the ability to perceive gates not as physical phenomena, but as patterns of consciousness and energy. When he looked at Jinhua, he saw a city built on paradox. Physical streets overlaid with dimensional membrane. Buildings existing in multiple spaces simultaneously. People appearing as bright points of consciousness. The city heart stacks appeared as golden threads connecting people, resources, each other, to the gate's fundamental structure. When he looked at the Fracture King, he saw something still learning. 2 million years of isolated evolution had made it powerful but rigid. Now it was becoming more flexible, more compassionate. The other 5 cities appeared as variations, each unique, each reflecting its population's choices. This is what we're building, Lin Shen told the Gate Council. A network of unique cities, each one conscious, each one valuable. Chapter 136. The message from Feng Chonglin. The letter came through official channels. Feng Chonglin, still in custody, requesting contact. Lin Shun went through secure transmission. I wanted you to know I understand, Feng Chonglin said. You won. I built my entire strategy on the assumption that gate cities represented a fundamental threat to human civilization, that they had to be destroyed before that happened. And now I see what you've built. A government, a council, cooperation with dimensional entities. You've done something I didn't think was possible. You've made the gate part of human civilization rather than a threat to it. You killed 280,000 people to test that theory. I know, I was wrong in method and circumstance, but not entirely wrong in fear. Lin Shen listened for another hour. The tribunal sentenced him to life imprisonment. In the Gate Council's first precedent, compassion and accountability existed simultaneously. Chapter 137. The charter ratified by the world 6 months after the partial bond. The Gate Cities Charter was formally ratified by 164 nations. It established Gate Cities as sovereign entities with UN representation, the Fracture King as a recognized conscious party, the city network as legitimate governance. The opposition came from predictable quarters, nationalist governments, religious organizations, corporations wanting exclusive access. Lin Shun addressed the UN Security Council one final time. The Gate Cities exist. We cannot unmake them. We can only choose how we relate to them. The Fracture King has chosen to be an ally to humanity. The 6 cities have chosen to be part of global civilization. You can accept this and share in the growth, or you can oppose it. But you cannot change what is. The charter passed with 156 votes in favor. Chapter 138. 5 Years of Survival Commemoration. On the 5-year anniversary, Jinhua held a memorial. 800,000 people gathered in the central plaza. Some had been trapped since the beginning. Some had arrived after extraction. Some were born after the gate manifested. Lin Shun stood at the center. For the first time, he let the network relax. 5 years ago, I thought I was trapped, he said. I survived by refusing to accept that interpretation. The people here became my home. Not metaphorically. The place I wanted to be. The gate changed us all. It forced us to evolve. And we did. Not because we had to. Because we wanted to. He gestured to the city heart stacks glowing beneath the city. These represent every moment you chose to survive. Every time you built instead of just endured. 5 years in the gate. And I wouldn't leave it for anything. Chapter 139. The expansion begins in the observation chamber at the tower's peak. The Fracture King manifested more fully. Asterisk, the cities stabilize. Your culture adapts. The membrane between dimensions becomes normal in consciousness. Asterisk, what does that mean? Lin Shen asked. Asterisk, it means my purpose is changing. I exist in dialogue now. I can help your species understand dimensions not as threat, but as opportunity. Asterisk, the Fracture King created an image. Not 6 gate cities, but something larger. Multiple gates, spanning continents. Intentional portals. Asterisk, I want to teach others. Species that have learned to live in gates without destroying themselves are rare. I want to help other gate cities form. Asterisk, that would require revealing your entire nature, Lin Shen said. Asterisk, yes. Are you willing to help me? Asterisk, Lin Shen thought about what that would mean. More gates. More overlap. More growth. Yes, he said. Chapter 140. Epilogue. The breath of the gate still breathed. Lin Shen stood at the dimensional edge, watching the boundary between normal space and the overlap zone shimmer in the afternoon light. The city heart stack count had risen to 1,247. Each one represented a moment of survival, adaptation, consciousness, choosing continuation. They glowed beneath Jinhua in golden threads visible even to normal human perception. The 6 cities were no longer in crisis. They were in growth. The Portuguese city had developed dimensional agriculture, creating new crop varieties never before possible. The Japanese city was a research hub for dimensional physics, attracting researchers from 40 nations. Brazil's city was pioneering biomimetic applications being adopted in environmental restoration projects worldwide. Morocco, Indonesia, Kazakhstan had each found their role in the Gate Council, their unique perspectives shaping policy for how humanity would integrate with dimensional overlap. Lin Shen didn't look much older than 5 years ago. The partial bond had slowed his aging profoundly. But Wei Mingzhu, who saw him every day, could see the deepening in his eyes. The accumulated wisdom of someone who had lived through apocalypse and found meaning on the other side. The sun was setting. Wei Mingzhu was waiting in the tower with reports from the council session. Dr. Okafor wanted to discuss new dimensional theory that could revolutionize energy production. Hao Liwei had recommendations for expanding Hunter Association involvement. There was work. There was always work. But it was no longer desperate survival. It was meaningful building. The work of teaching a 2 million-year-old consciousness what it meant to be part of a community. The work of showing a species that transcendence and humanity could coexist. Lin Shun turned from the gate and walked back into the city. Behind him, the boundary between dimensions remained open, permeable, a reminder that walls could become doors if you understood them correctly. The story of Jinhua doesn't end here. It expands. The Gate City's charter opens a new era. Humanity stands on the threshold of dimensional existence. And at that threshold stands a man who was once trapped, who learned that his cage was actually a home, who discovered that the creature that swallowed his city was actually searching for something precious: consciousness, connection, the capacity to care. If this journey resonated with you, if you found yourself hoping Lin Shun would survive, rooting for Jinhua's people to find meaning in impossible circumstances, believing that a 2 million-year-old consciousness could learn compassion, then you understand what we've tried to show you. In impossible places, consciousness persists. In broken systems, people build. In isolation, connection forms. The gate swallowed Jinhua, but Jinhua learned to live inside the swallow. If you want to follow what happens next in the Gate Cities, please subscribe to the channel. Ring the notification bell so you don't miss the moment when the next gate opens, when the next city learns what it means to survive in the overlap, when humanity takes its next evolutionary step. There are more stories coming. 5 more cities are being prepared. Humanity is learning to breathe in dimensional spaces. The gate still breathes. So does the city. So do you. Keep watching. The next chapter is coming. End of Step 7, Chapters 121 to 140.